specification that they rated it for was based off of like the expected standards of what pilots can control during the landing process.
Based upon what the fucking lawyer said.
Yeah, you're right.
It's based upon what the lawyer said. Don't claim accuracy greater than that. We'll get fucking sued. Just say it's worse than it really is.
No, you're exactly right. They consulted with the lawyer. They're like, yeah.
Look, distances from DME facilities varied from overhead to 220 nautical miles. The results showed that 94.9% of stations had mean errors of less than 0.05 nautical miles, and 95.5% of the stations had standard deviations of error less than 0.05 nautical miles. However, range data for 3 stations found that have standard deviations of 0.2 nautical miles. Okay. In all cases, the range uncertainty was well within 40 meters.
It's wild.
Yeah, wild. And they sat there, dude. Crazy, dude. They sat there and they fucking goddamn reamed him, saying, "You don't understand science. Do I have to explain this to you like it's kindergarten?" All this shit, and they were wrong the entire time. The entire time. Let that sink in.
I voted for the 1%.
It's not what we like. You need to document it.
No, stop. You need to actually include the margin of error based on reality, as close as you can get. Okay? Yes. So Dan has given you a reference, and then Mike has brought out something else, but that, I think we're just keeping it very objective here. That equation, the output of that equation, the input is going to be garbage in, the output is going to be garbage out, because you don't have the margin of error.
So if I can share real quickly.
Yes, I stopped, but it's garbage is a hard word.
Well, that's called GIGO, G-I-G-O in computer science, garbage in, garbage out. Don't take it personally. But that's what you have. You have a garbage in, garbage out model without the margin of error being included.
So is this up and running right now?
Yep, we can see it. Okay. Yeah.
So this is from.
Can you zoom in a little bit? Can you zoom in so we can?
Yep.
The title of the paper. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is from Stanford University, and also done with someone from the FAA and the Aviation Management Associates. So this talks about the distance measuring equipment accuracy performed today and future alternative for position navigation training. Specifically, when I was talking about ICOP, it was also Annex 10. I'm still looking for that one. But just right here, if we go down to DME and TACA and its military counterpart are desirable features for providing positioning services. Today's DME is specified to provide position accuracy of around 0.6 nautical miles.
At what distance?
That's the accuracy of the DME as a whole, as a system. That's the margin of error for what the value that it reads is coming out at. Because again,
now, like I just said, the whole purpose of this paper was to show that he just cited was to show that that specification is not how the equipment actually performs. That the equipment actually performs much better than the specification. That's the whole purpose of the paper he cited. You want to know what cherry picking is? He literally cherry picked one. They're just like just regular papers, right? They give you a background. If they're testing the specification on how accurate it is, they got to tell you what the specification is. He took them saying what the specification is as like the conclusion of the paper or something.
And the distance isn't what you land with, it's the glide slope. The distance is just a reference.
Can you kindly send that over to Kevin, Dan? So he's got that?
Sure. I mean, do you have the chat open? I can just put the link into it.
Yeah, you can send it over to Dr. Prabhakar and he'll send it.
Okay.
Zoom has this really wacky thing with chat on who can chat to who and how you set it up. It's gotten, I think you have to do a new, yeah.
Okay.
I
I'll
saw
shoot it
something with
over. I'll
200
shoot it over right
miles.
now. I'll pull my email and I'll send it over
I need to pull it up again because I saw something now with
So
200
Kevin,
miles.
Michael, and Dan, is there a consensus that that formula needs to be updated with margin of error? Is that what we're saying? Is that what you guys?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And if the margin of error of the slope and the beam width together cannot provide something that's distinct for both globe and flat, then the experiment won't be useful. It's inconclusive, so it'd be a waste of money to do.
Yeah,
It's a non-issue. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think this is an important thing. If to the audience listening, if you get a result out of this and it's in the margin of error between of globe and flat, the number means nothing. Okay.
But the 0.6 miles would be, yeah, we look it up. I stand with this statement, but I saw something with 200 nautical miles. I need to look at the document. Can I come up with my objections or we go on with my?
Well, so I think we've given anything else, Mike and Dan, Prabhakar?
I mean, if they want to do if you want to do a radio experiment, right? Because it sounds like what this falls under is we see too far, and you're using radio as an idea to get rid of some of the optical problems of mirages, of scintillation, and things like that. I can suggest another way of doing this with basically lighthouses, boats, and UHF transmitters and receivers. It's something that's going to keep it under roughly $500, depending on the cost of the boat. And it's something anybody can do as long as there's 3 specific heights that.
Now, there's another part where he bullshits. You can simply Google, is there equivalent to mirages in the in UHF? It'll say yes, and I'll give you examples. You can also Google whether there's scintillation in VHF. Yes, there is. So the 2 things he just said was made up bullshit. Nonsense.
Have anywhere from 5 times to 10 times elevation standards. You're just raising the transmitter. You're verifying radar horizon. On a flat Earth, there should not be a radar horizon because there is no geometric horizon. On a globe Earth, there is a radio horizon, and it's directly dependent on the square root of the height of the transmitting antenna or receiving antenna.
So, Kevin.
Did you hear what he just said? There would be no horizon on a flat Earth because there is no geometric horizon.
I guess physics don't work on a flat Earth.
Yeah, there's no geometric horizon on the globe either that you can find.
Yeah, because perspective isn't a thing, right?
In fact, there's a radio horizon which is based on 4.3R. It's not a physical horizon, even in radio. More double-speak and bullshit, bro.
Is the intent, was this your experiment or someone else's? Because we saw someone else's name on this.
Yes. No, I like to present my.
It said stones this, stones that.
Yes.
And it was all in English. I know you're in meters over in Austria.
No, in the flight aviation is in nautical miles, but it's his experiment. I would like him up here, but he wasn't allowed, and I.
So is this your experiment or someone else's?
No one did it yet. It's just in 10 miles we did the slope.
No, but is this your proposal or someone else's?
It's someone else's.
Oh, okay. Well, this was supposed to be done by the science panel. That's one of the goals here, not someone else's. Anyway, the other thing is, are you into doing the radio, to Dan's question? And what would be the cost of this? with an airplane, hiring it, because we looked at
you can
costs.
enter Cessna.
Okay, now think about what you just said. You're supposed to do your own and not someone else's. Do you think that McToon's sun measurement is going to be his and not someone else's? Do you think they're going to be his calculations or someone else's?
I already know who's it's going to be.
Well, I'm just saying, like, do you think that, like, McToon is going to reinvent how we predict sunrises and sunsets, and he's going to invent his own way of calculating them? Of course not.
I don't even think he's going to discuss sunsets. He's just going to use sun locations, and I think he's going to use flies.
He's going to use time and date or something, dude. He's going to use the methodology that time and date or U.S. Naval Observatory uses. There's no globe in that, but he does, and he knows that because I told him that. But that's not the point. The point is, you see what Shiva did? He just attacked Kevin for using someone else's idea, right? It's like, is this yours or somebody else's? Oh, you're supposed to do your own. Okay, is McToon doing his own? Is the sun angle in azimuth, is that his own? He's going to freaking start from scratch and reinvent that? Or is he going to just go to time and date or sun calc or U.S. Naval Observatory and use their shit? You see what I'm saying? The same thing. It's complete double standard, dude.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So what's the cost of something like this? Because you have to, every round, because you're going to have to get multiple data points, right? Not just one. Multiple. So assume you need, I don't know what the sampling is. I'm assuming you need like 50, 20.
And actually, I have another quick question, Dr. Shiva, too, is how many airports do you know of, let's say worldwide, that have a minimum 30-mile-an-hour body that's directly off an ILS airport equipped runway? Like, I mean, you brought up one, and I don't even know where that is. I just see a map. Do you know how many there are in the world that we can find that would allow us to do this?
Yeah, I think so. We're looking at cost, viability, and ubiquity. Okay. And if you don't know it, Kevin, you don't have to answer it now. It's just
I'm just a question I'm posing. That's all.
Yeah. So if you can just find for the how many airports are there you can actually do this? What is the cost of doing this? And I'm assuming you're going to have to do at least 50 runs, right? Or 20, there's a certain sampling. How many runs do you think have to do, and how much is this going to cost?
$500 one person, or 300 even, and this one person can already do 10 runs with this thing. And you have hundreds of airports in reach of water. And I like to address this.
So hold on 1 second. It's $500.
But I haven't addressed this other old question.
No, 1 second. I just want to. It's $500 because we have Hanscom Air Force Base right behind where I live, and as a private pilot, I think it's more than $500. It's about, I think, 300 to 500 per hour flight time just to take up a small plane, and you have to be a member of the flying club to do that. So if you're gonna have to take off, do this, you think this can be done in like a couple of hours or just 1 hour?
Yes, 2 hours. And I have 200 Cessna for 200 euros. You can rent it here. I don't know about the US is always.
Oh, and the pilot also has to be instrument rated too.
Yes.
Right.
I know.
So
I know a pilot myself. Yes, but yeah, some people can do it and file it like that. Yeah.
Okay. So I think the outstanding questions, Kevin, are which places can we do it in? How many places for ubiquity? What's the cost? And then the viability question comes down to the error margin. Does that pretty much summarize it?
Yes, but I don't agree with it.
I think it's 2 parts.
But wait. The UHF, there was a UHF proposal from Dan, and this is the worst possible version because you shoot over water horizontally and near the height of water. Everything there yields to most variation in refraction, and we don't want this component.
Right. There is some refraction, but it's also a very constant model that's used in radio for refraction.
Mirage,
but here's the other.
Morgana,
Can I finish?
There. We deny this.
Can I finish?
Okay, I couldn't answer a long time.
Because here's the thing, though. It doesn't change the fact that there's a radar horizon at a specific distance. And as you raise the antenna up, that radar horizon gets further and further away. This is your classic, we see too far, which is why I'm proposing it. If it's over water, you can account for specific different atmospherics. You put in abort criteria where if there's precipitation. But here's the thing. Doesn't have mirages, doesn't have scintillation, doesn't have other things that optical has that you may be confusing it with. If you use UHF and the frequency that's in, you do have refraction, but that is a very planned and very obvious thing that anybody with radio experience has noted, and you account for that in your equations, in your mathematical model, and your hypothesis. If you choose not to because refraction is magical in your book or whatever, then fine, that's in your model. That's not going to play a difference. But our model will be, and I'll show you exactly what I mean, just real quick so you can understand what exactly I mean by this. It's very simple. This is Montauk Lighthouse. I also have other locations.
You have to share it. Are you sharing? Okay, sorry.
I forgot to click the extra share button.
Yep.
This is Montauk's Lighthouse. This is in New York. This is near me. I know this lighthouse. Is the only reason why I kind of chose it. I also found 7 or 8 other ones throughout the world, including UK. One not far from actually Mike in Minnesota, some on the West Coast and others on the East Coast. Specifically, what we're asking for is we do one down here at, down here at the beach at around 10 feet. We do another transmission up here at the bluff at 60 feet, and you do one at the top of the air, at the light tower at 170 feet. Each one will have its own model as far as how far it will go. And somewhere along the line, there is no radar horizon on a flat Earth because there is no geometric horizon. This eliminates all ambiguousness, and you can account for each one. Because if, for instance, if you're at the beach level and you lose loss of service at, let's say, 10 nautical miles, and on a flat Earth, if you raise it and you get a signal, that means one thing. If you raise it and get a signal on a globe, that means something else. So then you go out further and see if you lose signal again. At that next distance, let's say it's 15 nautical miles. At 15 nautical miles, what is the cause of something 60 feet up going LOS, loss of signal, unless the signal is tired or attenuated or however you want to say it, to where you're no longer getting services? If you move that one more time up, now, and you get signal again, there's no explanation, unless you know of one, for a flat Earth of why that happens. There's a very good globe explanation for that. It's called the radar horizon, and it's proof of curvature.
You need multiple repetitions to see the refraction. But the refraction, nobody has access. How many people have access to lighthouse towers? First.
But here's the thing, Kevin. I have whole criteria, also different signals, the noise ratios. I also have different error margins and everything else. But here's a bunch of other sites that we can go to. Anybody in these areas can do this one as well. And we're talking about $200 off of Amazon for an antenna and 2 radios.
Well, you agree or not agree that over water, the measurements are more various? Like it's easier to do something higher regarding refraction, distortion.
You're confusing optical with radio. Radio does not have radio has refraction, but there's no refraction values. You can use the standard model, or as what I actually recommend is you take the measurements to build your refractive index of what it's going to be based off of temperature, barometric pressure, and the relative humidity, taken at the boat level and taken at the various levels of the transmitting side at the lighthouse. And from there, you can make a very close approximate model for the refraction index, or what we call the K value, to be able to know how far it's going to change. Already in radio, we already account for this in a standard model, because our radio horizon accounts for 4/3 times the radius of the Earth, because we already know that on a standard atmospheric model, we're going to go 15% further. But this is how line of sight is actually, these are the links that are engineered. These are how I engineer my links. And these are specifically how they're implemented in the military and combat zones. So there's nobody hiding anything there because there's lives on the line. And the same reason why telecommunications work in cities like Boston, where Dr. Shiva is at, because I actually set up links that go from the John Hancock Tower to other locations in Cambridge without using fiber optics, that use radio, that I have to account for precipitation. I have to account for temperature variations, seasons, as well as the frequency it uses, the polarity of the antenna. There's a whole bunch of variables that goes into that, but we control all those variables in this one to where our only variable that's going to actually change anything significantly outside of, say, a 10% margin of error, and I'm just guesstimating what that is because I haven't put any math into this. All my math is in a different document. But if it's a 10% error margin, if the difference between the closest and the furthest is more than 2 times the distance, that more than allocates for the 10% margin that might be there in an error.
You agree, though, that the distortion and refraction needs to be accounted
What
for?
distortion? It's RF.
Rate of
Can you explain what some of these things, what causes some of these things in your model?
UHF is light, no? Light is affected by...
The UHF is not light. It's not optics.
It's not visible light.
It's not visible, right?
So there's no mirage, there's no scintillation. All you have is refraction.
Yeah, you have invisible light as well, but it's a radio frequency, yeah.
Okay, so what mechanism do you think occurs over water and what effect do you think that would have on a UHF radio signal? Because this is stuff that has been used in the military since, I don't know, for 80 years. And it's been used in the civilian world. This is what I grew up on. If you want to do a radio experiment, I'm making an experiment. I still don't know what I don't know what the results going to be. I haven't done this experiment, but this is one that I came up with, and I'm willing to share it and provide it to you guys to have you guys decide whether or not it's something you want to participate in. You guys can make your own methodology from this. I'm just giving you an idea.
Okay. Humidity is one problem, for example. Humidity is not involved in my, like that much of, if you have water dispersing, just in front
just a question
of the water.
What does humidity do to the propagation of radio waves?
What does humidity?
Yeah, you said humidity is a factor. What does it do?
Yeah, it can. I don't know the full claims, but I
don't know. Okay, yeah. Then why do you bring it up?
Because you can. It's less there. I saw experiments where they proposed humidity, and I saw formulas there. I can look it up. I don't know the details, but I can look it up, show you next time.
All right.
The only formulas I have are basically using the refractive index and using known formulas for a globe model, and that is to be the actual way to configure where the radio horizon is to make our predictions. The only way that I can see flat Earth goes, and of course, this is your team. You guys have a week to come up with this model as far as what you think the prediction is. But as far as I can see it, since it doesn't have a geometric horizon, the only thing that limits how far the way a radio will go will be the attenuation of the atmosphere. So that's going to be based on the inverse square law and things like that, to where it's either the signal stops and that's it stops, or it continues on for hundreds of miles and we never get loss of signal. It's a very simple dichotomy of yes and no.
But you agree that having a distance value is better than having a value of I see something or I don't see it. Then you have some numbers involved in there. And
what I mean by see and don't see is I don't mean actual seeing. I mean the radio squelch.
Okay, just so everybody knows, everything he said is bullshit. I just posted it in the chat. He said there's no scintillation in UHF. There is. Posted in chat. There's no equivalent of mirages in UHF. Yes, there is. He said humidity does not affect UHF. Yes, it does. So everything he said was a lie. And then he just said that on a flat Earth would go hundreds of miles. That's also a lie. Still be absorbed. The number one absorber of UHF is freaking water. So he's just lying his ass off. And she was just eating it up, dude. Just eating it up.
Button sends out an audio tone. When you go far enough out, that squelch cuts off, which means you have no signal. That's a loss of signal.
Yes.
The only way that happens is if there's an obstruction. The only obstruction that would be out there would have to be a very, very large wave that you would have actually experienced on the boat before it got between you and wherever the transmitter is. And as you move the transmitter up to 60 feet and 170 feet, that wave that is causing the obstruction, and again, we can hang out at different locations for upwards of 10, 15 minutes. And some of the Bohr criteria would be how big the sea state is. If it's more than 3 feet, no one wants to be out there in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean during this. Then you abort. You come back and do it again. But if it's at 170 feet, that's going to have to be a really big wave between you and the boat and the light tower to cause an obstruction. And if you hang out for 10 minutes, that wave is going to go away.
So Dan, just to just to understand what you're saying, there's some fundamental problems with their plane issue using ILS. So you're giving them an idea, saying, why don't you use UHF? And in your model, you use a lighthouse for these locations. And if the Earth is curved, it's going to be 1 or 0 because you're not going to see the signal unless there's a massive wave. But that wave would have to be a 100-foot wave if it's from the top of the lighthouse, which is very, very unlikely. So, Kevin, I think you and I think the gentleman who actually came up with the ILS experiment may want to look at this because Dan's essentially trying to help you guys. Because right now, from the feedback that I'm hearing, you have the margin of error issue that essentially is going to give garbage in, garbage out with your experiment. And this one is this or 1 or 0, because if the Earth is curved, at a certain point, you're just not going to get the signal. If the Earth is flat, you're going to always get the signal. I don't know how far UHF carries. Dan, E equals H nu. I don't know what that comes out to.
Well, I mean, you can go UHF. I mean, we'd have known. I think if I figured out we had 8 watts of power, so doing 8 watts of power, I think we can go outwards of 250 nautical miles in a straight line.
Okay. All right.
You can use these handheld radios to talk to the ISS.
Okay. So I think
is it 2 beams? But tell me the details. Is it 2 beams compared, or is it 1 beam?
It's 1 beam.
Yeah. See, so 2 beams is more accurate already. If I have 2 beams,
no. Okay. So here's what I'm also telling you to do is you get so you're not just using the radios. You get a directional antenna, which has got a 5-element Yagi antenna. You literally just connect it with a cable to the radio. You point that in the direction of, I can go through all the steps if you want. I was just leaving this as an idea for you guys to develop. But if you want me to show you what I actually developed, I can show it to you.
Tell me how you measure all the atmospheric conditions all along the path, not only at one point. We have the data from the META report. And if you don't measure it everywhere, it's not scientific.
You can build so do you think that a refractive model, which, again, we're talking about the differences between 1.2 to 1.5, okay, for what we call a K value. Do you think that raising the humidity at random point in the span, can I finish?
Kevin, I finish? Please don't interrupt. It's hard for people to hear what Dan's saying.
Do you think that at some random point between the boat and the airport, the humidity is going to go from, let's say, 60% to 100%, and then all of a sudden that's going to change that index, that K value, that K factor, that refractive index value so much that it's going to cause the signal to end? Because we can run it at 100% humidity. I'll tell you what the bare minimum is and what the bare maximum is, and what the actual is based on the 2 different readings from the 2 stations involved, which is the boat and the shore station. From that, we can develop a model that says that. And here's the great thing about lighthouses. Since it's a protected waterway, a lot of weather reporting monitoring is done in that area to prevent people from ending up on the rocks. So they have to know these things like sea state, humidity, barometric pressure, what the forecast is. All these different things go into providing advisories to small craft in the area.
All right.
Measuring.
I think
we have a focused beam, but okay.
I think we've beaten the horse here. I think Dan's been quite generous in giving you guys ideas. And I think humidity is frankly has no issue in this because he's saying it's 1 to 1.5, unless even at 100% he's saying. So
I mean, and there are occasions where there's a temperature inversion, there could be ducting and stuff like that. But again, these are forecasted. We can actually look at them. We can actually do all sorts of work right up into the start of the thing to make sure that we're not in that window. You account for these before you start. If that atmospheric condition is there, in which case ducting would show it going too far, and again, not science, because you have an anomalous thing that would basically skew the results. You abort. You come back the next day.
Ducting
Not a problem.
happens-
Come back the next week.
But ducting happens higher. I don't know where you get this ducting from. There,
What?
ducting, tropoducting. You mean tropoducting happens at multiple times higher than our test. So I don't know where you come up with ducting at your test.
Where is the troposphere at?
Especially because last time you mentioned ducting, I looked it up and it said it's high. It's at 10,000 feet.
Okay, so the troposphere where ducting happens it occurs when there's a temperature inversion. Typically, when you go from low altitude to higher altitude, it gets colder. When the warm altitude is above the colder temperature, that's where you get an inversion. That inversion is what creates ducts. Tropospheric ducting can occur anywhere from sea level to 12 kilometers up in the air. You don't know where it's going to happen unless you know where that temperature inversion layer starts and stops, because that is what creates the top of the duct.
You agree it's a rare?
It's rare, it happens. But again, it's forecast. If there's forecast to be a temperature inversion, because this is stuff planes need to know and everybody else needs to know, especially those in the communications field, if there's going to be a temperature inversion, you don't schedule it for that day.
I agree.
You wait.
We put it in the data set, and it's not something which invalidates any experiment, especially not even yours, because it's happening higher than both of us. So I agree, but
says the person who hasn't done radio versus the person who has. Okay, sure, we'll take that.
We can do. I did the refraction, the falsification test, scaling it down, but we're not here for that. But can we exclude the sun now? Or you're fine with your?
Well, I just want to read some before we move on. Look, science is about being specific. There's a lot of nebulous way that you've been frankly speaking, Kevin, and it's a little bit disconcerting. Okay, the bottom line is you don't have a error margin. And that needs to be figured out. You need to come back with a mathematical formulation, and hopefully we'll see that. But it needs to be precise. It can't be hand waving, and it can't be just randomly saying some random stuff. Okay? Number one, Dan has proposed to you, if you guys want to use, electromagnetic waves, he's provided you UHF. And that gives you, from frankly what I'm hearing, a pretty 1 or 0 answer, because it's just based on distance. You've been sort of just dropping all sorts of terms, and frankly, they're all irrelevant.
No,
so
it's better.
No, they're irrelevant.
0 versus 1 is
no, they're irrelevant, because when you bring in humidity and you bring it in, it's not going to change the end result in any appreciable way. No. And furthermore, let me finish. You also have the opportunity to look at the weather and decide when you're going to do the experiment to reduce those variables. All right? This is like fucking second grade stuff. So please don't.
I included that.
No, let me finish. My point is, as someone who's a working scientist, I don't like people just saying random words to confuse people. And that's what you flat earthers have frankly been doing. And we're trying to get
credentials. People. We can interject and say fallacies if you are saying those, because it's an appeal.
No. You're just saying, no, stop it.
It's not saying true.
Stop it. You're not speaking to some social media people who you can bullshit. Okay? You're just randomly saying words that have no meaning.
Look up fallacies. Look up the term fallacy.
Go understand what a model is. Go
this
understand
guy's such a wanker.
That's your homework assignment. If you were in class, you'd be probably as an undergraduate right now. So go understand that. Okay? It's really insulting. to everyone out here. So go understand basic stuff, and Dan has provided you out of his.
All right, I had to pause it for a second. I'm guessing that was Shiva talking just then, right? Clearly, Shiva has no idea what he's talking about when it comes to electromagnetic wave propagation. And Dan was asking that guy to be more precise and to get actual measurements of what's going on with the refraction. And then Shiva starts grilling Kevin, right? Saying that he's not being precise enough and that he's throwing out terms that obviously Shiva doesn't understand at all. Right. And sure, I agree. Kevin should probably, if he's going to appeal to certain terms, he should probably know what he's talking about before he appeals to them. But he was basically asking Shiva to be more specific. I mean, asking the radio guy, right, the military radio guy, whatever he was, to be more specific and to say, yeah, we need to know exactly what's going on with the refraction, or you can't call it scientific. You can't make a scientific claim with it. Yeah, it's very frustrating to listen to. Anyway, rant over.
Generosity, a way you could do this. If you don't want to do this, stick with your thing. With all its issues, you're going to have to include error margin in it. All right? If you want to do that, go for it. But he's giving you an alternative, which frankly makes it a 1 or a 0. And maybe you guys don't want that.
Of course, we want a good experiment, but I say one
But
or
you're
zero
not.
is,
What your
one or
experiment
zero
is.
isn't as good as two different distances.
Well, first of all,
where
you didn't
can
do
go
this
closer to one
experiment. A
distance.
guy who was banned from this, and you're lying because you have his name all over the
I
experiment.
didn't lie.
So you misrepresented.
Exactly.
You've misrepresented yourself.
No, I told you as soon as you asked me, who is this? I say it's not my experiment. Where did
I had to ask twice. Okay. So you've misrepresented the presentation here. This is not from you. It has his name all over.
Because you do as. Yes, I don't deny it. You do association
After I asked you,
all over.
You didn't say this is not my experiment when you presented this.
It goes still since January. This is since January.
You have an individual who's been in the flat Earth community confusing everyone, and his experiment has been presented, not yours. That's misrepresentation. Because
you exclude everyone who are the good at math, the good physicians. Yes, Stone is good at math. Ellen is good at math.
Yeah, right.
Shane
no. Listen.
And you don't want those people, so I have to take over here.
We can give him a math exam, and I can give him an MIT math exam, and I'll judge how good he is. Okay?
Ellen showed you already.
That's hilarious. He's calling him out. You excluded anybody who was good at math, who knew what they were talking about, who was able to defend the position with reason and logic. He excluded them all. He excluded Indio. He excluded Space Audits, Shane St. Pierre, Piezo, Yoder, fucking, all of them.
He's getting way too defensive and way too aggressive. He's not going to convince anybody with that attitude. He's just coming off rudely at this point.
He's a sophist.
Anyway, back to the show. Almost a little bit left.
No, he isn't.
Dynamics.
You're not an expert in it.
I'm not, but the others.
You didn't study this. Have some respect for people put in the fucking time. You're not an expert. Okay? And you misrepresented yourself because you said that was your experiment. That's violating the norms of how we set this up.
You see, I hated this guy from jump, bro. Guy's trash. He's been trash since I've been looking at him for politics. He's trash now. Dr. Shiva, you're fucking trash. Put me on that motherfucker. Triple dog dare you.
You'd kick his ass every which way.
Every which way. I'd be like, first of all, bitch, I'm not doing what you want me to do. I'm doing this. That's number one. I don't give a fuck about what this guy's talking about. Nah, but honestly, I got to be better than that. I couldn't do that because if I was on somebody else's platform, they probably. But I mean, I just don't like how he just sucks that. Just sucks that. I mean, he could find somebody else that would. I don't know, man. Of course, this is what he is.
Well, that was the goal, right? For them to show how flat earthers are misrepresenting the science because they're not using their own original work. They're not worthy of the conversation.
I still think, even if that was the goal, I think it, even just to my ears, he's just coming off as a complete jerk. It's not really working for him in this case. He's
saying, I'm the authority, shut up. Obviously you don't know what you're talking about. You don't even bring your own argument, shut up. Sit down. You're the student.
Yeah, the ego on that dude.
I mean, but that's how he is. That's why I don't like him. And he'd be wrong and strong. It's like unless you're listening to what he perceives as right, like if there's any kind of pushback at all, you're gonna get someone who's, I mean, pretty much like one of the Globers that continuously talk and curse you out. And,
well, screw that guy. Where does he get on the bus?
you know, can't stand him.
Let's go to the issue with the proposal that Mike made. I think we're done with this. Go ahead. Any objections to that?
Nope.
I think Kevin is
Ryan?
muted.
Kevin?
Yeah. I think Kevin is muted.
You're muted.
Yes, I muted myself.
All right. So first, you said that if this mathematical model is able to predict.
No, first of all, why don't you first, because they re-explained what you wanted to do. Why don't you, for the record, restate what the experiment that they're saying, the observation and the mathematical model, and be as precise as possible without some hand waving. Go ahead.
Did you have something to say, Elijah?
No, sorry.
I like to include the error margins. I will look up the error margins for the beam divergence and the error margin. The other error, what was the other error margin? I don't remember now because I was already at the
But Dan actually gave you the error, 0.6. One is the beam divergence error margin, and the other is the DME, which Dan actually
the distance, exactly, the distance.
Yeah.
The 0.6. I saw that in this document there was a 200 miles, but I will look it up. Yes.
Yeah, I think you should. And then the other things we asked for are, we want to look at the viability, because we have, here around 35 people, and we have about 1,300 people at least on Twitter. We probably have several thousand people, in spite of all the shadow banning. But those 1,000 people, we want them to be able to do it. Okay. So what would it cost them to do this? And if you said 500, but I think it'd be valuable to know what it would actually cost them to go do an experiment like this. Okay. And that you don't have to, obviously you don't have to give that right now, but it would be good between now and the next meeting to have that. Maybe we'll do another pre-meeting because Dr. Prabhakar is actually going to do a draft document, a white paper, which we'll publish. Okay. Cool. Let's move on to the flat earthers now questioning the globe earthers on their proposed experiment of using the altitude and the azimuth of the sun, which is observable pretty much to every being on this planet, and a simple formulation that flat Earth would have to come up with. And based on, by the way, to flat earthers listening, you can do whatever assumption you want, whether you want to say there's a dome, whether the dome's spinning or not. You just have to state the assumptions and you have to derive your model. Same things to the globe earthers. You're going to have to derive your assumptions and you'll come up with your model. So relative to that, Kevin and Ryan, and unfortunately Bobby's not here, what are your questions to the globe earthers?
Yeah, you think that if this mathematical model is able to predict the observation of the sun, then you have evidence flat or round. And I
yes,
say...
So you would have to come up with your model, you take in all your assumptions, and then you have to develop your mathematical equation. Does that make sense? So you're going to put latitude in whatever you want to do, full freedom.
The methodology makes sense in a different... Oh, sorry, you cut off. Yeah, you cut off.
Yeah, but I'm saying to you, and we're giving you between now and the next week to come up with whatever assumptions and formula. Same thing, the globe earthers. These could be very complicated formulas, but the input to it should be latitude and longitude, the time, whatever you want to include. Whatever you want to include. It's up to you.
I have a problem now with the grid system. You are already using a globe grid system.
No. Wait. Time out. The globe people come up with their assumption. You come up with your assumption. Don't be, this is what you guys keep doing. You keep talking about the globe. Yeah. Let the globe people come up with their model. Don't go attacking the globe. What do you want to do as flat Earth? So
I'm not here to critique the sun, or don't I?
No, you have to, the flat earthers have to come up with their model assuming flat Earth. So this is what's going to really put where the rubber meets the road. You can't go pointing at the globe Earth people. What is your model of a flat Earth? And come up with your formula. By the way, I've actually done it.
We have math as well, but now we have spent half an hour to object my...
but do you understand that you have to, just to be clear, just like for your airplane example, the globe earthers have to come up with their formula and flat earthers will come up with theirs. For the sun model, you have to come up with your flat Earth model and the globe earthers have to come up with their model.
You want to do an observation, and I did the whole experiment. There's no experimentation suggested already. This is my first critique.
What's your problem? The experiment is I'm looking at the sun.
And what are the dependent and independent?
Wait, Kevin. I really have to wonder whether you've even been listening for the last 2 hours.
I've listened to the pre-recordings as well.
Okay, I'm looking out my window. Let's keep it really fucking simple. The sun is going to be at a certain height, and don't interrupt me, and a certain azimuth. Do you understand that? Do you get that concept? That's the observation.
And there's no prediction coming. It's a post-diction.
We finish. You're going to look at it. Your model is going to predict where the sun's going to be. And if that model matches the observation, then you're right. What are you missing here? Did you not understand F equals MA?
F equals MA is...
Did you not understand what we spoke about in the beginning?
Yes. It's something completely else. But we have
no
prediction here. The sun appears in this at your window, coming back to the next time. You have no connection to the ground.
What are you talking about?
That with the...
What are you missing here? Should I do it as a kindergarten drawing for you?
Start with the lat-long system, please.
Start with what?
The lat-long system you suggest to insert as a location value.
Okay, I'm not going to talk to you because you seem either not understanding something purposely.
I'm understanding very well that the lat-long system is part of the spherical model already. That's
their model. So you're going to have to come up with your own model. Why are you talking to globe people?
So if you need to simplify, you can say,
let me explain.
for a person standing in this city on this street corner or on this
Whatever
beach
you want
on
to
this
use.
spot, you don't
Okay.
need to use lat long. Just
Okay,
use
I'm
a
here.
position
Okay.
and create your own coordinate system.
Guys, if you want to talk, we'll pause it.
I did. That's why I was waiting. I knew y'all was gonna pause it.
Yeah, I'll pause it. Hold on. Okay, it's paused.
This guy is an absolute.
Yeah, like see, that's exactly why. You know, people are like, "Oh, Nathan's going crazy for saying don't use our fucking stuff." Look at him trying to hijack our shit when you let him. Look at that shit. Talking about yo, look at that shit. I'm pretty sure latitude was available long before anyone thought it was a globe. Because that's exactly what the ancients used, right? The angles to the stars in the sky, right? To make whatever system they made. It had nothing to do with globe anything. The fuck? Like, don't use globe stuff. Bitch. Don't.
Oh, I just read a thing about the Inuits using, the Inuits, they live, in the far north, right? So they use the stars to figure out where they are. And they don't use any freaking globe idea, and they use basically the equivalent of latitude, right? How far the stars are above the horizon.
Yeah, this dude. This coming from a glober, right? If he really wants, if he really cares,
This guy's got 4 degrees from MIT. Think about that for a second.
I got kicked.
It's crazy. If he really wants to convince people that the Earth is a globe, he's got to lose the attitude. He's not going to convince.
No, we're beyond that. You talking about latitude? You're talking about elevation angles to the stars. Okay, an elevation angle for sure is not a motherfucking tangent to a tangent point. Not the same thing. So don't use our shit. How about you come up with your own system, buddy?
I just want to say, Indio, even with the Inuit up north using the stars for navigation, they lose people going from village to village if they get off course off the trail. Because it's so whited out there. You get 100 feet off a trail, you're lost.
Oh, yeah. You can only do so much, man.
I know quite a few of them from up there.
Oh, I'm sure. I'd like to fucking go hang up there. Not get lost and die, but,
Yeah, I said attitude.
His attitude sucks, but he's wrong. That's the crazy thing, is you don't know it. But the thing is, I know it. Everything he's saying, see, he thinks, and McToon thinks, that the model they're going to use to predict where the sun is going to be some sort of globe model, but it's actually not. There's a celestial sphere model, but there's not a globe model that predicts where the sun is. So in order to predict where the sun is, right, you got to know your time of year, and you got to know where the celestial equator is above the horizon, the elevation angle of the celestial equator. Once you know that, and you know the time of year, you can position where the sun is in the sky. Okay? You got to know the time, the date, where the celestial equator is. You don't need to know anything about what you're standing on. Nothing. Not a fucking thing. Okay? But they don't, and even though McToon knows because I told him, Shiva doesn't know. So he's arguing about that, but that's the thing, is the arrogance, the attitude you're talking about. What's bothering me is because I've been involved in this topic for a long time, and even though you're just offended by the arrogance, I'm doubly offended because he's arrogant and he's wrong. He's being a dick because he's so sure he's correct, but he's actually wrong. That's what doubly burns my ass, man. So as irritated as you are by his fucking pompous attitude, I'm fucking 3 times more irritated than that. Because you know what? Because if you just had some normal person, it was me and him talking, he'd say, I have 4 degrees from fucking MIT. Who are you going to believe? And they'd believe him. Even though I can just whip out the documentation, show the formulas on how it's done, all that shit, go to the U.S. Naval Observatory site where it specifically says how they do the calculation. So it's...
Yeah, and I wouldn't blame you at all because, like I said, it's just, you know, if you're gonna if you're gonna debate, and I'm not even one. I don't even like to debate this
This
stuff
isn't
because I'm
supposed
not.
to be a debate on there, though. That's the funny thing. They're not supposed to be debating. They're supposed to be collaborating to figure out an experiment.
Really?
Yes, that's what this was. It was supposed to be this dude Shiva. He's like, I'll just make a long story short. Okay, he said I'll put up the money to have 6 flat earthers, 6 globe earthers come to Cambridge. We'll all get in a room and we'll iron out a fucking definitive experiment that everybody's going to sign off on. Well, it didn't turn out that way. It turned out this way, right? So what this is the collaboration that's supposed to be happening with 3 flat earthers, when 3 globe earthers. So he changed it. They didn't go to Cambridge either. They're doing it over a Zoom call, and they're supposed to be collaborating on figuring out experiments they can all agree on. Now he's turned it into the globe side versus the flat Earth side. It wasn't supposed to be like that. It was supposed to be they all collaborate to think of one experiment. So everybody gets together and say, hey, what's the one experiment which will satisfy both sides? That was the original thing. Now, all that's changed. The point is, this isn't supposed to be a debate. This is supposed to be all of them getting together to collaborate on an experiment. But
And you know, that would have been a lot more interesting too to see.
I mean, the title of the video is hold on. Oh.
Looks like he was.
It wasn't even supposed to be. It wasn't a debate. This isn't a debate fucking thing. It wasn't supposed to be any debate. But it's funny that you think it was from listening to it.
That's what it sounds like. I mean,
I know.
It about halfway through it, I was like, oh, this is reminding me of like political debates. They're interrupting each other. They're talking over each other. So yeah, I just assumed that it was a debate from the get-go. I didn't know that it was an experiment.
It's Science Summit, applying the scientific method to flat Earth geometry.
By affirming the consequent.
Yes, that's what you do. You do it more early and often.
He literally just, I heard him, I was on YouTube listening. He literally he laid out an affirming the consequent form a logical fallacy as a proposition to determine the geometry of the Earth's surface.
He said that a hypothesis has to be expressed as a mathematical equation. Or it's not a hypothesis.
He said, we pitch the models against each other. We predict the sun's position and time, right? And whoever's is correct, that's what's true. That's affirming the consequent, bro.
It's a reification.
And a reification, yeah.
So, guess what? Whatever model they use, Kevin Samuels can use the same model. Because it has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. It's an observer-centric model. You are in the middle. I mean, there's no globe in it, right? The globe is a point at the origin of coordinates. That's it. It's just a point, and that's where you are. You're on the point. There's no globe. They're not calculating any distance over the Earth. They're not calculating any curvature. They're not calculating any of that crap. It's fucking train wreck, bro. Like disappointing.
I'd say he's
Poor
an intellectually
PhD said he did
dishonest
not
prick.
get his money's worth, dude.
Yeah, he needs to get a refund. He's an intellectually dishonest prick who set a trap that's nothing more than a giant burden of proof reversal fallacy.
Well, this is the thing: is who's going to arbitrate it, right? Like this sun thing. So, McToon is going to present a model, which ain't going to be a gold model, but McToon is going to think it is, and he's going to present that. Shiva's going to go, like, the globe side did it, but he's not going to actually look at it and go, hey, well, there's actually no fucking globe in there.
Oh shit! I've got one. Stonehenge. They've been using like these, these stones for thousands of years. Apparently, stone circles, these stone archways, and all that, like as observatories. And they know at a certain time of year, they see a shadow cast by one of those stones, and it has a certain angle, or it meets another one, or they see the sun come up through in between these two pillars. They know that. Within, with pretty good accuracy, that within a time frame when it's going to come up in between the next two pillars. I mean, isn't that a fucking model to predict what the sunrise and sunset and moonrise and
But he
moonset
didn't come up
and all
with it
that shit?
himself.
Yes.
He didn't come up with it himself. He has to come up with his own.
So is McToon going to come up with his own?
Exactly.
Right. What does it matter who came up with it? He said if it's true, if it predicts it, then it must be true.
Unless it came from somebody else.
Oh, Indio, I saw the little graph you just posted in there. Does the sun go underneath the circle at night in that?
No.
Okay.
No. Just look, bro. The model that we use to predict it, like, we're not. So people get confused about this. Okay. There's an infinite number of models for any arbitrary data set. Okay. So we have a data set where the sun is. There's a whole bunch of models we could make to predict where that is, where it appears to be. But the model that is used, because it's super simple, is that you're a point at the origin coordinate surrounded by a celestial sphere, and that the sun and that the sky revolves around you as you move. Not that you revolve, that the sky revolves. Because that's how the mathematics actually works. So if you do spherical trig, they're vectors from the origin of coordinates that trace the angle between two vectors, right? So what's actually rotating is a ball around you. Almost like, you ever seen one of those little hamsters inside a fucking ball?
Yes.
It's like that. That's what the model is. You're like the little hamster inside the ball. And as you move around some distance, the ball rotates around you. That's what the mathematics of the model is.
Is it? Okay. So
They don't actually do like some 3D geometric globe and then get where the sun is in the fucking orbit and all these things. They don't do that. It's too complicated.
It's based off of your personal opinion and your 3D perspective space. That's it.
So is it almost kind of like, probably not exactly,
it's just a model. It doesn't mean anything. This is like, It's just a model.
Okay. I was just gonna say it kind of reminds me of like the Greek, like seven heavens, kind of with the with the skies, the layer of the skies moving around the Earth, right?
Let me read you something. This is from Derek Abbott. He's an electrical engineer. He wrote, "The Reasonable Ineffectiveness of Mathematics." Now, there's a famous paper called The Unreasonable Effectiveness of Mathematics. This is a counter to that. That's a very famous paper among physicists in the scientific community and academia. Like, oh my God, how does mathematics describe nature so well? Well, that's because his argument is because they're cherry picking. They don't think about all the fucking models that are used that don't work. They only say, oh my God, this one works. That's because we basically have an infinite amount of possible fucking models, mathematical models that we can use to describe anything. And most of them will fail and occasionally be right. And then we'll go, oh my God, math describes nature. So I'm going to read you a quote of what he said. "A physicist may have nightmares on studying a standard electronic engineering text, finding the use of negative time in the theory of non-causal filters. However, a non-Platonist engineer has no qualms about such transformations into negative spaces, as there is no ultimate reality there. These are all mental constructs and are dealt with in a utilitarian way, producing the results required for system design." That's it. We made a model. It works. Some idiot said the model, it's not just a mathematical model, it's actually physically real. Okay? There's a physical real, but it's not a ball around you. You're on the ball. Okay? They took the ball the celestial sphere, which would be flat because all the stars assume to be infinite distance, and a sphere, an infinite radius sphere is flat. So that is a contradiction right there in the mathematics, but that's not the point. They said, hey, it's not a celestial sphere, we're on a sphere. But that's not, but the mathematics of the model aren't a model of a sphere Earth. Do you understand? It would be too complicated. Now imagine they had to do the mathematics right, where they have a sphere Earth, they have a sphere Sun, 93 million miles away, and then you're going to put a person somewhere on that sphere Earth, and they're going to look at the Sun, and then you have to change the coordinate system into a projective geometry, and then see where the Sun looks like it is. Because we don't see it orthographically, right? So you're going to have to convert that 3D, that orthographic Euclidean space to how it looks. Because we're looking at the Sun, right?
Right, and the
Now
appearance
think of how
of the sun.
complicated that is, what I just described.
Yeah, and doesn't the appearance of the sun also change, like based on where it is in the horizon? Like it appears slightly larger when it's like nearer to the edge of the horizon. It gets,
I mean, that varies. Sometimes it flattens. There's all sorts of different looking sunsets, quite honestly. There's actually types of sunsets. It's called like extruvian vase, and there's double sunsets, triple sunsets, where it looks like there's 3 suns. There's all sorts of weird sunsets. But yeah, sometimes it looks bigger, sometimes it's smaller. Sometimes it's hard to tell because there's a lot of glare. But the point is like why would we just want to know when dawn is tomorrow, when sunrise is. Why would we make some convoluted fucking model that's only going to work for fucking maybe 10 years, and then we have to recalculate everything all over again? Right? No, let's just make a simplified model where you're at the origin of coordinates, and we just plot where the sun is relative to the celestial equator, and we just do that. Why convolute it? Like,
the only reasonable explanation I can think about it is if people actually wanted to try to send a rocket out there and stuff like that. But
well, I'm just saying, just for the sunrise, sunset, solar noon, where the sun is in the sky. I mean, for that purpose, why use a complex model when you can make a simpler one?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
do the simpler one. And even that model has been tested. Okay, So there was three observatories that tested the accuracy of sunrise predictions, and the mean error value, meaning how much they were usually off, was plus or minus 4 minutes, with the largest one being 14 minutes difference from what the predicted sunrise time was versus what was actually observed. There's all sorts of anomalous observations of the sun. I mean, I can go on and on about that. Fucking Barrett's fucking observation, 1597 observed. So the sun, on the equinox in the Arctic Circle, the sunrise should happen on the equinox, is when you should first see the sun. Well, they saw it a couple weeks too early, 2 weeks before the equinox. So that was a big fucking problem. And in fact, they tried to take his royal charter away. Barents, he was like, he got a royal charter to explore the Arctic. When he got back to the Netherlands, they tried, all the scientists tried to get the king to take his royal charter away because they didn't believe what he was saying. That's impossible. Earth's the globe. You can't fucking, our astronomy isn't wrong. You must have did something wrong. But he recorded other astronomical bodies in different positions than they were supposed to be too. So they couldn't get him fired, basically. But they tried. But the point is that, like, this, what he's proposing isn't going to prove that the Earth is a globe or flat. And the model he uses isn't going to be even a globe model. And Shiba isn't going to investigate and say, hey, is this actually a globe model? Let me look at the formulas and go, oh shit, where's the globe in this? No, he isn't going to do that. He's going to just say they did it. I guarantee it. When a flat earther could actually use the same model, you see the diagram I posted, we could say, yeah, there's just standing on a ground plane. Because these elevation angles, this altitude, the solar altitude, and this is what Elijah was making a point of, is an elevation angle. That's measured from a horizontal plane. You can't have an elevation angle off of a curved surface. It's mathematically. It's not possible. So that's the whole thing, is that we could say, oh no, these Globers, they're actually using a flat Earth model to predict the sun, and just say they're just stealing our equation. That's why this whole thing is stupid. And the guy McToon that's involved in this, one of the guys, he knows all this because I fucking told him. But don't stop them, dude. This is why we get all irate, dude, because this is the shit we deal with as flat earthers. We deal with just fucking bullshit, bro. Just utter freaking nonsense and bullshit from dishonest people. People are like, oh, you guys are flat earthers, you're just conspiracy theorists, think everyone's against you. No, bro, why do you think we record everything? Why do you think we freaking log everything? So the evidence is clear. We're not making shit up. We're not lying. You can go back and you can check, right? To see who is telling the truth. The only times we have, oh, I didn't say that. Like you just said it. Like, no, I didn't. Some Glober in a debate will say that. Like, well, we record this. He's like, oh, go check it then. Every single time when we check, they said exactly what we said they said. Every fucking time.
Yeah, I think honestly, if a Glober wants to have a good face debate with flat earthers, they're going to have to actually acknowledge and engage with what y'all are putting out there, and just ditch all of this crap about oh, they're just flat earthers, we're not going to take them seriously, stuff like that. That's a waste of time.
Unfortunately, a lot of them are bigots.
Yeah, I mean, just comes with the territory. I mean, look, it's really like, we understand. We were all globe earthers, like all of us, everybody in this chat. The difference between us and like the typical globe earther is we checked the globe claims and they didn't. I've personally done my own tests. And I am sure most of the people in here have done their own observations and tests. It's really just checking. It's not, I didn't watch a YouTube video to come to the conclusion. I checked it myself. And like, what am I supposed to do? Believe my lying eyes or frickin', and oh man, that ship really isn't 30 miles away, invisible to the naked eye. Fuck, dude, I must have hallucinated that whole thing. I'm gonna go back and watch the fucking ISS live stream and brainwash myself. Am I supposed to do that? What am I supposed to do? Believe the results of my tests, or just frickin' and go back to like just, oh, but NASA says. Watch this TV show. Look at these pictures. Trust these other people that you never met. I can't do that, dude. I'm going to trust nature. The scientific method requires that the claims are testable, repeatable, and verifiable. But we've gotten so far away from that. It's back in the day before peer review, so what a scientist would do is he would publish something, and he would, in great detail, make out exactly what he did and what his results were. And other scientists would get that and replicate what he did. And if they didn't get the same result, they would call bullshit. And if they did get the same result of the experiment, it was considered a scientific fact.
Yeah,
that's how it happens nowadays. We have peer review where the reviewers just review the paper, but they don't replicate the actual experiment.
Yeah, that's interesting. I was always under the impression that replicating the experiment at least once was a pretty core aspect of the scientific method.
It's interesting to know.
Well, you can just Google replication crisis. Okay, it's considered a crisis in science that most results can't be replicated. And
never mind
a lot of scientific fraud. In fact, that frickin' I can go through like this Francesca bitch at Harvard. She got busted for scientific fraud when people tried to replicate her shit. This fucking neuroscientist, he managed to glom his way up to be the president of Stanford University. Turns out that he did scientific fraud, that the results couldn't be replicated. A fucking goddamn a Japanese scientist, this was a big one, came up with all these results for treating cancer, and all this research went into frickin' money and like a decade. They say that they lost a decade of cancer research from this guy's fraudulent results that no one could replicate. So it's a problem, man. Scientific fraud, I mean, scientists are just human beings just like everybody else. They're ambitious. They want to get ahead. They want to name for themselves. They want to make money. They want to be successful. And people cheat. And it isn't because, like, being a scientist does not denote that you're somehow more ethical than everybody else. You're just like everybody else, man. Got the same number of criminals, got the same number of liars, got the same number of cheats. Proportionally, I'm saying.
Oh yeah, that is true. I just I didn't know that they were cutting that many corners with replicating experiments to that extent.
There's literally a website called Retraction Watch. Okay, it's a website dedicated to just tracking all the retracted papers for like retracted for all sorts of reasons: lying, scientific fraud, manipulating data, leaving out data that they didn't like. Like, that's one of the major ones, is that they get data points that they don't like and they just throw them away and act like they never measured that in the first place.
One thing that I noticed not too long ago, I think was it sometime last year, or I think it was sometime last year. It was the color of Neptune. Evidently, the original photographer who took those pictures colorized Neptune so that it wouldn't be confused with Venus because they were almost exactly the same color. And they made a note of that in a footnote saying, keep in mind, Neptune here has been intentionally colored darker in order to not confuse people between the two. But the people who replicated that article just replicated the picture in tons of magazines and tons of articles and stuff and failed to reproduce the footnote saying that it was colorized
Neptune's
to
not
avoid
blue, is what you're
confusion.
saying?
And then people didn't find out about that until, I don't know how many years later, 30, 40-ish, and had to correct it. And I was flabbergasted. I was like, how did it take this long for someone to realize that somebody missed that footnote? And then it got changed to Wikipedia and everything, and I'm like, oh, that's actually pretty funny. That's a pretty big goof up.
I mean, it's funny. The Russians say that the moon is brown. When they say when they landed on the moon and they got the soil, that the moon is brown. And the United States says it's gray. And I think the Chinese say it's some other fucking color.
Really?
Yeah.
That's interesting. I'll have to read up on that.
Yeah, they say it's the frickin' dust on the moon is light brown. That's what they say.
It just kind of blew my mind that footnote was always there, but the first person who copied it to produce it in an article failed to copy that part, and then everyone else just took that copy and sent it out, and then people just forgot that they were the same color for decades.
Posted a link from Time Magazine, 1966. One sentence. The JPL project scientist Leonard Jaffe. The moon's surface looks like a soil, not very hard, with rocks and clods on it. And in it. A rough surface, gray rock lying on a brownish-gray, clumpy soil was singularly dull.
Yeah, that is interesting. It's quite reflective. It's quite reflective for brownish gray.
The moon, they say, has the albedo of asphalt. That means the reflectivity of asphalt. Yeah, like that you drive on, asphalt. That's what they say. That's the reflectivity of that. The moon's very strange in a lot of ways. I've heard, though I haven't confirmed this, that like if you measure the brightness of the moon, like say a full moon, in any portion of that, right? Say it's 100 lumens in that little square. when the moon, it goes into phase, right? And when you have a little sliver, the little sliver will be brighter in that little surface area. I'm not saying the total brightness is greater, but that part of the moon will be brighter than if the moon was fully than any section of a full moon, right? So if I look at one little section of the moon, right, it's brighter during crescent than it is when it's full. Not the total brightness, the partial brightness of a spot. I've heard this. I don't know if it's true. Then there's the cold moonlight and the fucking infrared of the moon, thermal infrared, showing the moon's only 40 degrees Celsius. Like, there's a bunch of shit with the moon that's fucked up. I'm gonna play this real quick. Try to finish. I think this is almost done. Finish this shit off.
Perfect.
You can create any coordinate system you want. Spherical, polar, Euclidean, non-Euclidean, linear, non-linear. It's up to you. That's called mathematics. So you're going to use your coordinate system to define, let's say, position of the observer and the position of the sun. Your mathematical model will take the position of the observer and time and output a position of the sun. Everyone clear on that? It's really simple. It's trivial. Okay, that's your formula. Flat Earth will have its formula, which is called a hypothesis. Round Earth will have that. To verify this, the experiment is pretty simple. You go out to a point at that position and you look out and you see where the sun is. That's the experiment. The cost of this, I would say, would be what? Your hourly time?
He's laughing.
To do this. So if I'm billing at $500 an hour and it takes me 15 minutes to do this, okay, it's $125. That's the cost. And then you write down the number. In fact, you could go now and you could find many, many locations that are on the internet, which are just pointing cameras. So we could do this live. So the question is, what are the opposition to this experiment?
I did it twice.
The tool.
I did that twice.
The
with
phone.
Matthew Learns.
User error is high, much higher than at our experiment. But I first need to start with experiment or not, which I tried to say a couple of times, because we don't have this surface of the Earth value, and we want to determine the surface of the Earth. And then we have two models of the sky, but we don't have the connection to the ground. And we observe the sun in the sky, which is nothing like an experiment for the surface of the Earth. Those two things are very different. And I don't know why I have to remind you on that simple truth. I tried to do it in the pre-show, but...
what are you talking about? What simple truth? Are you telling me you don't know where the sun is when you're looking out your window?
No.
It's to the left, it's to the right, it's above and below. What are you talking about?
But what is your connection?
You're talking a bunch of nonsense.
No. Hold on. Nah, see, I gotta.
I don't know what you're talking about, Kevin. You look out your window, the sun is at a certain location. Everyone could come to my house.
No, he's like, so you don't know where the sun is when you're looking at it? No, the fuck you don't. No, you don't, says Globers. Right or wrong? Right or wrong? You don't fucking know. Where's the sun? What a joke.
And we could all look out the window, if you want to keep it constant, and flat Earth predicts where the sun's going to be, and round Earth predicts where the sun's going to be. It's that simple. Why are you making it so confusing?
Because it's a post-prediction and not a prediction, because the sun has appeared in that position.
No, you predict. No, you predict it, and then you look at where it is. So your mathematical formula will predict it. Do you want me to show this to you in sort of more kindergarten terms?
Yes, lighting.
Will that help you?
No,
okay.
We've got
That's insulting, Mongo.
Here's my
We've
window.
gone over it
See this?
in the pre-show. I perfectly understand what you would
I
like
don't
to
think so
observe.
because
Yes.
you're asking really dumb
Perfectly
questions.
understand.
Here's my window.
No,
This is my window. Okay. And the sun is going to be somewhere on this window, right? But before you even do that, you run through your formula, as Dr. Prabhakar shared in the pre-show. You're going to have your formula. Let's do it again. Time. And you're going to output x1, y1. That's a prediction. Get it? Does that make sense? You get that?
I'm critiquing prediction, but you can call it like this, yeah. But look up the term. When I had to write down.
Wait. Listen.
I had to write down some things. I like you to write down post-diction. Look it up what it is.
I don't give a fuck what you're talking about. This is what a prediction is. You're just making up shit. This is a fucking prediction. You put in a position and time, and you're going to get an X1, Y1. Okay? This is. I think you. Hopefully, it's very like high school. You learned this.
You didn't even heard my intro.
All right. Well, this is really not for you because we want to really raise the standards of everyone else who's being polluted. Okay? Because you seem to want to pollute people. Okay?
I like an experiment.
I think you're just saying words. Do you understand this? This is a formula which will predict globe earthers are going to have their formulation. They have 1 week to come up with this formula. You're going to have to come up with yours. Are you capable of doing that?
We can try something, yes.
Something. No, you guys should be able to know math. We gave you guys a week. The original thing was you would do it live.
Okay. Invite Alan, invite Space Audit's math genius. Then you can do it live.
What you want.
Okay.
You can go. You have all week to go and do it, and you can come present. You can go talk to Einstein. You can go talk to anyone you want. Okay. So let's stop the bullshit it, because this is what you guys have been doing to fuck with people. This is what you're going to have to do. So go get the predictive formula. No, do you understand this? First of all, don't even say anything. Do you understand this? We talked about it. You said you did.
This guy's aggressively.
But I raised my objections. I said I will.
No. Do you know how to do this? Don't talk about your fucking objections. Do you know how to do this? I'm looking at my window. There's going to be, this is the x-axis. This is the y-axis. This is the x-axis, okay? This is my window. And we can literally measure it on my window. That's x, and this is going to be y.
Holy shit. I did this shit twice with Matthew Learns. Fuck's sake.
I can't believe that you guys have been getting away with no accountability. This is x. You get it? This is going to be the x location.
I have the x and y in my proposal. Yes.
This is x and y. So you're going to have an x location. I'm going to use x1 just because that's what's in the formula. Okay? For convenience. So you're going to have to, flat earthers, if you're listening, come up with a formula for x1, y1. Okay? That's x. Does that make sense? So a location on here, and this is going to be y up here. In fact, this should actually be just x. X, and this is y. A point on here is going to be x1, y1. So let's draw a point right here. That point, right there, we can put the sun in, make it yellow. This is what I actually observe. And this point is going to be x1, y1. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So this is your predictive formula, the hypothesis. This is what you observe. And if x1, y1 equals what you predict for F, you're right. If x1, y1 equals what Globe predicts, they're right. So the first step is you're going to have to go build this formula, which you agreed to do, and we gave people a week. So that's all that needs to be done. And you can also, we're south-facing, and we can look out my building, and we can track the sun. Or anyone can do it anywhere. What's beautiful about this is you can do it anywhere on the planet. Okay? What I like about this experiment, it's going to reveal the scientific method. It's so simple, no one can weasel their way out of it, slime their way out of it. They have to do the math and they have to do the observation. And we can literally do this in Excel in about 20 minutes. And it's over. It's over. Dave Weiss is fucking over. And that's why he's not here. By the way, Dave Weiss Flat Earth was invited here, and he called me a demon. All right? So
now you throw everyone out who's in somehow related to him.
Oh, yeah, all these wonderful people who know how to do math, Kevin, yeah. Amazing intellectuals.
You don't know.
I do know. I've been doing math my whole life, and you haven't. So start respecting people who do the work, and you haven't done the work. So we're giving you an opportunity to do the work. Giving everyone the opportunity. So anyone listening out there, develop this formula, and it'll actually, if you can do it yourself, but it does take time, and it does take effort, and it does take professionalism, and it does take skill. You can't just bullshit. Days of bullshitting are over. So that's what needs to be done. So it's 1:30. I think there's really no objection in this process. It's so ubiquitous. So what we expect, and we can do a follow-up meeting, is each team needs to build similarly for your airplane. The Globe people are going to develop their F, right? Their G, Mike. You're going to have to build your G with the error margins. And Kevin, you're going to have to build your F function. Two functions need to come out with the errors. And same here. We just did. And let's settle this question once and for all and educate people of the scientific method and how it should be done. All right, and let's stop all, and let's help people really understand evidence is reproducible predictions. Because for everything you see on my window, if whichever formula is right, it's going to predict it perfectly.
I have no idea.
And flat earthers may have multiple formulas. If you want to do multiple, go for it. One may say the globe is turning or whatever. Dome is turning, the dome is still, the sun is here, whatever you want to use. You guys have full freedom. Same with the globe earth people. Some people have said the globe is slightly elliptical, right? A little bit flattened at the edges. Other people have said it's perfect. Whatever you guys want to use. So what's going to be really exciting is next week, present your assumptions, how you came up with this formula. Same here, present your assumptions, how you came up with this. So we're leaving today with the flat earthers with their airplane thing and the round earthers with their sun thing.
I found what I wrote down. Sky doesn't offer direct measurable information direct to the ground because it's a phenomenon which is independent from the concrete geometry of the surface. Direct observation of the ground is necessary to determine its shape.
It doesn't, what you just said is nonsense. It's bullshit. You're just saying random words. Don't bullshit me, okay? You're saying random words, follow the scientific methods, come up with your formula. If you believe that, use those assumptions and come up with your formula.
What an idiot.
It's called a hypothesis. Your words, randomly pulling words that you're getting chatted to at this point is useless, okay?
And
Let's stop the bullshit.
Random bullshit, I guess.
So how many meetings you want to do, like more?
We're going to do the next, the next meeting, you should have your formula. So let's go back to where we started, and we can close this meeting. We started this meeting saying, here is a scientific method, okay? Observation, your observation is going to be the one case the sun, one case the airplane. And then to everyone, you're going to come up with a model, and then you're going to do your experiment, and you're going to gather data, and you're going to compare if your data matches the observational, and then if it's right, you're right. If it's wrong, you're fucking wrong. And it doesn't matter how good you look, what your accent is, whether you're white, whether you're black, you're just fucking wrong. Or you're right.
Credentials?
What's that? You have a problem with credentials that I worked hard and you
I'm
didn't?
saying it's also not valid here. If you have
No, but there are people who put in the time and work, like a plumber or electrician. So don't deny people's work.
No.
Okay.
I don't like you
don't
to
diminish.
No,
don't diminish other
credentials when I
people's work.
don't.
If you didn't do the math, you didn't do the math. Okay. So don't diminish people with skills, and that's what you're doing.
I did the math. I looked my stuff up, yeah.
You didn't include error margins.
But I did a lot of math. I don't see a lot of math this week from you, but I can wait for next week.
Wait a minute. We said in our pre-meeting, we gave you guys, Mike said he was ready with the math. You needed more time, so we gave you a week. Your math is like childhood math. Okay, that's a children's math.
Where's your math from the sun?
Wait a minute. We said that was going to come next week because you needed more time.
For the other experiment to...
Wait a minute.
For the other experiment...
Wait.
No, then we misunderstood. I thought
you're just bullshitting.
Math?
Why don't you go hang out with Dave now? Okay?
No,
that's not what this
fine.
is.
No,
yeah, you are. You're bullshitting. No. Don't fuck with me.
No, I don't.
Don't fuck around with me, okay?
I don't.
And let's just, this is one of the great physicists of our time. Let's end with what Richard Feynman actually said, okay? I don't know if it's on here.
No sound.
Let me start. Huh?
Maybe no, I didn't hear sound.
Yeah, no sound is coming through.
Hold on.
Now I'm going to discuss how we would look for a new law. In general, we look for a new law by the following process. First, we guess it. Then we well, don't laugh, that's really true. Then we compute the consequences of the guess to see what, if this is right, if this law that we guess is right, we see what it would imply. And then we compare those computation results to nature, or we say compare to experiment or experience. Compare it directly with observation to see if it works. If it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong. And that simple statement is the key to science. It doesn't make a difference how beautiful your guess is. It doesn't make a difference how smart you are, who made the guess, or what his name is. If it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong. That's all there is to it.
That's pretty much it, okay? So enough of the bullshitting. Come up with your hypothesis, compare the data, and if it matches, you're right. And if it doesn't match, you're fucking wrong. End of story. That's why we decided to do this today, because there's far too much people bullshitting and making statements without ever having to back anything up, and they're monetizing it. And those days are over as what the summit's on. So we have 1 week to the teams to go away. The globe people must come up with 2 formulations, one for the sun's location and the airplane's height. Is that right? The distance? Whatever, I think
distance margin error, yeah. Error of margin.
Intercept.
It's the intercept. And the flat earth people need to do the same thing. 2 formulas that can be executed. You can use a spreadsheet, if you want to use MATLAB, whatever you want to use. If you want to use a computer program, etc. And that should give numbers for a particular location. We should just be able to compare both things. So we should literally be able to have 2 spreadsheets. One is a globe Earth prediction, the flat Earth prediction for the sun, and have a bunch of sun locations and just compare. And then do that for the airplane example that Kevin wanted to do. And you have to look at if the results are within that, where they appear within the margin of error, right? If they're so nebulous, the experiment was a bad experiment. That's what it proves. So that's it. I think hopefully to the audience out here, people know what the scientific method is. Hopefully people want answers. They don't want to live in a state of confusion. And let me make this last point. I think those in power are manufacturing confusion. Noam Chomsky wrote a book called Manufacturing Consent. I'm writing a book called Manufacturing Confusion. And they manufacture confusion because when people are all fucking confused, you can control people. And when you apply science and you can get to definitive reasons, you can't control people. So you really have to start thinking, who is manufacturing confusion to control people and does not want to get down to actual answers? Who is using words and language, which is this random shit, vomiting shit? And who is using precise language and holding people accountable?
I can't take his fucking voice anymore.
Agreed. I'm sick of listening to him spew his bullshit.
Dude, he's literally doing the thing that he's complaining about.
Exactly. He's a fucking hypocrite and a fully automatic projector.
I just can't believe that he cited a paper which was against him, like against his own claim that the margin of error is 6 nautical miles. The paper was testing that specification and found that it's fucking like 40 meters at like 196 miles was the error. Unbelievable.
Yeah, that, in my humble opinion, was a bit of a train wreck.
Yeah, you could say that.
To say the least.
I mean, typically, typically I just don't even deal with these idiots. I don't even know why we're wasting our time. It's not even worth almost fucking talking. Like, we deal with certain people, like, I'm like, man, we should go frickin' refute the shit they're saying. And I'm like, no, they're fucking morons. Why even bother? They're not even worth it. They'll just suck you into their vortex of time wasting.
I mean, if you're that passionate about it and you want to bring forward your point, you can't. To you, I mean, it's just.
Well, he's failed to win any political office and just he loses and sues. That's what he does.
Yeah, choo-choo. That's a train wreck. Are we supposed to do the math for like what Matthew Learns and I did back a couple years ago?
Yeah, a hypothesis is an equation, brother.
Well, I just...
That's what he said. A hypothesis is an equation.
Okay. I'll just make sure
So
I got the papers here, man.
I have a hypothesis.
I got.
Yeah, dolphins flip around pufferfish to get high, but I can't figure out the equation for that. So fuck it.
Oh, I just got back from Home Depot and I bought a 2-pack, which is from Stanley, on sale right now. 2 scientific method tape measures. Freaking awesome, dude.
Dude, you don't need. Can I have one? I'll buy it. I'll buy it from you.
Are you a scientist?
I can use a tape measure.
No, you can't. You're not. No, you can't use a scientific tape measure. You're not a scientist.
Exactly.
Hey, are you sanding something?
Sorry.
Sandy.
I'm sanding down my retinas from having to witness that train wreck.
Were you listening on YouTube? That was freaking bad, huh?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you kind of knew it was going to be bad based on the title, and the content didn't disappoint of how bad it was. I mean, not that it was entertaining.
Choo choo. Train wreck.
He basically skewed the pool of guests so that he could berate the flat earther guest. He wouldn't dare, try to have somebody sitting across from him that could actually give it back.
Evan Stan was actually a smart dude. It was just a language barrier. I've talked to him. To him in DMs. He's done some pretty good experiments, dude. Complicated ones, man.
That's actually a good one, brother. Like, so you get a flat earther that the reason you can berate him is because he's not as quick with the language, right? So the guests think that he's not responding in a intelligent manner, but it's really just that he's struggling to respond quickly.
Right.
So I'm gonna post the experiment he did in the chat. Dude, this is a crazy fucking experiment, dude. Oh, not that one. That's fucking stupid, Jesse. Now he makes like a tunnel with a bunch of halogen lamps inside of it, evenly spaced. And he makes like a frickin' hanging rail to slide the camera along inside this tunnel to see if the light is like bending around a curve or something. Pretty crazy. Convoluted, man. He measures the temperature inside of it. Like, it's a crazy experiment. Like, it must have took him so long to do this.
I like that. He said, if you're going to be, deciding the shape of the ground, you need to actually be focused on measuring the ground itself. And then the other guy was like, "Oh, you're just saying nonsense, dude. Just nonsense." Like, what?
Yeah, dude, it's embarrassing. Dude, he's like literally cringe. Really
it would have been better for him to say, well, what I the one thing that I responded with when I did question that, when people asked me that before, is, well, I mean, I was like, what am I supposed to do? Where do I find a tape measure that long? Where do I start walking? Where do I end walking? It's just that's it's I don't know how feasible that is. That would have been a better response than, oh, just shut up. That's nonsense. That's not even a response.
Exactly. It was very combative.
Yeah.
And
Did
degrading.
not come across in good faith.
Yeah, exactly. You didn't come across fair and honest and straight. You're just saying gibberish, and you're like, it wasn't fair. He was just yelling. Yeah, pretty interesting, pretty predictable tactic. We've seen this before many times.
Yeah, that Shiva dude is a rude asshole. It was annoying to listen to. It was very hard to listen to, mostly because of how sad and pathetic it was.
So it's like I think it's something that's true for both sides, not necessarily something that's true only for the people that have mainstream ideas.
Well, yeah, but there's a difference is that the blue sky is a tangibly accessible common experience, right?
No, I'm
So it's
not.
not.
My point isn't about the validity of my statement. My point is about how people form ideas and how that, like, even if you're someone that doesn't believe in mainstream ideas, you're still getting your ideas in the same way as someone that has mainstream ideas would, right? Because you're still looking up to an authority figure for your ideas. Do you get my
Yeah,
point?
to a degree. To a
see-
degree, but when it comes to kids, a lot of what they learn about is there's like stages of development where their mind and their brain are working together to give them certain informations. At that point in their developmental stages, they could be imprinted with a falsehood. And it's not so much that that person they see as an authority, it's that there's just this natural inclination to believe. They don't even understand the concept of authority. Their mind just does it naturally.
Yeah, no, fair. Yeah, but that's not really in opposition to my point or anything. I mean, yeah, that's not. Yeah.
Right, but there'd be a big difference between, telling a kid about something that's outside of their common experience, like the Earth being a globe, which a kid has no way to understand that, right, as an experiential level, versus telling the kid that the sky is blue and your sneakers are blue. It's like they can clearly see the blue is on both objects. Like it's natural to make that conclusion. And for the parent to say the sky is blue, the sneakers are blue, but the sky isn't blue because I said so. Like that would be a big difference, wouldn't it?
No, my point isn't related to like the shape of the Earth at all. Like it has nothing to do with that. It's just like a general observation I have. Like yes, okay, sure. If you want to talk about this in the context of the shape of the Earth, sure. Yes, people that believe the Earth is round do look up to an authority figure and then just accept that idea. But at the same time, people that believe the Earth is flat or whatever, any other shape or model or whatever you want to call it, they also in turn look at someone with a bit of authority in that community and then accept their ideas. Like yes, the
No,
only
I mean, yes, no, they don't accept it simply because the
they don't
person
accept
has
it.
a
No,
perceived authority. They accept it because they look at the evidence and the reasoning, and then they see that
yeah.
the conclusion makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. But at the end of the day, it's pretty much the same thing. Like, yes, someone is just making a more convincing case for you, but there's still someone in a position of authority.
No, but the thing is they never made a convincing case to the children. They just told them this is the reality you live in. This is the truth.
And that's convincing enough. Because, like, what do you mean? That's a convincing case. Being convincing doesn't really have any relation to the truth of the matter. Being convincing is just like literally that. Like they're convincing, sure. They're really they're forcing their ideas, sure. They're just saying something is true and they're without really justifying it, sure. But that in turn is convincing. And that is why people believe it. It doesn't mean like it doesn't really make any difference.
Yeah, well, it's like does anybody ever convince a child to use their mother tongue? So if you're raised, in an English speaking household, at a certain time in your stage of life, you're going to start speaking English. Like you're not actually taught it; you just naturally learn it from being exposed to the tokens, and your mind already puts it into where it needs to go. So like nobody's convincing you; it just happens.
I think that's quite different. Seeing how you wouldn't really have any other options in regards to your mother tongue. Like if you're like if your whole family speaks English, you wouldn't really be able to start speaking Spanish, would you?
Yeah, but
Right.
my children watch TV and they know some bit of English as well. So even though they're taught their native language, by watching and observing information from the TV, they can understand and learn English words, you know?
Okay, I think
So I agree with Ardent, like nobody's teaching them English, they just absorb the information and they just speak it.
I think a language is very different from an idea. Like the main way in which you communicate is definitely inherently different from like an idea, like from a scientific idea. Like those are two very different things. I don't know. I think we both probably agree on what I'm saying. I think we just kind of got lost in the whole discussion, probably.
Yeah, it's fair, but see, the thing about children is they don't have primary access to any of that extra data or the idea of what science is or how it works or anything. They're just in an absorption mode, and they absorb certain truths about the nature of certain parts of their identity, and that's like who I am, who's my family, all these types of things, and the nature in which I live, my safe spaces, all these things. So by giving that quote unquote alleged facts to the kids at that point in their developmental cycle, it's imprinted as part of their identity. In fact, this is well known in psychological circles that children of that age, the young age, they imagine the world just as they see it, which is flat and stationary. And then they're told that it's not like they see it, it's contrary to their common experience. And then they have a conflict inside. And then they create in their mind a two model system where they recognize that the earth presents itself as flat and stationary. And then when they imagine the earth from the outside, they imagine it as a floating ball because they've been shown a bunch of fantasy images of it as a floating ball. And so they actually are having this dualistic a reality where one is their real common experience and one is pure fantasy.
Okay. Sure. Right. I don't really get your point. Like, yeah, okay, probably. Right.
What I'm saying is they're intentionally taking advantage of children at their most vulnerable time to usurp these developmental stages and implant their ideas into their heads.
But I mean, you can't really not do that though. I would just have children that aren't part of your society. Like that isn't. I don't know. The shape of the earth isn't the only thing we instill in. They'll be part of your part like function.
Yeah, that's fair and all, but when you look at the media that children get, it is disproportionately focused on the cosmos and the ancient past, such as dinosaurs, etc. It's unbalanced in the amount of time they focus on making sure that they say globe, globe, globe a million times, that they say stars, that they say cosmos, that they say dinosaurs. We just look at kids stuff that you can buy.
So
like a large portion of it is covered in dinosaurs or space propaganda. Like it's not even up for debate that is what the majority of kids stuff is covered with.
Right. Two questions for you. First, what would you want to see on TV? And second, do you not believe in dinosaurs?
It doesn't matter, dude, whether I believe in them or don't believe in them. Why is it so important that young kids who can't even think and understand time on that scale have to be told dinosaurs, dinosaurs, dinosaurs?
Yeah, no, but that's what I'm asking then. What would you want a kid to see on TV then? Like, what would you want a kid to be shown?
Well, how about living animals that are actually alive that can be actually seen and touched and felt, and not fantasy animals?
Okay. Besides that,
Rest assured, all of the depictions of dinosaurs on they don't they're constantly changing what the dinosaurs look like, what they were doing, when they lived. It's all fantasy. Like it's pure fiction, the majority of the stuff about dinosaurs, when you could really teach them about actual animals.
I mean, they do teach them about actual animals, though. Like a big part of kindergarten education is literally just teaching kids animals. Like I don't think I hope you guys remember kindergarten, and I think you guys do. But
No. See, you're missing it. It's the damage of the exposure to dinosaurs in space has already been done before you even get to kindergarten, dude.
But what's so bad about learning about dinosaurs?
Dude, it's not per se that it's bad to learn about the concept of dinosaurs. That's not the point. The point is they're cementing in these kids' head a cosmological scale of time and creation, in that they're synergized together in this worldview. They're basically indoctrinating them with a worldview.
Oh,
it's not about dinosaurs. It's not about space. It's about the worldview attached to it.
I get that, but first of all, if you were to I don't know, have your ideal way of raising a child, you would still be indoctrinating them in a way, because raising a child is inherently indoctrinating them. Like when you're teaching them a language, you're technically indoctrinating them. You're teaching that's the only thing that you could speak now. If when you're teaching your child what's left and what's right, that's technically indoctrination. You're making them assign to a part of their body a name and to the other part of their body another name. Like, that's indoctrination. It's not an objective truth. It's something we use as a society to work better. We just work better when we both have a common left and a common right. But at the end of the day, it's something completely arbitrary that, and therefore it's inherently like indoctrination. Like, education and like raising a child is inherently indoctrination. It's not bad to indoctrinate a kid because that's how you make them be able to like question their ideas at the end of the day. If they wouldn't have that basis of like what you call indoctrination, they wouldn't be able to question stuff. Like, if
Yeah, exactly. So right, so if kids aren't inundated with space and dinosaurs before they're in kindergarten, oh my goodness, society would fall apart. You're right.
No, I'm not saying that. That's really not my point. I don't think you understand my point. My point is, if you don't teach a kid about space and time, and like dinosaurs or whatever, why would they ever have an interest to question that? Why would they ever even know about that? Like, why would they ever even think about that if you don't ever speak to them about it? Do you get my point? Like,
Right. So then parents should tell their kids, hey, this is a bunch of mumbo jumbo that isn't actually scientifically proven at all. It's mostly fantasy and worldview and philosophy under the guise of science, which you're going to be taught is one of the most ultimate arbiters of truth. And then they're going to try to trick you into this worldview. And so you should be suspect about it because none of this is primarily accessible. And you'll notice that everything that you see about it is pure cartoons. Yeah, you're right. Maybe the parents should teach the kids that.
Sure, I'm not necessarily saying that. I don't think you're getting my point. My point is,
I am getting your point. Why is it the case that if somebody says they want to homeschool their child and teach them flat Earth and not teach them the quote unquote mainstream, why are they considered a pariah in society? And that maybe there should be legal rules to prevent them from doing so.
because that's not the standard. Like, it's normal for that.
Who cares? Who cares, dude? So if you just invent a standard, then you can impose it on parents and usurp their natural right to raise their own children.
Yeah, we have standards in general that people have to respect in order for us to work. You, for example, would be arrested if you didn't feed your kid because it's a standard to feed your kid. Like, that doesn't make it.
No. It's not a standard to feed your kid. Holy crap.
Yeah.
It is, though. It is, though. It fits the definition of a standard. Why would that not be a standard? Yeah, okay, it's a standard because of very obvious reasons, but at the end of the day, it doesn't make it any less of a standard. Like, it's still a standard in the semantic sense of a standard. Like, yeah, okay, people need food. It's a very reasonable standard, but it's still a standard, though.
Yeah, people need food. They don't need to imagine Uranus smells like farts and it's raining diamonds on Smegma Prime.
What? Is that what you were taught?
No, dude, that is literally the news that comes out all the time. They sent a probe to Uranus, the planet, and they found out that it lets off a gas which smells like farts. Literally can't make this stuff up, dude.
I mean, it's not. Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked. It's a gas giant. Sulfur smells.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if knowing any of that had any relevance to my daily life whatsoever, especially not some planet allegedly 1 trillion miles away that it rains diamonds on, which no one will ever be able to mine. It's like, who cares, dude? Stuff is so irrelevant, yet it's propped up as if it's somehow important.
I mean, yeah, a big part of science is that, I guess.
Yeah, a big part of science, falsely so called, is making a bunch of outlandish claims about things that they can never prove or make valuable to anything we ever are going to do in exchange for prestige and money. Yeah, I'd agree with you.
Science isn't paid that well. You'd be surprised. We're not paid that good in science.
Well, hey, listen. Somebody in a field which is absolutely unproductive getting paid at all is too much.
You just called it prestigious and a waste of money, though.
No, I said some people do get prestige from being a scientist. In fact, scientists are revered in society as being the upper echelons of sincerity and truth.
I don't know where that's happening, but no, we're not. I don't get paid literally. I get paid as shit. Like, I'm paid awful. Like, what do you mean we're revered?
Okay, cool. What type of science do you do?
I'm a chemist. I have a PhD in chemistry.
Okay, so what products do you make?
What do you mean? What products do I make?
Well, like, in order to get paid well, you have to provide a good and service to somebody who's going to pay you for it, right?
Yeah, I do.
So what do you make with your chemistry? Like, do you make chemicals? Do you make pills?
No, you don't. Yeah, okay. So research isn't just like making stuff. Like when you do research, it's way more niche than what you'd imagine it to be. Like it's not I make drugs.
Okay, yeah, I'd agree with you. So what you need to do, friend, is you need to start getting grant money to do research on exoplanet chemistry and trying to recreate the raining diamonds on planet Snoofa Prime 10,000, and then you could make a lot of money.
Sure, cool.
So instead of actually doing real chemistry on the Earth that might get me a better polymer for my earphones that's microbial and won't actually scratch my ear and leave me a rash, you could pretend that you're doing science on another world.
I don't get if you're angry at science in general, chemists in general, or just people that like doing stuff about planets. I don't really know who you're angry at.
I don't know. See, your chemistry doing actual research in real chemicals is something real that should actually be remunerated with reward.
Thanks.
Versus other dudes who are pretending that they know the chemical makeup of a object trillions upon trillions of miles away as if it's relevant, and money's being funneled to them instead of to you, which could actually get me a phone case that wouldn't slip out of my hands.
Okay, okay, sure, I get your point. Yeah, I mean, it definitely feels distant when people talk about that type of stuff. I personally don't see the necessity of that type of stuff, and that's why I wasn't ever interested in that part of chemistry, and that's why I never, when I was
Yeah, bro, that stuff has no necessity. I'll tell you. So here's the necessity of all of that
it
quote
does.
unquote research.
No, it definitely does.
It don't, dude. It has zero. The only necessity it has is into backing up the materialistic, secularist, atheist worldview nonsense. That's the only thing that it's ever done for anybody.
You'd be surprised how much of research seems very meaningless, and then it turns out to be really meaningful in the end. Like research isn't something that's like, okay, you study something for a few years, and then okay, boom, you've discovered something that's like life changing and has really like in good applications in very many like different fields. It doesn't really work like that. How research works.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, let me ask you this question, brother. Let's do some research. So, on the Earth, they've only dug down 8 miles approximately.
Okay.
So they weren't even accurate with their predictions of what they would discover for 8 miles deep on the actual Earth we're standing on. Yet they want to tell you what planets that are trillions of miles away are made of. Think about that for a second.
Yeah, it's very hard to imagine that be true, seeing how.
Yeah, no, it's not hard to imagine. It's hard that anybody takes it seriously.
No, it's very no. I get your point. It's not intuitive at all, but a lot of science isn't intuitive. Like there are a bunch of things that are intuitive.
No, it's not that it's not intuitive, dude. It's that they have no evidence for their claims.
I mean, I don't know if they do. I haven't really checked their papers. I'm not
Dude,
sure.
listen, friend, they couldn't even get right what is below the surface of the Earth we're literally standing on. Yet they want to tell you what other worlds that they have no tangible access to are made of. Are you kidding me, bro?
I mean, we can't get a lot of stuff on the Earth right. Like for example, you know how when you like you know how when you're going for a surgery, right, or when you go to the dentist, they inject you with something with lidocaine to like numb you to not feel anything. You know that, right? I assume you've had that happen already.
Yeah.
We don't know how that actually works. Like we don't actually know how lidocaine works.
Exactly. So they don't know how lidocaine works on the Earth and the interactions between the body and the chemicals and all of that. Yet they're going to tell you how the chemicals work on a world trillions of miles away. Like, get real, brother.
No. My point is there's a bunch of stuff you don't understand, but that doesn't mean it makes it any less true. Like we don't understand how lidocaine works, but it doesn't mean we're gonna stop using it. We don't understand the molecular like pathways and the whole signaling that goes on for that specific drug. Sure, we don't understand that, but that doesn't mean we're not gonna use it. Same with how we don't understand specifically what's in the earth, even though I don't know if we do. I haven't really seen the paper on that. I need to research that a little. But yeah, we probably don't understand that, but we understand something that's way more complex because it's probably easier to analyze. Um,
Yeah, I agree with you. So let's set the baseline. It's easier to analyze the composition, structure, mass distribution, and elements to the core of an object trillions of miles away that we can only see with light versus the actual composition of the Earth we're standing on. Do you realize how stupid that sounds?
It may sound stupid to someone that hasn't had any.
It is stupid.
It may
It
sound
is
stupid
stupid.
that doesn't have any formal training in the field, but I'm telling you, I can understand the structure of something that's only a few electrons long, but at the same time, I couldn't really tell you how a car works, right? Like, it's something that's very hard to understand when you don't have any formal training in the field, and when you haven't really had any that much interaction with the field, like with science in general, from a very like formal.
No, dude. Often I find that I know more. So, for example, we had an astrophysicist in here,
Cool.
specializing in discovering exoplanets, new planets.
Right.
And he showed us an image of one of the things that he was doing, and it was basically like a 16 by 16 pixel grid, where some pixels were in the bottom left corner and some pixels were in the upper right corner, and they had different intensity. And he was saying, "Oh, this is the host star, and this is the planet, and it's rotating like this, and it's made of this, and it has this mass." And I was like, "How could you know that from the 16 pixels?" And he's like, "Oh, well, you take the way they're moving, you assume an elliptical orbit, then you apply the assumption of the gravitational model, right, of the ellipsi and the foci, and then you do all this math and blah, 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 blah." And I go, "Well, what's that math based on?" Because all you see is these pixels and the scales. And so we went back through the cosmic distance ladder. This guy didn't even know the first rung of the cosmic distance ladder. Yet he's going to tell me that he can tell from 16 pixels that this is, 3 planets and this one is a star. I mean, get out of town, brother. Get out of town.
I'm not shocked. A lot of science is that. I can tell you, I don't know, what can I tell you right now? I could probably tell you right now, if you were to give me like a random solution, I could probably tell you what's in it just by looking at it. And it's not a lot of information, but to someone that has a lot of training in that field, you'd be able to do that. Like, if you were to give me right now, I don't know, just a few lines. Do you know what an NMR spectra is? Whatever, it's a thing in chemistry.
Endometriosis?
No, NMR spectra. It's something like whatever. It doesn't matter. If it's when you look at it, it's not. It looks weird. It doesn't look intuitive at all. It's just a bunch of lines on paper. When I look at that, I can tell you what molecule I have in front of me. I can tell you how the atoms are linked to one another, what the charges are on them, how the electrons are distributed. Stuff that's like at a molecular level. You don't see that. But I can tell.
Can you do it from 16? Yeah, yeah. Cool. Can you do it from 16 billion miles away from the sample?
If I have the sample, it's a very different thing. In order to do an NMR, you need.
I know. That's what AI is trying to tell you, is that they don't have access to the sample that they claim they know the composition of. They don't have access. They've never had access.
I can't. I don't know if I can give any truth to that claim because I haven't seen anything in relation to that. I need to see like a paper or something that says they didn't have a sample because I don't know how they do that. I just don't have any training in that field. I don't know how they personally measure the.
Oh, dude, the only way for them to have a sample would be to have a vessel that can travel billions upon billions of miles and then return to bring it back to them. No such vessel exists. Okay, let's rest it right there. So they don't have a sample. Period. End of story.
So how did they determine, like, how did they make their claims then? Like what's the basis of their claims?
Conjecture.
Like, so you're telling me they just wrote a paper that says, "You guys, we think it smells like sulfur because it looks like sulfur." Like, is that it? Is that what they're saying? Like, or we think it's gassy because it looks like gas, or like what's I don't know. Like, what's the claim they're making?
I think they use probably like reflection spectroscopy or hold on, I have to look it up. For the Uranus smells like gas, it's something novel. Hold on.
Well, that before we go on, while you're looking that up, I just want to make sure everyone understands that when I first came up on that article, so here's the article. I'm just going to say it as I read it. Organizational name, penis.
Wait, do you have it in front of you?
Just hold on, brother. The organizational name was called penis.
No,
it was an acronym. Hey, let me finish. Let me finish. Okay. You're ruining my joke, dude. Holy crap.
Okay, go.
Do I need a banner that says "Joke incoming, do not ruin"?
Yeah.
So now I had to say the word penis 2 times without any context because of you. Now I said it 3 times. Holy crap.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so the organization's name is PNAS, pronounced penis. And it says, from that organization, your anus smells like farts. So that's a joke that writes itself, brother.
Yeah. Are you sure it isn't a joke? Like, where'd you find that?
No, they're deadly serious, dude. That organization actually has all kinds of literature that comes out. I can't remember what the name of it is, but it might be the P in the end stand for something, and the end might be
Wait, I'm gonna look it up.
astronomical sciences or something. I can't remember.
Wait, let me look them up on Google Scholar. Google Scholar.
Look, I posted a link to the paper. They use, it's called Near Infrared Integral Field Spectrometer.
Oh, is this the one detection of hydrogen sulfide above the clouds? That?
Yeah, the one I just posted.
Okay, perfect. Oh, wait. Okay,
I know
wait. I might actually be able to do something with this because this is chemistry. Hold on.
Now, if I remember right from the first time reading this, they claim they detected 0.3 parts per million of hydrogen sulfide.
Okay.
Are you familiar with the gas chromatograph spectrometer?
Yeah.
Okay. What is the sensitivity of that?
The sensitivity of what? Of what'd you say? Gas?
The gas chromatograph spectrometer.
I mean, it really depends on what you're doing because you can select it usually, if I'm not mistaken. But I've no.
Well, you talked about nuclear resonance imaging.
Yeah.
That you've seen.
That usually. No, but
that's not as precise as a gas chromatograph spectrometer. That doesn't.
No. But NMR usually goes. So it depends on what nucleus you're analyzing, right? So if you're analyzing proton NMR, that you would usually go up to a 20, if I'm not mistaken, 20 ppm. Or if you're doing like carbon NMR, that can usually maybe 200.
20 now 20 ppm. They claim they're sub 1.3 from 16 billion miles away.
No, but ppm in this situation doesn't. It's a very different. Wait, let me look at this article.
How many different meanings are parts per million?
No, wait, let me look at this article. It depends. It means different stuff in different contexts.
No, it means parts per million, bro. Like,
it means
it's a ratio of a number. It's not subjective.
But when you're saying ppm in the context of NMR, that is related in the way in which, like, how do I explain this? Like basically, it's a coupling constant. That's what. Have you heard of coupling constants? Vicinal coupling.
Yes, I know what coupling constants are.
Oh, you do? Wait.
I graduated university like 20 years ago, bro. Okay.
Oh, really? Wait,
longer than that, 40 years ago. Holy shit, I'm old. 30 years ago.
What did you study?
Computer science.
Oh, computer science. Oh, cool. Oh, they taught you that? That's okay. Cool.
Why wouldn't they teach me that? Is there a rule against it?
No. I mean, it's not. They don't usually teach NMR in a CS degree. That's usually.
I know a lot of shit about a lot of shit, bro. You'd be surprised.
Good for you. Okay, wait. Let me look at this. Indicate.
I am an endless store of useless information.
Evidence of detection.
But gas chromatograph. The reason I know about it, because I did a deep dive research on crime scene investigations.
Oh, crime
some of the techniques they use. Yeah, so CSI type stuff and how garbage it is. Pretty garbage. But the point is, gas chromatograph spectrometry, at least at the time that this paper was published, had a sensitivity of 3 parts per million. That's when you have access to the sample. They're claiming 10 times an order of magnitude better than that from 16 billion miles away.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm not interested.
Why wouldn't I be skeptical of that? I'd be a fool not to be skeptical.
Wait, let me read it a little bit. I want to see.
You got to understand, there is no fact checking in astronomy.
Wait, let me see the discussion. Everybody share.
Or astrophysics or anything in that field. It's just like they can literally say fucking anything.
How many citations does this have? Wait, metrics. Sorry. I mean, it's in Nature. It's good. 108. Yeah, sure. This is a good article. Okay. Which is
We need some elevator music.
So analysis to model the observe. No, let's just listen. Did they make an observation, or did they just have a model that said it could be that? To model the observed spectra, we used the Nemesis nonlinear optimal estimator for multivariate spectral analysis retrieval model using the correlated K approximation with K tables generated from the monthly published KLMC at 8K went blind. So it's another published paper, right? So
hold on.
You do chemistry, right?
I'm not here to prove this article wrong.
Do you do chemistry?
Yeah.
Okay. So the techniques you use in chemistry are sound. Okay. The techniques they use in astronomy, astrophysics, cosmology, they are not sound.
Hold on, wait.
Because all they have is observation. Listen, you can actually, in chemistry, you can do the experiment because you physically have samples. Okay? Now imagine you published a chemistry paper and you looked across the room with a telescope at some bubbling fucking liquid on the other side, and then you started saying you know what the composition is and what the chemical reaction was based upon you looking at it, staring at it. That you'd never get published. That is fucking no chemist would ever take you seriously. You'd never get published. You'd probably freaking, I don't even know what. They would laugh. They'd be laughing forever. Haha, he fucking wrote a chemistry paper from the telescope. Right? But they claim, but this is the difference between what you're doing and what astronomy is doing. They claim they know causes. They claim they know the causes of effects. They claim that they know the chemical composition, how old it is, how hot it is, how far away it is. They claim that they can know all these things just by looking at light, which is crazy. That is a crazy claim.
Right.
And who's checking? The same fucking people that are making the crazy claims are checking the crazy claims.
Wait. Okay.
Like LIGO. You ever heard of LIGO? The gravity wave observatory. Yeah. You ever heard of LIGO, the gravity wave observatory?
LIGO?
LIGO. LIGO.
No, I haven't heard of that. No.
It detects gravity waves. Allegedly detected gravity waves.
I have not heard of
They
that.
claim that instrument can detect a displacement of their little measuring mass that is 1/1000th of a proton diameter. So if a proton in the mass moves 1/1000th of its diameter, they can measure that motion.
Yeah, I mean I'm not shocked with that. I can, yeah.
That's 1/1000th of a proton.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we can do that. Yeah.
A proton is 10 to the negative 37 meters.
I don't know the length of it, but yeah, it's really small.
Yeah, it's really small. Yeah, you could say that. Yeah, it's really small. Yeah,
it's
thanks,
definitely
dude.
small. Yeah, no, I don't know why you're laughing. It's definitely a small thing, yeah.
Well, they're saying they can measure some subdivision of that. What are they measuring that with?
We can measure a bunch of stuff. Like that's not shocking. I can measure, what can I measure? I can tell you, like, just again looking at something, shooting light at something very easy to do in practice. I can tell you how stuff is linked to another thing, like something that's like submolecular. You don't see on a microscope. You can't see that shit. But I can tell you that a carbon is bounded to this and that and that and that. Like I can tell you that just by shooting light.
I can get you to doubt your faith in light giving an accurate measurement right now. Watch. It's very simple. So when you take a laser transit methodology and you apply it to the surface of the Earth over 25 miles of water, you debunk the globe geometry by 2 orders of magnitude, proving the Earth is flat. Because if water's flat and it covers 70% of the Earth, ipso facto, the Earth is flat. Proven by laser measurement methodology.
Laser measurement. What specific laser measurement methodology?
Laser transit. You level a laser, right? Just like you do on a construction site, and then you put a storyboard on the other side, and you get the differential, right? And if the Earth is a globe, it's going to be one thing, and if the Earth is flat, it's not going to be that thing. Guess what? It's been done, and it's not a globe.
Right. Do you have a paper for that?
Yeah, I got a documentary and an associated 120-page PDF leading up to the 25-mile shot.
No, man, I can't work with that. I can't work with that. Like, I will read a paper happily. I'll happily read a paper that's like well reviewed and like okay.
Well reviewed. What does that mean?
Sorry, peer reviewed. Is that better?
You know, most peer reviewed.
No, but I can look at a paper. Look, the thing is, I can.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. I agree with you, brother. So the first paper I'm going to give you to read that's peer reviewed. It's called the peer review crisis. Once you understand that, then we can move on.
I mean, I'm not gonna doubt the peer reviewing system. That it's like central to the research I do. It's like
so you do realize that most citrus fruit. Why don't you know that most peer-reviewed research is wrong? Why don't you know that?
Why don't I know that? Because it's not. That's the whole point of it. You make other people read it.
Most of it's wrong. Most of it, like 90% of it.
How can you prove that? I can know.
Indio, we gotta be gracious. Indio, real quick. Gotta be gracious because his field is actually a real science. And so he's thinking that the real science scrutiny that he does in his field applies to all these other pseudoscience fields, which is his error.
No, that's the thing. I can't. Again, I don't know a bunch of stuff about astrophysics. I'm not.
Go on Google, type in most peer-reviewed research wrong, and see what happens.
Is this the thing from PubMed?
Yeah.
Dagals? Okay. This why most published. Okay, so this is an article. How many citations?
All right. So speaking of peer review, a guy, PhD in optics, Dr. John D. He came across this idea about using measurements of the Earth to determine whether it's globe or flat. So he used a dual band laser system and he reproduced the test. He didn't just review it; he reproduced it. And according to him, and he actually published it on YouTube, and you can watch it. He found that after accounting for everything and using his dual band laser, which he did for a reason, which is so that he could get the accurate refraction index because different wavelengths refract at different rates. And he basically concluded, after being a globe earther and applying his physics knowledge to measuring the Earth, that the Earth is indeed flat. It's not a globe after all, because just like the other laser test, the Earth measures flat.
And you said he's a science. You said he's a physicist.
Yeah, PhD specializing in optics. And not only that, but there's been numerous other tests. People have done it over 35 miles on land, et cetera, et cetera.
I mean, I'd have a question.
You could do it.
Why do you choose to believe that certain physicists and not every other physicist? Like, don't you think that's cherry picking a little bit?
Because none of those other physicists did any tests.
So what would you consider a test to be then? Like, what would qualify as a test for you?
He just described it to you.
Yeah, okay, that's a type of test, but like it's not a test in general. You have multiple types of other tests. Like why that test specifically is the only valid one?
Oh, because it's a direct measurement of the surface. That's why.
It's what?
It's directly measuring the surface.
Okay, so wait, is it measuring the surface or is it measuring the curvature or is it just like not measuring anything? It's just determining if a curve exists?
Yeah, dude, it's the same type of methodology that you use in building things when you want to make a level surface with a laser.
But like, yeah, but the point
you get the laser.
No, I get that.
You level the laser, and then you get the differentials between the parallelness of the beam and the surface. Right? Pretty standard method.
Wait, what is this? Sorry. Right, yeah, no, but I mean, like, okay, but my question is, why do you believe this certain physicist, not every other one? Like, what makes
what other? Because they haven't done anything. I already answered that.
But that's my question. Like,
there's no contrary data, brother. Don't you understand? There's no contrary data that anybody's gathered to say, "Hey, this is wrong."
What do you mean there? No, there is though, because if there wouldn't be any contrary data.
Okay, then show us. Post it in the chat, dude.
No, I can't post anything in the chat. It's not like I have.
Of course, because it doesn't exist, dude. 6 years ago, we had a guy come in here with 3 PhDs that said, it stands to reason that because there's more globe earthers than flat earthers, there must be more globe earth laser tests. And as such, that means, and he went to go look. And now
No,
it's
but
6 years ago, and he's never been back.
Look,
So
I
listen,
just really want a paper about this test specifically, like this globe test, like not a YouTube video or a documentary because I'm not gonna watch that. I just want a paper, like an article I can read. Like
I
that's
just
it.
posted one. These are the
Here,
measurement results. Are you under the impression that peer review replicates the research?
No, I didn't say that. I've never said that.
Okay,
Wait,
then what is the point of peer review? What is the point of peer review? What is the point of peer review?
I don't get why you're being aggressive to me. If you're gonna talk
What
to me
is the
about
point of peer review? Why can't you just answer? What is the point?
I'm not gonna speak to you if you're gonna be aggressive.
Listen. I
Look,
want to know
if you wanna be
why
nice,
you're appealing to peer review because it seems very cowardly.
No, it's not. I don't think it's cowardly, but again, I don't want to.
It is cowardly because you don't want to address any evidence by just saying it's not peer reviewed. Should we publish it in an open access journal and then just go put a flag up and say, hey, now we got something peer reviewed? So what? Then you'd say, hey, this isn't the right journal.
Are you gonna let me speak now? Is it okay if I speak?
Yeah, you're just trying to make it impossible. You're just trying to make it impossible for us to present any evidence by having an impossible standard that can't be met.
No, I literally didn't say that. Okay, I'll accept a non-peer-reviewed article. If it's an article that's published somewhere.
Would you accept if you did it?
Published.
I did it?
Define published. Hey, bro, define published.
Where do you define published in a journal, in a scientific journal? Is that good?
Does that make it correct?
I'm not saying it's correct. I'm just saying I want something.
Then what good is the peer review if it doesn't mean it's correct or not? Why are you using that as some gatekeeping device?
I never said that.
Why are you using it as a gatekeeping device?
We're published in a scientific journal.
No, here, let's do peer
Why do we
review.
need that, dude? I'm going to ask you like for the 10th time. Why is that important?
I'm not going to respond to you if you scream at me. I'm not going to do that.
Dude, then answer. You're not responding when I asked you nicely.
I'm not going to be doing that. I'm sorry.
Hold on, Citrus Fruit.
You didn't
I'm going to
respond
take
when
care
I
of
talked
this.
politely to you.
No, hold on, Citrus Fruit. I'm going to handle Indio real quick. I'm going to peer review whether he's yelling at you is justified. I reviewed it. Yes, his yelling is justified. Now that it's peer reviewed and published, you can accept it.
I don't get why you guys are acting like this.
Can't you do the peer review?
Anything mean to you?
Yeah, listen.
No,
go ahead.
I'm really open to discussion. Like, I really want to talk to you guys. But if you're going to scream at me, we're not going to go.
Doesn't sound like it.
Yeah, listen, brother. I'm going to ask you now for the 11th time. What is the importance of peer review? Why is it useful? Why does it need to be applied?
If I answer that, do you promise you're going to stop screaming at me?
Okay. I'm going to ask you for the 12th time. Peer review. Why is it important? Why do we need that? Why is it the arbitrary truth?
All right. I never said it's the arbitrary truth. First of all, peer review, yes, can sometimes go wrong. That is a fact. Some articles are peer reviewed, but in those cases, sometimes it just doesn't work. That's why we also look at other parts of an article in order to evaluate its quality. Like when you're looking at an article, the first thing that you look at is you look at the journal that it's published in, right? You look if it's peer reviewed, look at the number of citations, publishing date, and methods used.
Why?
Because that's the way in which you can assess an article.
Why? Why do we do this?
Sorry, to determine I told again, if you're gonna be aggressive with me, I'm not gonna talk. So can you let me finish? Is that fine?
Yeah, I want you to tell us. I want you to justify why we should. Brother.
That's how I speak. Okay.
You know what I want, and you're being obtuse on purpose.
I'm sorry.
Okay. It isn't gonna work.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You know you're being obtuse. Yeah, we can hear you giggling. Don't mute me. I'm a mod. I'll ban you. Okay.
I'm not talking to the other guy.
I'm gonna ask you again. Why are we using peer review?
I'm sorry.
You're still just talking over me, so you don't have to listen. Is that your plan?
Okay, cool.
I'm gonna ask you again. I think this dude muted me. So
I think
he's
someone
going
said
on.
that this fee core thing is published somewhere, right? Is that?
Dude, unmute me, or just stay the way you are.
Hey, Citrus Fruit. We don't take kindly to people muting each other because then you just talk while the other person's talking. Doesn't work. So unmute Indio, right? And then instead of being obtuse about answering his question, just give him a straightforward answer. And then you solved your problem. You can continue the convo. Plenty of people listening right now that are wondering why, when asked, since you're supposedly the scientist, you can't just give a simple answer why peer review is necessary. And to say that peer review is necessary because the first thing I have to do to legitimize something is see if it's in a peer-reviewed journal, that's just circular reasoning. That's not answering the question. And for goodness sakes, and for the love of God, please just answer the question.
Yeah, we just want he's probably not even listening. We want a justification in case I'm going to assume I'm unmuted. We want a justification for using that as some step in the process. Why should we use it? What does it say about? Yeah, we know you can't talk. So why is it important? Jesus Christ. Now you're unmuted. Am I muted? Did you mute me?
No, you're not.
Yes or no?
You're good.
Okay. So really simply, I'm going to state it kindly, and I'd like you to answer. Why are we using peer review? Why is that an arbiter of the truth? You know, peer review is a new invention. It's only been done since about the 1970s. Prior to that, there was no peer review. They didn't do peer review. Well, it's true.
Okay. And
if you want do you want the history of peer review and how it came about into the modern era? It was actually Ghislaine Maxwell's father, his name's Jordan Maxwell, that monopolized all the journals so that he could sell them to the government. And that's how he became a billionaire. He owned Elsevier.
Wait, so
right? So that's a whole nother story. The point is, peer review is a new thing, and what is its utility? I just gave you an article that said most peer-reviewed research is wrong. So if you are going to have some gatekeeping thing where I'm not going to consider it unless it's peer-reviewed, I'd like you to justify that.
No. Again, I didn't say.
Still talking over me. I'm going to ask you what I just said to you, okay?
I won't be treated like a child. I'm sorry. Why are you treating?
Yeah, I'm going to ask you what I just said to you to make sure you just heard me. Well, I won't be interrupted rudely either.
You did that already to me multiple times, though.
I'm not going to be treated like a child, but I'm going to ask like a child. But you did it first.
I'm sorry. I don't.
Grow up, bro. Like, seriously?
I didn't. I'm sorry. If you want.
Why are you laughing?
We can talk.
He's laughing because he's a child. He thought he's going to bullshit his way. You don't have a degree in goddamn anything. Okay.
I'm sorry. Okay.
To be fair, you're supposed to know this stuff because you said you appealed to it in your field, and so everyone's listening is hearing you not just answer the question.
You're a university student that thought you could bullshit your way through this, and you can't. Okay. Listen.
I can answer.
Yeah. So. Okay. So give us a justification
as to why we think peer review is important. Like why we
justification on why you won't look at the research that we're providing to you because it's not peer reviewed. That justification.
First of all, I didn't say that. I'd happily look at anything that's not peer reviewed if it's an article. I just said I won't look at a fucking documentary because I don't have that time. That was my whole point. 1, 2, peer review is important. Yes, we look.
Why?
Because it's other scientists in your field reviewing your article. Like that's the whole thing.
That's not a why.
It's important though. It's important to have other experts in your field look at your
Yeah, that's your claim. Why? That you're just restating the same claim. I'm asking you why. The justification.
Because, for example, if you went wrong in your work, you can have someone else say, "Okay, you went wrong there. That's why what you're doing is wrong." Like it's someone else looking at your work over again and just like saying, "Okay, sure. That's where you went wrong. That's where you did good." Like that's it.
And what are they looking for?
They're usually looking at your methods. So your methods specifically, like what's most important? Is it coherent? Is it in line with your topic? Does it actually prove a point? And then they're also looking at other like minor.
Does it prove a point? Really?
Yeah, does it prove what you set out to prove? Yeah. Like if you have, does it prove what you're trying to prove?
First of all, science doesn't prove things. Okay.
It does though. Like that's the whole. Like that's how a research paper works. You have a title.
So you graduated university, but never took philosophy 101.
Yeah, no, we don't do that where I live. We don't have philosophy classes and stuff.
You don't take philosophy 101? It's pretty much a required course in every university going back probably 200 years, if not 500.
Every science degree, as far as I know.
Not in France. I did my whole.
Oh, no
Not in
wonder, dude.
France.
Oh my goodness, there explains it all.
Yeah, no, I did.
Not in France. So they don't
Yeah, no, you
have
don't do. You don't.
philosophy in university in France.
Yeah, no, you don't. You don't do philosophy on a STEM degree. You just do STEM courses.
So the starting point of Descartes' skepticism and all that crap, which led to the problem of induction, which is plagues every scientific endeavor. Somehow they don't teach that in France.
Yeah,
I just find that hard to believe.
you can look it up.
No.
I can give you the name of my
Well,
university.
science doesn't prove things. You can Google that too. Just type in "does science prove things?" No, it doesn't, because it uses induction, which contains a logical fallacy of affirming the consequent. Okay, so it doesn't prove things. It actually, most science, other than natural science, can't actually prove anything because it's theoretical. So you can have a hypothesis.
Not all science is theoretical, though. It's not all theoretical.
You
Like,
can't
yeah.
eliminate alternate hypotheses, dude. This
No,
is the
but I
problem.
mean, you can't say science is theoretical. That's not true, though. You have stuff that is like actually practical. You can look at it and say that happened. Like if I put a shit ton of ethanol over a bunch of cells, they're all gonna die. I can tell you.
Okay, yeah, citrus fruit, real quick, brother, real quick. You're making a classic mistake, and that is the mistake of I'm a scientist. I'm a real scientist doing real science with real tangible results, samples, and experiments. Therefore, other people who are called scientists are doing the same thing. That's not true. These astronomers and astrophysicists are not doing science, brother. That's what we're trying to tell you. They're making it up.
I don't think you're getting my point. I never said I'm trying to like say their work is good. What they did is correct. What they did is like the complete truth. I never said that. We're just talking about science in general. Like I'm not specifically trying to defend astrophysicists. I'm not trying to defend their work and say it's good. Like I never said any of that. Yeah, I guess this was just turned into a whole discussion about.
Okay, so there's two parts of okay, so you should know there's two parts of a published paper. There's the experiment, and then there's the explanation part, right? Why you got that result. Now you can you can do your chemistry experiment, right? And you can have no clue why that happened, and you can do it over and over and over and over again. And I agree with you. That's the actual science part. But the part they call science in modern day is the theory on the why that happened, right? The how and the why. And they come up with, mathematical models and, claim cause and effect relationships, yada, yada, yada. The peer reviewed part is only the explanation part. And they'll look at the experiment for sources of error, confounding variables, shit like that, right? Which is the actual only utility of the peer review process, is just like, hey man, what is something maybe they didn't take into account? And what is the source of error? What are the starting assumptions? These types of things. That's all peer review does. But you don't need somebody else to tell you that. You can evaluate that for yourself.
It's not really peer review. It's not peer review. Isn't people calculating like statistic constants on your paper? It's not really what they do.
No, what I said is they'll evaluate the experiment, right? They'll go, what are the sources of error? What are some confounding variables? What are some variables that they left out for some reason, right?
Yeah.
Did they apply the right statistical method for processing the data? Is the data over processed?
Sure, yeah.
Do they have all these freaking floating parameters that they can just freaking move like little slider bars to fit whatever theory they have into the observation? So this is the stuff they review, right? So this is the stuff they're reviewing, but this is a straightforward measurement. All we're doing is measuring something. Now anybody can evaluate the methodology of measuring. Hey, what was the equipment they used? What was the distance? What does the goal predict? What was measured? Like you don't need. It's not a complicated thing. It's simply a measurement.
Right.
Right. You can you go to the doctor's office. Anybody in the doctor's office, the receptionist, the nurse, your doctor, can measure your height, right?
Yeah. Sorry. Wait. I don't think. What's your point? I don't get it.
Because we're just measuring something. We're just measuring the distance that a laser increases or does not increase from the surface of the Earth. Because with distance, the further the laser goes along the surface of the Earth, the farther away from the surface of the Earth it should get.
All right.
right? Because the Earth's supposed to be curving and the laser's going straight, right? So they should separate.
Can someone send me a link to what you're talking about, like the experiment thing? Maybe someone sent it.
I'll show you I'll show you a diagram so you can visualize it. Okay, how about that?
Yeah, or maybe that's like article or whatever you're talking about.
I already posted it a while ago.
Can you send it again? Because I kind of.
Shit. Wait, so look at this diagram, right?
Right.
See, as the laser goes along the surface of the Earth, it should increase in distance. So now all you have to do is measure its height from the surface of the Earth to see if the distance is increasing along the height of the laser. Now the globe model is going to make certain predictions. For instance, at 40 kilometers, a laser should be, if you start at 2 meters above the surface of water and you shine a laser 40 kilometers, it should be 127 meters off the surface of the Earth. At the other end, 40 kilometers away.
Yeah. Wait, is this
Does that seem like a lot to you?
Wait, no, sorry, wait. I think I know what you're talking about. Is this the experiment they did like a while ago, and the guys got proven wrong? Is that it?
No, not Netflix, dude. Come on, man.
Okay, like YouTube's any better? I'm sorry. Wait, no, is this? Wait, I think I found a video of it. The one where they put like they flashed light between two like boards with circles.
Hey, brother. Hey, citrus fruit, real quick. Okay, laser, flashlight. One starts with L, one starts with F. So if you're bringing up something about a flashlight, it's not what we're talking about here.
Great, thank you. I would have never known.
Okay. Okay. So this was done in the Netherlands, right? At Lake IJsselmeer. It was done. If you read the report, which I just posted. They had meteorological stations at both ends. They took all the weather data. They just did it once. They went back 3 weeks later and did it again. They have 5 measurement results, right? So they did horizontal pans of the laser. They did increasing distances. And the thing is, the globe makes certain predictions on how high the laser should be. The results here are not within the range of what the globe predicts. They're off by 2 orders of magnitude. It's not close. That's why we use this as an example, is because it's not close.
But who is this company, Ficor?
They're a nonprofit.
Okay, and who are they exactly? Like, who's?
Why does that matter? Why does that matter?
It's relevant.
That's a genetic fallacy. That the information is right or wrong based upon who it comes from.
I mean, don't you think that's straight up? But you're contradicting yourself, though. You're saying the articles.
What are you talking about?
You're saying the articles written by physicists are wrong because other physicists in the field review.
I never said that. I never said anything like that.
Yeah, that's bogus, brother.
I never said anything like
what
that.
What was said is that some people.
I'm fully convinced now.
Check this out, brother. Check it out, Citrus. We said that some people are wrong because these measurements disprove their claims. Had nothing to do with who they are whatsoever.
No, but I'm sorry, but you're saying the results like scientists post on like in known journals. You're saying those are fake because they're posted by scientists.
No one said that. Why are you saying that again?
We were talking like a few minutes ago about how the data they found on Uranus is false, and now you're saying that the data posted by a company that's visibly like.
No, I didn't say it was false. I said there's no way it can possibly be true because we know that on Earth the max precision that we can get from elemental analysis is 3 parts per million. Okay, and they're claiming an order of magnitude greater than that. Okay, which is
what I'm looking at right now. Wait, I'll just show you guys what I'm looking at right now, just so you. Oh, okay. Wait, I can't share screen. Oh, okay, fuck. That's awesome.
Funny how you keep
address the laser, dude.
I can.
Before you address the laser, Citrus, it's just funny. Hold on, brother. Hold on.
I'm very down to talk.
No, I'm gonna point something out. And I want you to reflect on it.
Go ahead.
Everything we have said is about particulars of the tools being used and the scope of their abilities. Why you keep bringing it back to the people? Why is it that you're so focused on the people and not the accuracy of the tools?
Because it's relevant. It's part of the scientific process. Like I can look at your data. I can look at your data and make like a conclusion based on it.
Yeah, but you're trying to look at their biography.
I'm just telling you.
You're trying to look at their biography, though.
The data can be.
Yeah, that's a good one.
You're proposing.
Yeah, brother, you're not talking
a certain conclusion that isn't necessarily true because the data in itself isn't true.
Yeah, but you're not talking about data. That's just a lie. You're talking about their biographical fucking information.
Because it's relevant. If I were to post a
So their biographical information changes the test results.
You can't.
What if it's you and me that go and do this, Citrus?
Sorry,
Citrus. What if it's yourself and myself that go out and do this test? Is now it null and void because we're freaking nobodies?
No, if it was between me and you, sure, I'd believe that. But since it's something from the internet, I don't know who made it. I don't know the source. You have to analyze.
Well,
that
how
stuff. You
about
can't ignore
instead
it.
of poisoning the well, you assess the information first, then get back to us?
Okay, sure. Let's look at the information you're proposing. Let's look at this 121 slide thing. Cool. Okay.
It's in big type. I think you can read it quickly. There's lots of pictures. You can do it.
Yeah, there's a preface and initial data, and then there's 17 tests. So you can just skip to the end of the last test, and then you don't have to read all the previous 16.
Okay, they're using a camera and a telescope. Okay. Cool, closer distance, blah, blah. Measurement procedure, so.
All right, while you're reading that, just read to yourself calmly while I help the audience understand what the scientific method is. So, step one of the scientific method is establish who it is that's conducting the experiment. Until you establish that, you can't go any
It
further.
doesn't work like that. It's about the validity of stuff you're saying. You're saying they can't prove certain things, like in other papers, because maybe they have a different agenda, because they're paid by someone to do that research and like.
Dude, how long is that straw man bullshit you're gonna make?
It's not.
Nobody said anything. That's the third time.
Okay,
now.
okay.
The third time.
So does that mean you don't believe?
Nobody said anything like what you're saying.
No, so
not
you
even
don't believe that.
remotely close. We did not appeal to who they are. We did not. We talked about their data and the instruments they're using and their methodology. Why are you over talking me? We talked about the There we go again. So with the instruments they use, their methodology, what they claim they measured is out of whack with what we know is possible terrestrially by an order of magnitude. They don't actually have a sample, and it's a model. It's a model of what the spectrum should look like instead of actual. Why are you constantly over talking, dude? What the fuck is your
You've
issue?
been over talking me multiple times, by the way. I don't get it.
So you're doing it for revenge?
Sorry?
Are you doing it for revenge then?
I'm sorry, what are we talking about?
You're just
No wonder it can't track India.
Just go on mute, bro. Just fucking go on mute.
Dude, what we're talking about is that you can't get your head out of the fact that the personalities aren't relevant to the veracity of the data. The data is either true or false. And for some reason, you keep projecting that onto us as if that's what we're doing. But really, you're just admitting your epistemology is based on faith and personalities rather than the veracity of the data. I mean, that's my conclusion. I think that's pretty well founded based on what you keep saying. It's like you can't get away from it for some reason.
It's not a company, dude. You can try that again. It's a nonprofit. It was paid for by donations. Good try, though. So I already told you it was a nonprofit, Citrus Fruit, and so now why are you lying?
Oh, no, I'm done with this conversation. I'm sorry, I'm leaving. I'm just saying, if you guys are going to look at data...
Let me help you.
Look at it.
Let me help you.
Hold on. Listen, out of the kindness of my heart, I'm going to finish his sentence. So what I wanted to teach you guys is that if you're going to look up data, the most important thing you should do is verify who the person is and whether or not he cheated on his wife.
Seems legit.
How come it doesn't list what they had for breakfast in there? I want to know, because that's important. Because it's an important meal of the day.
Yes, it is the most important meal. And if they didn't have Wheaties and it's a high-performance experiment, they probably didn't do it because you got to eat your Wheaties. Oh, do you guys got Wheaties in Australia? Do you even know
I
what
don't know
that
if they're
is?
the same thing or not.
Well, they always have athletes on the cover.
Wheat Bix, yeah.
Yeah, we got Wheaties. I always get a kick out of seeing the old Bruce Jenner ones when he was like a decathlon athlete. And he's like all buff, like with a javelin in his hand.
That must be worth a pretty penny.
I know, right? He's probably trying to buy them all and burn them.
You remember that clip where he was manhandling Ben Shapiro?
Oh yeah,
That's
right.
He was like, if you say that again, you're going to go home in an ambulance. And Ben Shapiro was like, oh, how very tolerant and peaceful of your view.
That's so funny, man. I forgot about that. Dude, he's huge too. Even as a woman, he's like a fucking beast.
Yeah.
Dude, like seriously, when I was a kid, dude, I thought that was like the coolest thing. I wasn't like when I was like 4 or 5, like I wasn't into like professional sports or anything like that. But the Olympics I thought was cool, and that he was like the best because he could do it all, right?
Yep.
So anybody else catch the Shiva debacle?
Only the title.
Oh, dude, it was so bad. I mean, holy Jesus! First of all, McToon in it, and right there, right off the rip, and he said he was banned from here, which is false. And he said there's a video on my channel showing me being banned. So I went and watched the video, and he clearly clicks the disconnect button. So after muting the entire room, so it's really funny just to blink. Anyway, the point is that my God, dude, it is just like an embarrassment that this guy ever took. It isn't academia at all. He's an embarrassment, quite honestly. There's no way to even describe it. It was basically like a 3-on-1 Glober debate of 3 people telling the flat earther how he's stupid and how they need to do this. We have to do this experiment this other way. It's just so fucking. It's so bad. But
So yeah, so it said on there.
Shut up from go.
What was the title again? It was like flat versus round.
Flat versus round summit.
Summit, yeah, flat versus round summit, applying the scientific method. So like right there, it's like, okay, how to apply the scientific method to just a measurement of a shape? I mean, good grief, dude, how much stupider could you be?
Yeah. Water is the globe killer, really. I mean, it has to be curving at a specific rate. Like any large body of water anywhere on the earth would have to be curving at pretty much a specific exact rate over distance. Okay, so 10 miles is going to have approximately 66 foot of curvature if the Earth's a globe. And it's just not there. So I get your question when you're talking about they have an explanation for a whole bunch of questions that people have because they're making a specific shape claim. But flat earthers could just make up some shape, right? And that would be more ridiculous than being honest and saying nobody knows that, right? Nobody that we can verify has ever just kept going south to see what happens. You probably know about the Antarctic Treaty, as well, right? You can't just keep going south and work out exactly what happens. It's dangerous, and it's also illegal to do it freely. And if you get the permission to do that, then there's a whole bunch of crazy rules that come along with having that permit, which basically make it near impossible. Now, you would think that someone would have just kept going south, right, and circumnavigated the globe and come back around to where they started again, if it was a globe, right? Considering countless people have done east to west circumnavigations, which would work just fine on a flat or a globe Earth. But not knowing the shape of the Earth, it's not saying that it's not a shape or that it's infinite or anything like that, right? It's just being honest and sticking with empirical evidence. Now, we can easily debunk the globe because we've got thousands of long distance observations, laser tests, and things like that, which you've seen obviously some of. But explanations don't mean anything if you can't back them up with empirical evidence. Surely you agree with that.
Right, and I think the evidence for going around the globe is fairly, inconsistent because there's way less documented going around north to south than there is east to west and stuff.
Yeah, there isn't any. There isn't even any claimed proper like no one's ever done a great circle north to south. The only ones that have been claimed have been ones like One More Orbit in 2018 or 2019, where they went down from the north down to the south, and then they turned around and went back up again. That, and then they got given the, circumnavigation.
If it was so doable, they would do it today, just since they have thousands of airplanes and stuff. They would just do it to prove it to flat earthers. Why don't they just do it to prove their point and end the argument? They don't do it probably because they can't.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Exactly. And also just, right, not being able to find any curvature. There's just so many long distance observations that just completely destroy the globe. They're impossible on a globe, literally. And they don't have one observation throughout all of history that actually matches up, right, with the curvature of the Earth and says, oh, look, here's an observation over 20 miles. Here's the curvature. Here's the horizon where it should be, and so on. We've accounted for all of the weather conditions, blah, blah, blah. Here's consistent observations that match the globe. Like, there isn't one. Not that one would do the trick, right? They would obviously, it would need to be repeatable.
Good point. Because I always think, sometimes there's flat Earth calculations of this building is this high and you can see it. Well, if the globe was true, anywhere you go on the globe with any building or any mountain or anything, you should be able to calculate if I'm, 200 miles away, I can only see the 20% at the top. Or if I'm 300 miles, only the 10% at the top. And they would just make photographs with these numbers, but there's like zero of them that I know of and stuff. Seems to show quite obviously that they can't do globe Earth math, even on this planet, which they say is the globe Earth.
Yeah. So they do claim to know the shape of the Earth, right? And that's cool to have an answer, a response, an explanation, but it just falls on its head because the pre-requirements to have that globe aren't there, like Earth curvature.
All the time and prove you can see something that's too far. Shouldn't a globe earther be able to do an experiment that says you see 50% at this distance, 75%? But there's zero examples of people posting that information on the internet.
Yeah, exactly. That's because when you actually go out and test, which is what we encourage people to do, you either become a flat earther or you just kind of bury your head in the sand or don't release the observation to the public because it didn't work out for the globe.
Right. The only pictures of curvature are those that they present from outer space, allegedly.
Yeah. I agree with that. I think that's true. It's always from a satellite. The planes and people on airplanes and mountains, they never see any curvature.
And
yeah, they'll show you. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, TJ, I didn't mean to take over.
No, you're right. Go ahead.
They'll show you images of inferior mirages on a horizon and try to pass that off as Earth curvature all the time. And we can prove that those are inferior mirages, which is what you'd expect to see on a flat Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Anything
Yeah.
from boats to windmills to mountains to you name it.
Yeah, mirages are everywhere, right? Pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, think about it physically, geophysically. You're staring, you're gazing far with a very narrow angular field of view onto the horizon. How much information is packed into that very, very narrow angle? Let's say it's maybe 2 or 3 degrees. How much information is there? You could be staring tens of miles away, which means there are potentially, like thousands of feet squished into that very narrow angular size. What information about the Earth is happening within that narrow band? You've got a warm surface that's heating up air molecules, causing evaporation. You've got water vapor that could be condensing if it's getting cold. You've got a gradient stack of temperature, potentially several thousand of feet high, that goes from, I don't know, let's say 80 degrees at the surface to 40 degrees to the tip of the peak. All of that is being compressed into a tiny, narrow field of view. And all of that is affecting the path of light to your eye from that tiny, narrow, angular field of view. And the literature is quite clear on how this affects what we see. You've got a temperature inversion that is happening in a very small angular field of view. You're going to see all kinds of wacky things going on. Turbulence to start, potentially multiple instances of total internal reflection, depending on what you're looking at and your angular relationship to it. And all of this is contributing to what is ultimately an image that isn't true. And the very fact that you can see it is killing the globe. The very fact that they can't show you that this is Earth curvature is killing the globe. You know what nobody ever sees? A refracted horizon of a boat going over the curvature of the Earth. Nobody ever sees a mirage, maybe a superior mirage of a boat going over a curve, or an inferior mirage or Fata Morgana of a boat going over the curve. Nobody's showing that. Within surveying literature, using theodolites to survey the Earth, they tell you, listen, these things aren't built to go measure distances, angular relationships on the horizon. The air is just too freaking chaotic to do anything useful with. You're supposed to use incremental steps, leapfrogging.
Try telling Jessica at the live that.
Yeah, I know. Their own manuals. I got this thing from Harvard, from their geophysics department or whatever it's called, on surveying techniques that outlines this exact process and says you're supposed to use a graduated scale. You're supposed to basically take surveying rods and survey the distance to each of those rods from each of those rods going out, so that you have an incremental measurement and not this entire measurement without that incremental scale, in order to increase your accuracy. So our argument is and always has been that the horizon and the effects that go on is optical and subject to meteorological effects, geophysical effects that cause distortions, and the globers hijack this and say that's proof of Earth curvature. We say, well, okay, if you got Earth curvature, show the Earth curvature plus the known meteorological distortions, optical distortions that we see on the horizon, because both must be present, and they can't do it. And some of my favorite observations are done with infrared, which just cuts through much of this distortion, that vast majority of it. You can see through the haze. You can see light from where it actually originated. instead of the altered path that it takes.
Isn't it
There's
supposed to
not
be
a
backwards,
single.
Yoder? Isn't it supposed to be
Yeah.
backwards on infrared? Like you're supposed to see less instead of more? Because of the
Infrared's
wavelength
supposed
of light that.
Yeah, on a globe, you should be able to, it should be limited by the curvature of the Earth, your distance, right? Because they claim that without infrared, we're seeing a shorter wavelength of light, which is subject to greater optical distortion, which allows us to see further. So if you pop on infrared in the glober's mindset, maybe you should be able to see less. Maybe your vision's now being obstructed by the Earth curvature. But that's not what happens. We see way further in infrared instead of shorter. It's insane. And everybody knows, right? Like, listen, if you're doing a measurement, or if you've got like a military weapon capability, or you're doing some kind of communication with optics, you want to use longer wavelengths. You want to use infrared because it just doesn't give a shit about what's in the way. So yeah, I'm still waiting for Globies to show us infrared long distance observations of beautiful Earth curvature that should be popping out in all of its glory, and it's never been done. Instead, we have hundreds of examples of the opposite.
Okay, you got me. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Infrared seeing further and further. If the normal doesn't see it, infrared should see it. If infrared doesn't see it, there's probably better systems. Where is the curvature of the Earth in any sort of photograph, photography, or video?
Yeah, it's never present. One of my favorite discoveries I found this about 2 years ago.
Good point.
There's NATO. There's a NATO contract called NATO Sapphire. Sapphire contract was funded by the U.S. Department of Navy, and this was for NATO's benefit, where they had two teams of military surveyors come out, one from Germany, one from the Netherlands, to the Chesapeake Bay, which is kind of like outside Baltimore, Washington, D.C. And what they wanted to do is they wanted to examine the optical distortion that takes place just above the surface of the water so that they could develop better models to develop better predictable paths of light that propagates just over the surface of water. I can only imagine what this might be for, like, maybe satellite communications with submarines or something, or who knows what. But anyway, they wanted to study what's called the marine layer. And so these military surveyors went out and they took infrared cameras, infrared theodolites, and infrared flashlights. And on one side of the Chesapeake Bay, they set up a tripod purposefully to be just behind the curvature of the Earth. And they call this their control. And then they had a tower. It almost looks like a ranger tower, like you'd see in an observation tower in a national forest. And they mounted lights going up this at various heights. And they set up their theodolites to measure the distance. And then they set up an infrared camera to record everything, daytime, nighttime, 24/7. They said in their report back to the government that the situation was cursed because the control light that they set behind the curvature of the Earth was visible in conditions that presented no reason for there to be any refractive effects whatsoever. They could see the damn light behind the curvature of the Earth in infrared. And they couldn't make it go away. And this is fucking up all of their mathematical models. They said in their own paper that in order to account for the curvature of the Earth, they had to artificially inflate the difference of temperature between the water and the air just above it by 1 order of magnitude, by a factor of 10. The real measured differential between the air and the water was 0.1 degrees Celsius. It was really cold. It's like the dead of winter. But they had to say it was 1 degree Celsius. They had to move the decimal over one place in order to make the model work. They had to backfit the data, the observation, into a model, dude. And this happens over and over and over again. You can go into our search bar on our server and type in Sapphire, SAPPHIRE, and probably find my posts on this stuff. I've got all the PDFs, I've got screen caps and everything else. And it's just illustrative of what's going on. You know, people say, why would they lie? I don't really know if lying is the right word. These people aren't like secret flat earthers trying to deceive people into the globe when they go out and do this. These are people who just believe in the globe and they're like, what the hell's going on? Well, I guess we don't fully understand the nature of Earth and we can just backfit our data into a model and call it a day. So,
yep.
Yeah, this is a problem, dude. It's almost worse. It's almost worse than a conspiracy theory. You know? What makes it almost worse is the fact that I think it's more of a black pill that the whole world has gone mad with this urban myth of the globe. You know, and to deny what's right before them in their very eyes in reality, I think that's worse than being controlled by a cabal and a back-filled, smoke-filled room.
You're crossing me just a little bit because you say the whole world has gone mad with the urban myth of the globe. And
yeah.
I believe that, except for that, you know, the smartest people in all of science are involved in the lie. Are they smart because they're liars?
What lie?
Involved in the lie?
What lie, dude?
How could they all be
What
mad
lie?
about the lie of the shape of the earth?
I don't think it's a lie. That's what I keep trying to say. Like,
well, like, I'm
shift
sorry.
your thinking.
I probably didn't say what I was trying to say just right. So, you think the whole world has gone mad and they believe this urban myth, but
yeah,
surely some people are smart enough to know whether it's true or false and are easily likely passing off the false story as true because it gives them some benefit. Like NASA, for example.
Yeah,
as long as people
well, some people at NASA probably know.
The planets, they'll pay us to go to the other planets.
You know, you're talking to some of those people right now.
Okay.
Yeah, those people you're talking to in this chat right now.
The people who believe.
Took the words right out of my mouth.
People who believe.
The people who realized something was effed up and didn't speak up about it and just took their paycheck and went home.
Okay. I believe that. I think people can just go with the lie, whether or not they know it's a lie, just because they think this is easier. I'm not going to harass people about it. And other people might care about truth and stuff.
Yeah, but so what about those guys? I mean, we only care for those who like actually want to come forth and have a discussion about it. Like, I mean, of course the world's filled with those types of people, but you have to be one to stand against that. Like, I mean,
right.
You know, you can't really fault their character too much because they're surrounded. Okay, there's one part of them that feels maybe a little bit scared for speaking up, and another part of them that has tried to be humble, adopt a tone of humility. An entire industry of people who think otherwise. Maybe I'm the one that's wrong. I mean, to me, that is a positive character trait. And it keeps people from speaking out, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Right. People don't want to speak out and, you know, be questioned about their beliefs and stuff when it's much, much easier just to pretend that you're like everybody else and believe what you believe.
it's called a sunk cost fallacy. So everybody who's doing that, they can't turn back anymore. Like, there's a gentleman who comes in here every now and again. His name is Josh. I don't know if you heard of him or not, but he works with the Kuiper program on Amazon. And, you know, he challenges what we say in here. But I think the reason why he likes coming back here is because he kind of does deep down inside knows that what we're saying is true, because he's been challenged many times. He doesn't know how to prove to himself that, and to any of us, that the earth is a globe, which is an extreme challenge for him because of where he works, you know. So like, what else is there to do, like, in somebody in his position, other than just like kind of hope, you know, that some breakthrough happens and, you know, they come out with it and said that the earth is flat or something. But other than that, like, he just, I don't know, keeps coming back in here, never really has much more other than what he's presented, and it's kind of sad, I think.
It is sad. It is sad. And people don't really understand what the open, unclassified history of NASA is all about. A lot of flat earthers you'll talk to and you'll hear from almost talk as if NASA's primary mission is to hide the flat earth. And I don't think that's the case whatsoever. I think that is an outcome of what they're doing, but what they're doing is completely different. What they're meant to do is completely different. I think NASA is full of people who believe in the globe, and at the very top, there are people who know that they never succeeded in orbiting a satellite around the globe before. They don't know that the Earth is flat is the reason. And they're still trying to work on doing that today. And secret little projects, compartmentalized, are still trying to figure this shit out. But they haven't done it in the way that they describe it.
Figure out how to do it, or that they're gonna eventually figure out that it's like impossible. Because people like us, we are not scientists, we are not mathematicians, not all of us, maybe some of us, but most of us aren't. And we find it unbelievable based on some stuff we read on the internet about the math or about the physics that says it'd be impossible to fly in space and stuff. If we lay people without, any schooling about, rockets and gravity can say it's obviously impossible. Shouldn't people who learn a lot be able to tell it's impossible, or are they like tricked because they learned the wrong thing?
Well, let me give you an example, okay? There's a symposium in the 80s, and this is absolutely relevant. A symposium given by a doctor, a professor of astrophysics, plasma physics, magnetophysics. Dr. Hannes Alfvén was his name. I think he comes from like Sweden or Switzerland or something like that. But he gave this conference called Double Layers in Astrophysics, and there's a PDF called Double Layers in Astrophysics that came out later that captures basically what they talked about. And it shows who, within this document, by the way, is a plasma model of Earth that's flat to simulate the plasmasphere, but that's another topic. He writes here and says this when he spoke to the audience. Dr. Azar, this is just some other guy, has studied how a number of the most used textbooks in astrophysics treat important concepts like double layers. This is the plasmasphere, right? Critical velocity, pinch effects, that has to do with magnetic field lines coming together, and circuits. He has found that students using these textbooks remain essentially ignorant of even the existence of these, in spite of the fact that some of these astrophysics students have all been well known, or all these that all these effects have been well known for half a century. Okay, so these astrophysics students come through schools, he says, and they don't understand the basics of like electrical and magnetophysics, magnetohydrodynamics. He writes further, the conclusion is that astrophysics as a field is too important to be left in the hands of the astrophysicists. The billion-dollar telescope data, which space telescope data, right, must be treated by scientists who are familiar with laboratory and magnetospheric physics and circuit theory, and of course with modern plasma theory. At least by volume, the universe consists of more than 99% of plasma, and electromagnetic forces are 10 to the 39th power times stronger than gravitation. He's addressing NASA people right now, telling them that your self-orbiting gravitational satellite bullshit is all a fraud.
Yeah, it is. Why do people fall for that at all? But smart ass people in schools, do the schools teach them to lie, to have the fake version in their heads? Or are people who graduate school really not that smart and just fucking fall for this shit and believe, what the mainstream is putting in their heads for reason of lying about the earth?
Yeah, it's idealistic. These are idealistic constructs, man. They're mathematical constructs. They don't have no coherence in the physical world. So like that's what Yoder is saying. He's like, basically, if this guy was actually talking to the folks that would realize that what they're looking into with gravity and that is not real, then they would apply I don't know, like how does that even go about, Yoder, that he even proposed that to them and they denied the fact that it had any merit? Like I don't get that. Like why would they?
What I've seen is this. Like you go through school, maybe you take like AP chemistry, AP physics in high school. And if you're lucky and want it badly enough, maybe you get into physics in college and take first, like freshman or sophomore courses. What you begin to find out is things start to get really weird and confusing. If you are smart and paying attention, you're going to be bothered by the fact that there are multiple definitions of mass that aren't very clear, that conflict with each other. There are multiple definitions of gravity that conflict with each other and aren't very clear. You move from wanting to learn and critically examine what you're thinking into a mindset of trying to memorize formulas and pass freaking tests to get through it. And you accept potentially with humility on your part that you don't really understand this stuff. You feel maybe inadequate next to your peers who pretend to. And if you're lucky, you come out of these programs on the back end with a degree. Potentially you move into engineering where things are more practical and more hands-on, and you don't have to revisit these concepts in such a way ever again. That you move more into the applied part of it, and everything starts to make sense a bit better again. But some people stay within that abstraction of physics and maybe become like astronomers and shit.
Yeah, that doesn't sound efficient at all, man.
But a lot of people get frustrated and they quit. They wipe out. They're like, maybe I'm just too dumb to understand what the hell mass is.
Yeah.
How come I read in some formulas, it looks like gas molecules are affected by gravity, and in other formulas, it appears that they aren't. Why does it seem that gravity can violate entropy in some cases, but in other cases it doesn't? And so people have these questions. Students debate with each other, and some people just get mad, frustrated, say, you know what, fuck this, I'll go into computer science or something.
Mm-hmm.
So how many good potential physicists and engineers have been turned away by what this has become?
Yeah, they are almost like people who say, oh, I'll never commit any sins. I'll be a good son or daughter, mother or father, because, sorry to be creepy or weird, but, people who just fucking follow the Bible, or not follow the Bible, but they're just gonna lie and say whatever it takes to appease whoever might, take away their privilege to go out that night, or graduate, or get dinner or food. I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
I know what you mean. Let me read to you two passages, and then I gotta go. I'm already a bit late. Two passages from National Security Council Memo 5814. This was in 1958. It was one of the founding documents for NASA. The scope of this policy. This policy is concerned with U.S. interests in scientific, civil, military, and political activities related to outer space. It deals with sounding rockets, Earth satellites, and other space vehicles, their relationship to the exploration and use of outer space, and their political and psychological significance. Next paragraph goes on. Outer space presents a new and imposing challenge. Although the full potentialities and significance of outer space remain largely to be explored, it is already clear that there are important scientific, civil, military, and political implications for national security, including the psychological impact of outer space activities, which is of broad significance and national prestige. You think it stops there? There's another section that I want to pull up. Further down, there's actually a paragraph titled Psychological Exploitation. The last sentence of this reads, In the near future, while the USSR has superior capability in space technology, judiciously select projects for implementation which, while having scientific or military value, are designed to achieve a favorable worldwide psychological impact. Next, on reconnaissance satellites, further down. In anticipation of the availability of reconnaissance satellites, which had been invented yet, seek urgently a political framework which will place the use of U.S. reconnaissance satellites in a political and psychological context most favorable to the United States.
This is NASA documents.
Yeah, NSC 5814.
Well, the National Security Council, not NASA, but yeah, close enough.
No, this was found. This is before NASA was founded. This includes. I got a suite of other documents where, I mean, the first panel that met together was headed by frickin' CIA staff officers. This was organized under the President's Psychological Operations Board that was formed after World War II. That's what NASA flowed out of. It's all about projecting power, technology, and capabilities that put the U.S. in the most favorable light. Do whatever it takes. And you can read between the lines. I got to step out, so I'll talk to you later.
Use that word to step back from saying we'll do it for real. If it's psychological, then it just has to be what they believe, not something we really did.
Counterintelligence. Stay blessed, Yoder. We'll see you around, man.
Later, Yoder.
Yeah, just to go back to what you were saying earlier, Shine, about why don't some highly educated people, or the vast majority of so-called highly educated people, know about this? It's because they quite often get their degrees from like learning textbooks, right? Repeating, memorizing, regurgitating information that they were taught at university by their professors and from their textbooks. Not necessarily questioning the core fundamentals of their textbooks, right? So they already thought the Earth was a globe, reinforced from a young age, all the way through university. And now all of a sudden they're studying some hyper-specific topic related to a specific subject. You know, they're just going to go deep into that. They're not going to go to their professor and say, oh, how do we really know that the Earth's a globe in the first place? Who actually went and measured that? Right? That's not something that's going to come up. That's probably nothing that they're even going to think about. And when they come in here occasionally, or when we do encounter them, they don't really like know these questions any better than most people. They're not that good at answering the specific questions that are related to this topic for the most part. Sometimes they'll be more honest in admitting what they do and they don't know as well, and what scientists do and don't know. Whereas someone that's less educated might think that certain things that haven't been scientifically proven actually have been, right? And they'll argue that to the death, even though like a mainstream scientist will actually say, well, this is the best we can come up with. We don't actually know for sure, but this is where we're at, right? This is our current understanding of this.
Yeah, I agree. What do you think is the significance of all that? Do you think that, like, what do we have to trust? If we can't really trust our schools to be making people smarter and stuff, who do we go to? What do we do? I mean, like...
No, that's too broad, though. I don't think anybody's saying that. That's a bit much. We're saying that the information concerning the Earth being a globe. So when you say that was a bit too broad for it to be like a general statement, like why, trusting school, like reading, writing, and arithmetic, that's like important information that you need to learn while you're going through school. Language skills, that sort of stuff.
Or whatever, because I liked, elementary school subjects that felt useful and like they contributed to my knowledge, and stuff beyond that mostly just felt like, oh, it's like a very specific fact that only some people know. oh, it helps you in this, but not in that. And it just felt kind of like, man, these things are a waste to teach people in school because it's not even that helpful. Everything I learned earlier on, I've used my whole life long. Stuff in college and stuff, it's, yeah, interesting knowledge. Some of it's specific and helpful, but it's not like stuff I use every day, unlike stuff I learned very early in my life. Math, history, language. Stuff in college was more like philosophy, history, technical style, and just nobody seems to care about it unless they studied the exact same stuff that you studied in college. Most people don't even care. It's like the most useless knowledge in the world. Anyway.
Well, yeah, it gives a person a more broad understanding of the world around them, isn't it? So it's not just specifically those things that I mentioned earlier, but like the ones you mentioned. That's helpful in creating a person's character. Because you know a little bit of history, you know who you are, like in this country that you live in, or supposedly, right? Because everything that we hear about, we at least have to know things about our world. So that's what it's doing. It's helping us understand who we are, building our character. So education is not a bad thing. It's certain things about it that are bad, right? So that's what we would say. So in and of itself, in a general case, I mean, obviously you want somebody to be more learned than not, right? That's everybody should advocate for that. Anyway, I don't like the whole, don't send your kids to school because the school is the devil, and that whole thing. I don't know. It doesn't jive with me well.
Where do you live? Is where you live somewhere where the government might have conceivably rigged all schools to discriminate against truthers or something like that? Because I live in California. It feels like, yeah, Democrats run the whole state. They probably also rig your experience in college and stuff, and the teachers are part of it, and the administration.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you. I know what you're saying, but
politics graduate.
But that's why people that are capable can disagree with that, right? If you
are you from somewhere else?
This world that we live in the U.S.
University, if it wasn't just California's universities.
Yeah, one thing we shall say though is that there should be a robust environment to have a disagreement with somebody and not just all be one-sided one way or the other, right? That's not what we want.
Yeah, I also agree, but I don't think college let me do that. I feel like college was super unfair. Did you go to college somewhere where it was super fair?
No, I never went, but I know people who have, and their experience is kind of like what you're saying too. I think it's more like the general case that everybody feels like, well, what are you studying for, right? But other subjects, that they study for, it's I don't know. It's not. It's really just one-sided, one way to think, and evolution and the cosmos and all that's being taught to you just kind of like a standard model. You don't get to freely think about it for yourself. It's a curriculum.
I don't know if you care to learn what I learned in college, because a lot of it, especially in science, was BS stuff, in my opinion. It wasn't shown through any experiments, was taught through packets and textbooks and stuff, and the students didn't get to ask a lot of questions. When it came to other classes, there was more questions and stuff, but no, not a lot of questions in history and science. I guess you just have to take what they say for it. It was very disappointing, and I thought it was less informative than high school.
You got to treat the education system like the welfare system, okay? Just because they're giving it to you doesn't mean it's right. Doesn't mean it's good for you. You have to. Life's not fair. You have to get out there and do it yourself and take care of yourself. And if you just assume that the welfare system is going to teach you the right things and give you the food whenever you need it, then it's not going to work out well for you.
Yeah, I mean, we had to learn about, red shifts, blue shifts, planetary history, elements in space. This was all in a required course. It wasn't one I didn't pass or anything. No, I didn't pass, other courses, but science labs, I could do it, especially when it was in my first few years of college. But I just felt like the information was kind of BS. It was just all in the packet. We did a couple of experiments to prove a couple things, but it's not like we were about to prove the red shifting of stars or, gravitational pathways of planets in the class. So it's not like it proved astronomy to me or anything. Just a couple of scientific facts and then a couple of scientific, made up facts, and then they pack it into a course and say everybody has to take this and stuff. And of course, you probably learned the fake scientific facts even earlier in other schools and stuff. I don't know, no one was questioning the system. No one was saying, how could that be true? They all just said, yeah, this is what we're learning. Sounds true enough. Okay, we'll go with it. But in specific classes on specific subjects, people did sort of question the information and say, is this really right? Is this the best way? What if my own interpretation is better? It just didn't happen a lot in science labs or classes about, macro topics like the whole universe or all of history or anything. I don't know. It was disappointing, and for many, many reasons. But one of those was, yeah, I've always had stuff to say about everything. And people in high school and elementary school cared. In college, everyone said, shut up, you're ruining it by talking. It was like, we can't do anything we want anymore. We can't take this where we want. I thought this was supposed to be like the land of intellectual freedom or in a university to discuss higher ideals. But it was like worse than high school. It's like, oh, you really got to shut up about this or that. Oh, you can get in real trouble instead of just high school trouble and stuff. It's like they were just threatening us with ruining our lives and trying to ruin our lives. Maybe it's different if you don't go to college in America or California or anything like that. I don't know what college is like for other people, but for me, it felt like a big trap for people who thought they might have important things to contribute to the world, a way to like find them early and stop them from becoming all that special or anything. And it takes kids away from their parents and stuff. It's got to be one of the worst things. Like if kicking out your kid at 18 was good, some parents do this. Their kids, do drugs or drink. They're like, we're not providing for you anymore. Well, college just isn't that different. It's like, yeah, you're still our kid, but have fun doing everything on your own for 5 years when you're just out of high school. It wasn't that fun. It was hard. Anyway, what are you guys all thinking about?
I was gonna say I have a different perspective.
Once I left college. Do you think it's unfair because they want people to lie about space and stuff? Do you think it's unfair because they don't accept questions? I mean, look, YouTube and stuff doesn't accept questions. I've been trying to get them to like tell the truth about space and stuff, but the way the videos are, it's never telling the truth.
Yeah, that word truth. Yeah, you're going to find out that it means something very different to a lot of people. So to you, it might mean, why don't they just come out and tell people how like it is? To them, it's like they want to tell you about the narrative, and that's truth to them. So, that word, it for everybody that's using it has a different connotation. It shouldn't have a different connotation, but it does. But what were you going to say, Josh? You were going to tell us about your experience in college?
No, I'm just saying I really enjoyed school, and I found that it was there was definitely tons of opportunities to ask questions and debate with the professors. But I'm also pretty biased. I did 8 years of college, so.
You like school? I mean,
what was younger school like? Was it the same? Because for me, it was a down from high school to college.
But I also went to like the second best aerospace engineering college in the country. So like, Sorry, what?
Was your elementary school and high school better or worse than your college? You sound like you had a good time in college. You see, I think I had the opposite. I think where I was, college was the thing that was mostly rigged and stuff, and elementary school is and high school where you got to speak your real mind. And then after that, it was like, the whole culture is just trying to identify individuals who might be hostile to liberalization politics here.
Yeah, I was gonna say like, I took like tech policy courses where it was all Socratic seminar, like it wasn't even a lecture. It was just, hey, you need to be prepared on this topic, and we're gonna just discuss and debate opinions on like the role of the federal government in basic research and development funding, and why is the budget of NASA the way it is? How do we quantify the economic and societal benefits?
You guys talk about that?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Well, can you enlighten me on that topic? Like, what was the discussion that you remember? Anything about it?
Specifically NASA or the role of federal government?
Yeah, well, NASA and their funding, their useful their money. Like, what were you guys thinking of?
I mean, on one hand, it's a jobs program. On the other hand, sorry, I'm like trying to wolf down my breakfast. On the other hand, it's a lot of basic R&D and patents and inventions come out of NASA. So it's it's an economic multiplier, like Velcro, memory foam. There's a ton of material science benefits that come out of NASA funding. So it's the combination between those two make up the vast majority of the economic.
Yeah, was that done by engineers like
in space flight? Stuff that Yoder was talking about.
You lagged there for a bit, so I jumped in by accident.
No, you're good.
Most of their funding, was it done to fund like those products that were made by, you said engineers, right?
Yeah. So it's like NASA. All that stuff. There's like the Science Mission Directorate. There's the Space Technology Mission Directorate. Like the way it's organized is everybody, they have like their own missions. They do a bunch of ground testing and like figure out if the payload works, and then they work with like the astrophysicists to figure out what type of science they want to do, what questions they want to go answer.
Hey, Josh. No, I mean like the products that were made, like the ones that you just discussed, like foam and all that stuff. Like, was that useful? Was that useful? Right. Was that made because they went to space, or has anything to do with that, or
correct?
Was it just something that they?
Yeah.
Really? Go ahead.
So there's an office within NASA called the Technology Transfer Program, so basically it's anything that's federally funded. If they come up with something that could be useful in industry or like commercially, there's like a whole program where you're able to like transfer the IP over to the public or to like the inventor who was a civil servant at the time. They like let you keep your patents, etc. But yeah, no, Velcro was made to like stick stuff to the walls of the space station without it floating away. Like it was invented for the ISS.
Really? Who was the inventor of it?
I have absolutely no clue. But the patent is held by I think it's public domain at this point, but the original patent was held by a NASA employee.
I mean, you could use Velcro like on a hunting backpack whenever you're hiking up a mountain to hold your water flask to your backpack. Why is it only designed for the ISS? Like it doesn't make
originally
sense.
Designed. Like it didn't exist before that, right? Like Velcro didn't exist prior to it being invented. Like the concept of having a bunch of little plastic hooks on one side and
All right, I had to pause that for a second. All right, this is like what Indio was talking about earlier. Like, don't believe any of the bullshit that these globe earthers say. None of it. That guy was just speaking so confidently about Velcro and giving us like details about patents and all sorts of shit. Right? Every single thing that he just said was absolute bullshit, completely factually incorrect. Zero of what he said was just true. And he admitted it the next day. maybe even later in that same show. Like we called him out on that. I got to remember to clip that and put it with the later admission that everything he said was completely incorrect. And the way that he glossed it off, he's like, "Oh yeah, well, yeah, I admit I was wrong about that. You know, I can't be expected to know everything. I'll take the L on that one. But listening to the way how confidently he was saying that's an absolute bullshit artist snake right there. Don't believe anything these fuckheads say. That's insane." And resume.
Like fibers on the other. Like it was, I can dig into it later today if you'd like, but it didn't exist prior to it being invented at NASA.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, no, college was great. I dove in head first and really got into the nuts and bolts.
Could have been a professor.
Nah, fuck that. I don't get paid enough for that shit.
Yeah, but you're not doing it for the pay, dude. You're doing it for, the satisfaction of teaching younger generations.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, if money was no object, like people ask me, like, if you won the lottery, what would you do? I would definitely be like a high school physics teacher. That would be my jam. But no, you have to get a doctorate to get to be a professor at most places, or unless more than an adjunct. But so I have the ability to adjunct at Georgetown and GW here in DC. So I'll go in and guest lecture once or twice a semester for different classes. But no, if I was going to teach a full class, it would either be, I don't know, when I'm empty nesting, the kids are out of the house. At some point, yes. I just don't have the patience to go get a doctorate. Like I just got master like a bunch of different master's degrees. I didn't stick around for a PhD.
So you have a bunch of master's degrees. How many do you have exactly?
Teach the flat Earth in a class, anyways. It would be against the rules.
No, that's not true. We talk about reference frames and projections, and we talk a lot about it. We took there's a class in undergrad at Georgia Tech called Spaceflight Operations, where we covered a lot of that type of stuff about how you get from the model to what you observe on the ground.
They wouldn't let you say flat Earth or talk about flat Earth at all if you had a class.
No, I disagree with that. We fundamentally have those conversations.
How does it end whenever you're trying to find the curvature, by measuring the ocean? Like, how do those arguments end?
From a human perspective, it's flat. I concede that point. But
So
no, it's three degrees to answer your question.
Okay, nice. But how could it be from a human perspective? Like, is there another perspective that eventually becomes a ball?
We're too small.
From the astronaut perspective.
Yeah, you gotta take a step back from the painting.
Oh, so you just have to go higher. So you can't see the curve from sea level, but you can see it whenever you go up in a weather balloon.
No, further than that. Y'all keep asking for the exact height. I really should actually do that research, but it's.
Yeah, you should. Elon Musk, or not Elon Musk. Nope.
Hey, so
go ahead, Ben.
I mean, he said he was an aerospace engineer. I mean, I thought that they would know that like right off the top of their head, like boom, 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 here it is.
Whoopsie.
No, because focusing on the curvature of the Earth is step 2, right? And we spend most of our time working on like step 8.
We can pass that, but they can't.
Oh, Josh. Go on now, you.
But
no, I'm just saying I haven't done the research.
You got to be a special person to get the job.
Oh, we talked about that in nepotism in here, and like who etc. Like I told AV I never applied for a job in my life.
Look, if I was in Josh, I would feel the same way because he spent so much time and money on his education, which is fine, and he probably is going to have a great job and all that. But for somebody to try to crush his all of his investment into this by saying,
Yeah.
where is it curving? I mean, yeah, I would probably be doing the same thing. I mean, that's why these professors flip out and have like a spasm or a heart attack whenever these kids are like, where's the curve? You know, because their whole life they've put into this education, into their job and their tenure. I mean, that's the whole thing. That's why the world works the way it is they compartmentalize us. It's all a part of the system.
You can't say it any better than that, Dib. Yep.
Yeah. Go ahead.
No, I mean, the man's making bread, right? We know that. Josh is making bread, but outside of that, he's got to live with the fact that even if he does know that the Earth is flat, and whatever we present here can't be proven that the Earth is a globe, he still has to go to work in the job that he's doing, no matter what. Like, because he's committed, right? He's given a lot of time and effort into this. That he's no turning back now, right? He can't turn this ship around, bro. He's on a one-way direction. That's it. There's no turning back. So he's going to have to do his hardest to keep the same, facade going for as long as he can.
I mean, if I really wanted to do self-preservation, I wouldn't be having this conversation with y'all.
Yeah, well, dude, that's all mental, Josh. That's all mental, bro. Like, yeah, you would. You're doing it right now because you know that if there was some reason that you couldn't be able to do it, like you couldn't live with yourself, bro, because you've invested so much. You're doing everything you can right now to show yourself that there's a reason to believe the Earth is a globe.
Do you find it weird that I don't crash out nearly as much, or
Yeah, well,
like the other
when you
Globers?
first came in, here, you did. I guarantee it, bro.
I gotta establish some boundaries.
Dude,
I
you're
gotta
a
feel
weird
y'all
one.
out. Make sure you know what you're doing.
Yeah, and all that jazz. But like, for as long as I've known you, like because you've been here a while, I think you would relish the fact that if somebody would come in here and give us the what's for sure. If some PhD or some other academic came in here and stood like side by side with you, I mean, you would be like eating popcorn, dude, because like you don't have that right now. You're the guy essentially. Like, and we're asking the group is like, is there any other satellite engineers in the room except for Phil Bellum? Because that guy's he don't know what he's saying. But
well,
yeah,
I mean, I've seen like NASA's chief scientists get into these rooms. Like I've conceded the point that there's nobody. I don't think there's anybody on planet Earth that could satiate y'all's y'all's questions. So I don't think there is like a person that could pop in here and like, oh man, they're gonna dunk on these people. Like no, I don't think that exists.
Thank you.
Well, that's what I'm waiting for. I'm hoping somebody comes in here and does that one day because I want to hear. I know all the evidence, and we know all the same shit they say every time. But I want to hear some new shit. Where's the new shit at?
Corrupt everybody and make them argue the opposite.
The new shit is you can measure the height of the building by dropping a barometer off of it.
Oh yeah, that was like last week though, bro. What's new this week?
How about this guy saying that he's a teacher and scientist and that it's all fine if the Earth is, a globe, and I don't know, he shouldn't even be in this discussion room. He's against the flat Earth. He doesn't believe it.
I'm against the flat Earth. I'm not against flat earthers.
Shove it in.
Yeah, he's fine. He can stay in here. I think the reason why we like to have him in here is people need to see what people like him talk about. And he doesn't bother me unless he bothers you.
And we don't push people out because they don't believe in flat Earth. That's not what we do.
Yeah.
So, Josh, you don't think if someone came in here...
You got to be able to know it's true.
What's up, India?
So, Josh, you don't think that if someone came in here with actual, like, measurements of curvature that we'd be satisfied with that? Think we would just go, nah.
Yeah,
you said you don't think we'd be satisfied by anybody, but what if they like?
I don't think so.
Really? Why not?
Yeah. Well, I think the goalposts are on ice skates.
Well, the question is, why has nobody? I mean, I remember like 6-7 years ago, a guy came in here.
Nobody gives a shit.
He's got to do a simple ass laser test. So we actually had a guy. We had a guy, a goalworker. He's like, one of my professors and one of his associate professors are going to go out and they were going to do it in somewhere in Oregon or Washington State, and they were going to go do the laser test. And the weekend they did it, well, they've never come back with anything. So we've come over this time and time again, where someone says they're going to go do it, and they either did it and didn't get the result they want and disappear and vanish, or they just don't do it. So, talk is cheap, as they say. You can say nothing would satisfy. I said, no one's done anything. All they ever do is point to a screen and look, trust the screen. That's it. That's all we ever get.
I mean, they took a whole crew to Antarctica, and y'all are hyper fixated on a vape. So like,
no, who's you?
The royal you. Apologies.
Okay.
Freaking y'all! What the hell?
First of all, this dude Duffy was told well before he ever did anything that this type of test is not dispositive of anything. Well before.
Remember, everybody, it's the ground that we're looking at, not the.
Yeah, I mean, you look at my
sky.
ex dialogue with him. I said, how would this prove a glow? How would this falsify flat Earth? You know what he said? He said because the Earth has to be symmetrical. What? It doesn't even make sense, dude. Why would it have to be symmetrical?
Like I said, I'd be hard pressed. Like I would like if you wanted to be satiated, I would love a very hard definition of exactly what you want, and then like I need this to be assumed away.
How do you not know after all this time?
No, I understand. It's just it's.
How do you not know after all this time you've been in here? We say it all the time. Measurement of drop.
Double talk.
Measurements of drop over distance. Really simple. It's really simple, Josh. It's not complicated.
Yeah, drop over distance assumes Cartesian space, right?
What do you mean? What does that mean?
That x, y as opposed to r, rho, and phi, or theta.
Hey, it's just your human.
Your beef is where you're not using polar coordinates. Are you crazy? Like, can you off your marble?
It's just that drop over distance assumes that quote unquote drop is relative to the local flat plane that you're standing on, right? Whereas, on a globe, it would be an arc length, not a x over y down.
No, we're talking drop from the tangent, dude. The freaking curve that curves down.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Like a ruler on a bowling ball. Right? The bottom of that ruler and the surface of the ball get further apart. That's what we're talking about. That would prove 100% one way or another.
But it's not possible to have a straight ruler while you're standing on the ball.
Why not?
Is that
y'all claim you measure 1,000th of a proton radius? Why can't you do that?
I'm just saying there's because it's wait repeat. Was that CERN? Were you talking about
LIGO?
Like a particle accelerator? LIGO.
LIGO claims they measure 1,000th of a proton radius.
Yeah, it's in a vacuum tube, right? So a laser test, long distance observation, all that is light traveling through a medium, so you can't get it perfectly straight. So that's why I say the only way you can measure is by taking a step back and going up.
Well, so check this out. I mean, there's going to be a distance where the curvature of the beam, even if there is some, is going to be so different from what the surface of the ball would be, is that you don't need to be that precise. Unless you're positing that you can have a beam whose ray just like goes completely in a circle back around.
No, because then you'd have to understand the conditions of the medium on every step along the length of the beam, right? So I don't. Yeah.
Yeah, so you're trying to make it impossible, unfalsifiable nonsense.
Oh, I'm just saying I don't think it's measurable from the surface.
The globe is copium.
Now,
Indio,
Here,
before
really
you
close to
joined,
what
he
he just
said,
said. It's not
no,
measurable.
he said this before you joined. He said, it's the human perspective is where you can't see the curve.
Like a
You have to
floor.
go into outer space.
A flat rectangle. All the Earth is flat, like it's a giant flat circle, but that makes sense under your feet and stuff. As you go up, you see in a circle, not a rectangle. The whole Earth is flat.
Josh, you sound like the Pope. Only the Pope knows the true word of God. Only the Pope can interpret the Bible.
Whoa! That's
You're
assuming
just
the
a human.
Catholics are right. Jesus Christ, you're just assuming I'm Catholic.
No,
I
I'm
take
just
offense
saying.
to that, Indio. Come on.
No. It's an analogous argument where we can't do it. We have to trust some other authority to do it.
I think you're atheist, isn't it?
No. I'm 100% agnostic. I think atheists are dumb.
He's 100% certain that he's uncertain.
100%.
100%.
I'm not uncertain. I'm certain in my uncertainty.
Yeah, we really.
This is
how does that circle jerk work? I mean,
certain.
Oh, I'm 100% certain that nobody has the right answer.
Really? How are you certain of that?
I haven't had any first-hand evidence of anything greater than humans. Therefore, all religions must have been creations of humans, and therefore they're infallible because no humans know know the context of their.
Yeah, where did the first thought? Yeah, let's put it this way. Where did the first thought come from?
A human.
Fly that to NASA.
Yeah. Were they the Were they the originators of the thought?
Yeah, it's infallible.
Yeah,
but I'm saying
prove it. Prove it. No, wait a minute. Wait.
No.
Prove that the first thought was from a human, like that they came from them.
I have no idea. I don't know.
How could you? Yeah, exactly. That's the. Yeah, I mean, your uncertainty, dude. Your uncertainty goes all the way back to the place where you think you were certain on something. You're going to be uncertain. There's no way you can derive certainty from the uncertainty that you're telling us that you believe in.
I disagree.
It's a huge. Well, you can disagree all you like, but it's just true. So if you're saying that you're certain that everything,
the first thought came from a human or didn't come from a human.
So here's the thing, though. You think that things that are thoughts, you can actually say that you're uncertain. You're 100% sure about your uncertainty. You can't be 100% sure in the realm of being uncertain. It's just like a snake eating its own tail. So there's no way you can.
Definition of faith, isn't it? Right, deriving certainty from the uncertain.
Yeah, but how can you be sure, being uncertain, that you're certain?
You just said you can't have a flat ruler on a curved Earth. How do you know the Earth's curved? I mean, it's a circle jerk.
Yeah. It's a big circle jerk.
You okay?
Well, hold on.
But I'm trying to get him.
Josh, that he's seen no evidence, right? Do you accept anything other than material world things as evidence?
I don't believe in the metaphysical, no.
So there you go. You will never accept anything that is not material as evidence when we're talking about things that are immaterial. So even if you had something immaterial as evidence, you wouldn't accept it. So you basically set up something impossible to do.
If there is a God,
something impossible.
If there is a God, they are material.
Well, says who?
That's just my perspective.
Yeah, your perspective, and how do you know you're right?
I don't know I'm right.
So then
Josh,
you're uncertain. You can never be certain about your uncertainty, ever.
Okay.
Are there things that exist, Josh, which are not material? Or the only things that exist in the world are material?
I mean, that could be true. But I'm just
question.
Cool. I haven't seen anything. I haven't seen any proof of any claim that makes me think, okay, yeah, that's right.
There's things that exist which are not material, which are absolutely true, and this is easy to prove. All abstract ideas, such as math, logic, truth, things like that, those things, those exist, but they're not in the material world. I can prove they exist. I can prove the log of identity exists. It's simple.
Yeah, because
it don't exist in the material world, though. So you just like jettison logic, reason, mathematics.
Socially acceptable immaterial things, like I can vibe with that, but I understand the social context of their creation, right?
You think the law of identity is a social construct?
Because you're communicating it to other monkey brains that I observe the same laws of logic that you do.
They're independent of human beings. They still exist independent of a human mind.
Have you ever demonstrated to someone who doesn't have a human mind? Like, I don't like.
What do you
how do you know that's true?
You don't know any of that.
Josh, I didn't say brain. I said mind. And the very fact you're referencing a mind.
You believe in the higher concept, the spirit, the thing that occupies that idea of belief, but those things aren't proven on any sort of physical level.
Hey, you gotta believe.
No, but they don't exist either. Why would you believe in them if there's literally no like physical proof?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just here not
everything.
Don't be a dick. Don't be a dick. Like, lift others up around you, and then you're good. You don't need anything else.
It's physical
You just ask the question.
Physical stuff.
Oh, you just ask the question. How do you know if it exists? It's not in the material world. We can know things purely through reason.
The rules every time. So, and you don't see it. Not.
Hey, man, you're completely talking over Indio. Like social cues.
Not reality.
Well, I mean, let's just put the handbrake on this because fuck the metaphysics, right? So.
Oh yeah, no, it's all good.
Back to curvature. I mean, so your claim is that it's immeasurable. That's impossible to measure.
Lord.
No, let's get back to that, dude, because you said that we wouldn't accept anything, and you're claiming that it's not that we wouldn't accept it for some other reasons, simply because it's immeasurable. Or you're saying even if it was measurable, we wouldn't even accept the measurement. Which one?
I mean, you can go look at the Porchart train, like power. Power lines over and down in Louisiana. Exactly, right? Like,
okay. No, hold on.
Goalposts, right?
What was measured?
The fact that they're all the same height moving over water and they look like they curve outside of just straight vanishing point perspective.
And Josh, have you looked closely at those images? So at the end of the power line one, it's an inferior mirage. You can clearly see it's an inferior mirage because it splits in half and there's a mirror image of the tallest tower that's at the end. Okay, and then if you go and look up Lake Pontchartrain data on what the water temperature versus air temperature is, they have 2 temperature inversions a day. So they got buoys in Lake Pontchartrain that measure the wet water and wet air temperature every 6 minutes. So on that day where he took that photo, there is a temperature inversion. You know why I know that? Because I have the data. I have the historical data for that day because I know the exact date he took the image.
And now we can have this discussion because it's putting through a medium. The light's going through a medium. Therefore, I think
that's why we're measuring. We're not just looking at it. That's why we're measuring. We're not just simply looking at it and making it a subjective opinion about it.
Why is this guy just talking? Dude.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm interrupting. It's just the photograph you chose to use to describe your example is an easily provable fake.
Dude, that's great. That's great, but don't interrupt. Just don't interrupt. Brother,
into
he can't hear me.
It's a real photograph. Okay, it's not a fake. Okay, it's a real photograph.
Prove that much in like 1 mile.
Shine. Can you put yourself on mute, please?
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
So Lake Pontchartrain has 2 temperature inversions a day. The water and air temperature are very close to each other, and they flip back and forth. Because Lake Pontchartrain is very shallow. It's something like 11 feet deep. So people have taken plenty of video and photos of it not looking like this. So why don't you think about it for a second? 30,000 cars go over that bridge every single day. If you could see Earth curve there, right, at that location, they would have set up a tourist shop right at the end of the bridge. Come to Lake Pontchartrain and see Earth curve. No one's ever done that because this is a rare temperature.
I don't think people give a shit about y'all. Like they think that even admitting that there's
people give a shit about money. People give a shit about money. And if you could see the curvature of the Earth at Lake Pontchartrain, there'd be a tourist shop right at the end of the bridge, so you could go there and see the curve of the Earth.
I mean, that's assuming that there's enough, like the social benefit or the economic benefit would be worth the social ostracization of catering to flat earthers.
No, they would have done this years ago, bro. It had nothing to do with flat Earth. People would just do it just because it's a novelty. Okay, that's why they would do it. But the fact of the matter is, Lake Pontchartrain has been thoroughly studied. In fact, on one side of Lake Pontchartrain versus the other side, they have actually different climates. The USGS studied this area. It is literally the worst place in the world to do an observation. The worst. You literally could not pick a worse place.
Okay.
Which is why, like the one of the bridge, that it looks like the hump that's in the middle, that they're coming straight down at like a 80-degree angle, like they're falling off a cliff. The bridge don't look like that. I don't want to know why you would pick that place. I really don't.
Well, yeah, it's just from a globe perspective, that's an easy win, and obviously there's more nuance there.
It's called grasping at straws.
Do you want me to post all the data, because I got graphs of all the data of Lake Pontchartrain?
No, I get it. I understand.
Graphed out for 45 days. I got a graph for that day, right? I got a graph specifically for that day showing the temperature inversion, and I have computer simulations of atmospheric refraction from the 80s that show that exact same phenomenon. That a flat surface that they used, and they simulated a temperature inversion, and it makes that flat surface look curved. And I have someone doing it for real with sugar water in a fish tank, with a camera at one end and a background on the other end of the fish tank. This is on Action Labs, of it making the exact same visual effect. So this is an Earth curve, okay? Period.
Yeah, exactly. It's traveling through a medium. Like that's what I'm saying. Like from a human perspective, I don't think there's anything conclusive that could be used to prove. Like I think there's too many variables to have it discussed unless there's.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Did you say that it looks flat? Didn't you say it looks flat earlier? You said that earlier. You say it looks. Well, why are you showing Indio this picture where it looks like it's curving? That goes against what you said earlier.
You thought we forgot.
I'm saying that it's traveling through a medium.
We didn't forget.
I understand. No.
Does it look flat or does it look curved? Does it look flat or does it look curved, Josh? You need to pick a lane.
I'm saying it looks curved, but obviously there's more nuances there because the light's traveling through a medium.
Okay, so your earlier statement that it looks flat was not true then.
No, I'm saying for the vast majority of things, like the human perspective, the Earth is flat. I still stand by that.
So then why are you standing by this?
I'm not. I'm saying it's saying from a glober perspective, from someone who says that.
What are you trying to do? What is the difference between a glober and a human?
What I'm saying it's low.
You said from the human. You said from the human. You said from the human perspective, it looks flat, but from a glober perspective, it's curved. What the fuck is that?
The human's just out there looking around with no preconceived notions of what they're looking for. A glober is looking for.
Oh, so that's the difference. That's the difference.
Yeah, that's what you asked.
So you would put that Lake Pontchartrain image in front of a human, and a human would be like, "Oh, I'm not looking for a curve, but there it is."
Does this dude just say that globers aren't humans?
Nah, I don't know. He said this. I'm just following his logic right now.
Yeah, no, okay. I digress.
I apologize. I'm saying from the royal you, the human race, like you walk around, looking around, it looks flat.
But you said earlier. Yeah, there you go. See, he said it again. So it looks flat, but then when you look at the Lake Pontchartrain image, you're like, oh, it looks curved. Right?
It does, and that's due to the.
Okay, so are you going to pick a lane?
Indio just pointed towards.
Are you going to pick a lane, whether it looks flat or curved?
One is my own personal opinion, and one is not. Like,
I God, bro!
There's nuance here, and.
Okay, when you're telling us from the picture that you're looking at, is it from your perspective or someone else's?
From my perspective, it looks curved because I know the Earth is a globe.
Okay, so it looks curved. So now you're choosing curved.
Personal perspective. From my personal perspective, I'm saying from a
you know no such thing, brother.
So when Yeah. So when it looks flat, when does that happen from your perspective? When does that happen? When does that occur?
I mean, almost everywhere else.
Okay.
Bro, there's only males and females, and it's either curved or flat. Okay, come
I'm
on.
gonna hand this back to you, bro. I just wanted to get him on that point because he was double speaking. He's double speaking, as you can clearly hear.
Yeah, I am double speaking. One is me and one's not me.
Oh shit, dude! What are you having an out of body experience? What the fuck, bro?
No, you're allowed to talk about a reference population that's not your own opinion. Like, I
No,
apologize.
dude.
We got mixed up there.
So no, we're not mixed up. You're double speaking in the sense of saying I look at the Lake Poncho. I was glad that you identified that. Like that clears up a lot.
You're getting caught up in an aha moment, Josh, and you just don't want to. You don't want to. You
No,
look
it's
like
all good.
you don't know what you're talking
I'm
about.
double speaking. I didn't explain clear enough that I was talking about me in one stance.
No, bro.
On
You didn't have to explain, bro. You didn't have to explain clearly. We understood you when you said it looks flat. We know that that's what you're saying when you look at the Earth. But when you look at the picture of Lake Pontchartrain, your brain wants to make it look like it's a globe from the ground level.
Yes, agreed.
There you go.
That's exactly what we're saying. Okay, that's what we were talking past each other. I apologize.
No, we're not talking past, brother. We're not talking past each other. I hear you very clearly.
Okay.
So does the audience.
Regurgitated back to me what I intended to say, so we are good.
All right, carry on.
That's all good.
Well, just quickly, because I just wanted to address what Josh said before, like the Lake Pontchartrain's an easy W for the globe, but you kind of like doubles, like you're contradicting yourself when you're saying, well, now you know it's just a miraging effect or an atmospheric effect that's taking place. So how would that make it a W for the globe? Like you said
from y'all's perspective, right? Like if a Glober walks in here off the street and says, "Go look at Lake Pontchartrain," like that's it looks curved, therefore it's they don't give a shit about quote unquote superior miraging and temperature.
How would that be an easy W?
You're straw manning my position and what I said. I said measure. I didn't say go look at it and see what it looks like.
Oh,
I never said that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm talking.
Well, there's a difference, right, between just looking at it and making a subjective evaluation and taking out a fucking tape measure. I think there's a difference between those two activities.
I think that a Glober coming in off the street wouldn't understand that. Yes.
Well, none of you guys seem to understand it. You guys think calculations are measurements, think looking at shit is measurements. You think everything is measurement but measurement.
What's a Glober coming off the street? There's Globers coming off the
they come
universities.
All the time.
They come out of
you're one of them.
Where did you come from?
Your level of understanding of the claims when it comes to the bending of light and refraction and whatnot are just as bad as the Glober that comes off the street that you're trying to put shit on right now.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree with that. Like,
okay, so Josh,
that's why I don't usually talk about long distance observations because I don't know jack shit about that.
Okay. So Josh,
aren't you like an aerospace school?
Yeah,
space. The whole reason I did space is because I didn't want to deal with the medium, right? Like I took thermodynamics and I had to start dealing with like humidity and gas fractions, and I'm just like, fuck that. I want to deal with vacuum.
Why are you saying fuck that? Because it didn't make sense.
I mean, no, it's more complicated, and I didn't really enjoy chemistry. I'm much more of a mechanics guy.
It's probably complicated because it doesn't make sense in the real world.
I mean, it's just I didn't enjoy it, so I didn't want to do it.
So you enjoy learning about space, which nobody knows anything about, and nobody ever will unless you are Elon Musk.
No, he don't know anything either, and neither does Josh. You're relying on other people.
I still don't get how Pontchartrain is a win for the Globers if we apparently see an apparent curve that's way too pronounced to be Earth curve, and they claim it's Earth curve. That seems to be a big L.
Yeah. Holy smoke is drinks,
dude.
What's up,
for
bro?
the Globers off the streets. We're off the streets, son.
You buckle up.
Oh, jeez, come on. Y'all see
Grace is here, buckle up.
Walking in, and they say, y'all are stupid.
Grace is here. We're going to have to let him talk to Josh for a little bit, see if he can
break me, man.
Yeah,
No, I asked you, like, tell me, how is it a win?
Oh, it's like easily digestible information, right? It's a meme.
You mean it's wrong information being parroted incorrectly, and how is that a win?
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, it's very similar to the memes and things that y'all post in the side chat.
No, it's not. So do not try to jump away from the actual thing here. You're trying to justify your position, not trying to strawman it with something else. Like you might have seen a meme that's not indicative of our position as a whole, because we're not a collective like you. We don't have a position like you that is dependent on belief in a greater system. We just have the mechanics of how things actually work, like light refraction.
Okay, I apologize.
So Josh, what it sounds like to me is that you're like, well, we have a meme like punch chain that looks like Earth curve, so it's a W because even though that's not actually Earth curve, people continue to believe it's Earth curve, and all we want is for people to keep believing the Earth is a globe. Is that your goal? Believe it no matter what, even if it's based. Do you want people to believe it, even if that belief is based upon bullshit?
I mean, you can invert that for many of the memes that are posited by flat Earth.
Don't say what about you, dude.
No,
I'm talking about you.
Yeah, you're also misframing. Like when we post, for instance, a meme, I posted, for instance, a picture of like puncture train with no refraction, so the pylons are completely straight and you can see the shore on the other side. So that is an image that contradicts the other image. So now you have to start to think about your claim, which is that in your first image, that curve you see is Earth's curve. That's all it's meant to do. The difference between the images, or what you call memes, is that the claims that are being presented with them. Do you see the difference?
Even the straight picture still has refraction. The light is still moving through a medium and it's refracting.
Yeah, bro, that's not how. Bro,
as opposed to altitude and distance.
Bro, there's always going to be some slight variations, but refraction is not. If there's no optical density difference in the medium between the targets, or if it's normalized, there's virtually zero refraction.
Yeah, that's not possible. That's not possible.
Yeah, it can be normalized. Yes, it can be.
I disagree.
Yeah, you can, but that doesn't change anything.
Bro, where did you get that idea?
That's fluid dynamics, man. Every single molecule in a volume, like there's no such thing as a uniform temperature and pressure in a fluid.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's uniform. It's the atmosphere is anisotropic and inhomogeneous. The problem is when you have the light traveling from one point to another point, and those differences balance out, the light is not going to be refracting up or down by much at all. So it's going to reach the other end.
All is not zero.
Yeah, well, that refraction up and down,
you said zero
the refraction up and down, then balances out. That creates a pretty straight standard.
Pretty straight standard. You're using weasel words here, man. Zero refraction is not possible.
Yeah, you're saying minuscule differences that are undetectable are something that's gonna change anything.
How can you prove that they're undetectable? Do you have a sensor?
Because you cannot detect them.
Square inch. I mean, do you have a sensor at every single
you
square
should listen
inch?
to Drace explain these things to you, right? Because he has a very good understanding of how this works. And if you just would actually listen to him, you'll actually learn something off him about how this works.
I understand.
You don't understand. You don't understand. You should be listening. You're the student right now. He knows a lot about this.
I just want to make it clear to everybody that zero refraction is not possible.
It is easily.
Trying to listen to him too.
Let me give you an example. For instance, a very simple example with two mediums like a fish tank. If you look normal to the surface, this is basic Snell's law. You don't have an angle of refraction, so there's zero refraction.
Yeah, but it's not basic Snell's law.
Yeah, but weasel words.
I'm saying you need to deal with differential Snell's law here, not basic Snell's law.
No, it's very much principle, actually. And the thing is, when you try to assume modern ways of dealing with refraction in the air is mostly modeling and assuming those models are consistent. And so you keep switching your models until what you see matches the model. But that does not infer that the paths are like that, but that just that one model appears to match that vision or view. So the problem here is we've been looking into this very deeply. And so for the globe to be true, you need the light to be refracting down around the globe to allow you to see further. So we have thousands of instances where we can see way too far for the globe. And so in those instances, the only excuse the globe has is that light must be bending around the globe to allow us to see further. Okay, so we go and test that. Now, in infrared cameras work on infrared, and infrared refracts less than visible light. And so we should always see the horizon closer in images when we see too far in infrared. So if we see too far in visible light, and we should also see too far in infrared, but just less far because it refracts less, if the conditions of the globe are true and light is refracting. However, when we look in infrared versus visible light, we see further in infrared. So, and when we look at the conditions of the day and we measure, for instance, the temperature, humidity, and pressure on both sides and or over a frozen lake, we find pretty normalized conditions at times, and at those times we can see straight across. When there's more refraction, we see less. So that is contrary to what is required for the globe to be true.
Do you have any documentation I can go read? I appreciate, and I'm following, so I do appreciate the information. But you had to have gone from a layman to knowing what you know now. Is there any good material you could send my way?
There's a ton of material. First of all, where to start? There's of course.
It doesn't have to be now. I'm just saying, like, if you come across something,
Okay, let's start here. You are aware that refraction is wavelength dependent, right? It has a wavelength dependency.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
That's why you get the prism, right?
Yeah.
Or,
yeah. So it has a wavelength dependency, and that is directly related to the absorption. You might not know that. That's kind of a nuanced thing. And it's well known that infrared, that's why we use it for, tracking, planes, missiles, people, etc., because it's absorbed less. So the refractive index, the how much infrared light will be refracted as you go toward that end of the wavelength, right? So it's lesser like ultraviolet and blue, and then it's more for ultraviolet and blue, that end of the spectrum, and less at the redder end of the spectrum. There's an optical window in infrared. In fact, the point is that it's easy to just go, hey, if there's less refraction. So what they claim is the more refraction there is, the more something is lifted up, right? The more the ray curves around the surface of the Earth. So in infrared, right, if it's curving less than the horizon, that was a brilliant argument, Trace. I've never heard that before. The horizon should actually appear closer than what it would be in a more refracted day, when it's actually the opposite. And I could actually, there's one I actually know about, the San Jacinto infrared, where the horizon is 5 miles too far, at least 5 miles, probably more. And it's easy to know where it is because of where it was taken, the features that the picture was taken of, where the camera was. You just simply know that the horizon's more than 20 miles, and the horizon, according to the globe map, is supposed to be 5 miles. Well, he also has the same in visible light, and you can't even see the shoreline because of the horizon. Well, the horizon should be farther if it's being refracted more in the visible light than it is in the infrared light. And what Trey said, it's the opposite.
Yeah, the same would also be true with.
It's like how basic do you want it? You know what I mean? Like, That's up to you. Like,
No,
the same would also be true with, like, you look at anything at a distance, and if it's too far to be seen, and you can still see colors, all of those colors should be shifting based on the refractive difference between those wavelengths. And so we don't see any evidence of the light being actually refracted when we see too far. We only see evidence of, like, when the conditions are such that we have a lot of refraction, it lowers how far we see, because when you think about it, if the light is coming from the other side of the lake and the bottom rays are dropping down and hitting the water, of course you're not seeing the bottom rays. Of course the bottom of the boat starts to disappear as a consequence.
That makes sense.
and then there's the other thing.
Yeah, I was gonna say
which,
anything in text would love to read.
and then there's dispersion, right? You mentioned it with the prism, right? The rainbow. You should have dispersion in a camera. They would call it chromatic aberration, right? You should have dispersion if you had a high refractive condition out there in the environment. But no one's ever observed this, where you see a blue mountain peak, and at the bottom of the mountain it's reddish, right? This difference in color because the light rays get spread out. We do observe this astronomically, though. We do observe this with planets. They actually make chromatic correctors, right? Astronomical chromatic correctors that have a mirror in it that you merge the red and blue image together. So we do see this. It's nothing like it's not there. It's just not there in any terrestrial sense. Ever. Like never. None of the 200 plus mile ones.
And as for documentation, just read about refraction. There's a ton of official documentation where you can read about all this. It's not very complicated. And if you want to see people inadvertently testing this, most of the world record long distance photographs are taken in infrared because they see further. And the best part is they generally take a picture in visible light before, so you generally have that differential. So it's just, it doesn't match the physics.
Sorry, I'm reading through the side chat.
You like the pictures of the moon I took with my smartphone?
The good question is, what is the evidence for refraction, the way the globe says? And their evidence is that the Earth looks flat, which is fucking crazy. Hey, what's your evidence that light curves around the ball? Oh, the Earth looks flat. You know how cuckoo that is, dude?
Yeah, that's also how they determine how much refraction was that day, is by how flat it looked.
Yeah, the flatter it looks, the more refraction. But Josh, this has to be your position. Well, I mean, your position is, trust me, bro, but I mean, everybody else's position that why these long distance observations and measurements don't mean anything. You guys have to try and take a big dump on them and try to convince everybody that they don't mean anything.
The worst.
Well, the military would like to have a word with you, okay?
Yeah, in their worldview, the worse seeing of the conditions, the better the observation.
Yep. The worst part is the military uses.
Like this, people take away.
Sorry. What I wanted to say was that the worst part is the military, like was slightly mentioned earlier, uses tri-beam different wavelength targeting systems to exclude any possibility of the target being displaced or be able to calculate how much it is displaced by the dispersion of the lasers or through the targeting system. And so we can use the same principles here on Earth, just use the different wavelengths to see how much the dispersion is, if there's any. And so far, we have not seen any evidence that the Earth is curved and light is somehow trying to hide it by violating its own basic functionality.
You solve the whole paradox by simply saying it's an optical effect, not a physical effect. The whole thing's solved. That easy.
I appreciate all the content in the side chat.
Here's a little point. Like, I love arguing with ChatGPT all the time, and there's some misconceptions that a lot of people use. Like, ChatGPT there's a lot. For instance, they claim like downward bending is the norm, but that's relative to like if you're like looking at the Earth from outside the Earth in an orthographic view, not relative to you on the surface though, because under normal conditions the ray would still continue to rise up into the air. That's just the physics of it. So they're quite literally screwed.
Yeah, like I said, I appreciate all the content. Feel free to send me stuff to read. More than happy to. Like I said, I'm very dumb on this topic.
So I sent Jay Tolan Media. So if you scroll up, I sent the infrared and I just sent the visible light. Now, if you look at the infrared and you zoom in on this, you can see what the hell is it? The name of it? Can't remember the name. It's something marina, right? And that marina comes up to the ocean, but it has a jetty, a barrier, and you can see all the way into the marina. And the marina is at 20 miles, and you can see into it where they park their boats, right? So we know that that's at 20 miles. Well, the globe curve calculation is the horizon supposed to be 15 miles away, but you can see the water surface 20 miles away. Now you can say, hey, that's refraction or whatever, but then when, like Trey said, like I said, I can't say it enough, man. That was a brilliant deduction. Is that the horizon is way closer, right? Some of the buildings are cut off; you can't see them. This is the exact opposite of what it should be. If the globe, the globe mechanism for refraction actually existed, we're seeing the opposite of what it would predict.
Yeah, I was gonna say I need to look into the. I haven't thought of doing long range with either infrared or other wavelengths.
Well, the other thing about infrared is like it penetrates through haze and water vapor, right? Particulates in the air. It isn't affected really by infrared as much. And what I've come to find out, because I've borrowed a multispectral camera and I got an infrared filter, is that consumer cameras, their infrared filter doesn't really have a high activation. So the actual optimal window is something like 1200 nanometer or 1500 nanometer. But your consumer cameras aren't sensitive. Well, it's not that they're not sensitive enough. It's that the material they make the sensor out of has like an upper threshold to like, because the radiation has to activate the electrons on the sensor, and in this particular, the elements they use for consumer sensors, there isn't enough. It's not powerful enough. The sources aren't bright enough. But you can do like 930 nanometer with a long exposure, or you just buy one specifically made for that purpose. But they also have what they call shortwave infrared. But those cameras are like thousands of dollars, like tens of thousands of dollars. They use a different type of sensor. They're like 1500 nanometer.
I was gonna say I got my phone and that's about it.
Yeah, well, I made a 30-mile observation with a iPhone 4S, which is a piece of garbage. "30 miles from 15 feet above sea level, I watched a ship sail from 6 miles away, tracked with marinetraffic.com, which tracks, well, at this particular location, they use a radar station out of Gloucester, Massachusetts. And I watched the boat for 3.5 hours sail out to sea, never disappearing, never any of that. I mean, it got smaller and smaller, it was tiny. And then to verify I was seeing what I seen, I went on top of a parking garage, which is like 100 feet above the sea level, and could obviously see it more clearly. But even from that 100-foot elevation, I should not have seen it. No, I mean, we could sit here and just believe that the light rays are, curving around the surface of the Earth in such a way as to make the Earth just look flat. How that would work in any conceivable way, I do not know. Like I can't even visualize it geometrically. How you would make a curved surface look flat?
Just imagine how uniform the air would need to be for a vista. When you look out, and you can see 30 miles when you should be at most be able to see 10 miles, let's say. And you look over that vista, if the horizon is refracting, then the horizon you're seeing shouldn't be the true horizon, and the difference in refraction between you and each point of that horizon should be different, unless you're saying the whole air is uniform to create this uniform refraction. Like it's not uniform. It's like uniformly in that. I don't know how to say that in English.
Know what you mean, Grace. Like the structure of the air is such that every path of light has to follow a different arcing path.
Exactly. It somehow would have to match magically to create a perfectly flat line. What should be happening in those cases, if that was happening, is that the whole horizon should fluctuate like a wavy line depending on the conditions between you and that point.
I think that's what we do see, though, right? Like at very, very long distances, like even on days.
No, we don't see we don't see a massive difference in the horizon. It's not like an S-like curve. When you put a ruler to the horizon is straight.
But if you zoom way in, you see kind of like these miraging effects. It waves up and down, and as a function of time, right? Because
you can see waves in the ocean. Yeah.
Yeah, smearing of distant objects.
It's a medium.
Yeah, there's shimmering effects
in the right geometry.
Yeah, shimmering effects are also a consequence of turbulence.
Oh, and turbulence is exactly what we're talking about here at this point.
Yeah, but that's slight variations in the straightforward, and the propagation is still going to be relatively straightforward. It's not deviations that could allow you to see extra 10 miles. And those extra 10 miles would be variant due to the differences. So you would be able to see 10 miles over there, 5 over there, 3 over there, depending on the conditions. But when we look, we see 10 miles too far there, 10 miles over there, all around us.
Well, no, I think it does change, but it's and this is once again me shooting from the hip, but my gut's telling me that it's 9.98 miles in that direction, 10.02 miles in that direction. Like it does change as a function of azimuth and time, but it's not,
Well, how could the horizon look flat?
Right, the molecular composition of air must be conformal to the curvature of the Earth, such that it flattens it out.
The horizon can't be more than one distance away, because then it wouldn't look like a straight line. Horizon means bounding circle. So a bounding circle is equidistant from the observer, right? So that, because you're
that doesn't take into account the medium, though.
But we're talking about what it would look like, right? So, and what it would look like if the horizon is equidistant, it would look like a line around you. But if it's not equidistant, it would not look like a line. One part of the horizon would be lower or higher than some other part.
A lot lower or higher? Away. No, it would just be a tiny little bit, and it might be imperceptible to the eye. Is what I'm trying to say. Like I don't know.
We just went over. You're seeing over 10 miles of what you shouldn't be seeing. So that should be extra 10 miles of extra stuff added on top of the horizon, being bent above the actual horizon to create an illusion. That's what the Globers believe. They believe they're seeing illusions. Okay, and so. Depending on the conditions between them and the illusion. And so that illusion would shift.
Yeah, shift, but like the magnitude of the shift. Like I'm just saying the dynamic portion of this might be.
Yeah, the magnitude of the shift would be dependent on the conditions. And problem is the Globers do not have the conditions to even create the bending down in the first place.
I can agree with that.
So there's no way to even model this. So this is the funny part, Josh. You know how they actually do model this? They just change the size of the globe.
Oh, I thought you were talking about like computational fluid dynamics, like
No, I'm talking about when they model
molecules.
No, that's not even remotely how they model it. What they do is they'll say there's X amount of refraction, right? That means like what they'll do is they'll take the curvature of the radius of a right, because they're assuming a spherically symmetrical atmosphere. The standard is like 7.6R. So they multiply 7.6 times the radius, and they make the globe bigger. And then they do all the straight ray calculations. They don't calculate curved rays. There's no way. Like think about this, Josh. I have a vertical sensor. It's a flat plane inside the camera. That's what I'm trying to project the image onto. Now I have this curved surface, and there's a horizon which I can't see past. And as that curve gets further and further away, it follows an exponential function. Now I need to map all the rays to my vertical sensor, right, for off this surface in such a way as to make that curved surface look like a flat surface on the sensor, right? So each point of distance further, it's more and more and more and more curvature that I have to curve the ray. Like nobody could even, there's no computation that could even do this. You might be able to do it by trial and error or something.
It depends on how granular you want to get, right? Like CFD simulations could do that.
To unfurl the ball. You know how you like unroll a scroll? You know, it's like a scroll. You unroll a rolled up piece of paper. That's kind of what you're doing when you unroll. You have to unroll the globe so that it looks flat. How could you do this? Optically. Now we've seen Glovers try to say, yes, it's possible for things to lift up things from beyond the horizon. And what they'll do is they'll take butane or CO2 or something crazy, right? That's super cold. When I say super cold, in the negative digits, right? They do it in regular room temperature air. And they go, look, this thing behind the thing got picked up. Want to know what never happens? You never see the surface. You never see the horizon move. Ever. You might see some stretched object that was partially behind it, right? Stretched out, but it's easy to see that something's happening. Now, the elephant in the room on this particular point is the fact that they're using stuff that is the refractive index is 1.4 or 1.3, and they're using the super crazy temperature gradient. So that alone demonstrates the fact that they're using unphysical, what we call unnatural conditions, and unnatural not in the sense supernatural, unnatural in the sense that outside in nature, the weather's never doesn't have 70-degree temperature gradients in 1 foot. It also doesn't have like giant fucking CO2 loads or butane floating around, right? So the very fact it takes an extreme special case condition to even demonstrate the possibility should show you that it's not possible, because the refractive index in theirs varies in the 5th decimal place. It doesn't. It isn't in the 1st decimal place. It's in the 5th decimal place. It's in the millionths. So temperature, the 70-degree versus 69-degree temperature difference varies to the refractive index like 0.0000024 versus 0.0000237. So it's a slight variation because you have a single medium, right? So even if you have a 10-degree temperature difference, you could have a 100-degree temperature difference in a foot, and it still isn't going to change as much as what the difference would be in CO2 in air or butane in air, right? They're just not the same. The point is to even demonstrate that it's even possible, they have to use these extreme experiments when we can go out and demonstrate that, hey, you can make the horizon appear way shorter than it has to be. We don't need to do any extreme conditions. We can just go out in nature and show that a little RC boat or whatever will appear to disappear over the horizon on something we know has to be a flat surface because it's well shorter than where the horizon should even be. And you have a horizon that's appearing 700 feet away instead of appearing 2,600 feet away, right? We're observing this in nature. We're not observing it in a lab under some weird conditions that don't exist in nature. So this is really the position of both sides. One side says, yes, X is happening. Well, can you demonstrate that in the lab? Oh, sure, I can demonstrate in the lab. Give me some butane and some CO2. We'll make the butane negative 40 degrees Celsius, and we'll make the CO2 negative 60 degrees Celsius, right? Something that don't exist in nature. Negative 60 degrees Celsius next to 70-degree air don't exist in nature. I'm sorry. But we can just go out and go, hey, there's a nice freaking smooth lake. There's no ripples on it. Let's just take a camera, set it real low, and sail this RC boat away. And we can observe our contention. We don't need to do anything special.
Yeah, we just test what we're told. Like, we're told to believe all this stuff, and then we go test it. Like, we have hundreds of laser tests over frozen lakes at all conditions of the day. The globe just isn't there, and it's just not enough to just hand wave away all of the data that comes from the world itself and just go with the preconceived notions, because that's what we were all taught. That's the easy way out. It's kind of like when we saw New York City skyline across that water, and people will be like, "Oh, that's an illusion. That's a hologram. That's a mirage." But then Rob Skipa just went on a boat, took his camera out, saw it at one start of the water, and just kept the camera on it the entire time and sailed to the other side. It didn't warp. It didn't change. It wasn't a mirage. We were just told to believe that. No one tested it. I don't really care what shape the Earth is in the end. I just care about the truth. Worst part is I really wanted it to be a globe, and like this whole thing just kind of, it's kind of a litmus test, like, are you a person who just follows blindly what other people believe, or do you actually go and look into it? And I wanted to have some foundation in my belief in the globe. That's the only reason I'm looking into this. And the more you look into this, the less solid it is, because that's what it is. It's not solid at all. It's in the mind mostly. The little bit that's not is like misconceptions, like you measure the ground flat and then you wrap it into a ball afterwards because of the belief. That's not reasonable. You did one thing right, and that was measuring it flat. And that's one of the things what I love about this community is we go back and look at all of the so-called evidence from the globe side, and we just keep consistently finding that, wait, they did measure it flat. But oh yeah, see, here they divorced reality, are comparing what they're seeing in perspective to this orthographic view to reify into existence the globe, and now they're claiming it's a globe. But in the beginning, they just measured it flat. So that's what we're looking at, the actual data, the foundations that they're building it on, and then looking at why are you adding this? And when there's no reasonable reason for adding it, we can reasonably conclude that this is coming from some preconceived idea that it must be a globe.
Yeah, the thing you ask is, what is the justification? And when we look into what the justification is for adding this refraction thing, there isn't any other than the Earth looks flat. That's their justification. Which to me, it's crazy. I don't know. Call me, like, is that crazy, or is it just me that thinks it's crazy? That, yeah, we know there's globe refraction because of how flat it looks, and the flatter it looks, the more globe refraction there is. That's
I got a question.
insane, dude.
Somebody earlier said that you have to see it, then they tell you what kind of refraction is it's that day. But all I hear is Globey saying they can make all the predictions. How come we can't predict what the refraction is going to be before we see what we see? How come it has to be a post-diction, not a prediction?
Yeah, that's a good question. And then they'll say it's too complex. Well, if it's too complex, how do you know your post-diction's correct if you can't make the prediction? How are you matching these up?
And the funny thing about it is it always comes up to where, we have a stance to say the Earth is flat. It's a little bit lower, a little bit higher. No, it's right where a flat earther would say it's at. So, yeah, it's a very troublesome thing here, this predicting refraction thing.
So what's up, Brian? You doing X tonight?
Oh, yeah. I'm going to probably get in there in about an hour. Kind of just tooling right now, getting some stuff down. I was listening to the conversation.
I don't know. Josh left. Josh is our resident satellite.
Yeah, I'm here.
I think he bailed. Oh, he's here. Josh Ingersoll.
Did you hear my question on predicting the refraction for tomorrow?
Yeah, he's disavowed that. You say that he's not an expert, so.
It's a good question, though, right?
How is globe refraction? And I call it globe refraction because it has to be a globe for it to refract that way. Can't be anything else, right? You have to have a curved atmosphere that curves light.
Yeah, and a globe dropping away from the beam, so that's the problem here is the beam is traveling along the Earth in the same optical density, roughly, because of the temperature gradient, humidity gradient, and the pressure gradient. However, in the globe view, they claim atmospheric refraction exists because the Earth is dropping away from the beam. So the beam is going up into less dense medium, and so it will bend away from the normal. But problem is, that doesn't actually cause the beam to go back down. It just straightens the beam out a little bit, so it doesn't actually go straight into space in that model. It would just not go as straight. It would just curve a little bit. But it wouldn't like go back down, because otherwise at that point you're actually turning the light around. You're not now it's going from less dense medium into a more dense medium, and you have a different based on the angle of incidence, relative to the pseudo boundaries of the different optical densities, you have a different refraction. So they have a real problem getting that beam back to the ground, and so generally what they do is they say, well, it must be super refraction, which has no actual like basis for it other than just like, well, it is like must be bending this much because the Earth is a ball and we can see the beam.
And the sad thing is the refraction gets less as the higher you go up, man. I posted in the chat there the world record photo. And we got 275 miles looking at Picus Bard there from 9,200 feet. That whole mountain range should be under 3 miles of physical curvature. But yeah, you can see the whole mountain range. Pretty devastating for the globe Earth there.
So I just posted one taken from 27,000 feet in an airplane. Those mountains are 500 miles. They're between 450 and 500 miles from the camera. Okay, so they should be 9 miles under the curve of the Earth, under the horizon.
Can you post videos in there?
Yeah.
In the chat?
Yeah.
I think I got one. It's a pilot, an SR-71, talking about how he's in around Tucson, Arizona, and he can see all the way the Rocky Mountains all the way up to Canada. You can see the coastline to LA, which just completely destroys. And this guy's the SR-71. Their max height is like 82,000 feet, 85,000 feet, something like that. I don't know if he was up that high, but he was up pretty high. Let's see if I can find it.
Does anybody have a picture of the weather balloon camera that is showing the sun and how it's making like a hot spot of light on the ocean, and then you can see like the moon far off to the left in the same picture?
Man, I had one. I might still have it. It was a sunset that actually disappeared before the horizon.
Oh yeah, I've seen those. Kind of like turns into like a puddle blob and then poof, disappears right before.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing.
I think a lot of this is tied in, like Russia's an enigma. Did you know that the rocket equation was invented before the Bolshevik Revolution? Back when Russia was ruled by a Tsar and they were more like a European country. I mean, and then Russia's technology tree just took off in a different direction than the West. There were things that I think they discovered with their space program too. There are things that they discovered with their research into, like high energy physics that might have yielded different interpretations than the West. This allowed them to develop in a different way. So they might be hiding a lot of secrets. I mean, look at how look who controls the magnetic dipole at Antarctica. It's in the Russian slice at Vostok base.
I remember you were mentioning this as to a reason why, kind of like that most of this information is not disclosed to the public. But still, we still have the fact that it's not disclosed, which gives us like the ability to say, well, we don't have the information that we should have if we're going to answer certain questions that are very specific to the reasons why we don't have the technology to, measure pressure in the upper layers of our atmosphere, or, find out if the Earth is an actual globe with like, technology that, satellites or whatever can produce, like, airplanes with the black box, like we don't have that. That information is not given to us. Why is it behind closed doors? I'm still like, that's the thing that these Globers don't understand when they come in here. It's like we shouldn't be in that age of secrets anymore. Not anymore. We got AI, we got all kinds of stuff that we can talk to each other about.
Yeah, they think everything's just on Wikipedia.
Yet Yoder's been in here telling them that these organizations or these companies that are holding this information are not going to disclose it. They don't have to. Proprietary.
Yeah, the private sector has been the best place to bury all of this with America's legal structure. Not subject to FOIA. So you have these weird relationships with certain defense contractors that are themselves basically government entities because they always get awarded the same contracts over and over. Like, I shouldn't name anybody, but there are certain companies that seem to always win the award to staff the national laboratories. Lawrence Livermore, Oak Ridge, all these others, where a lot of spooky development goes on. It's always like the same defense contractor too that wins those. The Antarctic logistics program, the Antarctic like security program, that's always awarded to like one of the same two companies over and over and over again for decades.
Dude, I've heard it being said over and over again. Josh says I could really prove it to you if I could disclose it. I think, dude, I've heard people. If I had the ability, you guys would know it's a. No, you don't.
No.
Dude, that's not true at all. Like I'm not buying that bullshit, dude. Like I don't care what he comes in here and says. Yeah, I mean, I know the information, but I just can't release it because it's proprietary. I'm like, with that, I'm just tired of that, dude. Honestly, like Glovers that say they have the info, that if we knew what they knew or whatever, like I'm calling bullshit on that until they show it.
Yeah.
That's it.
He's got the same issue. He's got the same issue that we've been reading over and over again, except he's got some fancier overlayer technology that provides more credibility and more belief power behind it. It could be like a classification system. And if only he could disclose it. And if you were to be given the ability to see and have disclosed what that is, you'd be left with the same questions you still have now. You're still not getting to the meat of it. You're still not getting to the actual source of what's going on. And we know what's going on. We don't need anybody to whistleblow or disclose things they shouldn't. We know how this is created. We know how the globe is constructed out of math. It follows a process, a very deliberate process that they describe in their own documents. And this is why I'm like, no, this is not necessarily deception, it's delusion. There might be some key elements of deception that happened more in the past, but I think it's kind of taken on a life of its own today.
Yeah.
I was all about not like, I don't care about knocking down NASA's door, barging in and finding out what secrets they have. I don't care about that. I want them to come out with the information if it's actually the truth. If it's not, like, you can't just be behind closed doors saying, "Well, sorry, but we have the information, but we just can't give it to you." Like I don't care about that anymore. Like they can keep their damn secrets if they want, but then I'm gonna keep telling people that the reason why we don't know what we should know is because they're holding it behind their goddamn closed doors, bro.
Yeah, if we could
remember, we
ask them
don't
one
need
question.
any other information ultimately, right?
We don't. We know what they're doing. They are taking physical measurements and mathematically contorting them to a ball that exists only in their imagination. Over and over and over again.
It's Globers being obsessive and pushy for this information because they don't want to. They don't want to accept what can already be presented that just falsifies everything. You know.
Yeah, and the thing is, we know the truth.
People like
The
Josh, he's too far gone, no doubt.
Yeah, it's like we know the truth, but the thing is, they say they have the actual truth within the confines of like what's behind the closed door, and it's like I'm not falling for that shit unless they can come out with it. Then don't say it at all. Just say we don't have it. That'd be the easiest way, because if you say we have it, we just can't show you. That's like a promise that nobody can fulfill. You can't. You're not gonna like reveal that someday if it's behind some closed door. You're not gonna do it.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, someone, I forget who it was, they were saying, maybe it was you, Yoda, or something. You were saying something along the lines of, how do any of these people like Josh know that it's just not some advanced simulation running on some database and say, like, fucking the bunker, you know, under the Pentagon or something? You know what I mean? And every time they put a new satellite up, they just add that into the program and then feed back out the expected values and send that to all the operators, and on it goes, you know.
Got to go be back in 15.
And that's what these people like Josh aren't acknowledging or considering, at least, you know, the potential for.
He thought all he had to do was show me a diagram on that link that he has in his bio, and that should be sufficient to support the case that the REL, the arm on the ISS, has a sensor on the other side of it that actually measures the ambient pressure outside of the ISS. I asked him for the fucking device. Excuse my French, but that's what I was asking him for. I want the device itself. I don't care about all the other stuff you're showing in a diagram and this is how that works. Just the device and how they tested that device to work in operation in that low pressure environment.
Still nothing from him.
No, I get the runaround, bro. Well, I have to kick the tires on this information and find out from somebody else. And I'm like, dude, I don't care about, you need to come with the goods. If you have the device and the way they've tested it, then show me that. If not, then kick rocks, bro.
Yeah, he's probably just passing on second-hand information at best from some other area at his company. You know, he thinks that information exists all the same, but he's never actually went to check.
Yeah, he's all, I gave you the diagram. It's in my bio. I'm like, dude, I don't care about the diagram. Give me the device and how they tested it. Otherwise, you're not showing me anything, bro. That diagram is like just your idea of what they are, what you think they are doing up there. I want the device that was created that actually measures the ambient pressure up there at that specific torr value. That directly responds to the, the argument that we usually have in here with the pressure without a container. So that corresponds to that. So that whole argument is its baseline is the fact that it's established that there's a low pressure environment such as the one that they described, with the torr value being at 10 to the -7 in that specific region of the thermosphere. But if there's no way to measure that, then that argument is moot. Either side cannot have it. If you do, then it's just going to be imagining that pressure environment exists in the way that it does based on some assumption that the pressure environment is what it is. If there's no way to measure that pressure with a gauge that they can know that it's measured this way, then there's no way to declare it. You cannot declare a region of the atmosphere to be at a specific torr value if you have not measured it. Therefore, it renders the argument moot. And if you continue to have it, it's like, well, then you're just giving them the whole. It's just like me giving them. Well, it's not. The sun's not 93 million miles away. The sun is close and local. I can't say close and local because I've already imagined that it could be if it was closer than 93 million miles. So I've given them the argument that if it was 93 million miles, then my sun would be close and local. But that's not neither here. I can't make the argument because I don't know the distance of the sun. So I can't say it's close and local. You get me? So it's a bad argument.
Yeah, when I'm on that, I always say relative to the sun claim of 93 million miles for a
Yeah,
distance
but
claim.
the thing obvious is like, well, whenever we do have that argument, it's because we're already presupposing in their paradigm that we're saying, okay, if their paradigm is true, kind of an idea, like, then it was the same with like we're reviewing all the arguments that we've had. I don't know if you were here for that, but it's the same like with the black swan. What we have is not a black swan. You know that, right? It's a white swan.
Yeah.
The black swan is if it was a globe. That would be the black swan. If we find out measurements it was curving, then we'd have to say, well, this is a black swan because all we've seen is a flat level horizon. So now we got a curvature. Like, whoa, that's a black swan.
Yeah, I know. I've heard this lately, and I've always had this kind of position in the back of my mind. That well, basically, we entertain Globers when they have absolutely zilch. We're humoring them, and they don't realize that we're extremely generous to them. But because they're so deep in the religion of the globe, we have to, at least acknowledge it and try and word things and yeah, go into their claims and our, I mean. But when it really comes down to it, they come in here and they haven't even presented anything tangible for their position. Why should it be acknowledged in the very first place and not just laughed away or brushed off? Yeah, I think the issue is because we have to, while we're trying to dismantle the globe in a glober's mind, we also have to educate them on it first. Because they don't know what they believe in. They don't know the implications of anything, They just know these buzzword ideas of what they think proves the Earth's the globe, and that's the end of it.
Yeah, it shows a lot of integrity and a lot of honesty when we're able to review our own arguments to find out if they have any validity still within the context of our discussions here. And then reviewing them, we can say, yeah, I mean, this conversation, this argument might be a little dated. We can kind of retool it, take it back to the workshop, and see what we can do with it. But it's another thing to kind of keep with the argument and insisting that it still holds merit. And you know what I mean? But like I said, the way I told Yoder this, I was like, we have to put it in front of the whole panel. Everybody has to discuss it within our group and find out if it still holds weight, like what it means, and it kind of has to go that way. It can't just be like somebody comes up with a idea that it's a bad argument and carte blanche says that, okay, now we're going to switch from that to this other thing, There's a lot of little nuances to every argument to turn it into a good argument, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, it's cleaning up from the early days of this, the resurgence of flat Earth, where there was just this mad dash to kind of fill out the blank page, quantity over quality. And it's, it's always been getting cleaned up here and there over the years, Some things have just fell by the wayside, certain arguments. Others, the Globers have updated Well, they went from one flawed rebuttal to an argument to a new flawed rebuttal, basically. So an argument from our side has to get rejigged, and that kind of does the trick as well.
I can tell you one that actually fell by
yeah.
the wayside is plane flights, or airplanes that fly over the Earth. The flight paths. There used to be a hot one back in the day.
Yeah, but I think, our side, having to concede that, there's no, well, I don't know if it was concession so much, but there's no, we have no verifiable maps. You know what I mean? So we shouldn't be making claims, or absolute claims at least. Speculation, but not claims. I still think the physics of flight and such are still valid to discuss.
And the pitfalls of the Glober is that they always want to argue the derivative topic instead of the main topic. They always want to go to the thing that is already using the Earth as a globe. It's like, dude, you didn't even start from the premise that the Earth is a globe and start there. You started with, well, how do flights work on your flat Earth? Like,
Yeah, that's the thing. Again, we're generous in even attempting to clean up some of our own arguments when all of their fucking arguments are just fallacious pish to begin with. You know what I mean?
You got a dude in the chat saying you can prove things with fallacious arguments. That's crazy.
they even said that yesterday. Remember the guy you were saying? He was cryptic was actually standing for fallacious reasoning. Was it cryptic?
It's hard to tell anymore. Yeah, it was probably him and everybody else.
Hey guys, breaking news: Dick Cheney died.
No way, dude.
Fucking hell, is he
Is it
still
a
alive?
party or a funeral? What are we doing here?
What was that, you?
I'm surprised he was still alive.
Yeah, right. He had like that heart pump that was like a fish tank just cycling blood through.
Yeah, that wasn't blood, Bo. That dude didn't have any blood in his body.
Crazy world, man. It's so freaking crazy.
Remember he shot somebody in the face, bro? He
Yeah,
blasted
during a
someone from
hunting.
point blank range.
Quail hunting or something and shoot your bro in the like. How the hell?
From like 10 feet.
Yeah.
I'm sick of having other people kill people for me. I want to try it myself. Stand over there. Put these feathers on you. Officer, I thought he was a quail. There's feathers all over him.
You know, one of the most mysterious deaths that's always kind of bothered me was CIA Director William Casey. You ever hear what happened to him?
Yeah, his death. I never really looked into his death, but I remember even then people thought that was suspicious that he just like dropped dead out of nowhere.
Did he get heart attack
Yeah.
or something?
No, so I mean, picture this. Like it happened in the 90s. He was already pretty old. So he had a lot of secrets from like the OSS days and space and all kinds of stuff. But a story goes he was just out fishing like he normally does by himself and fell off the boat and drowned in the river.
I find that hard to believe.
Right. Okay.
Like you literally could not drown. All you got to do is like fill your lungs with air and lay on your back. It's not hard.
No.
Yeah, but before that, they found him with 3 shots to the back of the head that were there.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say though, I have a
Yeah,
heart
with a
attack
rifle. Rifle bullet shots.
You don't usually
double
fish
jointed.
in very turbulent waters.
One of the JFK witnesses shot themselves in the back of the head with a shotgun somehow.
Yeah,
like, was he double jointed, man? Like, how do you even get your arms like that?
Trick shot.
Same fate as what's that guy? Gary, what's his name? The journalist who did the thing on the CIA coke trade.
No, Gary Webb.
Yeah.
I actually saw a thing about that. They're trying to rewrite that history. Recently, I seen a thing basically rehashing about, oh, he was right, but he was wrong. So they're turning it into like a limited hangout.
They always do that, man. They disclose just enough to provide an alternate narrative that satisfies all the false leads that have been placed out there in the first place.
It was just a few bad apples.
I wonder if they're going to pivot with 9/11. Like, yeah, it was not only all the vertical silos of intelligence that weren't sharing information with each other and some incompetence, but there's a little something else too going on. We'll take the fall for that.
Let us never tolerate outrageous conspiracy theories.
Yeah, I got to think, like back in the day, it was a lot easier for them to create a completely false narrative and tie up the loose ends for the public to believe in. But with the internet and so many independent journalists, it seems that the playbook has changed, that they can no longer do that. So what do? They just create a whole bunch of false leads and they muddy the story to make it as incoherent as fucking possible. I think 9/11 was one of the shining examples of when this was first happening. And on top of that, the big break, the big lead that's going to crack the case wide open is always just around the corner. And nothing gets resolved, obviously. I mean, look at everything, dude, that's happened. The Epstein stuff, some shootings, some Las Vegas shooting primarily. Like, what the hell was that?
Yeah, I can't make heads or tails of the Las Vegas one. That's like, that dude straight up looked like he had a fucking Browning 50 or something, or Browning 30. He was like,
yeah,
dude, that was nuts. That wasn't even like a saw, dude. That was bigger than that. Had to be.
Oh man, I couldn't be the guy to carry a saw.
I've seen a video of a dude getting smoked by a saw in Iraq. You could literally see the fucking daylight through the hole in his head.
Yeah.
It like literally just went through his head out the other side and made like a 2-inch hole. He was dumb, dude. He like tried to like run in the street with his AK and just like post and just like, I don't even know what he was trying to do. He didn't make it though.
Wow.
I think the bullet that actually got him ricocheted off the ground. I think he got hit with a tracer round or something. It's an old video.
Cool. Sounds like something I've seen.
The 2-inch hole in his head and he didn't make it.
Now, you could literally see the daylight out the other side. Because like it was so fast, like he wasn't bleeding it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The blood wasn't oozing out the hole, just like a cow punch, man.
Yeah, you're making a bad case for the Charlie Kirk thing there, Indio.
Oops. That's another contaminated crime scene.
Yeah, exactly. Nothing come from any of the presidential assassination attempts. Nothing coming from Charlie Kirk. Like nothing coming from any fucking thing. So we used to at least get a narrative that maybe seemed believable and we could all move on feeling satisfied. But there's been no satisfaction for any of these mass tragedies. And that itself might be a psyop.
Well, think about the OJ crime scene. The Nicole Brown and Ron Goldman murder. That crime scene was like, Dude, that was I don't even know what you call that. Just like everybody's running around in like full onesies, not to contaminate the crime scene. There's like hundreds of people there to collect evidence, and like, okay, two randos get killed in L.A. and you're doing all this. A major political figure gets assassinated and you don't do anything. Like it's pretty crazy. Like I never understand how like they mess up the crime scene in the big cases, but it's the little cases all of a sudden they're like Sherlock Holmes. Oh man, want to hear something horrible? I just read a news article, dude. He just did like what was it? Like a freaking 60-year bid on a murder charge that he turned out to be innocent, and they let him go. But he was like from India, and like 3 days later, they snatched him up to deport him. They pinned him on like a murder when he was like 18 years old, and he's in prison now. He's like an old man. He got out, and they're like, "Well, you're here illegally, bye."
Holy
crap! Fucking hell.
Yeah, dude. I mean, have some mercy, man. Come on.
Yeah, I think he could pass his citizenship 60 years in an American prison. Can owe him a green
I mean, he
card.
has a pretty good argument. I couldn't apply for citizenship because I was a felon. Should be easy now.
Right.
He's been exonerated, not just like found not guilty. He's been found innocent, as in exonerated. He didn't do it, which is pretty difficult. Being found not guilty is one thing. Being exonerated is another thing.
Is there no forms of compensation for cases like that?
Is there no what?
These people in these types of cases that lose significant years of their life, is there no serious compensation for these people?
Only if there was some sort of malfeasance.
Well, wasn't the malfeasance like the government being fucking useless in their reasoning and conclusions?
Well, I don't know the facts of the case, so I can't speak on that. But usually what happens, even... So there was a case in Massachusetts where the guy was convicted of murder and kidnapping and murder, and the DNA test, 30 years later showed that it wasn't him, right, that did the rape murder part. But they're like, well, he could have did the kidnapping. He could have been an accomplice. So until we exonerate him for that, like, we're not going to let him out. Like, they really tried to screw this freaking guy. Because he was exonerated for the rape murder, but he wasn't exonerated for the kidnapping. No, they didn't really have evidence. Like, it was all linked together, you know what I mean? Like, obviously, if he didn't do the rape murder, he didn't do the kidnapping. But they tried to make some argument that somehow he was like an accomplice to the real murder. That he could have still did it.
Trying to save face.
But I mean, there could have been you could have people can be convicted by mistake. It was the actual honest mistake. That can happen, obviously. Or he got exonerated based upon technology that didn't exist then. You know what I mean? He got DNA. Yeah. I mean, I don't know his circumstance. I mean, they probably fucked him over because he was like, can't say the word. He was from India.
It reminds me of that. It's a good movie. Denzel Washington, The Hurricane. Oh, I forgot who it's even based on now. I haven't seen it in years.
There's something in America called the Innocence Project. Some bunch of lawyers that take cases and try to get people exonerated for all sorts of crimes. Last time I looked, which is like a decade ago, they were at something like 1,500 people. And these are people, we're not talking like subsequently found not guilty, people that are exonerated. There's something called the Exoneration Registry, and you can look on that. And these are people that are found not just not guilty. Not guilty means they just didn't prove it. This is exonerated means this guy couldn't have possibly done it.
It's mad.
Which makes you wonder how did they accumulate enough evidence to get a conviction against the guy that couldn't have possibly done it? You know what I mean?
Really, the conversation about the flat, it's the Earth is flat or not?
Well, not that. If it's a globe or not, we know it's flat. We're just asking if you guys think it's a globe. Do you have any evidence?
Like, are you saying like it is flat, and you're saying like prove me that it's globe, not flat?
Yeah, exactly that.
I mean the solar system.
Yeah. What about it?
Is it like made up? Did NASA
yeah,
made it up?
yeah. No. People a long time ago did. Yeah.
All right. So like how day-to-day life goes, like, you know, like we got night, we got to morning, the sun come and then goes, and then will come again and then goes again.
Yeah,
Like,
yep. The sun
how
moves.
is it flat? If that happens.
The sun moves around in a cyclical pattern. So we have day and night cycles over a horizontal, flat, stationary plane because the sun's moving across the surface of the Earth.
But hold on, there's parts that, hold on. Listen, if the Earth is flat, why there are some parts in this planet Earth that is like morning, and some parts that are like at night? Like, let's say in the Middle East, they will be at the morning.
I get you.
America,
I get
North
you.
America.
I get you. So essentially, the light of the sun can only go so far on the Earth. It doesn't go everywhere. So it can only attenuate through the air to a certain limit. Then it's got an extinction limit, which means like it can't travel through air forever. So it doesn't light up. It doesn't light up the whole flat Earth.
Hold on. So are you saying?
Dude,
are you saying the
yeah.
sun?
Hold on. The sun is not what you've been told it is. It's not a giant burning ball of gas in the 93 million miles away and all that. You got to throw that away, because if you're thinking that, and I'm saying this, you're gonna get it all mixed up. I'm not saying the sun is what you thought it is. You know, so you have
know
to
how
think.
big the sun is?
Nobody knows how big it is.
And it's so big to the point. I don't know. Like I've seen.
Nobody knows. Like nobody knows how big it is, brother.
Really?
Yeah, really. Let me. Yeah, I'm being serious. You're laughing right now, but check it out. How do you know how big the sun is?
I mean, they calculate it, and you know, like.
Yeah. Who calculated it? Who did that?
The people who like
who?
observe the universe. I don't know the name. I don't know the names.
Okay, so not you, right? So not you, right?
Of course not me.
Okay, so you believe what they're telling you, yeah? So how do you know it's true? How do you know it's true?
How would I know? How I know it's true?
Yeah.
I mean, from observation, from
of what?
My
observing what? What are you What are you observing that what they're saying is true?
Like, I've studied that, like in school and all of that. But then I observed the universe.
You're not telling me what you studied about the sun being the size that they say it is. Stay focused. What about the sun gave you the understanding that it's that big, that you're so big? How do you know?
So let me hear your counter argument.
My counter is you don't know how big it is because you've just been told that it's a certain size. So you personally don't know how big the sun is. You. That's my counter. No, you don't.
The sun is like 800 miles.
You don't know, brother.
Million kilometers.
Yeah, really. You don't know that. You do not know that.
From NASA. Hold on. Is NASA lying?
How do you know if they're telling the truth?
I mean.
How?
But listen. Why would they lie?
Listen.
Hold on. Why would they lie?
The truth?
What is the benefit that they're getting from lying to us?
Who cares? Yeah, who cares, brother? How do you know they're telling the truth?
you're putting the argument that they're lying to us. Like what
I'm
is
putting the argument
what?
that you don't know if they're telling the truth
But
right
listen,
now.
listen. Why would they lie to us? Like what is like?
Who cares?
What is the like? How
Yeah,
are you
who cares?
benefiting from lying to us? And you
Who
know, like
cares?
Have a
Who
reason
cares?
why they're
that's
lying
Who
to us. Does
cares?
hold on.
that
You
mean
can
we're
Who
wrong?
answer. Who
cares?
cares? Who
Who
cares?
cares?
No, you can't say that. Like why would you lie to us?
Yeah, I can.
Like
Because
what
you're
is the
dumb as.
benefit that they're
I'll tell you
getting
this.
from lying to us?
Yeah, well, I'll tell you like this. Because you don't question what they tell you. How about that? Just like you're not doing right now. You're not questioning what they tell you. You're just like, oh, the sun's 93 million miles away. And I ask you, how do you know that? Well, I don't know. They just told me that. Somebody observed the universe. You have no answers. So it's easy to tell people like you something and you just believe it. So easy. And you just believe it. So yeah, it's easy. Yeah. I'd
I'm
love an
asking
army.
you what is
Dude,
what
I would love an
what
army of
man,
people that
hold on,
whatever
hold
I
on.
say,
I'm
they
asking
just
no no
believe.
hold on, forget about the earth is flat or not. I'm asking you
Nah,
what is
we're
the
not going to
benefit
forget it.
like all right, let's keep it aside for a moment. What is the benefit that NASA getting from lying to us?
They build a
Or
narrative. They build a narrative that the Earth is a globe, and everything that's on it has everything that's attached to the Earth being a globe, like limited resources, overpopulation. You fight wars for climate change and all kinds of dumb shit. Yeah. So because it's a globe, you got killer asteroids like three AI Atlas about to come and kill you. Like, and so you live in a world of fear. Yeah. It's a fear mongering world that you live in because you think it's a globe
hold on,
spinning in a
first of all,
vacuum in
I
outer
don't believe
space.
in climate change because like I've seen
It doesn't
like
matter. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. Some people
but
do.
you're saying like they're
Yeah,
saying
some
it
people do.
to keep
Yeah,
the
some people
narrative.
do. Yeah,
So
some people do.
therefore
Not you. Some people do, not you. So other people believe narratives about the Earth being a globe and it's floating in the vacuum of space and all kinds of dumb shit. But you might be one of those guys. I don't know. You might not. Yeah, maybe you don't like climate change, but you still think we're a spinning little ball in the vacuum of
but
space.
hold on. If hold on, if what you're saying is true, how
It is
Elon
true.
Musk landed on Mars, and you know people
Really,
landed
dude, freaking.
on
Okay,
the moon.
How
listen,
do you
brother.
know they landed on Mars?
Elon. Hold on. Yeah, hold on.
What?
Elon Musk.
Are you kidding me?
Do not interrupt, guys. Just relax. Let me talk to this guy. All right, look, Elon Musk is a money bag with eyeballs. How do you know that dude went to Mars? How do you know he went there?
I mean, like the SpaceX, the company that
Yeah,
he did it
brother,
to
brother, I'm
develop
asking you a
rockets.
question. I'm asking you a question. How do you know Elon Musk went to Mars?
Are we gonna go through this loop like
No, I'm
questioning
gonna
every
go.
single thing?
Yeah, I'm gonna question what you're saying because you're making bold claims, and I know you can't back them up. I'm
Hold
gonna
on.
call you out on
So
all the claims you make.
you believe that Elon Musk didn't land on
No,
Mars?
it's listen, brother. It's not a
I'm
belief. I'm
asking. No,
calling
no, hold
you
on.
out.
So let's say like I didn't say nothing. You believe that Elon Musk didn't land on Mars and
I don't believe shit,
people didn't
dude.
land
I
on
don't need
moon
to. I don't need
on
to
the moon.
believe that. Listen, I don't need to believe that stupid
But
paradigm because,
you're saying that like how
hey,
do you know
Blake,
that Elon
Blake,
Musk landed on Mars?
Blake, Blake, I don't need to believe that stupid paradigm because I don't think the Earth is a globe like you. So I don't need to think that. Yeah,
So you believe that people didn't like go through space and landed on the moon and Mars
dude.
and
Yeah,
all of these?
all of that stuff is a cartoon for the imagination. That's it. That's all that is. You believe this dumb shit because somebody told you, and oh wow, it's amazing. That's it. You can't even validate it for yourself. When I start asking you questions, you jump to another question because you can't. You're scared, like a little boy, to
I'm not
answer any
scared.
questions. Yeah, you don't want to answer any
But hold on.
questions. You want to
So
go to. You want to go to another question. Watch. Here
let's
comes
not start
another question.
insulting if
Yeah,
you
here
know
comes
let's
another
not
question.
insulting each other. Okay,
Yeah,
like
here comes
let's
another
have like
question.
a respectful conversation.
Yeah, we are. But the
No, no,
problem is,
you call me a little boy.
yeah, is that disrespectful or are you
Yeah,
a
I
little
don't
boy?
like that. Yeah, do not call me that again.
Yeah, whatever, dude. Listen, you can't tell me that the Earth is a globe in any meaningful way that you know it is. How about that? You don't know. You and everybody else coming in here that says that the Earth is a globe and we're spinning in the vacuum of space, you can't prove any of that stuff. And I question you guys on it. I challenge you, and then you go to another topic. You quickly change to another topic because you're afraid to answer the question. You always
What
do
is
this.
your
You
question?
guys always do
What is
this.
the question?
Yeah. How's the Earth a globe? Go ahead and present that information to me right now. How's it a globe?
How is it a globe?
Yeah.
Like how is it a globe not flat?
Yeah.
I mean, the solar system.
Oh, yeah, you said that before. How do you know we're in the solar system?
How do I know that we're in the solar system?
Yes, dude. How do you know we're in the solar system?
So you think everything we've
Oh my
known
God!
is a
Stop saying
narrative?
that. Stop saying I
No,
think.
I'm just asking. I'm
No,
just
no, no.
asking.
I'm asking you. Answer my
I'm just
question.
gonna ask you, and
Answer my.
I'll
No, no.
answer it
Don't
right
ask
after
me.
you.
No, don't. No.
You
I'm not
you
gonna.
think
I'm
that
not gonna say
everything
shit.
we've known and
Nope. I'm
studied is
not
a
gonna say
narrative
shit.
that
I'm not
people
gonna
put
say
us
shit.
in it to
I'm
believe
not gonna
in,
say shit. I'm not gonna say
theories
shit. I'm not gonna say shit. I'm gonna want you to
and
answer my
conspiracy
question.
theories?
I want you to
Huh?
answer my question. How do you know we're in a solar system? Go ahead. Answer that.
All right, let me ask you this: how do you
Nope.
how do
Nope.
you know
Not.
we're not in a
Nope.
solar
Nope.
system?
Nope. 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 Answer my
I'm
question. How
asking
do you
you.
know we're in a
Hold on. Forget.
No,
All
I'm
right.
gonna stop you. You have a
How do
choice.
you
Answer
how
my
do you
question
how do you know
get on
that we're
mute.
not in a solar system?
Answer my question or get on
Now
mute.
you
One of
answer.
those two.
You answer. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know.
All right,
Answer your
thank you. That's
question.
the honest.
How do we know? How do you know that we're not in a solar system?
Guys, where are we going?
Okay, so your answer was I don't know if I'm in a solar system, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, so that's your answer to what I was telling you that you don't
All right.
even know
Answer my
that we're
question.
in a
How
solar
do you
system
know that we're not in a solar system or
because it's
whatever
because
you?
the solar system needs to be the sun in the center and all the planets orbiting around it. Nobody's ever seen an orbit. Nobody's ever experienced all the ball planets idea. And so you can't prove anything that has to do with the idea of a solar system. Not even one.
We also know Earth is flat.
So you
I
ran
mean,
away.
hold on.
You ran away.
Since you say that, since
Oh
you
my God,
say
dude.
that means that you believe that Albert Einstein, his like theories and relative
Hey,
theories and
Yoder,
all
you
of
want
that
to
is
take point
bullshit,
on this?
right?
Oh yeah, sure.
All right, go ahead.
No,
Sure.
Einstein's relativity is compatible with any coordinate reference system. So that
So
would
you don't
include.
believe anything that Albert Einstein like did or studied or the theories
Did
that
you hear what I said?
he presented? Huh?
Listen, Einstein's relativity can work with any coordinate reference system because it's kinematic, it's relational, it's relative. All you have to do is retweak the coordinate reference frames. So there was a Brazilian university research group that actually did a fun thought experiment where they described Einstein's theory of general relativity on a flat Earth by taking the developable surface of a cylinder, that's the flat part of a cylinder, and extending it to near infinite depth. And this brought the gravity vectors near parallel with each other and perpendicular to the flat surface. So they were able to preserve Einstein's general relativity on a flat Earth cosmology. Imagine that.
I think they went over his head.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Like you said to me, like you don't believe like nothing. He got Nobel Prize for nothing. He
No,
like
I'm agreeing with
bullshit for you.
Einstein.
Everything is bullshit for you.
Blake, I am agreeing with Einstein. What do you think of that?
Oh, so it is.
Yeah.
It is. It's not It's not flat if you agree with Albert Einstein, because like time and
It is, and
space.
I gave you a reason why, and I gave you a reference.
I'm sorry. Say it again.
Okay. A university group in Brazil, some PhD researchers, as a thought experiment, wrote a paper where they were able to describe Einstein's general relativity by taking a flat Earth and extending the Earth way down very, very deep. And this effectively pulled the gravity vectors to be parallel with each other and perpendicular to a flat surface, preserving Einstein's mass relationships with space-time, as well as preserving the topology of a flat Earth that we experience in reality. So yes, you can have Einstein on a flat Earth. That's fine. I have no problem with that.
All right. I'll look at it. I have nothing to say, to be honest.
Newton 2. I'll post that in the chat.
You said what?
I like the sound of that though.
I said Newton 2. It works within Newtonian gravity as well. I posted that in the chat. Why are you concerned about what we believe? Why don't you just present evidence?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, you keep saying
I'm not.
you
I'm
believe
not.
this and you
I don't.
believe that. Why are you
Listen, buddy.
concerned
I
with
couldn't
why
care
are you
less, but I'm
talking
just
over me? You
conversing
asked
with
me a
you and debating.
question. Bro, you're not debating the topic. You keep doing fucking monologues about what we believe and what we don't believe. Who gives a shit what we think? What's the
Yes,
evidence
exactly.
say?
That's why I'm
What's
just
the evidence say?
for what?
What are we talking about here? Are we talking about flat Earth or flat Earthers?
Flat Earth.
Yeah. Okay. So keep our names out your mouth.
Buddy, oh my god.
No, I was listening on the live stream and AV's trying to ask you for evidence, and you're like, you believe blah 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 blah. Who gives a shit what he believes? He wants to know what's the evidence for a solar system? What's the evidence that Earth orbits the sun? And GPS is undoubtedly has ground-based towers. There's no doubt about it. It's called differential GPS. In fact, the U.S. Geological Survey is actually defuncting GPS, elder GPS type positioning altogether for a completely different technology that's Earth based. So this is your best case scenario.
All right, sure. What about the lunar eclipses, or it's not true like the others, like the lighthouse, like when the
He was
Earth.
just waiting to talk, Indio. He was just waiting to talk to say that. Don't worry about him.
Well, he's got his list.
Like, Blake, isn't your mind blown by this? Aren't you curious to know more? Because we can give you a lot more than that.
Yeah, I think he's full. I think we filled that bucket.
Yeah.
Tell you anything. I cannot repeat back what Indio just said. Doesn't matter. He wasn't listening at all. He wanted to ask about eclipses, and he has to now prove that what is happening with eclipse. I want to hear how it works, so that we can debunk it.
Yeah, because you're saying everything that they say it's not true. It's
Tell
like
me how
they're
an
lied to
eclipse
us.
works.
Yeah, tell me, enlighten.
Tell me how an eclipse works.
He flipped it back on you, Red.
No.
You can't ask me a question by asking you a question.
Yeah, we can easily answer your question, dude. Dude, you think you're the first person?
Go ahead.
To tell me this stuff, dude.
Like, do not yap. Just go ahead and tell me.
Okay, go listen to 10,000 hours of freaking live stream. It's probably more like 70,000 hours at this point. We're gonna deal with something else first, okay? You didn't address what we already mentioned. You're just going down a list of Gish Gallop bullshit. Okay. Eclipses cannot possibly work in the heliocentric model. Okay. Have you ever thought about like how they actually work? Did you ever think about it?
Isn't it like the sun, like the Earth?
Yeah,
As
and
the
you
sun
see a
and the moon?
circle on the moon, right?
Exactly.
Why?
Shadow. Like,
Okay. Now, at first glance, that sounds okay, but at second glance, that is not okay, because the moon is supposed to be a ball. You ever seen like the railing of a railing of stairs, the shadow cast on the stairs? Is that railing straight? The shadow of the railing? No, it's all jagged, right? Zigzagged.
huh?
So the moon should do the same thing, meaning that because the moon has a curved surface, the projection of a circle, which would be the sphere, that circle projection as it moves over the moon should get distorted because the moon has a curved surface. It should only be a circle if the moon was flat. The moon was a flat piece of paper. The moon's surface is supposed to be curved, right? Curved. It's supposed to be a ball.
Uh-huh.
So a ball doesn't cast a round shadow on another ball. It casts a round shadow on a flat surface, not a round curved surface. So that right there is evidence that the reason they say that eclipses exist can't be true. And there's other ones. So there's something called the Selenilian eclipse, also known as the impossible eclipse. So it's an eclipse where the sun is rising and the moon is setting on the other horizon, and the so-called shadow, in quotes, is coming down the moon towards the horizon. Now, if the thing casting the shadow is under your feet and the light source in the thing being shadows above your head, how is that possible? It's not possible. And then there's any number of, you know, sunrise or sunset solar eclipses. Those are also impossible. And then there's the fact that they don't even predict lunar eclipses. And this is another one. I was going to bring it up instead of the GPS one. They don't use the heliocentric model to predict eclipses in the first place. You know why? Because it doesn't work. They use something that they've been using for 3,000 years called the Saros cycle. In fact, the first eclipse was predicted by a flat earther. So that whole story of eclipses that they teach in school is incorrect. It's just wrong. Blake, you know, when you go to the used car lot and you're trying to buy a car, there's going to be some things wrong with it. And they're not going to tell you. They're going to tell you the good things. Oh my God, it has a 405 engine. It has this brand new car stereo. The tires were just changed and we just had new brakes. And man, does it accelerate. They're not going to go, by the way, also, the clutch is gone. The windshield wipers are kind of broken. The electrical system is fried. They're not going to tell you all that stuff. The Globe is like this. It's like a used Globe. They're trying to sell you something. They tell you all the things that are right, but they don't tell you any of the things that are wrong. Do you think the Globe model is perfect? Where there's no problems with it? The first scientific fucking theory in the history of man that's perfect?
There's nothing perfect.
Okay, including this. Okay, including the Globe. So seeing you can see that the Globe model is not perfect. We're trying to tell you the problems that they have, this idea. Because that's all it is to all of us. It's just an idea. You've never been to space to see the Earth as a ball. I've never been to space. I don't know anybody that has. None of those people know anybody either. Right? So to me, it's just an idea that's propagated. And to all of us. That's why we're here. What's the evidence that this is true? How can we tell? What can we test? What can we go out and do? What can we observe in the natural world to confirm this? Well, everything we've tried has confirmed that it's not true. And what we tried to do is say, hey, let's measure the Earth itself instead of looking at the sky. Let's see what the Earth tells us. And a lot of people think, well, the Earth is so big, it's a ball, it's not measurable. According to the numbers they give us, it certainly is measurable. So, you know, if you take a laser and you beam it 40 kilometers, that laser will be should be, let's say you start at 2 meters off the water. You take a laser, you beam it 40 kilometers. At the other end of the laser, that laser should be, because of the curvature of the Earth, 127 meters off the ground, off the water. That should certainly be measurable, easily. But when these tests are done, nobody measures a laser 42 stories off the ground. The laser is the same height as what it started. Which means the laser and the ground have to be parallel. 2 meters at one end, 1.5 meters at the other end is what they measured. When they should have had to climb to the top of a 42-story building to even pick the laser up. So this is what we're talking about when we went out and we tried to confirm it, and we're concerned with the evidence. We're not concerned with people, places, and things. Now, I know this shit's hard to swallow, dude. It's hard for me to swallow. Then when you test it yourself, it's like, should I believe what I've done? can I trust myself? If I can't trust myself to do a test, how can I trust my choice to rely on somebody else? Can't even do a simple freaking test of geometry. How am I going to rely on my choices of people to believe in? Like if you're incompetent, you're incompetent for all purposes. You don't get to pick and choose what you're good at.
So man, I look at it and I don't know much about it, but
Yeah, I know.
I
I mean,
like
most people
like
don't.
I came here, I thought you're like it's kind of joke, but like
No joke.
I don't know. I'll see what it is.
Yeah, so Blake, let me tell you this. Don't feel bad that you don't know anything. A lot of you guys that come in here,
No, I don't like
dude,
I'm not
we
really
talk to
afraid of
PhDs
being
that
wrong.
don't know anything. I can ask them the questions we asked you, and you're like, I don't know. They don't know either. I swear to God, man, they don't know either. And people get shocked by that. They're like, no, there's got to be. If you talk to a scientist, surely that they would tell you what's what. We've talked to them many times, many different scientists, many different PhDs in many different fields. When we talk to them, this topic, they absorbed it the same way you did. They learned it in kindergarten, they learned it in elementary school, yada, 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 and they just accepted it. And there's no further research, right? So they don't really know what the evidence is. They've seen the pictures on TV. Like, they've accepted it the same way everybody else has. They don't have any special information. They don't have any primary knowledge. They don't know anything. So they've done no tests, right? Because that's really what it would be. Like, how would a scientist know the Earth is a ball? He'd have to have gone out and test it, right? Not like even like these people that have been, they're in academia. We have a mathematician that teaches math at fucking university. He's never done any goddamn tests. So even though he's been associating with us for like 5-6 years, he still hasn't done shit. You don't want to know. So the point is that don't feel bad about not knowing anything. A lot of people don't know anything about this topic. What should shock you is we've researched what the details of the gold model. We've gone out and done tests, and we don't believe it. Whereas the people that do believe it are the people that don't really know it that good and have done no tests. Those are the people that believe the Earth is a globe.
And they automatically believe it and criticize us and hate us just because we're asking a question.
Buddy, I don't hate you. Like I'm not. There's no
He's not
hatred
talking about
towards
you, man.
Sure, I
He's
said
enjoying you, bro.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about you, Blake. I said they. It's a common thing. I wasn't talking about you, man.
Okay.
I digress. Carry on, India. My bad.
Yeah, if you ever want to do a test, it's super simple. If you got a door mirror already in your house, it's $6. You just go to a large body of water. 10 miles should be enough. It's like, I don't know, 15 kilometers, 1.6 kilometers, whatever it is. And the drop at that distance, right? So if one person's on one side of the lake, the other person's on the other, one of them to each other, they're going to be 20 meters under the curvature of the Earth. So you can just get a laser, but you don't need a laser. You can use a door mirror and just reflect the sun. The sun is super bright, obviously. So, in fact, you can buy like what's called an emergency signal mirror, which is super easy to use. There's a freaking hole in it, and all you do is look to the direction of where you want the mirror to flash, and you can just mirror flash across a long body of water. The globe, you just go to a globe curve calculator. They're all over the internet. Type in your height, type in the distance. It'll give you how much curve there is. Should be, because you find out that there is none there. And you also probably be surprised by how much it's supposed to be. It's way more than what people think it should be. That's the problem. Such as people see Chicago across Lake Michigan. People have been observing this. This is 50 miles, or I don't know what, 72 kilometers or something. So people have been observing this for years and years and years.
There is no curvature.
Well, you can see the entire skyline. You can see the entire Chicago skyline from across Lake Michigan. It's 52 miles. The curve of the Earth should sink that city down behind the horizon. Yeah, someone posted in the chat. 1,400 feet, right? So the tallest building there is 1,700 feet, including the tower. So that's a few stories. That's 10, 20 stories of the top of the tallest tower. Right? And that's it. That's all you should see. That little building peeking out. The biggest building peeking out. But people have been seeing this for years. Years and years and years. And nobody ever thought, hey man, this is impossible on the globe. Right? The thought never crossed their mind because they thought, yeah, Earth is gigantic. It looks flat to some ant on a beach ball on a surface, and everybody accepts that, but they don't realize how flat it should look. Okay.
Okay.
So they think no matter what level of flatness they see, that conforms to the globe model, and they never actually do the checking. So when they see Chicago, they just think, oh, that's normal. Earth is big. It ain't that big. Not that big at all. Hundreds of people. They see it. This is seen every year because there's a vacation spot named Warren Dunes, and people see this. So families go vacationing, tenting, all that stuff, and hundreds of people see this every year. Just never thought about it. You probably have a flat Earth observation and never thought about it.
They should have lied to us and said the Earth was a lot bigger to make it hard for us to try to look for the curve.
They could have.
If they were smart, they would have done that.
Then all the other, but all the other shit would have to be further away too. And then you got the problem of how you do space when the fucking moon is twice the distance away. How are you going to go
Are you just listening to a
600,000 miles
sermon?
instead of 300,000
Is this a
miles?
pre-recorded sermon, or is this?
Yeah, their
live stream
celestial navigation math wouldn't work. Not that it
Never use
does.
space vacuum. That would have been
Okay.
smart to never use space vacuum.
Can't run away from the lies. We're going to find them.
Or at least geocentric globers could argue for a bigger globe and no vacuum.
Like what you said earlier, Yoder. I was listening to you. Never heard that take.
What was
I
that?
like the way you spun it with was it the guys in Brazil that were saying
Yeah.
that okay.
Like, we shouldn't be afraid of gravity so much as it seems, you know?
Well, it just seemed like
Not
a
that we're
stigma
afraid
at the
of it.
beginning. So it was like yeah, the explaining part of how the globe is proposing what it is, but they don't realize what it actually means. So it's hard for them to imagine that it's not just the idea that you can live on a globe, but a horizontal plane as well.
I mean, they're still playing tug of war with gravity in mainstream academia.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like people tend to come in here and they act like this idea is solved. Like it's not even solved within your own paradigm. Freaking, why do you think it's solved in here?
Yeah, there's a discrepancy with that going into the quantum realm with what is it, Einsteinian general relativity and special relativity.
Oh yeah, none of it works. None of it plays nice together.
So there's a kind of another answer to that. I was looking into it. There are a bunch of ideas that they're coming out with to try to solve the issue, to make it more universal, where Newtonian and Einsteinian can actually work together, which is kind of like what the mainstream has always been alluding to.
You know,
DJ
it's
was
ironic.
Go ahead.
The scale at which relativity works best is the scale at which it is most inconvenient to use it, and so freaking dilapidated it may as well not even be used at all. That's your local scale. It breaks down at the quantum level and at the mass cosmological level. You know, nobody's deriving field equations to explain parabolic trajectories. Like, can you imagine doing that? Like space-time of a ballistic object? Like, what the hell?
Buy a box of pencils.
What kind of computer do we need to figure out the math on that?
You just need a 20-foot tall chalkboard and a ladder.
Makes for a great photo op. And even then, like, the fact that you can use it doesn't mean Earth is a ball. I still need to dig into Blitz's paper because his paper was on the topology of space-time.
I was gonna say, don't say that, man. All the math is reality guys are gonna get upset.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Blitz's paper could actually be used to support a flat Earth topology, flat Earth space-time. Might be a good weekend project here.
Like the four-dimensional manifold invokes X, Y, and Z. Two of those are on the ground. Oh, they do their celestial horizon thing.
You could still have geodesics. That's the funny thing. Like, you can still have curving space-time with flat Earth.
Because it's just a mathematical framework.
Like, what do you think about that? What do you think about taking like a neo-Tychonian system, a framework, expanding the Earth out to be the floor of it? You could observer-centric and then use bendy warpy space-time in relativistic frames.
I'm sure you could do it. You do anything with the nonlinearity, so. I wonder if the Tycho system would work over flat Earth.
Yeah, with observer dependence. You know, we wouldn't be able to triangulate these objects in 3D space, but that's where 4D space comes in. So we add an extra dimension. We borrow a little bit from Minkowski. Yeah, I mean, what Einstein provided, and what I don't think a lot of people really get, not that I get any of this shit, but he basically provided a mathematical sandbox, a huge playground where you can do almost anything with it. So even within that framework, to pin everything down to a Big Bang cosmology, like what's popularly studied and talked about and portrayed in popular science today, like that's just one interpretation. That's just one interpretive framework out of infinite. So it's not to say that it's true. It's just it's almost like he created the Unreal Engine. He created the Gary's mod. And if
They used to
something
call
seems
NURBS.
to,
You ever heard of NURBS?
Yeah, NURBS, NURBS, yep.
Yeah,
Yeah,
dude.
3D
Like
modeling.
deformable, freaking 3D. I think it was made with spleens or something like that. That's pretty much what general relativity is. Basically, like a mushy piece of clay. You can shape into anything you want.
I remember playing with those. NURBS were introduced in True Space 3. It's almost like playing with clay. You pop open a primitive and you just poke and prod it along whatever axes you need. Suddenly you get like, you know, you get like a half circle, and then you smash a divot in the middle, call it a bowl. You can even like pull parts up and spin them around, and you can create twists.
Yeah,
I was doing all that in the 90s.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. I think the problem with it not going anywhere, I think they're
Sounds like you're making a toroidal field.
you freaking make a tortilla.
Tortilla fields.
Tortilla field, man.
Taco Tuesday.
Can we have Taco Tuesday on Wednesday?
That was yesterday, sir.
Well, in my version of space time,
Yeah.
I can violate causality.
Wouldn't that be where the if there was a link? Though I don't believe in any of this crap. I'm gonna caveat that. When's the link? If you wanted to link quantum mechanics with general relativity, when's the link be in the retrocausality function? Because quantum mechanics has a retrocausal mechanism, and in general relativity has a retrocausal mechanism, where the effect precedes the cause. Which kind of don't make sense to us, but you know.
Yeah, like all the double slit, mumbo jumbo, gobbledygook, magic, whatever the hell's going on.
Well, they do a measurement downstream, and it like changes the downstream manipulation of the variable changes an upstream. So basically, they do the measurement they do the measurement on an entangled particle, but its path is longer than the other path, right? So they get a non-interference reading. But then when they read out the one that's further away, it changes it as if there was an interaction before. So it changes and the only way it has to happen upstream. Assuming, because this is the assumption, right? You got photon gun, you got crystal that splits it, and mirror, right? And then upstream, they measure the one further away, and then it changes the measurement result of the one that's closer retroactively, right? Because ostensibly, the one that was further, who had a shorter optical path, right? That measurement that happened before you even did the measurement. You even did the manipulation on your end, temporally, because they link distance with time, right? Because it's further away, it must have happened at a later time. So they do the detection, and then it changes the result of the detection that should have happened before they did their detection. So that's why they call it retrocausal. No, they don't call it in quantum mechanics. They don't call it time. They don't really call it backwards in time. But as in general relativity, with other wormhole shit, dude, like you could have all sorts of backwards time shit and negative masses and wormholes and how do they travel back in time in Star Trek?
Space time.
Yeah, I can't remember the mechanism they said in Star Trek.
Same thing. I think that was a really good explanation of the retrocausal phenomenon that's observed in this. Appears
hard to
to
wrap your head around.
Yeah, that honestly was one of the simplest explanations I've heard of it. So, kudos, thanks.
Yeah, well, I oversimplified it because it's actually 4 paths, but I won't get into the freaking. I just use the 2-path one, so it's understandable. But they actually use 2 different sets of entangled particles in 4 detectors. But it's the same thing. It's basically doing the same thing. You have a detector that's downstream, later in time, later in distance, so therefore later in time than some upstream detector. And they can change the result of the upstream detector by doing a measurement.
Can they also change it by orienting their path east to west versus north to south. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know.
You know, like the Michelson-Morley, Sagnac effect, all that.
Yeah. Well, they're measuring the spin, so they're either measuring the polarization or the spin, that quantum property. I don't think they're measuring the phase. So you got the double slit. You either get the two slits if there's no, you get the two lines if there's no interference, and then you get the interference pattern. Right. So as soon as you do like a measurement, the which way information, as soon as you get the which way information, it'll make the interference pattern. So what they're doing is they're getting the which way information upstream from its projection from its entangled twin hitting something, right?
Right, which is conveyed
because
at however fast.
their which way their measurement of the entanglement will tell them which slit it went through. Once they go, hey, this is a freaking spin up. Okay, now we know it went through the left side because only a spin up particle could have went through that side. And as soon as they do that, they get the interference pattern as soon as they make that measurement. But before they make the measurement, they get nothing. They just get the freaking double slits.
Yeah, one case you made a wormhole, and the other case you didn't.
See, there you go, man. Fucking simple, dude. Write the paper.
All right.
Give Yoder a Nobel Prize, dude. And then I'll, where's the flat earther with a Nobel Prize? Like, Yoder got one for fucking merging relativity with fucking quantum mechanics. With entangled wormhole freaking superposition of vector space.
Well, yeah, the wormhole's conjoined by two entanglements. See where this goes.
You know, you can make like a little fancy YouTube video with lots of graphics and space backgrounds and just talk all sorts of freaking word salad nonsense. And like you'd get millions of views. It's crazy I mean, I'm watching, but how much garbage I get in my recommended is just like, and then I'm like, man, this is interesting. But like what they claim, and then I watch the video, it's just like word salad garbage, like some, large language model. And they actually told, and I think it sounds like they actually told it to make word salad. Make some word salad of scientific buzzwords. And then
they
make a voiceover
uploaded the
to
enterprise technical manual to the file list.
Yeah. Has someone ever made that? Like, is there like an entire Star Trek physics book, textbook?
Yeah, there are these out there. I used to own one when I was young.
Oh shit!
So here's what I'm thinking:
How
make
does
an
gravity
AI.
work? Is the Earth flat in Star Trek?
We could totally make like the Star Trek Enterprise computer by just uploading this shit as training documents.
I know that you guys would do it as satire, but a lot of people would actually start believing it. You'd have a cult following. Then you'd have to actually start to speak on certain days where people would listen to you and they're like, dude,
book
this is the best thing since sliced bread, bro. Like,
okay,
and
like, get this. What if Earth is actually measurably, observably flat? But due to 3D bendy warpy space-time, the further away you get from it, Earth appears to wrap around like a globe.
But it's still flat.
It's still flat, but that's the bendy warpy space-time wrapping it into a globe. And then time starts to slow down for you the further away you get. And this gives the appearance of you being perhaps distant and large.
Yeah, so the illusion is the globe, but the reality is the flat.
If we wanted to, we could come up with a very, very interesting coherent cosmology that ties all this together. Not that that's the way to go.
Yoder, I hear your gears turning, bro. I think it's a side project for you. You.
Dude, if one of us is the one or our group like synthesizes all this crap together, then that's actually doing the very thing that I didn't want to see happen.
So what are you saying? It might as well be you.
All right, fine. I'll do it. I'll be freaking.
Before somebody it falls into the wrong hands and they screw it all up.
Yeah. It's like, hey, you got the Aether cosmology flat earthers. Now you got like the Einstein relativity flat earthers. And then you could have like the modified Lorentzian ether theory flat earthers in the middle.
You're really casting a wide net, aren't you?
Oh yeah, we'll give ether a little bit of mass so that we can have black holes and everything.
That's it.
And the kind of clumpy, make it clump together.
It's dark ether. Oh wait,
A
dark
cosmology
ether
where
matter energy.
A cosmology where everybody's satisfied? I don't know, man. Sounds kind of edgy.
Well, if they can merge space and time, we can merge energy and matter. We'll call it energy matter. Energy hyphen matter. It'll be like space time. Be no difference.
Mattergy.
Matter. That's the only way you can play those two words together. The other way you can work. Eder? Fucking what? Well, see, we got the equivalence principle, right? So we can merge them together. Somehow we have to shoehorn it into the matter wave, the de Broglie of matter wave nonsense, and then apparently the quantum tunnel the fucking buckyball.
Bro, just give Yoder a weekend, bro. Just give him a weekend.
I'm relatively new to all this stuff.
We'll have a rough draft by, sometime next week.
So something I came across a long time ago and has re-entered my lexicon is Poisson's theorem. He basically created a way to make gravity and magnetism invariant with one another. So you can convert one to another with mathematics. And they use this for geodetic surveying.
Is that the four? What do they call it? God damn it. I can't remember the name off the top of my head. The four vector? Is that the four vector formulation of Maxwell's equations?
Oh.
Also is.
I'd have to look it up.
Yeah. Sounds familiar, but top of my head.
Well, what's interesting is we know that we can measure magnetism. Gravity vectors, that's a whole different thing. But when they do these magnetic field line surveys of Earth, it is more conformal to a flat surface than gravity. Like I've read these papers on satellite scans of Earth's magnetic field. That's what they claim is going on, and they're like, yeah, we can take all these magnetic field lines. It makes more coherent sense over a flat Earth than a globe. But gravity is more sensible over a globe than flat Earth because you've got this big mass in space and it's a ball. So they're trying to reconcile the two together, linking them with Poisson's theorem.
Yeah, I was thinking of something else. I was thinking of
It's POISSON for the audience who wants to look it up. I think the internet's broken again today.
good. ChatGPT needs a break from Goldberts.
It's kind of like how Coulomb's law is like the same as gravity. Same thing.
So I got a VPS and I get alerts every time they're doing something. So I've been getting last week and today. Like I just looked because he said the internet seemed broken. So they've been doing a couple times now. They've had to do like emergency maintenance on. They have data centers all over. So every data center they have to do emergency maintenance on. I get a little stupid notification. So basically, they're doing it to all of them, and it's what's called Kubernetes, which is a containerization program where people run applications within like some container on the server. It's almost like what they call it, Docker or something like that.
It's like Docker.
Yeah, I'm not super familiar with it. I'm familiar with Docker to a degree, but I'm not really familiar with Kubernetes.
The big blue whale?
Huh. Oh, you had a different Spanish name for them. For the big blue whale chicks.
Tortas.
Torta? Yeah, they're freaking tortas. Are they good to eat?
I was gonna.
Taco Tuesday.
Depends which one you're talking about, bro. Put up some.
Yeah.
Here we go. Oh, go for it.
No, I was just gonna say. So this Kubernetes is. So they have like a built-in Kubernetes engine. So you can have a VPS. They have just like a whole separate infrastructure just to run this Kubernetes crap, and they've been down. So emergency maintenance, which is kind of weird. I'm just saying, I've never seen really this before with my VPS, especially in the last 2 days, getting, 20 freaking emails in a row from about every data center having to do emergency maintenance. I've never seen that. So maybe internet's been under attack or something. Have we ever found out why Amazon went down?
Yeah, or Microsoft Azure Cloud went down yesterday or 2 days ago.
Yeah, Bitcoin's going down too. So is every other crypto.
All right, I got to get this out before I go to a meeting, and then I'll be back in an hour. So Poisson's theorem says, regarding how it's applied in potential field geophysics for analyzing Earth's surface structures, says magnetic data can be converted to gravity field data to enhance low wave number features and simplify anomaly shapes, aiding in mapping rocks and seamounts. So I go over here and read. Second. So a bump in the gravity data indicates a body that is denser or less dense than its surroundings. A bump in the magnetic data indicates a body that is more or less magnetic than its surroundings. Since many geological bodies are both dense and magnetic, Poisson's relation allows geophysicists to link the two data sets. They can confirm that a magnetic anomaly and a gravity anomaly are likely caused by the same source, predict one from the other. You can use the gravity data to calculate what the magnetic anomaly should look like, and vice versa, and determine properties. By comparing the two fields, you can calculate the ratio of magnetization to density for the body, which helps in identifying the rock or mineral type. And you know what they do? They basically substitute density for magnetic charge in the same equation. I'm not even joking. Yeah, wow.
Have they confirmed any of this? Like, have they kind of gone down on the ground and okay, this freaking dense magnetic mountain. Then they get down there and it's a pile of sand.
Right. Right. They haven't confirmed. So listen, they're basically doing it's almost like Ninja. They're doing magnetic surveys and calling it gravity surveys.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Good, right?
Going back since
I was
the
assuming
70s.
they were using the gravitometer, but those things are so sensitive. It's like, how could you from what I've heard, that gravitometers are super fucking sensitive, and and what I do know about sensitive mechanical device or anything, when they're transported, they're in danger. Okay, not working anymore. Just the way it works, right? The more sensitive the device, the more it's probable you're gonna frickin' break it in some way, shape, or form just by moving it.
Right? Well, how would a
Loading it in
gravimeter
truck,
work in
car, whatever
zero
you're
gravity?
doing? Yeah, do they work if they're falling? How about that? Take one, throw it in a Bremen drop tower, right?
I'll put it in a vomit comment.
I got a meeting here, so I'm going to step out. I'll be back later.
All right, man. It was good talking to you.
Likewise. Hey, it's a full moon.
thought you meant like the vibe of the room. Sorry.
No, what he
I'm
meant
talking
was
about like
stop talking about
when you
stop talking about politics and the actual surface of the Earth, and just talk about the sky and the stars.
No, I'm saying when you go into flat Earth, stop saying that the Earth is flat and be like, dude, how does a fucking Coke can work? And they go, oh, it's two pressure differentials. And I go, oh, there's a barrier between it. Yeah. So what happens if there's no barrier between a system and you've got two pressure differentials? One's like at fucking one's at 700 torr and the other's at like 1 atmosphere. What's going to happen? What do we get here, fellas?
Well, do you
We
know
get
how
a
they address
distribution
that?
of the pressure over the system. So why isn't it sucking like a motherfucking vacuum?
Well, I'll tell you.
Because of the
I'll
size of
be
the
I'll be
globe
double get.
and the gravity and the liquid and the pressure differentials. It's like, nah, man, that's the freaky thing. You guys should be talking about that more, not the fucking.
No. But that's
Earth
the
is
problem, though,
flat.
brother.
Because
Brother,
when
check
you
this
say
out. Hold on.
that puts
Yeah, hold on,
people off
brother.
so much, man. I'm telling
No,
you,
brother.
that
Hold
puts
on,
people
dude.
off so
You're
much,
on
man.
one. You're on one, bro. Just relax.
Give him fucking something. Get him something.
Yeah, so listen, man. Like, if you're gonna propose that, then you'd have to at least come from a premise that you know what's up there, because you're giving them a pressure differential. And I'm gonna ask you, where did you come up with the information that you solidified that that's actually true? That the pressure
There's
differential
a
that you
pressure
just mentioned,
differential.
yeah, that you just mentioned, in the place where they think things are, like satellites. How do you know that's true? I want you to establish the premise, or at least give information that we can all look at, that makes the information absolutely true. A method by which people can know that some device is taking a measurement
And that's
to
the
give
setup.
to give the pressure differential that you require. Yeah, to make the argument. You want to make the argument solid.
It's a big assumption. It is a big assumption. Like, obviously they've never been up there. Yeah. So we'll
Okay.
work with that now.
Yeah, so we can't do that then. It's a bad argument, wouldn't you say? To make an assumption based on an argument?
Yeah, you're giving them a freebie, bro.
Right.
Dude. Yeah, fair enough.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, and he's not just whistling Dixie. Whistling Dixie. He talked to a meteorologist, and they actually can't measure the pressure above a certain level because the highest you can go with a balloon is so high, right? And after that, it's like a rocket. But the rocket's in transit; it can't actually measure the pressure differential because of motion. So they don't actually
They
have
have
a
to
measurement
pressurize the
above a
space
certain.
station, don't they?
Well, yeah, but it's in motion. How would they measure the pressure? They would have to be still.
Yep. Stationary. All right, so we have a problem, right? So that hasn't been addressed by the argument that people say that there's a pressure differential. That just bolsters the fact that people can prove something here on the surface, not up there. So what's in contention is what's up there versus what's down here. So if we have the two compared, we have to find out the pressure down here, which we know, and the one up there. Do we know that? That's the question, sir. If you want to make that argument stick, you're going to have both of those. Otherwise, it's going to be an I don't know to that.
Yeah, like how did they measure the pressure outside the ISS?
They sent a balloon up.
To the ISS?
I'm joking. Sorry.
I mean, I wouldn't doubt they'd say that. They'll say anything. They do claim they orbited a balloon at freaking, I think it was 1,800 miles or something. It was called the Project Echo. It was a big Mylar balloon that they said that they orbited. So they did say they orbited a balloon. They'll say fucking anything. No one even questions it. But the point is that if it's going 17,000 miles per hour, then that value alone is going to create a kinetic energy for the gas. And like, how are they going to get their pressure reading? They don't know. They couldn't even get it even if they wanted to. There's no method from which they could take it.
You really cornered me there, man. Hey, I didn't even think of that. Like, how did we measure the pressure up there?
Yeah, a lot of people don't think about that. So that's why I bring it up. And it kind of gives you at least a foundation to work with. So if it's going to be a good argument, you have to start with a premise that's true. You can't just assume things. Does that make sense?
Especially with Globers. Fucking can't assume anything they say is actually factual because a lot of stuff they say starts with imagine. If it starts with imagine, then, you know, it's probably bullshit. But a lot of other things they think are true. I was talking to Josh about it, right? Gravity forms things into spheres. Has anyone ever observed that? That's a big fat fucking no. So they imagine that to be true, but they don't know it to be true. Just like the pressure 10 to the negative 7 torr, or whatever they claim is at 255 miles up, they don't know that to be true. Maybe they have a model which predicts that, but they would need the actual pressure reading to confirm that the model is actually true in the first place, which they can't do. And like, you got surprised, or AV surprised me with this shit freaking couple months ago. He's like, I talked to this meteorologist and nobody knows the pressure in the exosphere. I'm like, oh yeah, I guess they don't.
Yeah, so what it does, it renders that argument moot because you can't provide evidence that what you're saying is true, neither can the Glober thinking that that's actually true. You get it? So it's null and void. You just throw that one in the bin, or at least put it on the side until you find out the actual pressure up there.
Yeah, same with the temperature. Temperature goes in that bin too. Any pressure temperature claim is just horseshit. And they don't dare claim a volume.
Yeah, but 1 second, dude. That's common knowledge, okay? That now you've really cornered me. You really cornered me there, brother. I'll admit that. But come on, man. Isn't it common knowledge that space is void and vacuum?
Well, that's the common
No,
concept.
it's a common. It's like an idea of what they think it is.
Super vacuums and shit like that, right? Like, how can they even? Okay, because you got me there, man. You actually did. I'm gonna try to figure out how they got that pressure value.
Yeah, go for it.
Of negative 700 or whatever.
If you find it, man, come back and let me know, huh?
What's your name, brother?
It's AV.
AV, sorry, because I'm on my phone. I can't see you guys' name.
Yeah, and this is India. So think about this. We can't even recreate that pressure on Earth.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, how much fucking pressure that is. It's crazy, man.
And you know what the weird thing is? I'm going to tell you the strange thing. they've been allegedly sending things into that environment for what, 30, 40 years?
70? Are we
So
on 80?
More than that, probably.
don't
That's
they
what's even
don't they
gonna.
claim
That's
to
what's
have?
gonna. That's what's gonna bake your noodle, man. When you find out how long they've been sending things into that environment and they still don't have a pressure reading, you're gonna be like, no, this is bullshit.
Well, they claim that they claim that on satellites, there's on some that they can install a device. I think it electrically charges particles, like causing plasma, and then it detects the plasma produced. I think look, don't quote me on this, and then the sensors count on the area that it was examining how many particles were present, so that therefore it must have this particular pressure.
Yeah,
Right?
there's been
But
calculations
They're
on
in
different
motion.
devices,
But they
but
would be in motion, right?
yeah,
Don't they
and
got
that
to
is
add the
just yes.
motion to the kinetic velocity of the particles? And plasma is not a gas either.
Right. Yeah, all that's probably guessed, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, and I was talking to Brandon, which is up to date with like the current technologies of what they're using to send and test, weather up in the troposphere or the highest levels of the troposphere, and that's where they're really concerned with getting weather information because that's where weather happens. So anything above that, it's to them, it's like inconsequential. Not that they don't need to know, but it's just they don't use it for their daily work. So yeah, and by the way, he says, yeah, there's nothing that can go up there beyond the stratosphere. That's where the highest balloons can go, because balloons can't go farther past the altitude of a stratosphere. Then past that, the mesosphere, which is nobody knows. That's just an extrapolation of what they can gather from the stratosphere, and so on and so forth. You just extrapolate out. You use a lot of inference and calculations, and Bob's your uncle. So what do we got here? Well, a big question mark in the sky. How about that? So you can argue with a Glober till the cows come home about pressure differentials and how rockets work in a vacuum, yada, yada, on and on. But neither party has substantiated the claim that space is a vacuum or that what people consider space is actually there in the sense of saying that it is what they're mainstream
Okay, brothers.
saying.
So they said that apparently when they went to the fucking Rosetta, when they went to like a comet or something, they took a bunch of like cold cathodes and pressure differential sensors and they put them on the aircraft or whatever it was. And they flew it up to the comet and they got it there.
Okay.
That's what they're
Yeah.
saying.
If you
That
buy
happened in
that
2016,
story,
2014 to 2016.
yeah, if you buy that story, then I don't know, man. God help you.
Yeah, I don't buy that story. I'm just telling you what I found. And so this is the only experiment that they did on pressure, which is interesting. 2014 to 16. That's bullshit. You guys are fucking crazy. I mean, no, this world is fucking crazy, dude. Fuck that. How can they state such? Oh my god, I have to find this. Anyways, you guys should all be Christians because the first flat earthers is the Bible bashers, man. Look at Job. Oh, like a clay seal, my brothers.
Yeah.
What?
Well, the creator was telling Job, so it wasn't Job telling the creator.
Yeah, I know.
But
it's the book of Job, so.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff within these arguments that you've been around. I don't know how long you've been around these arguments, but a lot of people make a lot of assumptions on both sides. So we're here to at least kind of keep the record, clear and straight as much as we can. So.
Yeah, well, I reckon when you pick the topic or pitch the topic to someone and you say the earth is flat, that blows their mind so much that I think you should start with the pressure differentials or something like, use the stars and say, well, look at our planet, look at our star. Okay,
Yeah,
that's 8 light minutes. make it 80 light minutes, make it 800 light minutes. Now it's the size of one of the other stars.
I mean, I
Shouldn't
hear
that
you, man.
in itself tell you? Like,
No, you're
because
trying to
it
make it.
narrows them down in a little corner, and then you can kind of say, well, if the Earth is flat, then how flat is it, and how big is it? Because
No, you're
in the
trying
Rig
to give us.
Veda, it says that it's 9 billion kilometers flat, planar.
Bro, here's the thing. You're trying to make it relatable to them in the sense of like their idea of the Earth being a globe, but we're not trying to do that. We're trying to get them to think about how they understand the Earth to be a globe. In what way has it been tested, verified, measured, falsified, in any way that they can prove to themselves? Because if it's not that they're trying to get them their own self to see if it actually stands as a real thing in reality, then what use is it of us to even bring it up? Like if they're not going to test and verify, you know what I mean? That's what we want. We want people to be inquisitive about the topic, not just give them, factoids. Yeah, I don't care if somebody walks away from here and they're like, "Oh, I'm still a glober." Yeah, but you didn't prove that what you thought was there was really there. At the end of the day, you just have a belief, which is, that's fine. People believe in a lot of stuff, right?
Yeah, I almost can't imagine that how they would have gotten pressure values until like recently. Yeah, I can't get over that, dude. I really can't get over that.
Yeah. Well,
That
I
was
mean,
like a huge assumption in my. I'm like, yeah, Boetes is this and that. Dude, it could all be positive pressure. Who knows?
could be.
Yeah.
Could be freaking creamy and
I mean,
viscous. Who fucking knows, man?
gas doesn't coalesce in a fucking vacuum. I don't care how much gas you got. Oh, but it was the size of our solar system amount of gas just farting around and like a huge haystack in the middle of some farm somewhere. You know how the center gets really hot? Well, the gas got really hot and it made a star. I don't think so. That's fucking crazy, dude. You know how much gas you
Inside
would require, and
nebulas.
all it would do is just make slightly little slightly couple of different temperature differences, like a 1 or 2 degrees. That's about it. You'd start getting maybe 10.
Well, think about what they're saying, though. Have you really thought about what they're saying? The haystack analogy was good, right? So what they're saying is there's this thing called gravity, and gravity can cause the change of phase of matter. If it's really hot, there's a lot of gravity, it turns it into a liquid. If there's even more, it'll turn it into a plasma, and then it'll turn into fusion reaction in a fucking star, right? They're
Yeah,
saying
but
gravity
that's
causes all this
crazy,
shit.
dude.
Yeah,
Do you
think
know
about
how
it.
much like
I want to see you
gas
make
you would
ice
have
with
to
gravity.
have? Well, I want to see you make liquid with gas. Do you know how much gas you would have to just literally make liquid oceans within the gas?
But
Like,
they're
come
saying
on,
all
dude.
these phase changes are
crazy.
happening with gravity, dude. That's what they're saying. Like you're having a change of phase of matter, going from a gas to a solid or a liquid because a whole bunch of gravity. Okay, if this was true, then an acceleration could cause a change of phase of matter. Why not just get a fucking centrifuge, right? And I'll take some fucking steam, whip it around in the centrifuge, and all of a sudden it'll turn into fucking water at the bottom of the centrifuge. And then if I spin it even faster, it turns into ice. That's horse shit. It ain't never happened. It ain't never gonna happen. But that's what they're saying. An acceleration of gravity causes phases of change of matter. Horse shit on its face.
Oh man, now you've got me thinking like, maybe that could happen in like turbutanol or something like that. Like something that's got a ridiculous boiling point. But I can't see that happening in clouds of liquid helium or hydrogen. Like something weird like turbutanol with like fucking negative 20 degrees boiling point or something like that. And you put it in a centrifuge and it just went, but that would be heat. That wouldn't be like acceleration due to gravity.
That's
it
what
would just be
causes
heat.
that's what causes phase changes, right? Pressure and heat, right? That causes phase changes of matter. It's what makes liquid water into ice. If you lower the temperature, right? So you should be able to spin ice fast enough that it turns into water. In a centrifuge. Nonsense. So, but what they are saying is to bring it full circle to what you're saying, what you originally started with. What they're saying is is that vacuum, which we know if you take a cup of water in a vacuum, it turns to steam. On Earth, that don't happen. That the gravity, if there was less gravity, then it would turn to steam. But it wouldn't be the vacuum that turns it to steam. It would be the lessening of the gravity. But there's enough gravity so that it stays water. It doesn't turn the steam against the vacuum. The whole story is just a fucking immense pile of fucking dinosaur shit. Just like the Jeff Goldblum fucking meme, dude. Well, that's a lot of shit. The whole story is horseshit. It doesn't make sense. It's contrary to any experiment anybody can do on Earth, and it's just a fantasy story. Like I said, I'm going to reiterate it for the room or anybody on YouTube that didn't hear that right. We know if we put water and we lower the pressure and put it inside of a vacuum, it turns to gas. It will change phase. But what they're saying is there's so much gravity on Earth that the water doesn't change phase to a gas against the vacuum. It keeps it water. That means that if there was less gravity, then it would turn to gas. It wouldn't be the vacuum that turned it to gas. It would be the lessening of the gravity that turns it to gas. That is utter fucking horseshit. There's no physicist on Earth that could back that shit up. Bring them on here. I want to hear you make that argument with a straight face that gravity changes phases of fucking matter. Dude, think of how ridiculous, dude. You literally just get a centrifuge. Oh, what's your heat? Oh, I want to boil fucking water. Oh, what do? Oh, I don't fucking put it over a goddamn, freaking electric oven or a gas stove. I just spin it in a goddamn circle. And it gets really hot in my centrifuge. And I made soup that way. I spun it at fucking 70,000 RPMs. And I made soup. Centrifugal soup. Yummy. You ever had centrifugal soup? Fucking make chicken that way all the time.
1,
What, brother?
Nothing.
Why are you repeating yourself? Is there echo in here? Echo.
What?
What? Sorry,
How old are you, bro?
Old enough to know better. But I don't. How old are you? What brings you to the channel, brother?
They really like people who think there's a flat Earth.
Yeah. Why wouldn't we?
Bro, do you believe in a flat Earth?
Yeah. Why wouldn't I? Why would I believe it's not flat?
Are you dumb, bro?
That's not an answer.
Seriously, bro.
Yeah, that's not an answer. If it's so dumb, then you can easily answer my question. Why would I not believe it's flat?
Because we have proof, bro.
Because we have proof, bro. That's also not a specific reason.
Do you think the NASA's lying? Do you have
I don't have to think. Do you think they're telling the truth?
Of course, bro. Why they should lie?
That's not a reason for them to be telling the truth, dude.
Okay,
Incredulity is actually not an argument.
So the
incredulity means you just believe anything anybody says.
So you think the moon is also flat?
No, the moon has nothing to do with the Earth.
So the
you still haven't told me why I would
don't deflect, bro. Don't deflect.
So the moon is not flat, but the Earth.
Yeah, the
is
moon
flat.
has nothing to do with the Earth. The Earth and the moon aren't the same thing.
And the moon is a setup.
The moon and the Earth are not the same thing. They don't share properties. There's no reason they should be the same. There's no reason you should think they would be the same.
What are you talking about, bro?
Why would you think they would be the same?
not the same, but
Why would you
bro,
think that they'd be the same, like each other in any way?
bro, you really
Why
need
can't you
to.
answer simple questions which are so obvious that you called me dumb? But these are easy. You should be able to answer these super easy.
What? Again,
What?
again.
Yeah,
Ask
again.
the question again. I
The
didn't
question.
listen. I didn't listen. Sorry.
Oh, you didn't listen? Yeah, I've never played this game before. Oh, I'm gonna pretend I didn't listen to try
No,
and
bro. Real
frustrate
talk,
him.
bro.
I'll just
Real
play this
talk, bro.
game. And like I've never done this before. Bro, you're a low tier troll. You're not even entertaining.
What?
What? You gonna play stupid?
I don't get it how dumb you are, bro.
Somebody who thinks
I'm
this
still
is a
waiting
dumb
for an
idea,
argument, dude.
right? You're someone who thinks this is a dumb idea, yet know nothing about why you think it is.
So you also believe in the flat
Can you
Earth,
tell us
right?
why you think that? Yeah, everybody in here. So why do you
What?
think it's a dumb idea?
Bro, guys, hey. You escaped
Are
the
you
Indo, can I
bro.
tell you something
Guys,
real quick?
you escaped the Matrix, bro. You did it, guys.
No, we didn't escape. You're
Guys.
in the Matrix. You haven't escaped.
Oh fuck. Okay, sorry.
Yeah. So tell me, if nobody told you that the Earth was a globe,
No,
would you have
wait,
figured? No,
please.
no. Listen to my words, bro. If nobody told you, would you have figured it out all by yourself?
No.
No. So why are we
Okay.
dumb?
Then convince me, okay? Convince me that the Earth
What?
is flat.
Tell me what they did to convince you, and we'll see if I can match that.
Bro, we have many.
They showed you movies on the screen, right? That's what convinced you. TV show. Images on the
No,
screen.
there's proof, bro. There's proof.
Okay, yeah. What was the proof that they showed you that convinced you?
What's the proof that the
No,
Earth is
shut
flat,
up,
bro?
dude. What was the
No,
proof
bro.
that they
Please,
showed you?
please.
Said
I
there's
want to hear,
proof.
bro.
Name it.
Please, I want to hear, bro. Please, I want
Name
to
it.
hear.
No, answering a question.
No.
Answering a question with a question is rude. So really simply, what was the proof that they showed you that convinced you?
I don't know, bro. I need to
Yeah, exactly.
research.
You don't know.
I need
You're
to
just a blind
research.
believer.
I need to research.
Crazy.
You need to research what you already believe already?
I got a proof if you don't mind me interrupting.
Okay.
Yeah,
can I
let's
say
hear
it?
your proof. This should be interesting.
Wow, that was super exposure, man. Guy's
So-
blinded by the light now.
Can we hear this proof?
So the Earth isn't a circle, neither flat. The Earth is square,
Yeah.
according to Minecraft.
Yeah, no one gives a fuck what you think.
Why?
What's your evidence?
It's truth. Truth.
No. Listen, we have evidence the Earth is flat. We want to know what your evidence the Earth is a square. Go.
Minecraft.
Yeah, that's a video game. The evidence would lie in the physical and natural world. So where do we see that the Earth is a square?
Minecraft says.
Yeah, that's in a video game. Once again, are you bricked? We're talking about the physical and natural world.
Dude.
Outside, the place you're not allowed to go without a tether to your mother.
To me.
The place
I
outside
have
your
a theory
door
that your
you're
brain
scared
is a
of.
square. Lord, I have a theory
He's
that your brain
playing
is a
victim,
square.
bro. I'm just gonna mute him. Yeah, oh no, someone got him. Cool.
I got him. Where's the other clown? Oh, he ran away? That's what the plan was.
Indigo. So I had to look at something then because you're starting to dismantle a few of my presuppositions, which is getting to me. But one of them, you said earlier about the spinning gas, the acceleration onto gravity changing phase matter. So now this is a good one. That's a good one because if you had a container, what would happen is yes, you would actually get phase change due to acceleration of gravity. But if you had no container, then you wouldn't. Because I was asking the AI just then, like if I had like a solution, would I be able to spin it fast enough for it to heat up? And apparently yes, but it's a ridiculous speed. And it has to be a solution that has like a weak bond already. So I picked, terbutanol, which is a freaking very sensitive alcohol. But like I said, if you had helium or if you had hydrogen, the bonds between that are a lot stronger, so you're not going to get acceleration due to gravity. Changing its matter, because that would take a lot more energy to do that. That's why I picked butanol. But it requires the container, because what it's doing is it's smashing the molecules up against the surface of the container. If there's no smashing of the molecules, then there's no heating up, you see. And so what they'll tell you is that those molecules are smashing against each other.
Yeah.
You know, and thus
You need
they're
friction.
acting like a container to each other. But that's fucking more nonsense, because, you know, again, in the...
Because then the problem is the outer layer of molecules. What are they smashing against?
would radiate out. Yes, they'll just irradiate out. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
vapor pressure, man.
you'd have to thermodynamically do work on yourself, right? Pull yourself up by
Yeah.
your own bootstraps and raise your own temperature. How the fuck would you do that?
Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy, man. I don't know.
So here's the funny thing: is so if
Um,
gravity condenses matter or heats it up, so I should be able to take, like, say, natural gas, right? Shoot it off in a rocket, and then the further it gets away from the solar system, where the gravity is like decreasing, it should slowly turn into liquid natural gas, right? Because the gravity is less, right? So when the gravity is less, the temperature goes down. When the temperature goes down, it should turn into liquefied natural gas. It leads to absurdities. That's the point. It's like it leads to like completely absurd shit. Like you can change the phase of matter with gravity. All you need if you had a gravity dial, right? You could turn your gravity dial and boil stuff, turn it to liquid, turn it to ice. Like it's absurd.
you know, the interesting thing I find is that I got to this from a completely different field. I don't know what field or what area you guys come from that originally got you down this rabbit hole, so to speak. But the last thing I was looking at was the shape of the Earth. Stuff I was looking at is like particle interactions, like how they're assuming all of this stuff and how they're assuming other parts. And it's even in science. If you look at how, you know, you got stuff like Curie emissivity, you know, joule absorptions, all these kinds of different things like that. They don't even know how that works, man. You know, let alone pressure. Like pressure is PV equals nRT. That entire law is a fucking joke. It's made of 5 other laws. It's Gay-Lewisiak, Dalton's law, Boyle's law, Charles' law.
Yeah,
And when you
but
find that
in the
law,
R,
bro,
dude,
it
they're
only
hiding
works
a
in a small
volume.
window.
So that's the
Yes,
funny thing. In
R
the
is
R
the
number, they're
worst
hiding
thing,
volume inside of that, right?
bro. R
So
got me,
there
man.
actually is a
R
volume on both
fucking
sides
really
of the
got
equation.
me.
Yeah, if you expand it all out, there'd be a volume on both sides of the equation that would cancel out, right? But their volume on one
Dude,
side is infinity. So
do you know
you'd have
what?
an infinity on the other side, so you would have
listener.
P times infinity times T,
Yeah,
or
yeah.
P times infinity, right? So, like, what would you get? You'd get infinite pressure.
Bro, R is the worst thing in the fucking world, man. I couldn't believe it. And I was just like, don't worry about it. It's the constant. And you're like, okay. And then they screw with you. It's like you don't know which R to use. You know, if it's like, because there's so many units of R, you know, you can make R equal 0.8, you can make R equal like fucking 96 or whatever, depending on what units you're using. But
it's
when
always
I
in reference
figured
to a
out what
volume,
R
though.
was,
Yeah, but
yeah,
it's
I
always in
was
reference
like,
to a
that's
volume, right?
fucking, yeah, it is. It's a volume constant. But
Yeah.
but it relies on the Raoult's law, which in itself will assume like a pipe. It assumes which is a container. You see what I mean? So it's talking about like sizes of the pipe, as in like if you narrow the pipe, the gas can come out like. Yeah, so that they based R off Raoult's law, and I just couldn't believe that that's how the science worked. That they basically just shove in an invariable constant, and that's how it works. Don't worry about it, bro. And it works like that for everything, literally. Like literally. And then I was like,
came
okay,
into
well, how did they come up with gravity? And then the same kind of like fucking shenanigans is going on. And I'm like, nah, bro, that's not science right there. And I went almost crazy for a bit, going like, we don't understand even the very fundamentals of particle interactions. How can we say that black holes or this or that or this or that? You know, let alone like when you start looking back on it, we don't know anything, man. We're basically still in the 18th century. Like even further back than that, we're still where Plato is, pretty much.
Well, when it comes to the human mind, I 100% agree with that.
Well, Plato said that if you throw a ball on the ground, the reason why it stops is because it becomes lazy. You know, and so that's a derivative of what Newton said. Or Newton is a derivative of of that. You know, they all had apples. Newton had his apple, so did Plato, so did Einstein. And so, you know, Plato's apple is interesting. You know, if I asked you Plato's apple, I'm pretty sure you wouldn't be able to answer it because no one after Plato even could answer it. Plato said, if I had an apple and if Jupiter gave me a special knife that allowed me to cut the apple perfectly, I cut it in half. I cut that half in half, the half in half, and I further all the way down to n. When does the apple go from material to immaterial? Fuck knows.
Yeah.
Define
But
those
yeah, this
two
is a
concepts. We
variation of
still
Zeno's
can't.
paradox too.
Yeah, that
Like
was Plato saying
Galileo and
that, bro.
Archimedes, they had apples too.
All of them do, man, because they're occult weirdos.
Well, dude, this is ironic because we were just talking about the Garden of Eden, right? The eating the apple, the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Yeah, it's what the apple signifies. You've eaten apple records. The apples has a lot of symbolism. But just to answer your earlier query, I came from research. I got into flat Earth. I was researching propagation of electromagnetic radiation, different anomalies within that, such as superluminal tunneling of light, metamaterials, um, longitudinal electromagnetic waves, things like that. And I just happened, because some of the search terms I was using line up to flat Earth, I ended up seeing a video about the Chicago skyline and it being viewed from 52 miles away, and the dumbass meteorologist saying it was a fucking mirage, which automatically, just because of knowing when I was researching that claim was horseshit. And I wonder, like, why would this guy say that when he's a meteorologist, when he should know that that's wrong. It's not a mirage. It doesn't look like anything like a mirage in any way. So he should know that was actually wrong. Why would he say that? And then I found out why he would say that. Because then if it's not a mirage, then the Earth's not a globe. So he had to say that. I'm convinced that everybody has a flat Earth observation that they've seen, and they've never realized that hey, this falsifies the globe, because we're all told no matter what we see, it fits the globe mathematics. So if I see Chicago from 52 miles away, the Earth is so big that's normal. I should see that because the Earth is gigantic. But if you do the actual math, no, I shouldn't see that. I should only see the top of Willis Tower, which is the tallest building in America. Was the tallest building in the world for a long time. I should only see the top of 10 stories of the top of Willis Tower in the antenna and no other building. But that's not what we see. See the Chicago skyline. And there's multiple images of this. People have been seeing it for frickin' nearly 100 years. So, across Lake Michigan, from one side to the other. And for him to say it's a mirage, that's what drew me in to look further into it. People go, oh, you saw a flat Earth video. Yeah, I saw a flat Earth video about a television broadcast. Not Eric Dubay, not Mark Sargent, not fucking whoever, Jaronism or fucking Bob Nodell or whoever the fuck you guys think of. It was the mainstream media that was doing nothing about flat Earth, that just simply showed a photograph that somebody took.
Well, let me ask you this. If I stuck that shovel in the ground and I dug out a hole and I put the dirt on the outside of the hole and it was mounded in the shape like, some kind of curved hump mound, could I measure that? Or would I have to go all the way into space to be able to measure it? I'm confused. Because, a lot of Globers, especially ones who are interested in things to do about space, they always seem to have a hard time, like, providing direct measurements of the hump of Earth ground that they claim to live on. And somehow they always appeal to the sky to be able to measure it. So I just want to know, like, if I dig a hole with this shovel and I create a mound of dirt, is it possible I could measure it?
Oh, 100%, because the ratio of your observation distance to the size of the object is within acceptable ranges.
All right, so it's all about tolerances. So that means that if we use a sufficiently tolerated measuring device, we could effectively measure the alleged curve of the Earth or disprove the alleged curve of the Earth, right?
What measuring device are you referring to?
I don't know. Let's use an effective methodology that's used all over the place. How about laser transit? How about that? Let's use that. It's used all the time on construction sites, and especially leveling foundations and large plots.
No, that makes sense.
So let's just use that.
Locally level?
Yeah, let's
Yeah,
use
that makes
that.
sense.
Well, yeah, but let's use that over a sufficient sample size. Let's say 25 miles over the surface of water, which is the Earth is a globe that you claim it is, right? It has to have a certain hump in between point A and point B because the water's equipotential is going to follow the equipotential surface of the gravitational mumbo jumbo that you claim exists. And so it's either going to be curved in that manner or it's not. And according to the way the physics of water works, it's going to express itself that way, and it can't do otherwise, right? Unless it's like in a certain type of solid state or something, like an ice cube. Like you could have an ice cube of any shape, right? But just regular water under its own physics is gonna flow if it's tilted, right? And it's gonna seek equilibrium if it's not. So we shoot a laser across 25 miles, set up the laser leveled 6 feet above the surface of the water, set the target 6 feet above the surface of the water on the other side, shoot the laser, and that actually, with all things being accounted for, debunks the globe geometry by 2 orders of magnitude. And 2 orders of magnitude with this methodology is more than sufficient to disprove your geometry. So the Earth is flat.
I don't think waves moving through a medium. I don't think that we can claim that they move in purely Euclidean space or
Oh
Cartesian.
yeah,
Sorry,
really. Oh yeah, really. Except when you claim that you're using those to communicate with alleged quote unquote satellites, right? Then all of a sudden they're 100% accurate, right?
No, they're not 100% accurate. The beam width for the
right.
transceivers
So one,
is like,
yeah, right, bro, right.
tenths of a degree, right? So it doesn't have to be perfectly Bohr-Site.
Right. So again, one more time, you just defeated yourself because you just said I don't trust it, but I know that it can be within a tolerance that's more than accurate for the task. So we got a problem here. You're double speaking.
I'm not trying to make it. I'm not trying to prove that it's level, though, right? Like if you're trying to say.
No, the problem is that I'm telling you, dude. Level. See, you don't even understand what's going on here. It's not about level per se. It's about whether level is curved or not. I mean, we all agree level, right?
Yeah, I'm getting gangbanged in the side chat here. God damn.
Dude, man. This is a family show.
Big pause.
Like everybody's getting their turn over here. God damn.
Well, I mean, to be fair, if it's coming out both sides of your mouth, it wouldn't be unreasonable for someone to assume it's going in both sides of your mouth.
Ow!
Yeah, you can't have your cake and eat it too, brother. You can't say that lasers can't be trusted. Okay, that's fair, but you can't say that lasers are untrustworthy except when I use them. I mean, good grief, dude.
Dude, AI, that was one hell of a zinger. I just gotta, dude. Flipcord, where you at, man?
Hey.
Dude, that was one hell of a. Come on. That was one hell of a zinger, bro. Like, golly. That's akin to getting slapped upside your head, dude. It's about the same.
As long as he respects the safe word, I'm on board.
Dude, but see, I can't see your safe word. Your safe word is only accurate in certain environments. In other environments, you just can't trust it.
Oh shit! It depends on my reference frame. I'm fucked.
Yep. Yeah. So if lasers can be trusted in certain applications and with certain scrutiny, just give me the parameters of that scrutiny, and then we'll use those parameters and apply it to the surface of the Earth and get the measurement. Then we don't have to worry about it only works when I do it nonsense.
No. I'm just saying we would have to establish like what are the tolerance for claiming that it's flat, right? Right. Like you're not gonna get 0. You're gonna get either negative 0.002 or positive 0.004.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Hey, fair enough, brother. I agree with you. I agree with you that in order to say what you just said, you had to concede that we already disproved it's the globe you believe in, and now we're just trying to decide how flat it is. Good job, brother.
If that was the case, right?
Yeah, I agree with you, 100%, dude. Like there is some some variable tolerance that you could imagine a super complex gigantoid sphere within that margin of error, which defeats your sphere that you claim you live on by 2 orders of magnitude. So either way, we've debunked what you believe in, and now you're back at the drawing board.
The light's still moving through a medium, right? So we'd have to correct for that
No, dude. We already conceded. We already both conceded that there's a certain tolerance, and we're going to do it within the tolerance. And the tolerance is going to be a measurement difference of 2 orders of magnitude. So it exceeds the tolerance by so much that it's not possible that the conclusion can be otherwise, dude. It's like going in to measure your floor. Okay, if the variance in your floor is greater than the height of your building, something's wrong, right?
No, I'm saying that if for it to be flat, there's going to be some range around 0, and for it to be a globe, there's going to be some range around what the predicted value would be. But I'm saying like using
but bro, you don't understand, bro. I understand you. I got you. The problem is you don't realize how much of a ramification this has on your world. If you want to appeal to a 250,000 mile circumference globe or 250,000 mile radius globe, you've debunked everything about quote unquote stellar motion, quote unquote where they are relative to the Earth, quote unquote where the sun is going over, all of those things. Like there's a cascading effect that destroys it all. And so all of your presuppositions that you've been using to believe you live on a globe are toast. So now you have to come back with us with the only thing which could prove you're on a globe in the first place, which is direct measurements of surface curvature. So why don't you go ahead and give us some of those, and then we can all go to sleep at night.
I'm good.
Yeah, I know.
A because I don't have any personally, and B because I understand that there's no it's a futile argument.
Correct. You trying to prove direct surface curvature is a futile argument. I agree. We're buddies now.
Hey guys, I'm working on the receding hairline. Stop calling me out for it. Come on.
So if you had a receding hairline and you put a caliper, yeah, fair enough. But if you put a caliper on your cranium, could you tell me how much curvature was in your cranium?
Yeah.
Okay, so so if you had the Earth
caliper.
Oh, I get it now. See, so you just admitted that you don't have a planet-sized caliper, so you can't tell us the Earth is curved. I agree. Good job.
Oh, you can have a planet-sized caliper if you're doing laser ranging from orbit, right? You go up.
No, because we can't trust. No, because we can't. No, because we can't trust lasers. Remember?
Laser ranging. That's distance. That's distance between 2 points.
No, can't trust it. Doesn't matter, dude. There's mediums. There's mediums, bro. I can't trust it. Medium. Can't trust it.
Not negligible medium.
Oh, really? So what measurement do you have with the medium in space? Go ahead.
I already put it's in my bio. There's an external pressure sensor on the ISS.
Ooh, if people were asking about that earlier. They wanted
Yeah,
to
there's an
know. Why
external
don't you tell them
pressure
about it?
sensor. They use it to find leaks, to patch them. So there's a whole
Really?
thing in my bio on the ambient pressure of low Earth orbit.
What's the pressure value up there? Anyway,
It's like -7 ish. I'd have to look at the graphs again.
directly measured in that location where it's at.
Yes. Yes.
All right, go ahead and post that information,
Yeah.
please.
It's in my bio. You can click on it.
In your bio.
Yeah, if you click on my username, there's three links there. There's one that says external pressure
Oh,
sensor.
all right. So you're just in it for the clicks.
What? Yeah. Actually, I got to get my what is the YouTube metric for thousands of dollars or dollars per 1,000 views?
No, it's like 7 cents per 1,000 views or something.
Yeah, I was
What
gonna
does it
say
say?
I'll send you a
Josh,
Venmo
where does it
request
say
after you click on my profile.
specifically? Where does it say in this 14-page little PDF that you have?
There's a couple graphs that like halfway through on some external sensors readings, but it's overview of the device that they use to try and find leaks on the outside of the ISS.
I want to know where they measured that pressure. If you can point me to that page, that'd be great. Instead of me having to read the whole thing, I'm gonna read it all anyway.
No, you just look for the graphs. Like, I mean, then you can go
Alright.
back and read in more depth. But if you just flip through, it's the graphs, pressure graphs. Dude, y'all are quick with the IMG flip memes. That's good stuff. Y'all are quick with it. I commend it.
Oh man.
Bill, I'm in here all the time just listening. Either hear Earth Awakenings or debate Flat Earth and more. I just really enjoy AI and AV, so whenever I'm in here, I talk a little bit more. Indio and Jen are cool too.
That's where you're going to get such high quality insults that you can withstand.
Damn fucking straight. Y'all are creative as hell.
Now, if we could just get you to stop whining about being interrupted, you'd be a real man.
Damn. What could
You're
be?
a work in progress. You're a work in progress.
Yeah,
We love
what
you.
could be, man? I don't know. That might be a Herculean task. I'll put it on my vision board for my therapist.
What if your therapist asks you what's going on and you tell him like this is happening at a flat Earth forum, and then he starts asking you flat Earth questions,
all the
and then you find out. Yeah, but what if you find out he's a flat Earther? Would you fire him?
No, I like it's a she. Casey's great. I've been working with her for I don't know, like 4 or 5 years. We could have even more fun conversations.
Well, like I told you earlier, supposedly we got people with psychological degrees doing workups on the flat Earth sociological phenomenon. And they come hang out here to head shrink us.
At what point in your childhood were you dropped on your head? You know, if your parents were on Snap, you probably could have eaten better growing up. What was the name of that guy though? The guy doing sociological research? Somebody mentioned it a couple days ago.
Pat Mackey, and numerous others have claimed it were.
Bill, I wish I was paid to be here. That'd be sick. I could buy a
Also-
house even faster.
Also, Allison tried pulling that crap on us.
Ah, yeah, that was the name.
Well, so, listen, some of them do it because they're trying to create this veil of why they're here that gives them a justified reason and then also gives them a reason to dismiss us or take us seriously. Right? So it's a protection mechanism for themselves to be able to enter the space without letting the stain of our ideas get into them. In other words, they can still declassify it, you know. So some people are not legit. They're just lying about their credentials and their purposes here because they can't handle the fact that flat earthers exist. I know, but you get what I'm saying. It's like some people can't handle the fact that flat earthers exist. They find it so repugnant, but it's so attractive at the same time. So they want to wear like a whole mind condom when they enter in. All right, I'm going to coin it right here. They want to wear an ideological condom. There you go.
Love it. Wonder how little gas you could put into a condom in a vacuum for it still to maintain its shape without popping.
Well, yeah, then when you spin it around, when does it turn into ice?
Wait, Professor Dave's the guy who like debates Witsit and other folks like that, right?
If that's what you want to call it.
I don't know. I don't appreciate the people that debate like professional, like the folks that hop on podcasts and argue. Like I would, you know, I don't know. It seems a bit weird to base your entire like content creation strategy on putting up some sort of flat earth clip and then just like, you know, taking the piss on it. Like what are we doing here? These are people.
Sort of. I mean, in some people's views, we don't deserve those types of accommodations, right? So it's okay in that social climate to make fun of us.
I was gonna say I said that the other night that I you know actively like you know try to stop people in my social circle that hold those beliefs. I think that made what's her name, Miss Dandelion, angry the other night that I would make that claim. I was like, no, they're just everybody's people. You got to treat people with respect.
No worries. Man, I almost got my leaves raked.
Wait, you're actually raking leaves? I thought that was a euphemism for smoking pot.
Bro. Well, okay, bro. So like, you know, people actually have to do real chores in real life, you know?
No, that's what you pay the maid for and the landscaping crew. Come on, AI. You get the nanny and the maid and the landscaper.
Well, normally I force my mom to do it at the end of a whip, but she's currently in the mines getting some lithium so I can have a new cell phone.
Good shit. Although you probably could increase your value per minute if you switch over to cobalt. You just got to go to sub-Saharan Africa for that.
Interesting.
Now, are these dry leaves or wet leaves? Like, what are we working with here?
wet. Well,
Oh,
they're
that fucking
getting wet
sucks.
as we speak.
I was gonna say I'm doing a 50-mile endurance hike over the weekend for Veterans Day for a charity, and I'm looking at the weather and it's
Right.
supposed to start raining, and I'm just like I'm
Okay,
I'm
so
cold now.
okay, fair enough. So if you go 50 miles, let's just assume you're going 50 miles and you're on a relatively even topography.
How
And
far?
you're not really
How
going
far
up.
am I curved?
You're not really going up in elevation or down in elevation topographically. So if you start at one end and end up on the other, let's just assume you're going back and forth. You're not just going all the way to the end, because that would kind of mean you have to drive. So let's go. You go 25 miles. How much raw curvature drop would there be if the Earth was a globe of the size you claim?
Was it 8 inches per mile squared, or is it 8 feet? I'm not sure. I don't
8
remember
inches.
what the 8
8
inches
inches.
the parabolic parametric function.
Yeah, that's accurate to 0.1% out to past 1,000 miles. Yeah, that one. Super accurate approximation.
Or so it'd
I
be
just had to
what,
put that.
2/3
I just
25.
real quick.
So
I just had to put that PSA in there for the slow, retarded Globers in the back that think telling us it's a parabola, not a circle, makes any difference. All right, go ahead.
no, I get it. It's just it works for small distances.
No, it works for all distances for the atmospheric extinction.
Well, it's a good approximation for the first, like, I think 1,000 or so, 1,500 miles, and after that it
Yeah,
tends to
that's not a
diverge
small
if you
distance. That's not a
plot it.
small distance, Holmes.
No, I'm just saying relative to the purported circumference, right? But yeah, no, agreed. What would it be, like 16 2/3 miles? So
No, 25 miles. 25 miles
times
is how
2/3.
far you're going, and then you got to square.
Oh,
Yeah,
8
you're
inches.
doing something wrong.
Yeah, you're good. No. It would be
So they believe
like
basically that
60.
they tell you this to make you feel like insignificant. Oh yeah. So that you think you're just a small speck, meaningless speck flying through fucking space on a giant water ball. Huh. Well, they can suck it.
Really? Do tell. Tell us more.
Big fan of the little speck.
I know you appreciate a woman that's a fan of the book spec.
Dude, positive
So what was the
nihilism is
number?
shit.
Bro, what was the number?
It would like 16 feet, 16 2/3 feet.
Dude, holy crap, dude. Can you please do the math correctly for the love of God?
Wait, 8 inches per mile, right? So eight times
8 inches
times
per
25.
mile. No, bro. 8 inches per mile would be a linear
miles
slope,
squared.
Holmes,
So
not a curve.
400
Damn.
times 8. No, you're right. Sorry, it's been a long day. So 400 divided by 800 divided by 3 in feet. So back to 267 feet.
Now we're getting somewhere. Holy crap.
Sorry, it's been a long day. Mental math is.
All right, so if it's 267 feet, right, of raw drop over 25 miles.
In Cartesian
is there
space.
is there any technology that we have that could measure something of that, like within that tolerance?
Nothing I can see that like would stick through the medium. I mean, you could have me like carry a gyro that's actively spinning, right?
Oh, I like it because, well, look, lasers are more than sufficient, by the way. But if you want to go over to gyros, I'm happy. I'm happy for a gyro. I'm happy for a multi-system gyro to go across and show you how much it's rotating or not rotating, right? So how have you got any of that? That would be great.
Well, I'm not. No, the issue is my walk this weekend is, it's called. It's not
Okay,
not in a
okay.
straight line.
Yeah, but also like, it's going to be hard to do. I get you. But let's just say, for example, that we took a gyro this much. Let's say we took the gyro 3,500 miles. So the gyro would be displaced by 50 degrees. But yet the gyro doesn't do that. Would you then concede the Earth is flat?
Well, the gyro would be held in inertial space, so we already see the 15 degrees per hour shift that we already get.
No. Don't care about that.
So,
Don't care about that, dude. A gyro just standing still, okay, not moving over the surface, isn't measuring curvature of the surface. At best, you're describing something that would be a rotation of the body.
It's going to take me time to walk. It's going to take me time to walk, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, but see, the point I'm trying to make, dude, is if the gyro isn't displaced in the curvature degrees that it's supposed to be, then that means that curvature that you claim is there isn't there. It's that simple.
But the point I'm trying to make is that if I was going to, try to trace that supposed path, figure out if it was curved or not with a gyro, it would take some time, right? And we observe with high precision gyros a shift of about 15 degrees per hour.
Doesn't matter. Okay, let's say you do. So you just zero that out. So you go back and forth.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. So we'd have to zero that out, and then we move on.
Right. So then you'd end up with raw rotational displacement that's either present or not present, and that must be for 3,500 miles of the surface of the alleged Earth to be claimed. That would be 50 degrees displacement. So if you arrive at your destination and there's no 50 degrees displacement, then there's no curvy globy.
Well, I don't think it would be 50 on the dot. Once again, it gets back to the tolerances of what is our expected outcome and what is our percent error, right? So if it comes out to like 56 or 44, like we have to set a hypothesis and do a statistical analysis to figure out if we can reject the null or not. So we can't just say if 50 then globe, if not 50 not globe. It's a little bit more complicated.
Oh yeah, but you could say if 15 then globe. Yeah, cool. I see how it works.
No, I don't.
It's only good when you do it.
You got to set up some actual boundaries.
Are you sure? Are you sure? Because
we'd have to find sufficient p values.
Yeah, fair enough. But we've been living with that for years, where ignorant globers who never did any research whatsoever, they think that Bob Nodell proved the Earth was a spinning globe because he saw 15 on a readout.
Well, some people just think it's sociologically beneath them to even attempt it, right? Even the pursuit of research shows that they're, seeding that there might be something there, and there's tribal rejection that comes with that concession.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. That a lot of them, because they don't actually care about the truth, they just care about rejecting an alternative from what they've already established as accepted.
Yeah, pretty much.
So, for example, guys like Matthew Learns, he said a million times he's not willing to test the Earth to see if it's a globe. He already believes it's a globe, and he doesn't see it as a worthwhile pursuit.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of people like that. That'd be interesting, though. I have the means to buy a nice gyro. We could do some shenanigans.
Well, I'm working on a test. We're going to send a multi-system gyro from east to west on the United States and from north to south. And we're going to have a multi-system, so some of them are only there to zero out the glober claims, and other ones are there just to get raw measurements with no software whatsoever, doing any mumbo jumbo. And then the other ones with the retarded software. And so they're all going to zero each other out. And then they're going to go east to west, west to east, and north to south, south to north. So they're going to go back on the exact course they took, right? Which you'll be able to get all of the data zeroed that way. And then it's going to show that there's either a rotation commensurate with traveling in an arced path or not. And since it's going crisscross on the face of the Earth, it's also going to deal with the stupid rotation claims and a whole bunch of claims simultaneously.
I'd be more than happy to help you with that. Yeah, that'd be cool as hell. And I mean, maybe you'd have to go there and back again, right? We turn it into like I don't know how you're
Yeah,
going to
you go.
transport it, but
Yeah, you go. You go on a course, and then you go backwards on the exact same course, or not backwards, but return on the same course.
okay, I got to build a Foucault's pendulum apparently, according to chat.
Well, let me ask you this: if it came back, all things being equal, and the error margin was essentially functionally a zero or a null, that there's no arc path that's traveling on.
Yeah, if it was
By
a
your
null,
logic,
that leads to a lot more questions.
Well, wouldn't it just lead to the conclusion the Earth isn't curved?
Well, I mean, yeah, it would mean that I would have to go, figure out what the fuck's actually going on, right? Right, I would change my
Yeah, but
assumption
what about
again
if it's just
this.
What if it's just not curved? How about that? Would that be fair?
Yeah, I would say if it came back, it would cause it would sort of flip flop, right? Like from right now, I'm a Glober who's interested in y'all's perspectives and figuring things out from your perspective. It would most likely end up flipping me to the other side, right? Where my baseline is okay based off this first person data. I see, this statistical analysis that I set up, and I would put together a paper and ask people to poke holes in it, and extend the conversation. And if it comes out that like what we did actually, came out with the data that it came out with and the results that we saw, it would flip me over to like, okay, now I need to, baseline is there is no curve, and then you go kick your tires on all these claims that folks are making, trying to see if they're true or not.
Fair enough, but shouldn't that have been the baseline in the first place? Because we all experience the Earth as flat and stationary. Like, that's our natural experience.
Like I said, for first person observations of using space systems, designing, operating them, right? So I'd have to go back and kick the tires. Oh man, y'all are gonna hear a big PR blurb from my program tomorrow in the news. It'll be fun. They call together this big town hall meeting, and there's a bunch of social posts that are supposed to go out. I'm hopping on mute for like 20, 30 minutes. Gonna take care of some stuff around the house. Appreciate it.
I'm listening. They're rude. See you later.
Man, you remember that Insane Clown Posse song where he goes, "Magnets, how do they work?" We need to add that up to a meme with Josh with Insane Clown Posse makeup going, "Lasers, how do they work?"
He doesn't know? I missed. I was away for a minute. He was baffled by lasers.
No, I was like, we could use lasers to measure the Earth to see if that curvature is actually there. And he was like, "Oh, lasers are untrustworthy."
What the fuck?
And I was like, and then I was like, "Well, how do you
talk to each other? What the frick?
No, but see, that's laser range finding and pulse communication. That's not laser transit measurement. It's only untrustworthy when it's measuring the curvature of the surface of the Earth directly. That's what it's untrustworthy. I told him, well, if you guys are using it, then why don't you give us the accurate methodology to understand the variables and the application so that we can use the accurate method to measure the surface of the Earth and get it over with. Yes. Anything happened with Dr. Shiva? Any progress or
Oh shit! I was
news
talking on
or...
mute. Oh, I don't know if anyone is following up on that. I think Stone, Man of Stone. I don't know if you know who that is. He's a flat earther. He's mostly on X and hangs with Shane and Posse. Oh my god.
Oh, because I was talking to Josh about Shiva earlier, and in the sense of what kind of things can people that have connections do if they're interested in the flat Earth topic, to fund or help organize that might do an event that might be like a test or a measurement or something. That's kind of like what Shiva's talking about. I was telling him, like, dude, this is who we got to deal with. We got to deal with guys like Dr. Shiva who think they're coming into our space to do us a favor, to provide their expertise, right, to take our quote unquote message to the world. And his help is going to be overseeing something that's scientific. And I'm like, these idiots don't even realize that the scientific method isn't applied to just measuring something. That's what kind of morons we got to deal with. That's who we get.
Dr. Shiva's Twitter feed hasn't had
Okay.
any updates at all in the past few weeks about this. I think he wants it to go away.
He hasn't said anything about it, huh? When was the date they set?
November 8th.
Dude, that's like 5 days away.
Yep, so isn't it going to be ironic if the organizer himself backs out?
Oh, he'll say something stupid. I got more important things to do, or who knows. But I was on mute talking by accident. AI. So, a high-end laser unit has a working range of up to 2,500 feet or more, with an accuracy of 1/16 of an inch over 100 feet, and a quarter of an inch at 200 feet. So I'm assuming it's a linear error, or linear uncertainty, or linear precision. Don't actually match the globe, but rotary laser outdoor working range of 3,600 feet. So that's what, 3/4 of a mile, or 2/3 of a mile.
Frickin' laser beams.
So if we can extrapolate out the error, we can get like, okay, what's the error at 25 miles? That would be, maybe 5 feet or something.
Yeah, but even those are they're not like the rotary lasers. They're in a small unit, so they don't have like a big collimator or anything. Because they don't need to be accurate out super duper far.
Well, what they have is a detector that detects that wavelength. It says range of 2,500 feet or more when using a laser detector. So it's not eyeballing it, right? They have a detector that's, calibrated or manufactured to detect that particular wavelength of light. A lot of the theodolite, the total stations, they're infrared in the first place, and they have infrared detectors on them.
I wonder if it'd be so like the Lake Idsill test. I wonder if it'd be cool to do a three-way test, to where there's also a receiver on each of the locations, a sender and a receiver on each of the locations. So not only are they getting the up and down at the target, but they're also getting a range finder. That seemed to be Josh's hangup. He thinks that lasers are only accurate doing the range finding. They're not accurate doing leveling.
Yeah, what's interesting too is that he submitted that liner that he told me that on his bio I could find out that the pressure's been measured with this contraption that's on the ISS. I've been looking into it. Meanwhile, you guys were having a discussion, and I found out that there is no baseline that device called the REL has measured the ambient environment that's outside. It's using these gas vent spikes that it uses from the ISS to like detect what the change in the environment is, but it's not telling the any numeric value of what its baseline is for the ambient.
Right. Okay. So it's only measuring a rapid pressure change, not the
Yeah.
initial settings.
Yep. That's what it's doing. Exactly that. And so it doesn't.
Imagine my shock.
Yeah. No, but like he was saying that it was, and what it's claiming on its face, like the paper's claiming on its face to do is have the temperature measured, like it's a measurement based on a gauge that it has on this device on the arm that's on the ISS, but nowhere does it have a baseline as to what the ambient temperature pressure is out there. So there, yeah,
Dude,
like
it's just
you
like
said.
the gyros.
And it says that they're claiming there is a baseline, but there's no. I use Manus AI to actually like scour the internet for it, and it says that there's no paper that it can detect a numeric value to what that baseline is.
The baseline is national security. Ooh.
There you go. So what he has there on his bio is not anything indicating that they've measured the pressure value at that altitude. Sorry. It's a no-go.
You ever notice there's a trend of guys trying to present evidence like that where they don't just give the citation from their reference that says, we measure the exterior pressure 2B by this methodology, which includes this instrument ABXYZ.211, 2B, 1 to the negative 20th hydropascals, or whatever it is. Like they can never just cite that. It's always some ambiguity. Oh, just check out my reference. Where is it in here? Well, you just read it.
Yeah, and I did. And I also put it through AI to kind of confirm any other sources that I need to find the baseline, and there isn't any. So as far as anything that we can see, if there is a baseline value, then good luck trying to find it.
It's the same shit over and over.
Yep, it is. So there's really nothing there in his little link that you want to actually. I got the paper and I was looking through it. Didn't see anything. It just kept saying that it's we measured it. Of course it's measuring it. But then like I said, I put it through Manus and it says it's measuring the differential from the gas spike of the vent that it has on the ISS. It's silly, dude, to be honest. I'm just like, if they measured it, drop the bomb on me already. Just show me where and how, and it'll be good. But nope. It says, well, we can provide that calculation for this. I don't want that.
I really hope in the future that they do it justice. Our entire civilization has been for the past however many hundreds of years. You know, taking perfectly good measurements and fucking them up with models.
Like a curse. They can't stop doing it, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But this is starting these ideas of this model freaking lunacy. Dude, it's permeating into mainstream science that they've freaking lost their way. I mean, I watch a lot of mainstream shit, man.
Yeah.
You'd probably be surprised all the mainstream crap I actually watch. You probably think I was a Goby, I watch so much. But it's permeated. They're all bitching about it. All of them. The only ones that don't bitch about it are like the fucking Lawrence Krauses, the Neil deGrasse Tysons, the people who their grift is based upon scientific certainty. That's the whole entertainment value, is that they're basically the modern day storytellers, right? They get up on the stage and they tell the story of the universe, the story of creation, right? And that's what they are. But actual working scientists in academia, more and more are starting to like revolt. Check out the Demystify podcast. There's hundreds of videos on there. And most of the people on there, working scientists, they work in academia, they got PhDs, and there's fucking got to be 100 or more that are like, this is bullshit. So it's not just us. It's just like we found out first, and everybody else is catching up.
That's funny and true. I like that podcast, by the way.
One thing you're not going to do in this chat, though, is bullshit your way through and act like people are just going to accept it all. That's good information. Like, it's so silly, man. At this late in the game, dude, they should come with something better than that. I mean, if you have
on a
anything
curious
low,
note, I'm not Josh
be
is here.
locked. Yeah, he's there. Said he was listening.
I might be a bit lax, so I'm sorry. All right. Well, some time ago, I was watching a Starlink deployment, not like the rocket launch, but
Change your name and get banned.
What do you want me to change it to?
Something non-degenerate.
All right, that's fine.
How about non-degenerate? How about changing it to that?
Hold on, I'm changing it right now.
The sheep,
For
there
the
doesn't
purpose,
sound.
for the purpose of this debate.
It's Eric, the New Jersey truck driver.
All right. There you go. So, what makes you a flat earther?
Meeting people like you makes me a flat earther.
People like me. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I don't like associating myself with dumb people who are degenerates.
So, like, the whole idea of a flat earth just doesn't make any sense. It really just doesn't.
Oh yeah,
Because
which sense does it not appeal to? Sight, sound,
it doesn't matter if
smell,
you
touch,
perceive
taste.
something. Dude, if I go to a carnival and I look at a really tall mirror that stretches your body out like a noodle, and I'm perceiving myself looking like a noodle,
that a convex mirror would do.
that doesn't
It's
mean that
something you
it's
don't see
true.
on Earth. You don't see convex mirrors over water on Earth.
I
Everything's
understand,
specular.
but your whole argument is you perceive the Earth as being flat, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean that the Earth is flat. It just doesn't make sense, right?
Well, there's no
Like when I'm
evidence
in the
that it's
shower, I
curving.
perceive
So why
myself
should I
being
believe
wet.
that it's curving if there's no evidence that it's curving?
There's no evidence, dude.
There is
You
no
don't have to
evidence.
look at
It's
all the
literally, they literally
scientific
tell you
data.
it's so big that it looks flat.
You know how much scientific data and research has been
What
done on this
scientific data?
topic? Like every university in the world that has a geology program.
Okay. Walk us through how they measure the curvature of the Earth.
You can measure the curvature of the Earth via the angle of rotation of the sun in the sky. And its
All
fixed
right. So
position
how
therein.
does that match up?
What do you mean? How does that match up?
How does the motion of the sun determine the shape of the Earth?
Because the Earth is revolving around the sun, right?
You just told me that
And
the
how does
sun
a
moving
flat
across the
disk?
sky
How does a
determines the
flat
shape of the
disk
Earth.
revolve around the sun?
That's the whole concept of
How
why
do
we
you
have
know
a
we're
day
going
and
around
night.
the sun? I see the sun moving. I don't feel the Earth moving.
How do we know that we're revolving around the sun? Well, it's called winter and summer and spring.
No, that's just the sun moving north and south through the tropics.
No, that's the Earth being farther away and closer, right? It's angled. So
Okay, when is the Earth farther away?
if the northern hemisphere
When is the Earth closer to
it's
the sun?
tilted
Is it
towards the
in
sun, it's
winter or
summertime,
summer?
and if it's tilted away, it's wintertime.
So
Right.
when the Earth travels closest to the sun, is it wintertime or summertime?
No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about like the Earth physically being closer. I'm talking about the angle at which the Earth is spinning, right? So if the northern
How
hemisphere
do you know the Earth
is
is spinning?
tilted towards the sun, it's summer, and if it's tilted away,
Tilted
it's
towards
winter.
what? How do you know the Earth's tilted? Maybe the sun's
On its
tilted.
on its what do you mean? It's called an axis of rotation.
Yeah, but how do you know the Earth is tilted? Maybe the sun is tilted.
The
The sun
sun
being tilted would not produce the seasons the way the Earth being tilted does, because the Earth being tilted does means that changes how direct the incoming sunlight is. But for a far enough away sun, like the geometry of the sun doesn't matter. The lines hitting the Earth are still approximately straight.
How do you know that?
Like that just
Right.
doesn't
So
produce the same
how
result.
do
I
we know
mean,
that? Look,
in
let me
the
give you an example. Wait, before you go on, let me give him an example. If I take a basketball and I enter a completely dark room and I shine a high powered light at it, okay? Let's say I'm facing the left side of the ball and I'm shining the light on the left side. When you shine the light on that ball, the light is touching the top, the bottom, and the left side, right? But if I place the light, if I put the ball like in a spike, right? And I leave it in a fixed position and I put the light like let's say on a chair and I angle it towards the ball and then I step away and I look at the ball. One side is going to be lit up, the top is going to be lit up, the bottom, but the right side isn't, right? So the reason why there's 24 hours in a day is because the earth spins once every 24 hours. So for 12 hours, so you have 12 hours of sunlight and then you have 12 hours of night. And that's because the globe, one side is on the sun side and then it spins around and then let's say China side it's facing night, right? So that's and then how do you when you're like, well, how do we know the earth is a globe? Because that part of the light, right? From the flashlight that's shining on the top,
Bennett,
that's
turn
the
off the
part of
video.
the globe, right, that is constantly in direct sunlight. So when you look at regions of around the Arctic Circle and the South Pole, there are 24-hour sunlight, which it can't tilt away, right? It can't like unless it's like wintertime and the Earth physically tilts away. Then the regions that have 24-hour sunlight are lower from the Arctic equator than the top because the globe is tilted away, right? And whereas if I take a flat sheet of paper, right, like a flat Earth, and I shine the flashlight down on that paper, the entire piece of paper is going to be lit up. So if the Earth was flat, everywhere would have sunlight, and then maybe the flat Earth like tilts away and everywhere is darkness. But that's how we know the Earth isn't flat via the day and night cycle, via the Arctic Circle and the South Pole. That's clearly how we know. So you could come up with whatever you want to come up with, but that's how we know the Earth is a globe, and that's it, dude. Argument closed.
I mean,
Unless you want to
I'm
say that
arguing for the
the
globe
day
Earth.
and
I
night
agree with
cycle
you.
is lying, go ahead. Is it lying? Is the day and night cycle lying to us?
That was retarded, bro. Hey, Bennett, turn off your video.
Yeah, that was retarded. I mean, it's okay if you want to stick to self-inflicting arguments right here, right? If you want to talk about me.
Let's start with measurements for the surface of the Earth first.
Right. So
Let's see
now
what the
you want to
actual.
go. Now you want to go back to something when I clearly just debunked flat Earth.
No, because
entirely.
you're assuming
I
that
just
the sun
proved that
is
the
as
Earth
big
was
as they
curved.
say it is. As flat earthers, we don't believe the sun is super big and millions of miles away. We believe it's close and a lot smaller than the Earth.
How close?
Well, you can see it in the sky, that's how close.
Okay, I can see distant stars in the sky. That doesn't mean that they're close. I
Do
can
you
see
not see
Orion.
that the sun do you not see
Is
that the
Orion
sun and
close?
the moon are similar in size?
First off, number one, just because you perceive it to be similar in size doesn't mean it's true. If you look at a full moon and you walk up to a good flat area where you can see the giant moon, right? And then you turn around and then bend down and look through your legs at the moon is going to grow in size. You know that, right?
Yeah,
Like you can trick your brain.
obviously there's optical illusions, yeah.
Right, exactly. Exactly. So it's an optical illusion, right? Just because the moon and the sun might seem the same size doesn't necessarily mean it is. And why
So what
if you think that's the case, then why is the
mhm.
moon not shining as bright as the sun, right? How do we know the moon is just a large rock in space?
Okay. Um so you believe it's a globe, right?
No, 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 no. I don't believe it's a globe. I studied what I learned in school and learned it was a globe.
Okay, so can you show where the curve is on the surface of the Earth? Can you measure it with maybe a laser or camera or whatever? Can you measure it?
Me personally, no, because I'm not a scientist, right? So you would have to actually
Why do you have
talk
to be
to
a
a
scientist to make a
scientist
measurement?
because I don't work in a lab and I don't have the
Why
necessary
would you
equipment.
need to work in a lab to look at curvature?
Okay, why would you need to why would you need equipment first off to measure the earth?
Well, if you can show the curve without equipment, that would be great. Can you show it?
Um if you're talking about exact measurements, no, you can't unless you use math.
No. Okay.
You can't just walk
So,
outside and be like, "Yep, the earth is curved," right? Like you have to do some math. And the tool, your
yeah,
instrument you're talking about is using math, right?
yeah. So, if you want to prove the globe, it should be very simple. You just measure the curve of the surface.
That's
Very,
like
very simple.
you asking this question is like me saying, "Oh, well, how flat is the earth? How do you know the earth is flat? How did you measure it?" You're going to say, "Well, when I go outside, I perceive it being flat."
Yeah, and you believe that people in Australia are upside down.
It first off, um people in Australia being upside down have nothing to do with the actual shape and size of the earth. Okay.
Well, it does, because that's part
All
of
right,
your
I'll give you a
belief.
good example here. If you ever been to like a fair or whatever, they have like this machine that spins around real fast and you like lie on your back and shit. And like you can stand up while the machine is spinning real fast. Like you could just walk around like on a wall, like you're Spider-Man if you walked around. It's because of angular momentum, right? So if the earth is spinning at this set speed, it doesn't matter where you are on the globe. You're always going to perceive being upright, no matter what. The earth would physically have to slow down and lose gravity for you to just fall off the earth, right? But it's never going to lose gravity and it's never going to slow down. So you can't just say, well, Australia's upside down. It doesn't matter where you are on the globe. No matter what, you're going to be standing upright and perceive being like in a normal scenario, like when you wake up out of bed.
Right, so when it rains in Australia, the rain is actually falling upwards, right? That's what you believe.
The rain is not
No,
falling
the
down. The
rain from
rain
the
is falling
clouds,
up.
the rain from the
Yeah.
clouds is being pulled by the gravity of the earth.
Yeah.
And that's
But you
why the
believe
water
that if you believe that the more south of the equator you go, the sky is actually below you. That's what globe earthers believe, that the sky is actually below you the more south you go
what do
of
you
the
mean?
equator. Whereas
What do you
flat
mean the sky is
earthers
below
say,
you?
hold on, whereas flat earthers say the sky is always above us. It's never below us. We can tell that it's always above us.
I think what you need to understand is that if, let's say, you were born blind, okay, and all you see is black, and you have a debate with me, and you tell me, well, all I see is black and nothing, and I tell you, I try to explain to you what colors are, and I try to explain to you what nature is, you're gonna be like, well, no, 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 that's not, none of that is true. All I see is black and darkness. This is our reality. This is our world. And I say, look, man, you're just blind. You were born this way. And you're like, no, everybody sees like me. Everybody sees nothing but darkness. Do you understand where I'm getting at? Like, because you perceive something doesn't make it real. It doesn't matter. Okay.
Exactly, yeah.
You
Right,
can't
but we can
form a
measure it,
debate
and then I
based
can
off of
show
what
you
you
the
see.
evidence for the measurement, and then you no longer have to believe that the whole world is dark, right? You can literally go out and measure it for yourself. But if you're blind,
You can't
and I'm trying
measure
to explain to you how to measure something, and you're too blind to see what's going on, then what's the point of me even having a conversation with you about it?
because you have a distinct fact that every scientific community in every country around the entire world are all just lying to us.
Okay,
That's what you believe.
name five scientists who have measured the Earth,
Dude,
the surface of the Earth. Name five of them.
listen. Anybody that launches a rocket into space. There you go.
Brother,
Anybody.
you're retarded.
Okay, name five scientists that were on that rocket program.
Listen, dude. Why are rockets launched out of Florida? You have any idea?
Because it's the
Any idea?
closest piece of land to Point Nemo.
Yeah, but do you know why?
Yeah,
Besides
because
that.
it's the closest piece of land to Point Nemo.
So basically,
You know what Point Nemo is?
dude, why does Point Nemo matter?
Do you even know what it is?
No. The reason being is
So
is
you
that
don't know
it's
what
the
it is.
closest
You
area of the
you
United
don't
States.
want to know what it is either. It's an important piece of information to understand because
Oh, okay.
NASA
Explain it.
knows what it is.
Explain it then.
Okay. It's the place in the ocean that's the furthest from any land in all directions. It's literally equidistant to all the closest pieces of land in the vicinity.
So you're saying it's for safety reasons?
That's just the point that they designated it.
Okay. So do you think that when they're launching a rocket into space that they have no idea what the Earth is?
What I'm saying is that they launch a rocket up, and it either comes back to the platform now that Elon Musk has been building that, or it goes out to Point Nemo. Those are the only two locations that it goes to.
Okay. Well, first off, there are multiple reasons why they launch rockets, right? They put satellites into space all the time. They send supplies to the ISS, right? You had that one thing where those astronauts traveled by the moon. Unless, I mean, of course, you probably don't
Yeah.
believe in any of that.
How
Of
would I
course.
verify that?
Right. How would you verify it? How
Yeah.
would I verify anything? Well, you ask somebody.
No, you go and do it yourself. That's how you verify it.
Oh, so imagine if that was the case. Okay. So I'm gonna play your side here. So how could I verify that a heart transplant is real and not just some medical mumbo jumbo? Oh, you can't put a new heart in somebody. That's impossible.
I've assisted in a
Oh
heart
well,
transplant before, you retard.
I'm gonna have to go
I can
to med
verify it.
school and become a cardiovascular surgeon just so I know that
Oh, is there an
heart
astronaut
transplants
school I can
are
go
real.
to?
Like, do you understand how retarded that sounds?
Is there an astronaut school that I can go to?
Dude, listen to what I'm trying to say.
Can I go get a bachelor's degree in astronautism?
Yeah, heart
So
surgery.
if a doctor tells you, "Hey, you're gonna need a
Heart
heart
is
transplant," are you gonna sit here and tell him, "Oh, well, no, that's not scientifically possible. It's impossible to put a new heart in a human being." Is that what you're gonna say?
Why do I need a heart transplant?
I'm not saying you do, but if maybe you're 6 years old and the
So then
doctor
why
says
bring
you
it
need a
up?
heart transplant, are you gonna be like, "Oh, well,
So then
that's
why
not
bring it
possible"?
up?
Because people do things that you're not qualified to do all the time, every day.
So then why are you talking about it?
Because you're
You're not
doubting it,
qualified
right?
to. You're
You're
not
doubting it
qualified to talk about it. So why are you talking about it?
because I believe what they tell me, right?
That's
When
cute.
when
I
NASA
don't.
comes
I
out
don't
and
have to
says,
believe anything.
"Hey, we look at this satellite we launched look at this satellite telescope we launched into space. Look at the latest images, the James
So,
Webb Telescope."
why don't you
Why would they
Google
lie about that?
pictures of satellites in space and find me one that's not fake CGI?
None of it is fake.
It's all fake.
No, it's not.
You can't find a real
Okay.
picture of a
Really?
satellite in space.
How does GPS work? Go ahead.
How does GPS work?
Yeah, when I whip out my phone
Triangulation
and I want
through
to
cell
go
towers?
somewhere. What's that?
Yeah, triangulation through cell towers.
No, it's satellites, dude.
Oh,
Oh,
really?
so when you ever heard of satellite
It
imagery,
looks
right?
like you're
So when the
preaching to
CIA
the
is spying on terrorists via satellite in North Korea, you think it's just all fake? You think that shit's just fake? North Korean CGI? It's not real? How do you think that the CIA gets information about what's
If
going on
I'm
in
not
North Korea?
mistaken, they use UAVs, right?
You're lagging, dude. You're lagging.
If I'm not mistaken, they use UAVs, don't they?
You don't think the North Koreans would see a UAV? They need something more secret, something more
No,
inconspicuous,
no.
like a spy satellite that you can't see with the naked eye. You know what I'm saying? If you don't believe in satellites, dude,
Hey, remember when the
you're like
Chinese
stuck in the
sent the
14th
spy
century.
satellite?
I don't know what's wrong
Remember
with
when the Chinese sent the spy satellite to the United States? And it was attached to a balloon?
you. First off, that wasn't a satellite. That was a hot air balloon. And they tried to disguise it as a weather balloon.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a
So
surveillance balloon. It does surveillance.
no, they disguised it as a weather balloon, so people wouldn't freak out about it.
Yeah, but it's for surveillance. It was for China, and then China complained that the U.S. does it all the time, so why can't they? So I was like, okay, makes sense. If the U.S. does it, I get what they're saying.
Yeah, the U.S. launches hot air balloons. Sure.
No, not hot air balloons. They use their satellites and drones.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
But
why
this
they.
guy doesn't believe
Thank
in
you.
satellites.
Appreciate you. Have a great day. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. Appreciate you.
They probably just use drones. They probably just fly those bitches over at the airspace or like literally not airspace, but like where where the border between like the space and the atmosphere, they can put like those things from Black Ops 1. They fly those
Wait,
bitches
wait, wait,
over
wait.
like that.
So y'all want to believe in stealth aircraft and intercontinental ballistic missiles and nuclear bombs and all this crazy shit, but y'all don't think satellites are real?
I just got here, so I don't know what these guys believe.
Like,
I just
do
come in
you
here
think the
to
atomic
hear
bomb
the
was real,
ideas of
dude?
the flat
Do
Earth.
you think the atomic bomb was real? Any
Some
flat earther,
people
speak up.
think
Go ahead.
that the whole nuclear thing is just like a whole like conspiracy. Like it's not even real. They
Yeah,
think
the
nukes are
atomic
just.
bomb was a conspiracy theory.
I've heard people say this. Like they think like the nukes are just they say it to fear monger people. Nukes aren't like actually real, apparently. I don't know if someone was just saying that just to like sound retarded, just to rage bait, but heard that.
If they were not real, how would you know the difference?
Look at Hiroshima. I mean, what could have possibly blown that bitch up?
Many
More
smaller
out of it.
fire bombs, many just different kinds of bombs, and then you just say it was just one big bomb. How would you know
Oh
the
yeah,
difference?
well,
The
hey,
radiation
sorry,
comes
dude.
into
I
factor
don't
there.
believe planes are real, dude. I don't believe planes are real. It's CGI.
You're not addressing the question though. How would you know the difference?
How would I know the difference?
It's
Because
literally radiation.
one plane dropped one bomb. That's it. The Enola Gray.
They have it on recording
The
too,
Enola
like
Gay
black and white.
dropped one fucking bomb. Okay? And the entire city of Hiroshima blew the fuck up.
Hiroshima.
So do you understand?
Saying they're real. I'm not saying they're not real. I'm just saying you wouldn't know the difference if they weren't.
Right, but I was taught to know the difference, right? And I can
When
go on
that
Google and
bomb
type in
dropped,
what is the fat boy, right?
that thing, it turned everything to black and white for a second, and then everything, like they could see their body, like their skin burning off, like turning red, and then
Yeah,
just
you
like
have like
It's
diaries
insane.
of survivors
It's
and
insane.
and paintings from these people that survived it, where they show like people walking around with like no flesh, like just muscle.
Yeah, because they're literally burning in a
But
second
listen, you got
of
the
like
same thing in
as
the
they're walking.
Vietnam War. With napalm, you got the same thing in the Vietnam War. Napalm is not a nuclear weapon, is it? So how do you know it wasn't napalm? How do you know it wasn't napalm?
Because no amount of napalm could cause that much destruction.
Unless you have enough. Unless you have enough
Napalm
napalm
is
to
not
explode.
gonna eviscerate buildings. It's just gonna.
Have we
It's just
seen
like
any videos of them
It's
dropping
literally like a
napalms on
jelly
Japan?
that's on fire. It's like petroleum jelly that's on fire. How the fuck is that gonna blow up a building?
So you need a video of the government doing something to know that they did something?
No, it's just another cycle of evidence. But I mean, if you want to think that, go for it.
I don't understand why everybody in this call needs to fact check the fucking government, dude. Like, come on, man.
You're missing the point, buddy. The whole point is to not blindly to
Didn't they
believe. The whole
hire that
point is to focus on what you
scientist to
can
like
prove.
make the fucking bomb? Like, didn't it
Like
like
Albert
not happen
Einstein
for a
sent a
while?
letter to Truman telling him the atomic bomb could be created, and they started the Manhattan Project because of it.
They took that nigga from the Nazis and then made him work for them, and then yeah, they blew up Japan. But it took a while for them to make the bomb. Like there was a whole movie about that nigga stressing out and making that shit.
Dude, you better drop that thing. We're on YouTube now. They can ban for that. Don't use that word here, please.
What?
You know what you said twice. This is your only warning.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what word you're. I said a lot of words.
Say it again. I dare you. By the way, Big
What's up,
H.
Orion?
The code name was Fat Man, not Fat Boy. That's a common misunderstanding.
Not much, just cooking croutons.
So, like I was saying, can you show me evidence the government is lying about the Earth?
Can you show us an arc segment measurement of the surface of the Earth,
No,
demonstrating
you
it to be
can't.
curved?
No, you can't.
Okay,
Yeah,
so that's it.
Yeah,
The
go
Earth
on
is flat.
Google.
You observe it as flat. It measures flat. It's flat. There you go.
Go
End of
on
the
Google and type in how do we know the Earth is round? Go on Google. Go on Google and ask how do we
yourself 5
measure the
feet
shape
tall
of the
and the
Earth?
government
There
says
you go, dude. Point proven. What, now you don't trust Google? Why don't you trust Google, dude? What happened?
It just sounds like
You realize it's a search engine, not a
sounds like you're
person.
preaching. It's like
Right. So it'll search for you the answer at
it's like
which you seek.
Bennett, you're hot, Mike.
Bullshit and making me the truth. What about it? I'll use my discernment.
Can you prove that it's not the truth?
We haven't established yet if it is or not.
Well, how
You're
do you
kind of
know
getting
anything
ahead of
is
yourself
true? How do you know anything's true?
through my own firsthand experience.
Yeah, well, what if you don't know anything, right? Who are you to say what is
Okay,
true and what isn't?
but you're not making
How
any
am I supposed
sense.
to trust you?
I didn't ask you to.
Right.
But can you
Exactly.
trust yourself? Wait, quick question. Can you trust yourself? Yes or no?
No.
Oh, well then you're just retarded, dude. I don't know what to say to that.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
So
why
let me
can't you
ask you
trust
a
yourself?
question.
Are you lying to yourself all the time? What's
Let me
wrong with
ask
you?
you a question then. Let me ask you a question. Do you trust yourself to build a house?
Yeah.
Oh, you
What
do.
does that got to do with the subject?
Why don't you show me a house that you've built?
I didn't
Everything.
claim to have built one. It seems to me like you're going onto
Exactly.
a nonsensical tangent.
Exactly. So you're gonna
Yeah, exactly.
hire
You're going into a
somebody.
nonsensical tangent.
You're gonna hire somebody that you can trust to build you a
No.
house.
If I had
Yes.
the time and the resources, I would do it myself. I wouldn't need to hire
That's
somebody.
great, dude. That's great. But
Yeah.
people do it all the time.
yeah, it's
That's
called
why
third
there's
party
something called
verification.
jobs. That's why there's something called jobs.
Yeah, if you're ever having a house built and you're paying somebody else to do it, you literally have to show up every day and make sure they're doing it correctly.
No, you don't.
Yeah, you do.
Not if they're trustworthy and reputable. You don't.
You've never had a house built before, have you?
Like I said, not if they're trustworthy and reputable. You act like everybody's out here trying to con you and scheme you.
They are.
So if your brother was a
It really
contractor,
sounds like you're preaching.
wait. If your brother was a contractor and you paid your brother to build you a house, you think he's gonna scheme you? You think your own brother is gonna
Do you
con
know
and
how
scheme you?
contracts work?
No, answer the question. Is your own brother gonna con and scheme
You
you? Yes or no?
understand work to other companies?
You're roboting bad, Bennett. Like nobody can hear anything you're saying.
Like, here's a better example. Let's say your dad was a contractor and you hired your dad to build you a house. You think your dad is gonna con and scheme you?
Well,
Your
no,
own
my
dad?
dad wouldn't do it. My brother might. My brother might, but my dad won't.
Okay,
Why are we
so there
continuing
you
with this
go.
bullshit, dude? Like, let's not continue with this
Because,
bullshit.
dude, you
Started.
put your trust in certain things. When you go to the store to buy a bottle of water, you're not going to whip out your poison test kit and test it to see if the store is going to poison you. You just open it up after you pay for it and drink the water. So you
Yeah,
put your trust
so
in all
poison
different
water.
types.
So poison water versus the surface of the earth.
So you just need to trust.
So poison water versus geometry.
So
I think
like I
maybe
said,
he's
you
saying
need to
that the
trust.
water is poison because the water is level. He's like, the water's level, it must be poison. Eek. I'm a Glober.
Dude.
Dude, we are speaking about geometry, not about poisoning water.
Yeah, well, go to any
Well, do you
college
know what is? Do
geometry
you know what is?
class.
Do you know what is? Do you know that geometry has nothing to do with the?
Hey.
Do you know? Do you
Go to
know
any
that?
geometry
Do
class
you?
in
Do you
any
know that
college and
poison?
ask
Do
him,
you know?
how do
Do
we
you
know
know
that
that?
the Earth is a globe?
Do you know that poison has nothing to do with the geometry?
How do you
Did
know
you
that?
know that?
How do you know
How
that?
I know that? How I know that? Because when I'm measuring 1 meter, I don't use poison.
Well, what if you had 1 meter of poison?
Are you joking?
Listen, dude.
I wanted to say serious, but I said joking.
If y'all want to believe the government's lying to you, go ahead.
It doesn't matter of believing. Do you know what is geometry?
The study of angles.
Okay. Do you know how to distinguish flat from the curved surface?
Yeah.
How?
Zero.
What
Zero is
zero?
flat.
Zero is flat.
Yep.
Zero is number, man. Zero is not flat.
Yeah, it is.
Zero is number. Zero is not flat.
Zero is flat.
Zero is number. Did you know that zero is
All right. What
number?
is 1 degree then? What is 1 degree
1 degree of what?
of a right angle?
Of the right angle. That's the angle of 1 degree.
Okay. What is
How
zero?
did you,
1 degree of a right angle. What the fuck?
how do you
Yeah.
get
What is 1
angle?
degree of a right angle?
How do you get angle?
You measure it.
How do you get angle? With 2 curved lines or with 2
You
straight
measure
lines?
it. You measure
Do
it.
you get with the 2 straight lines or with 2 curved lines?
How do you
Let's ask
get
him
an
this:
angle?
Can you
Yeah.
You
derive an
measure.
angle from a curved
You measure
surface?
the distance between 2 straight lines.
Okay. What do you use?
You use trigonometry. What do you mean?
Yeah. One line is, let's say, what is the one line and what is the second line? What is the first line? What is the second line?
A unit of measurement.
What is the lines what are making the angle? Can you describe it on the earth?
Okay. Yes, the equator.
Equator? No, man.
Yeah.
When you are making
That's a
angle,
whoa, whoa, whoa. That is
I
a
hope
point of reference.
equator.
Yes.
Where do you where do you have equator in reality?
That is the middle point between the north and south hemisphere.
And how do you know
In
it's there?
reality, man, I didn't ask you on the globe in your
Because
hands.
how
I
do we know?
asked you in
He
reality.
asked a very important question. How do we know it's there? Because if you analyze hurricanes
No, no,
in the
no.
north
Hey, hold on a
hemisphere
second. If I'm
and you
walking
analyze
along,
hurricanes in
no,
the
shut
southern
up. I haven't
hemisphere,
finished.
they both spin
If
in a
I'm
different
walking,
direction.
I haven't finished. If I'm walking along, what signifies that there's the equator there? Is there a big white line on the ground that I'm going to step over?
Let's point out, you just referred to the
No,
equator as a point. It's
because
supposed to
if
be a
you walk
circle.
into the desert, there's not a sign that says "Welcome to the desert."
No, no, I didn't ask about the desert. I'm asking about the equator. You're
just told
making
you.
it sounding like
I
there's
just
a
told you.
big white line on the ground that I'm going to step
Hey,
over.
I just told you. I just told you.
So, how do you know you're at the equator?
Well, because you can look at what's going on in that region of the earth.
So how
And
do
you
you know
can
you're
ask,
at the
So when I go to
equator?
the desert,
you
You're
can ask,
walking
what
along,
is
you're
going
having a
on?
great old time, you're on the southern side of it. How do you know you've crossed the line?
I just told you. You look at what's going on.
So what, there's a big
Okay.
sign on the fucking side of the road that says,
Oh, well,
hey, this is the other side of the line.
maybe because usually the
You've
temperature
got
of the
no
part of the
idea.
earth that bulges closer to the sun is hotter than
you don't want
everything
to
else.
say it because Indio cooked them on this before.
Let's say that you are really on the equator, and what then? How you making angle?
Okay, so what
Let
you do
me
is,
ask
right?
a little more clearly. Like
Let
he's
me
not.
let me explain.
How about we make it? How about we
Let
make
me
this a bit
explain.
better,
Let me explain.
Sasha? Okay, Tally Stupid.
Wait.
Define an angle for us, please.
Let me explain.
Yeah,
Let me explain.
let's start
No,
with the
I don't want
base.
explanations. I want definition.
You can measure
No,
the
I
distance
don't care
from the
what you
equator.
can do. I don't care what you
Well,
can do. I want you to
why are you
define an
strawmanning?
angle. I'm
Why are
not
you
straw
strawmanning?
manning.
Go ahead
I'm
and
not
explain.
straw manning anyone. I'm after a definition. A definition of an angle, please.
So if you measure from the
No,
equator
no,
to
not
the
if you measure. What is the definition of an angle?
Why don't you let me explain, dude?
Because you keep giving me these appeal to future fallacies. I just want a definition, and you keep telling me if you measure something. No, I'm not measuring things. I just want a definition.
How do we measure the circumference of a circle? Pi r squared.
No, I didn't ask for a circumference of a circle. I asked for the definition of an angle.
I just told you, pi r squared.
Why haven't
Okay,
I
how do you
banned
get
you yet
R?
for being a numpty?
You have it,
Hey,
Eric.
How do you get
yeah,
R?
Hey,
Let's
Eric,
see.
Eric, hey, pi r squared. So how do you get R?
How do you get radius? That's a good question. Maybe you measure it.
Yeah.
Oh
Okay, so how do you
dear.
measure for the radius?
Math.
No, how do you measure for the radius?
Okay, dude. You invent the world's longest fucking tape measure, and you go to the equator and you nail it down, and you walk
You don't know where the
across the
equator is.
entire Earth.
You haven't got
and
that
you
bit yet.
and then
You've got to measure for that.
then you go to the
You haven't
you
measured
walk
that yet,
across
bro.
the entire Earth,
Hey,
and then you look at where the
stupid.
tape measure
You
left
haven't
off.
measured
and you
that yet.
measure it. That's
Also,
all.
we should probably point out to him the word you're looking for is straight edge, not a tape measure. You'd have a tape measure next to the straight edge because the tape measure bends and the straight edge doesn't bend. You do realize that, right?
There you go. There you go. There you go.
Yeah, and guess what?
There's
It
the answer.
measures flat. As it turns out, the Earth measures flat, by the way,
Oh,
because you didn't realize
really?
it.
So why isn't everybody believing that the Earth is flat then?
Because most people are stupid.
Oh, most
Like
people are
you.
stupid. Right.
Because
So
we learn,
if
because we learn,
if
because we learn,
wait
because we
wait
learned, because we learned like you in school the same thing. That's why.
does distance equal flat?
Yeah.
No.
Okay,
Is it
so
Distance
why
distance?
doesn't
when you
equal
say
flat.
well then why when you say when
It's
we
the
perceive the
listen,
Earth
hold on.
as
Dumbass,
flat?
listen. If you burp in the microphone again, I'm gonna fucking ban you. You filthy pig. I dare you to.
I can't burp again, dude. I already burped.
You're a putrid pig on fair income. Every time you get on, you do that.
Because every time I join
Yeah,
this
better.
call, I'm drinking
Bit
a beer, dude.
muffled.
Every time I join this
Well,
call,
so
I'm
you need a
drinking
bit of
beer.
Dutch courage to join here. So you can't get in and just be sensible. You have to go and get a few beers up
Dude,
yourself.
why don't you drink a
Tough
beer
yourself
with me?
up and then jump in.
Why don't
Big,
you drink a
did
beer
you
with
say,
me?
Big,
Why
did
aren't
you
I
say 10
drinking?
miles?
Because it's 7:25 in the morning,
Okay, and
Big,
so what?
if you
and I'm
say
not an
10 miles,
alcoholic.
if you say 10 miles square, is that
Now, hold up,
square?
Sasha. He wanted to know if a measurement equals straight or if measurement equals flat. No, it doesn't.
Ah,
It's off the straight. I haven't finished. That's not an invitation for you to spill your fuckwittery. It's the deviation of that straight edge or off of that straight edge that measures your lack of curvature.
okay, well,
So you
here's what I'm
started
gonna
a
do.
set point. So this is what we're going to do. You are going to define an angle like I asked for earlier. Very simple.
Okay, wait, doctor. What I'm gonna do is make me mod of the channel. I'm gonna invite a Chat GPT bot that talks into the call, and you can debate Chat
Why would we want
GPT.
to converse with ChatGPT? Because you're too
What do you
stupid to
mean?
do it yourself.
Make me mod right now. I'm
Okay,
gonna invite
you're
a
not going to get. I'm
ChatGPT
going to
bot.
assure you now. You will never get from a moderator whilst your ass points
No,
towards the
make me
ground.
mod. I'm gonna invite a Chat GPT bot, and you can debate it.
Why do we want to debate a bot?
Because you believe so strongly that you have.
This is
proof
not a
the Earth
belief.
flat.
It's a fucking measurement. Go outside and do it
Belief.
yourself. See for yourself.
I don't have the tools. Sorry.
You don't have the tools. What you're saying is, see, at the moment, there's 3 phases of Glober clown that comes in here. Ignorance, arrogance, and pride. At the moment, you're at the second stage. It's arrogance. Ignorance, I don't know anything about it. It's a balltard. Arrogance, fuck you, I don't want to learn anything about it. And that's the stage you're at. And the last one's pride. I know it's flat,
So you
but I
mean
don't
to
want to
tell
say
me
it.
when they have a moon colony, 50 years from now,
When they have
on
a
the
moon colony. And
you're
it's
gonna
off
be
to
like,
the
"Oh, it's
fairies
fake."
we go again. Appeal
Oh,
to
it's fake.
future, son. Tell us about what is. Not your hopes and dreams.
Dude, you can see Starlink in the sky. You know that, right?
Okay, so things in
How you think that's
sky
up there?
tells you what about the ground.
It tells
So let's
you
go
that the
outside.
world is
Let's
a
look at the
globe.
sparkly things in the sky. And whilst you're looking away from the ground. So you're going to describe something whilst not looking at it. That's
Dude,
next level stupid, bro.
trust the
That's a
government.
mental disorder.
I trust the
You
government.
trust the government. So
Yes.
how does trusting in somebody prove the shape of the ground?
Because they tell you that the world is a globe. Period.
And how do they know?
Scientists.
So which field of science deals with shapes?
Can you name it one?
Geometry, or no, not geometry.
Can you name it one
And what's it
scientist?
called?
Science.
Geology,
Just
my
name
bad.
it, Mark.
Geology.
Geology.
Yeah, of course.
So you don't really trust the government.
That's the study of the earth. What do you mean?
If you trust the government, when Matrix asked, "How do you know?" you would have just said, "I don't care. I trust them."
Well, it goes back to the same point. You have to have trust in something, right?
No, you
So
don't.
you trust the scientists rather than the government.
You do, absolutely.
So what do I have trust in? We go out and measure the earth. What trust have I got? Trust in a tape measure.
Whenever you sit down in your chair, do you check it first to make sure it's going to?
Not analogous.
Or do you just
You're trusting in a chair that you sit on is not analogous to you trusting the government telling you that you live on a fucking ball tire.
It is.
Not
you
even
trust your
related.
chair when you sit down in it.
You've never sat on this chair, bro.
When you go out in public, you trust every chair that you see. That when you go sit down on it,
not analogous. Red herring,
So,
absolutely nothing to the point.
You
Get back to the story. Tell us how your trust in somebody validates the shape of the ground.
Because people have no intention to lie. They're not doing it.
So because people have no intention to lie, so what are you doing here lying? I warned you. You're gone.
What now?
Bye.
What am I lying about?
Can you imagine people would never lie?
Putrid pig that thing is.
I don't want to listen to people who eat while they're on mic or burp. It's disgusting. Thank you, whoever banned him.
I want him first. He does it every single time, mate. And as for the other one that got kicked out earlier, Judge, I've put a little thing in the back chats. That thing's going to get perma-banned.
Yeah, I would hope so.
Sorry to take your toys off you, but he's an idiot. Like, seriously.
Sorry to
I can't stand that guy. Do you want to hear the new one today on Facebook? The guy wrote like this: How do you mean that if water is not curving, how do you think that it keeps level? If water does not curving, how it seeks level then? He asked me that question.
Yeah, not only is he by himself stupid and low IQ, he is also drinking while arguing in here. So it doesn't help his case at all. Hey, Sheepdog, I was going to ask you, doesn't he sound exactly like that Jason Bjorn over on the X? The guy who flipped from being a flat...
No, I think Jason is a little bit thinner. This guy sounds like a fat slob.
All right. Yeah, you might be right. But they...
I know what you're talking about. Like, they kind of have the same things, especially like once Jason flipped, he tried to pretend like he was a flat earther for like a year and a half. And then all of a sudden he's like, oh no, I guess there's just too much evidence for the globe. And he like totally flipped over.
Like we should do.
No, I'm not gonna lie. He sounds like a typical guy that like barely graduated from high school, and his whole life he's just been focused on being as lazy as possible, try to make as much money as he can without having to work too hard. That's the type of mentality that most people are, especially in the New Jersey area.
Just another traveller. Why do you have the necessity to calculate refraction? Feel free to grab your microphone.
Yeah, I gave him the 10-mile example there, the mirror flash, right? And he said, what about refraction? I said, I grant you 120%. And then he was like, the calculator is wrong, even though it's the, it's the anti-flat earther calculator. So
120%?
yeah,
Holy
we gave
shit.
him everything we had, but not even that was good enough for him. So
you've given him more than 10 times the amount that he probably would have got anyways.
Yeah,
and
you
he's
can't.
complaining that that's not good enough.
I know.
Holy.
You can't even do that in a lab setting, right? So, but I did it anyway. So instead of a 30 feet tall friend, now he has to deal with the 9 foot tall friend. So does he have that? Then okay, fine. We can't use the test. But I don't think he has any 9 foot.
Yeah, look at this. He's finally realised it.
Response in the chat already, but like the
at
calculator.
120%, light curves more than the Earth curves. That's right. It does.
So then there's no
Congratulations.
horizon-based limit to how far you can see. Like,
That it's optical. How far you can see. It's to do with the size of the lens that you're using.
if
How
you're
you can
You do know
calculating a
distinguish?
very diffraction limit, okay,
How you
sure,
can
there's
distinguish?
that.
Why?
But
Okay,
I'm saying
let's
there's no
just get this then,
horizon.
Sasha. Hold up, Sasha. Let's just get this straight. Why are you so compelled to tie things to refraction?
Because refraction is something you need to take into account in the experiment
Okay,
that the flat
we
Earth
do.
judge proposed to me.
Let's check it out. I'll show you something. Have a look at this. I'll post a little picture up there, and you're going to flip your shit when you see what picture it is. But anyways, it's still going to be fun.
I mean, if you're just gonna post a picture of the calculator results,
No, there's no calculator. You're going to use the calculator. You can pick whichever one you like. So, in that image, where's the horizon? In front of the oil rigs, between the oil rigs, or behind the oil rigs?
Platform habitat 6.2 mil, observer height 1 foot, geometric distance 1.22. Okay, let me calculate it out.
It's funny that you're more interested in the numbers than actually what's observed.
Be child, and he asked you a simple question: where is the horizon? Feel like a 10 years boy, and now you answer: horizon is on the left corner. Horizon is behind here. Horizon in front here. Something like that. Mm-hmm. Difficult.
And for you, DJ, in the side chat, brother. So why do you need to calculate out where the horizon is? Can't you just look at the picture and go, oh, look, horizon, it is there. There's nothing to really calculate out.
And why every, let's say, refracted, what he thinks refraction,
No,
making
he's gonna calculate his refraction later on. I just like to know where the horizon is. That's all. It's a visual. You look at it and go, oh, look, the horizon is there's the line right there.
he needs so much time
I have a
to do that.
question. Does anybody know how much of the, like, what height of the oil platform is
No,
obscured?
we're not after the height of the oil platforms. I can give you that information after you tell me where the horizon is. That's all I want to know. Is it before the oil rigs, between the oil rigs, or behind the oil rigs?
Looks to be behind.
Excellent. Your eyes do not deceive you. It is. Now, if you use your basic observer height in feet times the square root of the observer's height in feet times 1.225 miles or 1.22, you will come to the conclusion that the horizon should be at 1.22 miles, which is clearly in front of those oil rigs. Now, the issue is, you, my friend, want to add refraction. Now you can add your refraction calculator, probably 7/6R if you wish, which is the standard for survey, little girl
Well, I
guides
have
using their theodolites. So, instead of 1.22, what happens is when you apply your 7/6, I think that goes out to about 1.34 or 1.39. Can't remember off the top of my head. So when we change that, so let's just round it to 1.4 just to make sure that we cover it all. Square root of the observer's height in feet is 1 times 1.4 equals 1.4 miles. So the horizon should be clearly in front of those oil rigs still, and that's with your refraction added onto it and a little bit extra to make sure that I got it.
Well, refraction does not just equal 7/6. It depends on the conditions of the air, and you can see how heavily
That's the
distorted
average.
platform habitat is.
I've just given you more refraction than you should have had in the
I don't
first
really
place.
care about the average.
Yeah. Well, check it out.
Details.
Before you're flapping your gums about refraction, if you scroll down and have a look at the two images side by side, isn't that interesting? There's even more refraction in there.
Okay.
So more refraction equals seeing less distance. Oh dear, you have a conundrum now. So does more refraction equal us seeing further, or does more refraction equal us seeing less? Now you've got a contradiction. Please, in your own time.
This does not necessarily mean there's more refraction. Like, that is something
Have a
that
look
has
at
to
the
be
oil rigs. You
measured.
can
It's
see
not
them
something you can...
inverted. There's clearly more refraction there. The bloody thing's twisted upside down. There's shit hovering in the sky.
Twisted upside down. I mean, again, it depends on the...
There's no depending. You are making
Well, it does
stories
depend, because
to
you have
justify
different...
your
In
bullshit.
particular,
That's what
for it
you're
to
doing at the
flip
moment.
upside
You
down,
are...
you have to
Listen,
have
I'll tell you
very
something real
specific
clearly. Just
conditions
another
that
wannabe.
are
I'll tell
not...
you something really, really clearly. Number one, it's curved, or number two, it's flat. Okay? That's the options you've got. Now, this is you. But refraction! If you're appealing to refraction, you've sold out your physical curvature. Everything to you now is light. So you have no curvature of the ground to justify your bullshit existence.
Well, no, there's other ways to measure curvature other than just light.
Please, enlighten us. Where's the curvature in that image
I
then?
mentioned it a few times in this voice chat now, well, like in previous voice chats on this 24/7 Flat Earth, but the Foucault pendulum, for example.
Foucault pendulum doesn't measure curvature.
It does. It measures the changing of the normal vector, which is by definition...
The changing
curvature.
of the
Like,
normal vector. That is not a measurement of curvature.
yes, that is. What do
And
you think the mathematical definition of
Foucault's
curvature
pendulum
is?
is powered and modified to fucking turn. And some of them don't turn at all. Oh,
Foucault's
dear.
pendulum is
Maybe if you'd done a bit of
modified to
homework and
turn?
looked that shit up. So yet
I mean,
again,
Foucault
totally
pendulums,
non
I'm aware of, are
sequitur.
not
We're
modified
talking
to
about
turn.
measuring surface curvature, not measuring things swinging in the sky. And to add insult to injury, if Earth was rotating, pendulums would be all fucked up. They wouldn't run properly anyways because of added energy to it. Oh no, another fuck up from the baller's beliefs.
Can I
Well,
ask him a
show me the
question?
calculation showing that pendulums wouldn't work. But
We're
in the
not
meantime,
interested in
like, I've
pendulums.
never...
I'm interested in you calculating your refraction, like you claimed. This is why you jumped stories, because your refraction got stuck fair up your nose.
Well, again, if you have more than
Well,
100%
yeah,
refraction, there's
but I want to
no
talk about that.
horizon-based limit, and so this
There's
simply
no...
means
Listen,
there's
this
no...
is you making excuses now. You've realised that your refraction means SFA in this story. You've realised you've lost everything.
What?
Number one.
There's clearly quite a bit of refraction. Like, it might maybe over 100%.
I've given you your
Like,
refraction.
there's no...
I've
I
given
mean,
you the
if you
standard,
actually
and
have
I've
more
added
information
refraction on
about the air
top.
conditioning
How
and
much
what is
more
the
refraction do
time,
you need?
with, like, maybe
Just
a
another traveller.
measurement of the
You're
number.
just babbling on now. How much more refraction do you need?
Again, any value above 100% would give no horizon-based limit.
Oh,
So
really?
it's flat then.
What?
What's a unit
How
of
does that mean it's
power?
flat? If it's more than 100% in this instance, then there's no horizon-based limit, and you'd be able to see.
There's no horizon-based limit. That sounds like something fucking McToon would say. I want you to define to us what no horizon-based limit means. I can see the horizon. You told me where the fucking thing was.
No horizon-based limit.
So
means
no
that there's
horizon-based
nothing
limit, but the
that is
horizon is behind the oil rigs. Are you on drugs? Like, seriously, you told me where the horizon was. You can see the horizon.
You can see.
It's
You can
clearly
see
behind
a
the
horizon in the
oil
picture
rigs.
in the sense of a line separating the air
Excellent.
and the ground.
And if you're on a
you can
ball tard, that should be the Sagittarius, shouldn't it?
Huh?
Huh?
That should be
You
the
really haven't looked into any of this shit, have you?
The Sagittar?
You're supposed to be on a ball tard. That is supposed to be the peak of the curve that you're trying to look over, the horizon. That's what's blocking you from seeing further, correct?
In some cases, yes. In other cases, if
In
light
some
bends
cases,
enough, then
you're
you
on
can-
water.
In most cases.
So you
Again,
are just trying to use refraction because you know you've got absolutely nothing. There is no measured curvature and there's sweet stuff all you can do about it. So you've got to appeal to refraction. If you're appealing to light bending, you've lost your curvature. You need to get that through your thick skull.
Again,
it's game
if you have
over.
greater than 100% refraction.
You've
then
and it's up to you now to prove. It's up to you now to prove you're greater than 100% refraction. So
Okay,
off you
well,
go.
if you can time travel and space and teleport me
No,
back
appeal
to
to
where you were
bullshit.
taken, then maybe I could. But otherwise, then it's your shitty abilities in running
No,
experiments.
it's
that
not
failed
mine.
you here
It's
for
your
failing to
claim.
collect and the
It's your
conditions.
claim. Hey, just another weasel. It's your claim. I'm not claiming refraction. You begged for it. I gave it to you. Now you're offended that it didn't do the job
Well,
that
you're
you
still
expected it to
claiming
do.
you're still claiming a certain value of refraction. You were still
I'm not claiming any fucking refraction. Full stop. You were the one claiming for refraction. I gave you refraction. Now you're complaining that it's not enough. If you're going to strawman me, do a better job. So, number 1, I showed you the oil rigs. Number 2, I asked you where the horizon was. Number 3, I then gave you the formula for where the horizon should be based upon that elevation. And then number 4, I got you, or gave you your 7/6R. Obviously, you must have some better refraction formula you want to use. So,
again, refraction. The amount of refraction depends on the local.
I gave you refraction.
But you didn't. You assumed a very
Okay,
specific
excellent.
value.
At the moment, shut up and listen. The formula, the square root of the observer's height in feet times 1.22. We know where the distance of the horizon should be. So this is where now you give me a number instead of the 1.22. I want you to give me a number that's got your refraction inclusive in it. Please.
Again, your specific formula requires
Not again.
like, or
Stop giving your bullshit. Stop dribbling crap. That's the formula to use to work out how far the horizon should be
under
based upon
specific
your
conditions.
elevation.
Under
Now,
specific conditions, like
what conditions? Under a clear day with no fucking waves?
Like it,
under
but like you
conditions
put,
of well, the formula that's used to calculate the 1.22
and he posted to you.
The very specific conditions require that you live on a boltard with a radius of 3,959 miles. Are you suggesting that it's not 3,959 miles?
No, it's 3,969.
Excellent, because that's the formula based upon that.
That's the
that
formula
very specific radius.
based off of a straight line of sight, which is in other
Yeah,
words,
assuming you're living on a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles.
And a straight line of sight, which assumes
Yeah.
refraction for the 1.22. Now, you can incorporate...
So, now add your
value of
refraction. The straight line of sight gives you your distance to the horizon. I agree with you. So now that's up to you to prove that the line of sight is now getting magically twisted further than it should be. In this case, instead of being at 1.22 miles, it's you're the one claiming
information about the local weather conditions.
You're the one. You can see the local weather conditions. It's not fucking raining, you idiot. If it was raining, there'd be clouds and shit there. It's not foggy because you can see the oil rigs. You're making claims, adding onto it. It's up to you. And you ran away. Yes. The next time that idiot comes in spurging about refraction, nail his shit to the floor. That's another one we got to remember too. He's sitting in here all the time just barking refraction up the side chat. Makes me want to throw up. And Sasha, from now on, if anybody makes a claim, and I don't give a shit who it is, you make sure they back that shit up. Whether it's via citation or experimentation, maybe something simple, a photograph. I don't care. A film, not going to lose any sleep either way. I want something that backs up their claims. Don't just let them talk shit to you, mate.
Yeah. Doctor, did you realize that he doesn't know anything about refraction? He came here to only invoke that, like, a argument. Like, did you invoke refraction? Like, you didn't hear that million times, you know? But he doesn't know anything about that. Nothing.
I
Zero.
gave him his refraction. I even gave him the option to use his model and add a number that he's happy with.
Yeah, but you told him that is deviation. That means you will see less, not more. And plus, why every example of his, let's say, refraction showing the flat surface, flat horizon all the time? You don't have a curvature. In all examples, let's say that you have example of refraction. Look, there is refraction.
You know
okay.
what busted him, Sasha? You know what broke him? The other two images underneath the original one showing more refraction and seeing less distance. That's what broke his head.
Yeah, but still it's horizon flat there on that second example. Everywhere it's always horizon is flat, you know. There is no curvature. There is no curve. Do you understand? Even if it's in front, it's still flat horizon. And they are calling that curvature. And plus, it's not only horizon. You can see the water behind all of it. And that's the surface of the Earth.
I know
Does
that.
the Earth
You
spin?
know that. But he doesn't.
Yeah, he thinks that's a light.
Does the Earth spin?
Does the Earth
No.
spin? No.
Why not?
Because we will measure it if he's doing that.
What do you mean measure?
You
measure.
take the drone.
What part of measure don't you understand? To measure something.
You take the drone hovering for 1 hour, and that drone will be 15 degrees away from you in 1 hour.
So we're spinning.
That's never happened.
He was being sarcastic. Sorry. His sarcasm levels are a bit out there.
Yeah. Drone will be on the same place. We will not move for 1 hour if it's hovering. You understand?
No, because the sun has to go somewhere.
It does. It moves across the sky. When you go outside in the morning, you see the sun at your east, and then you watch it at lunchtime, it's over your head, and then you watch it move over towards the west, and then it sets. That's what you witness every day, is the sun moving across your
So is it spinning
skyline.
or is it rotating or is
It's
it
moving.
revolving?
I don't know if it spins or revolves or whatever you want to call it, but
Well,
it
that
does
would be a
pass over our
revolution.
head.
What you're describing is a revolution, but does it spin? Does it
No,
revolve?
I haven't described the revolution. I've described the sun rising in the east, moving across. That doesn't mean it's revolving. You've assumed some kind of circular path. I have not. All I see it come up is in the east. Yep, hold on. All I've seen, yep, that's great. All I see in the morning starts in the east, finishes in the west, and it moves in between.
So that's not a
revolution.
rotation, that's a revolution.
So,
and what is moving?
The sun moves, so you agree with us. Thank you very much. Not the Earth.
So is it rotating or is it revolving?
Is it rotating or is it revolving? It's moving across the sky. That's what you witness. Go outside and watch it.
It's one or the other, and we've already established.
Yeah, it's one or the other. Now I'm sorry. They had a special on soy milk. Listen here, princess.
Whoa!
You witnessed the sun. Whoa! You witnessed the sun moving across the sky.
Take your tea. No, take.
Listen, good. Oh, another one that run away. Oh, look, just another traveler wants to. That's not going to last real long.
Jeez.
How many more do you reckon he'll do? No, he's given up.
Yep.
Another soy child debate idiot. Now, just another traveller wants to be friends. I don't think so. Oh, who sent me a messenger? Just another traveller has sent me a message. What's this? Breadsticks Ghost Protocol? What's this shit? Another Discord channel. Man, I got like 20 of them now. I can't keep track of them. That's not happening. Yeah, no. And no, I'm not going to be friends with you because you're an idiot.
You was too rude. You said that sun is moving from east to west.
Walter Bislin's calculator. I knew it'd come out soon enough, DJ. I do remember speaking to a ghost a while ago. What's his profile? Breadsticks or something like that? No, Zelda. If I hear his voice, I'll probably know it. Probably got another one of those. I just chugged a gallon of soy milk voices. Sounds like he's cuddling his rainbow pillow at the same time. Right, so other than those soy chuggers that have been in, Sasha, has anything exciting happened?
And that links all flat horizon, all that example, what he posted.
What are these kids going to do when I get my lens and I've got some ultra long range shots and then I drop some infrared side by sides? What are they going to do? The amount of copium.
And how we will know what is something real and what is something refracted? How we will distinguish that two things? Like, for example, this, let's say, lighthouse.
Well, that's a great question. And where did I post it? Was it in Golden Globies? Can't see my glasses. Is it in Golden Globies? Yes, that is something very similar, Sasha. That what Ice JJ or Donald J Stupid posted up the other day. You can't use. I'll read it out. You can't use light to demonstrate the bending of a laser. The surrounding light is also bending, so it wouldn't deviate with the rest of the light. So because the surrounding light is bending, we wouldn't see the laser bending. And after that, I posted, the one where they went up to the lake and they've got the laser that bends upwards. I posted that to him. So obviously you can see lasers bending. So to continue on with what he's just said there, you either don't understand this or you're deliberately lying. We agree light bends. I'm pointing out your method of testing validating light bending is based on a lie that lasers don't bend with light around it. So, here's what I'm putting forward to him. How does he know if he can't see it? If you saw the laser bending downwards, you'd go, oh shit, the laser bends downwards. I've got to look into this. So he's saying, I can't see a laser bending down, but I know it's bending down.
Yeah. You don't
so
have
how
that.
do you know it's bending down?
You don't have that real situation, how to say. You don't have that observation when you see the real thing. You always have refracted situation. That means you never.
That's what they want to get to. That's what they have to do, Sasha. They have to lead the conversation back into arguments about refraction. And that tells me clean and clear that they've got no physical measurements of the ground. No drop over distance. If they are steering the conversation away from the ground and they want to talk about light bending, now I've got no problem with refraction. There's, look, like I've said before, there's very specific laws describing how light bends in very particular circumstances. You got Snell's law. What's the other one? That's Fermat's principle. There's some really cool stuff out there, and if you want to go and read it, you're more than welcome. You come in here, we can post up some links so you can go and check it all out. If they want to argue about refraction, that's great, but we're not arguing about refraction. We're trying to tell you that the ground has no curvature. And that's what they want to do. They want to argue about refraction. Oh, why not just come in and say, I believe the ground is curved, but I'm having a shit time measuring it because of refraction. That would make more sense. Instead of just blurting about refraction, just say, I believe the ground is curved, but I can't measure it because refraction's a bitch. Like, to me, I'd go, oh, well, that's fair enough. I can understand that. At least you're having an attempt at measuring it.
It's a bitch because always showing the flat surface. That's there is no other example. If you have some kind of bending light showing the curve, then it will be discussion. But it's always flat surface. You have the real surface, flat, and you have this refracted flat surface. You don't have curved surface. But somehow refracted flat surface is curved.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. Our friend earlier realised that at 120% that the light ray would bend straight into the ground. So now we know he's got to remember this. He has to have a number that's less than 120%.
I like to discuss about horizon. When you ask where is the horizon on that oil rig, because to have horizon, you need to have a line between the surface and the sky.
Correct.
And surface, in this case, it's a water. That means I don't want to ask him even for the horizon. Ask him what is the behind the oil rig. Is it water or light? If it's light, we can discuss about refraction. But
you know what gets me, Sasha? The one that blows me away is when they say you can't have a horizon on a flat Earth.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what shape the ground is. If you've got Earth and you've got sky, you've got a freaking horizon. Shape not involved. You need two separate things. Number one, the sky. Number two, the Earth. Probably three things. Number three, your ability to perceive both of them at the same time.
Yeah,
that's it.
It's apparent place where the apparent, that means there is no distance, where the sky means the ground. That means two things, sky, ground. But they're forgetting the ground all the time. And when you want to make an angle,
so you just said it, Sasha. Sky, ground, and which one of those mentioned curvature? None of them.
No. Plus horizon, you know what is horizon? It's horizontal. It's vertical.
Oh, look, our friend's back. So you've jumped onto Bisland's calculator. You can't read. And now you're going to give me the number instead of 1.22. So I can adjust the formula so we can get the appropriate distance. Excellent. So what number did you come up with, Traveller?
The number is found if you dig deep enough into your own ass.
No, it's a formula, mate. You're going to give us...
Go up there. Turn around, dig deep.
I'm not going to turn around standing in front of people like you. If I drop my wallet, I'm going to kick the bastard 8 blocks away before I pick it up. That's the level of distrust I have with some of you guys. I just want the number. You're telling us 1.22 is incorrect. So this is how it's going to work. You in the side chat are going to post up the number that I insert into the formula so we can get the correct horizon distance, inclusive of your refraction. That's all I want. Post it in the side chat. Our formula so far, 1.22 times the square root of the... Oh, you run away again. Fancy that. What's DJ want? Waiting for their painting of a horizonless view looking out over the ocean. Oh, shit. No, Hippo. I've just got a low tolerance for stupid people, especially ones that don't think. And I should hope that if I stuff something up, someone would call me out and go, wrong, this is the actual right number. It's the voice. Oh. Maybe if they stop being Nancy's. Just deal with it. Hippo, I'm not interested in your shit. If it's not FE related, no.
Can you say gently? That horizon
Gently.
stuff. Yeah.
Gently, Horizon.
don't shout, please. Horizon is horizontal. Thou shouting.
Who is Jojo? Welcome, Jojo. You know what we should do to that that one there, Sasha, where it's got the view where it spins around? We should get that start off with so it bends to the left and the right so they can see the
Yeah,
in
yeah,
the
yeah.
image, and then have still shots so it's and put the letter N so you know you're facing north up in the top of the screen, and then go south so you know you're playing south, so it jumps straight to it. It doesn't pan across, just jump straight to it, and it's curving down. And then you go east and show where they join in the middle, and then ask the question, is this reality? No. And then have the nice one where it pans across right round and shows no dip in the middle so it doesn't look like a McDonald's sign.
But to use drone also to write elevation to show that there is that water is really there. I have that picture. Wait, of that oil rig. How they look from the top. Just a second.
I found that interesting. Instead of going chasing refraction numbers and shit, he went straight for how high is the... I need to know how high the oil rigs are.
Look.
No, you don't.
Look, oil rigs in the water. Look at the right up corner. In that picture.
Yeah, more oil rigs, long range. Nice.
But
Crikey,
if
there's
you
a
do
few.
it from left to the right, that is more distance than.
The image I
that,
absolutely love is this one that I picked off the internet. I found this by mistake.
yeah, that one. Yeah, I know.
What I love about that is if you actually copy that to your computer and blow it up big enough and run. No, it's not fake. It's actually a drone shot, Ippo. It's concave on the horizon. It's actually concave. And by
Yeah,
about 5 pixels, it's quite noticeable when you blow it up and stretch it across a big screen. Like I've got a 27-inch monitor, like ultra wide, and yeah, when you blow it up and have a good look at it, yeah, it's actually concave. It's across the top of it.
and look at your picture now. Imagine that is now Chile. I can post you Chile how it look like. You know how Chile looks like. It's 4,000 kilometers long. Imagine that you take a boat from the north of the Chile and go to the near to the coast, let's say 100 meters, and then you travel to the south. That means you're going down, 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 down. But you're going always straight. You're only 100 meters away from the coast. You understand? And you go with the boat, and you never change nothing, you know. But from north to the south of Chile, it's 15 degrees to 60 degrees south. That's 45 degrees of curvature. Almost half. Chile is almost half hemisphere. No, almost. It's half hemisphere. Supposed for hemisphere.
Oh, so on the good side of things, guys, how I've been putting up with my shithouse ankle for ages. I went and seen me expert the other day, and apparently he had there was 2 guys. The first one was like, "Oh yeah, you should be getting pain up your this bit here," and it's like, "No, bro, this is where it's happening." Pointed to it, and he goes, "Well, according to your X-rays, this is what's happening. That's what's happening. We should load you up on steroids and give you 6 weeks worth of physio." And he goes, "I'll just go and confirm it with the surgeon." The surgeon comes over and he looks. He goes, "Stand up for me." He goes, "No, what you've just said. He'd have arches. He'd probably have an inch of gap underneath his foot from having ultra high arches. This is not the case." He goes, "Hold on, I'll just have a quick look." He has a look at me scans that I had done, the MRI, and he goes, "No, look here, we've got bone fragments here, and we've got a slight spur. So you just get instead of getting all cut up and other shit done, now it's just a keyhole surgery and a spur getting shaved and some fragments getting removed out of my ankle. So that is awesome. For those that don't know, I was going to be out for about 3 months. So 2 of those months I was going to be in here harassing you lot. Now I'm probably going to be out for maybe 2 weeks. So for me, that is like, holy, yeah, exactly. And which is better for repair time, because repair time, I was, if it was the first way that they wanted to operate on, I was going to be 6 to 12 months before I could play squash. Whereas now, I'll probably be, maybe 2 months. So that's awesome. Well happy with that. So that's my good news. See, I'm not all doom and gloom. I do look forward to things. Not the operation. Operations suck. But if you got to get it done, you got to get it done. Yeah, exactly.
Speaking of your wonderful voice matrix, a couple days ago I joined in here, and it was really weird. You were talking to this guy, and you were like, with that kind of, it was like really quiet, but with your angry tone. And I was like, okay, okay.
Probably because I was sitting
Is
back.
he?
If I sit right back in my chair, like at the moment, I can actually put my foot up and stretch out and not touch the microphone.
No, this literally sounded like you were close to the microphone, but you were trying to be
Oh, really?
quiet. Yeah,
Oh,
it
right.
sounded like you
So
were
I
like in a
must
room
have
with
been
somebody.
here really quiet and
Get your angry voice on. You're like
with an angry voice. How the shit can you be
Yeah.
quiet with an angry voice?
That's what I was doing. I was like, is he yelling really quiet or whispering really loud?
Unless you were in channel or you were on YouTube listening. Maybe they've got me
I
turned
was in
down
the
on the
channel. I was
YouTube
in the
thing.
channel, dude. I don't know. It just sounded like you were like in a car and you were trying to be like quiet, but you were like angry. So instead of like your usual,
no,
you had like your
there's-
angry tone, but it was really quiet. It was really weird.
You know when I'm quiet because I'm not talking. That's quiet for me.
Yeah, I know.
Mostly I was accused of being angry.
I haven't been angry with them. I haven't punched me screen yet. I've actually broken multiple keyboards playing games and things when shit have gone wrong. In here, I haven't actually broken any hardware, believe it or not. Way I sound, I must have just broken shit flying everywhere. But no, I haven't actually broken anything. A lot of people are just shaking their head, going, "What? What a lot of crap!" I can just see him going WWF style, picking his keyboard up and smashing it across something. Like as if it's one of those deck chairs that you just whoop someone with. Oh, what's this? Bottle of whiskey and an angle grinder. That sounds like you'll be back on your feet in no time. Hey, I'm in for that first one. Cheers, old dude.
But honestly, you have more decibel in your voice than other people.
I've got more aggression in my voice.
No decibel, like a measurement.
Oh.
Sound.
More intensity.
Yeah.
That's something I noticed years ago. I collect music, all different types, like MP3s, MP4s, waves, WMA. There's all different file types. Now, something I did notice with one called DSD or DSF, because of the way they work, they seem to carry energy better. And you don't really notice it until you've got a really decent stereo setup or decent sound system or really good headphones. MP3s seem to be cold and have no energy to them, whereas these other ones do. And so there's a big difference between intensity, pitch, and volume. Some people can be loud, but their voice doesn't go through. It has no backing to it. Whereas my voice is both loud and has a shit ton of intensity behind it. Like most of my mum and her friends, they bloody well hate me because they can hear my voice through the house. It just goes through walls. Why, I don't know. Whether it's from being outside all these years, working working at the jail, having to yell at inmates that are doing stupid shit. I don't know. Or whether it's just an accumulation of all these things over the years of me just having your traditional outside voice. But yeah, it seems to come with a lot of backing. Like my last microphone, the diaphragm in it actually collapsed because of me being in front of it. Like $400 microphone, and it just got chopped. It wasn't that much. I think it was only about 280, 300, and yeah, diaphragm collapsed in it. But yeah, I'm used to it. Some people just don't like it. Something else which adds to it, which probably makes it worse, is the headphones that I'm using, and everyone will be going like, "Huh, headphones?" Because the headphones block so much noise. They're reasonably good. Audio Technica M50H something or other. Anyways, because they actually fit over my head and they block so much noise, I think some of it is compensating for what I can't hear to get my voice level back to where I perceive it should be. And yeah, I think a bit of it's that. So, which is cool. Yeah. But it's still loud anyways. I know it is. Let's deal with it. So they
I
want
just
to
love
come
all
in
you
here
guys'
and
accents. That's the best part.
our accent. I don't have an
Yeah,
accent. You
dude.
do.
Well, that's true. But like for me, dude, I grew up on the Man from Sonoy River, Crocodile Dundee, and Steve Irwin. Man, the best Australians, bro.
The
I
best of
love
them.
the
Yeah.
accent, man. Yeah.
And welcome to our new person. It starts with blue something or other. Up the top. I haven't got my glasses on, sorry. A bit blurry. Blue
Yeah.
Gorilla, there we go. And someone else just popped in, welcome.
Hi there, Doctor. Do you have any Globers today?
Any Globers? We've got a lot of hopes and dreams.
That's the spirit.
Do we want one? I can be.
Yes, go be real. Yes.
Okay. Why you stupidly believe in flat Earth?
Doctor, can you do a role play for with him?
Not doctor, you. Don't call
No,
doctor
no,
now.
no. No, Doctor is better because he's a doctor. He's a real doctor. Where's the Scandinavian guy? There's a Scandinavian guy in here. He's from Sweden, I think. I forgot what his name is, but he's from Sweden.
Oh,
He
there's a
has a
couple of
thick...
them.
No, but this guy has a thick Swedish accent when he's
There's
talking
a couple
English.
of them.
Oh, there's multiple.
Yeah, there's a couple of them, mate. It's like saying, hey, where's the Australian? I'd be like, which one?
But I think you have the most authentic Australian accent, Doctor.
Who is Swedish?
Not you. No, but there's this guy that was in here before, and he has a very thick accent.
Flat Earth
I
Judge.
forgot.
Flat Earth Judge is. It's inside chat. Yes, I am AFK, basically working. I am Swedish. There you go. It's written
Oh,
right there
that's
for you.
him. Oh, okay. Flat Earth Judge.
Yeah, he's busy at the moment. He's listening. He can hear.
What's he doing? Is he doing some programming?
I
Like
don't
what's
know.
he, IT work? What's he saying? Oh, yes, coding at the
Coding.
moment. Are you
There you
coding
go.
for yourself? Coding for a company? Like, what are we talking here? Just curious. I will dox myself when I retire. No, you don't need to dox yourself. It's alright.
Dylan, you can turn off whatever you've got in the background too.
Oh, is it too... I'm a hot mic thing?
And just
Yeah.
so you know, Blue Gorilla, flicking your microphone on off does absolutely nothing in this channel.
Oh, I was just doing it because I have ADHD. I'll stop.
Oh.
Why don't you get a pencil and try to spin it in one hand and flip it and do stuff like that, like other people do?
Good idea.
So since you've got ADHD, that means you'd be keen to keep yourself moving and motivated. Have you ever gone out and done any tests or anything to validate the claims of Earth curvature or sun distance or any weird stuff like that? The stuff that you were taught at school?
Have I like tested anything?
Yeah.
No. I haven't. I mean, I only like a week ago is when I started getting into flat Earth.
All right.
Like, just seeing
So
what
what do
it's
you think?
about.
Seeing what it's about. Hmm.
Yeah.
So what do you think?
I mean, I don't
What
really.
do you think?
I mean, I'm
It's
still.
flat or it's curved? Where are you standing at the moment?
I mean, I'm kind of neutral. I mean, I've always, held the belief that it's a sphere, but
Yep.
No, I haven't done any tests.
Do you think they went to the moon in '69 or have ever been to the moon?
Yeah, I think we did.
You lost me there.
Okay,
I
so
said yeah. I think we did.
for the moon one, Blue, there's a documentary called American Moon. Goes for about 3 and a bit hours. I would recommend you watch that. That's pretty.
American Moon.
American Moon. Yep. It's on
Okay.
YouTube. If you just punch American Moon into the YouTube search, it goes for about 3 and a bit hours. Like 3 hours 40 minutes, something like that. It's a pretty solid documentary.
Hmm.
You can check that out, and yeah, if you're not happy with it, hey, come and say so. If you enjoy it, come and say so. But yeah, I watched that years ago, and I'd recommend anyone who's interested in the moon landing type stuff or alleged moon landing type stuff. Yeah, check that out. Very, very good documentary.
Yeah, I'll look into it. What is it about? Is it just stuff about the moon landing, or?
All the
No,
moon
no, there
landing
was no moon
related
landing.
stuff.
There was no moon. There was no moon landing. They never went to the moon.
There's no
It's all
moon.
filmed in the basement.
There's
I
no
watched it.
moon.
Christ.
What's
No,
that thing that
not
I see at night time, dude?
no.
Yeah.
I don't
You
mean
can
there's no
only
moon
see the
like
moon
that.
at
I said
nighttime? What
there
the
is no
fuck?
moon landing.
It's the
It's
most
all
retarded
gone.
shit I've
It's
ever
all
heard.
fake. They filmed it. The Cooper what was his name? The guy that did the Shining.
Stanley Kubrick.
Stanley Cooper. Yes, he was the director behind the movie, the moon landing movie.
Yeah, sounds good,
And
dude.
A Space Odyssey 2001. Look at that movie and how high tech it looks. They did a test pilot with that movie just to see what's possible and what you can get away with. It's very interesting. And then they whacked
Propaganda, you can
him.
get away with anything.
Yeah, they whacked him after with his last movie when he was trying to do the movie Eyes Wide Shut with these secret societies, how they sacrifice children and have rituals and sex stuff, sex rings and shit
They
like that.
actually cut a fair chunk of that movie out.
Yeah, they cut it. They cut out all the children sacrifices and rituals and all that. So and then 1 week before the movie came out, they whacked him. He's gone. Apparently, he died in his sleep with heart attack or whatever. But we both know what that means. So it's very interesting. Of course, maybe if you're not ready, Blue Gorilla. We don't know if you can handle it or not, but yeah, have a look and see for
What
yourself.
is it? What is there to handle?
In what aspect?
I mean, for real, what are you guys, like heroes or something?
Yeah,
So you
some
can't
people just
handle
crack,
it?
like it's like that, like the
Some
Matrix
people have
movie.
But all y'all didn't
Yeah,
crack,
it's like the
right? All
Matrix
y'all that
movie. You
spend all
remember
day on
what's
Discord,
his
you guys
name?
are
The
tough,
guy
right?
that's
Okay,
the Judas.
yeah, that makes sense.
He
It's
betrayed.
Square Foot. Oh, Dylan, hold up. Square Foot. It's not about being tough. Some people just mentally can't
I
handle
never
being
said it's
told
about
the Earth
being
is.
tough.
Yes, you did.
No, no,
You
no, no,
sit on
no.
Discord all
I'm
day. You must
saying
be
the way
tough. That's
you're
what you just
talking is
said.
like you can't handle it. Maybe you're ready, maybe
No,
you're
no.
not.
The reason for it is some people mentally have absolute freaking just flip outs.
What? But why?
That's
Why
a
would
great
that cause
question.
anybody to freak out? What if the world
That's a
was
great
flat? Who gives
question.
a shit?
You can't. They just can't handle it, brother.
It
It's like
disproves
like
nothing.
they
Even
can't
if the world
be
was flat, it
plugged
disproves
out of the
nothing except
Matrix.
the way
It doesn't
gravity
work like that.
works,
Like they
Well,
can't
or
handle
that
it.
actually,
gravity doesn't
Dylan,
exist. I
stop
guess.
talking through him. It's not helping. It's just noise. Well, actually, it does disprove a few things.
What does it
Number
disprove?
one, the shit that you were taught at school.
What was I taught?
That you live on a
Evolution, the
ball
Big
tart.
Bang Theory,
It disproves evolution. How?
because it proves that it was created with purpose. It didn't come from a big bang and then all this crap evolved into humans.
Why? How does the Earth being a certain shape disprove anything except the shape of the Earth?
So how did it get here
We,
then?
Who
we
knows?
don't
That's
believe
the
it's a
great
big dick.
mystery, isn't it?
So not
We
a
don't
big
believe
bang.
it's a big
Awesome.
dick floating in space.
It could be. It could be anything. They don't. It's not even guaranteed that the Big Bang is the start of the universe.
It's
That's the
just a
best
theory.
guess. Yeah, it's a theory. Yeah, it's the best. It's the
We know.
best guess that we have based on
Why is the
evidence.
best? Why is the
Limited
best?
evidence, by the way, very limited.
Why is the best?
Huh?
Why is the best?
What? Why is
You
the
said that?
best?
Why
Yeah.
is that the best theory we got?
Based on the evidence of looking into the stars and the way that things function. But you'd have to trust scientists, and if you don't, then
Are you think that watching the stars is science?
well, how do you get? Okay, so how do you how do you observe
Yes or
anything
no?
without watching
I'm
it?
asking you.
Is watching the stars science?
Yes, making
Right.
calculations and making
No,
predictions, making
it's
theories. Yeah, that's
pseudoscience.
science.
It's
That's what
I
science
pseudoscience.
mean,
is.
I guess to each their own. That's your opinion of it, but
Okay,
that
opinion.
is
Do you
what
know what?
current
Do you,
science is dictated by. Yeah.
yeah, it's not opinion. Do you know what is pseudoscience?
Do you know what is definitely opinion? Religion, for
No,
sure.
I ask you. Do you know what is pseudoscience?
Yes.
Can you tell?
Pseudoarchaeology, the moon being fake, gravity not being real. These are all based on
No,
nothing.
that,
It's
no, that's not.
pseudoscience.
No, can you go on Google and read the definition of pseudoscience?
You want me to right now go read the
Yeah,
definition of pseudoscience?
yeah, yeah. Can you do that? Like, let's
Sure. Hold
pretend that.
on. Hold on. I got to get into a safe spot. Give me a second. Let me interrupt my RuneScape grind to read the definition of pseudoscience. Why does this matter, by the way? Well, fuck it. We'll figure it out.
Because you will find out
Set of
what is that.
beliefs, claims, or practices that are presented as scientific but do not use the real scientific method. Okay.
That
Hmm.
means it's opposite
Astrology,
of.
phrenology, and crystal healing are the examples used.
Yeah, that means it's opposite of science.
Yes, that's what I said. So, what does me reading the definition do?
So
That
you
means
staring
that
at stars shows
observation.
that it's not science. You claimed
What
that you
What are you
trust
saying? Isn't
scientists.
science?
Listen, let's just step through it. You made the claim at the start that we should trust scientists or that you trust scientists. That's
You
fair
don't.
enough.
You
That's all
don't have
good.
to trust
Yeah.
scientists.
No,
Yeah,
no.
you
Yeah,
don't
hold
have
on.
to.
You said it. I'm just going back through the story. You said that you
Hmm.
do. That's fair enough.
I
We've got
do.
no problem with
Yes.
that. So, anyways,
Hmm.
we've now established that staring at stars is not science. So, who are
We
you
haven't
trusting?
established that. What are you talking about? That's
Then what
Stargazing
makes it
is
science?
not what.
pseudoscience.
That has not been established for sure.
Stargazing is pseudoscience.
No, I didn't say stargazing. This is looking through the telescopes, the
Yeah, that
introspective.
stargazing.
Okay.
What do
All
you
right.
call it? Astrology?
Astronomy.
Astronomy?
Yeah,
You're looking
that's
through a
not in the
telescope?
category of
Yeah, that's
pseudoscience.
great. Yes, it is. You're looking through a telescope. So follow the
And
scientific
then
method.
using the
What?
scientific
Yeah,
method
that's
to
great.
make theories and
That's what.
predictions
Okay. So
based
now
on what
you're.
you observe.
Listen, hey, SQ, check it out. The purpose of following the scientific method is to adjudicate cause and effect relationships. What are you adjudicating cause and effect relationships, or how, whilst looking through a telescope? What's the cause? What's the effect? And how are you
And I guess it
manipulating
depends.
these?
It
Yeah,
actually
I
doesn't
haven't
really depend
finished.
on the telescope
And
you're
how
using.
are you manipulating these to prove that these are the cause and effect relationships?
Well, you're not supposed to manipulate the evidence you
Yes,
have.
you are. You're supposed to be manipulating variables so it validates the causational mechanism.
Oh, you mean okay? But you're using manipulate as in like a
We're
malicious
following the
term, which is not
scientific
what it
method.
is. So you think the scientific method is manipulation of evidence?
No, it's
What?
manipulation of variables.
Okay.
What are you laughing for?
But you use the
You're
term
laughing. You don't understand.
manipulation
Why don't you say you don't understand?
incorrectly. You adapt your theory, and based on the evidence. The theory is
So, what evidence have you got, and what are you adapting? So, you've looked up into the sky, you've seen stars. What are you now adapting to prove your causational
well.
mechanism?
Here's a great example of
No,
that,
I
right?
don't
So
want an example. I want to know what you're adapting in order to validate you doing science. At the moment, it's
wait,
pseudoscience.
what are you
You're telling
talking
us
about?
it's science. Now, we want to know how you're manipulating the variable.
Again, you're, bro,
What are you laughing for? It's not funny.
what
You're
are
the one
you
that
even
said it.
asking? The fact that you're getting mad that I'm laughing means that
I'm not
you're
getting
fucking
mad.
wrong,
You're
and you know
laughing
you're
because it's a
wrong.
coping
For
mechanism.
sure. No,
You're
you're
laughing
not
because
making
it's a
any
coping
sense.
mechanism.
I don't understand what you're
Yeah,
trying to say.
then why didn't you say I don't understand? So let's go back to the start.
No. I understand that you guys, what you guys believe. I don't understand your question.
Don't me. You're the one that said at the start that you trust science or scientists. We have no issue with that. People trust all sorts of dumb shit. That's fair enough. We've got no problems with it. And you're
But I
laughing
call
still
your shit
because
dumb.
it's a coping mechanism.
Can't
You're the one that
understand
said it, bro.
You
have to be able to manipulate a presumed cause.
So even the other guy's telling you. So what
Don't
are you
believe the same
manipulating?
shit. I'm not manipulating anything.
Then you're
What do you
doing
mean?
pseudoscience.
Bro, you are fucking retarded, man. I don't know what to
No,
tell you.
you
Dude.
are not practiced. You just haven't
You're
learned this yet.
uneducated as fuck. It is crazy. Jesus Christ.
You're the one that's uneducated. Go and jump onto
For sure.
Wikipedia, look up the definition of science versus
Yeah,
pseudoscience.
Wikipedia is where I'm gonna get my info for sure, dude. Yeah.
Why not? You trust
Well, that's
scientists?
the difference between me and you right there.
Yeah, man, but you are telling for the person that he's not educated, who knows the difference between pseudoscience and science, and you don't know, and you are
There
telling
is
the
a
person.
definition between pseudoscience and science. We just read it. You made
Excellent.
me read it.
You are practicing pseudoscience. You are believing in
You guys are gish
pseudoscience.
galloping like motherfuckers,
We're not
bro.
gish
It's
galloping.
crazy, dude. Yeah, you are.
We haven't
Yes, you
changed the
are.
subject matter at all.
Blatant
What have I jumped
definition.
to?
You're gish galloping between
We're
what
using
science
your
and
definition
pseudoscience
that
is.
you read
How do
out.
you
We're
manipulate
using
science?
it. We're using your definition that you read out against you. You read it out. You know what the definition of science versus pseudoscience is. You are the one believing in pseudoscience. We don't have a problem with that. You seem to be offended by the fact that we've informed you of this. That is all. If you wish to believe in pseudoscience, go right ahead. No one in this room is going to stop you. In fact, we advise you to go and do it. Enjoy the rest of your life, believing in what you call false science or pseudoscience. If you want to believe that shit, brother, go right ahead. But don't get offended when people tell you that you're following the wrong cause. That's a you problem, not us.
Dude,
I
what are
know
you
what the
talking about?
definition of gish gallop was.
You're literally
What's the
fucking
definition of gish gallop?
projecting how you feel onto me. You are a fucking
What's
worm
the
and a
definition
weirdo,
of gish
man.
gallop?
Jesus
Dude,
Christ, dude.
your
You've
logic is like I'm looking out my car window and trees are green. So that means that my car has 6 wheels. I mean, that's like literally we look at the car, we look at the stars,
retards.
and because of that,
I mean, you guys are like the people under the bleachers in high school that like
Universe, what
talk to yourselves, bro.
gish
It's
gallop?
just you've always been.
What does gish gallop mean, universe?
He's not even listening, bro. Like, seriously, he's just... You watch. We'll just... Yes.
Man, you guys haven't
See?
said
Still
anything.
talking.
You haven't said anything.
you
He's
know,
still
he sits
talking.
here and he says we're the guys that run the bleachers, yet here he is with us.
Good call.
We're the
It's
person
funny.
dumbasses
You
sit on
laugh because
Discord,
it's
but
funny.
I'm with you.
Square foot, check it out. At the moment, you're believing in pseudoscience, so that's great. We don't
No,
have a problem
that's
with that.
you. That's you.
So
That's
what
you.
pseudoscience? Hey, excellent.
Based on
I
what
want you.
pseudoscience is by definition.
Hold on. You don't have to talk through me. I want you, Square Foot, to point out what pseudoscience we believe in.
That there's no gravity, that there's no moon, that the Earth is flat without any.
Hold
of
on a
this,
minute.
without
Stop. Let's
any
go to the
evidence.
moon thing. Let's go to the moon thing.
Yes, let's.
You're
let's
saying,
prove
no,
the
you don't have to
validity
talk
of
through me. You don't have to talk through me. Let's just
Okay.
go to the moon. You pointed to the moon,
I
but
would
we
love
say
to.
that there's no moon. What the fuck
Yes.
is that thing that you see at night time?
Do you believe in the moon?
Now you're asking me if I believe in the moon.
Oh, I just
Hang on a
thought that
minute.
was a
A second
universal
ago, you
flat
just
Earth thing.
strawmanned me. A second ago, you strawmanned me saying we don't believe in the moon.
You
So
believe in
why
the
now
moon,
do you
then
ask
have
me?
to believe
Don't
in other
talk through me.
things that are proven.
Don't talk through me. Why now, afterwards, do you must ask if I believe in the moon after strawmanning me? Shouldn't you be doing it the other way around?
No, the fact that y'all believe in pseudoscience, I just assume
What
that just kind of
pseudoscience?
becomes.
You've made up a stupid story. We don't believe in the moon. That's the dumbest shit I've heard this morning.
So you do believe in the moon? This is the thing. Even though I've heard from
Hey, listen.
people when I
How about we settle this? How about we settle
this?
this instead of you running your mouth? Why don't we do this the easy way? Why don't I just get one of my photographs that I've taken? I'll put it in the side chat, and you can tell me what that thing is. Would that be a bit better?
Photograph of what?
I don't know.
Sure,
Let's have a look.
Hold on, I'll look. Hold on. Let me get into another safe space. Let me look. I'll look at whatever
Where's a
you're
nice
talking about.
clear one? Was that the clear one?
Of
No,
what?
it was the next
Of the
round.
moon?
Oh, things that we don't believe in, apparently.
Well, dude, if you believe in the
Scrolling.
moon and the way it works, then how do you not believe in gravity, or how do you not believe that we went there? I mean,
This
I
is
just
not a
don't get
belief
that.
system. Hold on, you're getting
It is a
excited. You're
belief
jumping
system.
the gun.
Everything is
It's not a
technically a
belief
belief
system.
you fucking
You
weird.
think it's a belief system. This is a
Jesus
measurement that's
Christ.
been
What are you
taken.
talking about?
If
This
you
is
shut
like
up for long enough, yeah,
psychological.
look, holy fucking hell, shut up! My God, you're a fucking annoying piece of shit. Dude, it is so simple. Go and measure the fucking ground. You get a result. That is not a belief. That is a result. If it says 10 foot, it's 10 foot. If it says 100 foot, it's 100 foot. You don't measure 10 foot and then believe it's 120. That's the dumbest shit ever. That's what you're doing. You're claiming one thing and then believing. Why would I lie to you?
Why we should believe in gravity? If you can prove the gravity, gravity exists, you don't need to believe. Then it's
No,
true,
Sasha, don't fucking jump him around. He's having enough trouble tracking one line as it is. He is all over the place at the moment. It's quite annoying, actually.
Hey, Matrix, he said two things. He said two different things. He said, one, that if you believe in the moon, or what did he say? He said something along the lines of, if you believe
If
in
you
the moon.
believe in the moon, you've got to believe in all these other things. Yeah,
Right.
all or nothing fallacy.
How do you not know it works if you know it's there in the sky? How do you not know it works? Those are two separate stories. We can see the moon. Knowing how it works is a completely separate thing, man. I don't understand why that's so hard.
Yeah, that's mental. Do you believe in the moon? Well, that crescent-shaped thing that floats across the sky at night time, of course I can see it. I don't have to believe in it. I know it's there. I was actually looking for a really good photo, an infrared that I took of it. I've only got about 20,000 photos to look through. It's not fun anymore. So us believing in the moon, or better still, just looking up at night time and seeing it, what has that got to do with the shape of the ground? Or what has that got to do with you being a pseudoscience follower?
Again, I'm not, by definition, I'm not the pseudoscience follower. That's y'all.
You are.
By definition.
You read out the definition of pseudoscience for us.
If I
Thank
believe
you.
in science, how do I believe in pseudoscience?
Because you believe science is pseudoscience is science. That's the problem. You
How do
are
I believe that?
mistaken.
No, I don't.
That's not asking you to talk. You are mistaken in which one you
Shut the fuck
follow.
up, dude. God, I feel so bad.
You are the one who's following the wrong line. You are following the pseudoscientist guy saying, hey, this is science. That's all you're doing. And once you see that, then happy days for you. But at the moment, you're the one following the pseudoscience guy. That's it. You believe that the astronomer guys looking up into the sky are doing science. They are not doing science. They are staring at lights in the sky. Staring at lights in the sky is not science.
We have Michio Kaku admitting that what he does is pseudoscience.
Dude, technically everything is a belief system when it comes down to this stuff. You have to you have to go based
not a
on the
belief
best amount of
system.
evidence you have. Okay, dude. Look
If
how
it's
mad you're
firsthand,
getting,
is it a
man.
belief? Okay,
God
let's try it
damn,
this
dude.
way. If I tell you my computer table is 6 foot across, do you know it's 6 foot across, or do you believe it's 6 foot across?
We could measure it 6 foot.
Oh, so now that we've taken the belief system out, now that you know because you've measured it. So how do you know these scientists are doing first-hand stuff with the stars from the ground?
How do I know they're doing first-hand stuff with the
How are
stars?
they measuring it?
Well, that's a great question. And there's plenty of papers, peer-reviewed, scientific evidence
How?
papers that you can
Put them in the
read.
side chat. Post it.
About what? What would you like to? What is this picture of? What
Post
is
your
this
site.
thing?
That's a picture of the moon, the thing that we don't
Yes.
believe in.
Do you not? Do you actually not believe in the moon?
Are you that fucking stupid?
I'm asking you.
The moon's real. What's wrong with it?
The moon is real, right? The
Yeah,
moon is a celestial body outside of the Earth. That's what you believe, right?
that's what's observed by everybody.
I
That
look up in the
circles the
sky.
Earth
I
every
see
28
that thing
days.
in the sky. So
Yes, you're
let
right
me get
there.
this
See,
straight.
you are
Because I
proving my
see that
point.
thing
You
in
don't
the
believe that
sky.
it's.
So yeah, how the fuck does he come to? I don't believe in the moon. Matrix doesn't believe in the moon, but yet he takes photographs of the bastard. What kind of stoned idiot are you? Actually, that's offensive to stoners because some of them are fucking. Most of them are smarter than you. Like seriously. Here you are telling us the flat earthers don't believe in a particular item, and one of the flat earth guys is posting the bastard there. The thing that you're claiming we don't believe in. This is not a belief. We see it. I don't believe there's a moon. I don't sit inside and go, oh no, I believe there's a moon. No, I walk outside and I take photos of the bastard.
Well, let's follow the logic, right? Okay, so we see the moon. Now what, square foot?
You see the moon. What do you think it is? I guess that maybe that's a better. What do you
It's
think the moon is?
It's the
Since
moon.
you're just avoiding what
No,
I'm
no, you're
saying.
avoiding. You're avoiding the subject
Okay,
matter
well,
of
I'm
the
getting
earth.
more specific. What?
Oh, I'm getting very specific. You are the one that's avoiding. That's what we call projection. You're supposed to be talking about your Earth curvature. Now you want to talk about the moon. So that is you deflecting away from your original problem. You being a pseudoscientist believer. Now you want to talk about the moon and what we think the moon is. Personally, I don't care what it's made of. If someone told me it was made of Swiss cheese and rats, I'd believe them. See? Belief. Now let's get back to you proving the shape of the Earth, following your so-called scientists.
Why don't you tell me what you think the moon is?
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. Well,
Non
we disagree
sequitur.
then.
Non-related.
And hope it sticks.
Why can't this idiot understand? I don't fucking care. You pointing at the moon, lunatic, means absolutely nothing about the shape of the ground. Until you comprehend that, this conversation's not going to go much further. And exactly. He's just realised that we're going to jam him at that. Oh, look, Traveller's back. I wonder if Traveller brought back my numbers. Traveller, did you bring back the numbers for the refraction stuff? Oh,
Okay.
Traveller.
Scientific reason. Oh, I can't give you scientific reason. Literally. Like, what?
Traveller, you're either hot micing or you're doing something weird. I don't know. Oh, so you've understood your mic's there. Did you get the numbers for your refraction that we've got to add in instead of the 1.22? Yes or no? No? You don't want to talk now? You're pretty yappy earlier on. When you do get them, just post them in the side chat. Ah, I didn't see that in the side chat. Probably because that politics bot thing got in the way. Get that shit out of the way. Yes. Trying to dig into the psychology of y'all's beliefs are crazy. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Another classic case of wanting to study flat earthers instead of the ground. Fancy that. Seems to be a common thing.
I really wanted his definition
Shut
of
your nigger ass
good
up!
Philip. Exactly. I really wanted his definition of good Philip. I love it when they bring their own definitions.
I don't know. Thinks flat earthers IQs are sub 60.
The most depressing part about that last idiot is he actually read out the definition of pseudoscience. And then, instead of going, oh wow, I'm actually looking at the wrong guys, he then doubled down. That was the most amazing part about that. Holy. I still can't believe he did it.
So ignorant, he doesn't even realize he's practicing exactly what he's trying to speak out against.
Two.
Zach, do you have Tourette's or something? What's going on, buddy?
Tourette's. Why'd you say Tourette's?
Because you just
Is it
fucked
you that
Bucks
just
up
keep
now, too.
yelling out random shit?
That was a sneeze, you fucking autist.
A fucking what?
Bless you.
Oh, in that case. So I just posted up another one of those things in the side chat that we don't believe in. That I took myself. There's a better one somewhere. I've got to find it. A really, really good one. Fake moon.
I got a question for you.
For who is this question?
Yeah, it's for you, Brother Matrix.
Oh, cool. Yep, what's up?
The fellow who thinks that you don't believe in the thing that you go take pictures of.
Yep.
He believes in Martians, I bet, just because of that cartoon picture I shared.
It was supposed to be a kaboom. Good old Marvin.
Marvin is real, damn it.
Marvin the Martian is a legend.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, the Earth's not flat, dude. The Earth's not flat.
Oh, here we go.
What's that?
Viking, yours.
Are you prepared? Are you prepared to be destroyed in the debate?
Yes, prepared. I'm prepared.
Are you ready to rumble?
Yeah, I already answered your question, so go ahead. What shape is it?
All right, buddy. Get your ass ready. Now, okay. When you
I
look
don't
at
go
the
down like that.
ocean,
First of all.
when you look at the ocean, the ships disappear bottom up.
Oh,
Checkmate.
here we go.
You lose. It's over.
Okay.
Done. Put a
But
stop to it.
magically, they come into full view if you watch it disappear with your eye, and then you pull out a magical telescope that can somehow see around the curve, and all of a sudden the bottom appears again.
Yeah, go ahead and show me evidence of that.
Where's the guy with the video that posted every time we hear the same argument?
Hold on. I'm just posting a video right now called The Empty Horizon. It's just loading at the moment. Sorry for any inconvenience.
He has to stall because the loss.
Actually,
Yeah,
not stalled.
I know losing.
Hey, Zach, don't
Very
carry on
sour,
like a fucking... Zach, listen carefully. Please don't carry on like an idiot. We don't need that. We've just had 3 in a row. I'm pretty sure you can do a lot better. Now, Zach, in the side chat, there's a video posted up, at 53 past the hour called The Empty Horizon. You only have to watch the first 20 seconds of it.
Yeah, that's just
When
a
it
picture
starts,
you posted, dude.
it's a video. Press the play
That's just
button.
a video you posted. Doesn't really mean anything.
He can't handle the truth.
Also, you don't know all the control
So now
variables.
who's getting destroyed?
You don't know all control variables involved. You don't know how he filmed that. You don't
The
know
control variables. What?
You don't
The
know
zoom
how
on the
high he
camera.
was or any of that
The only variable in that is someone zoomed in with their camera. That's it.
Look, Doctor
What?
right? I need you to
That's right.
understand
You're
what-
coping. That's why I'm a doctor.
Okay, so you're framing. Okay, so that's actually illegal to pretend you're a doctor. So I'm going to call the police on you, sir.
Off
Anyway,
you go. Then. You go and call the cops. See what I tell them to go.
You're
and
gonna
do.
call the cops on somebody lying about a PhD?
Yeah. So anyway, these videos are just something
are you
yes,
really
it's
being
something
good
you showed
faith right
me.
now?
You don't
Are
know,
you really
know
being
any
good
of the
faith?
evidence behind.
Yeah,
So you
Brendan,
don't know
hold
any
up. Let
of the variables or parameters that he
Let him
used.
spurg.
Yeah.
So, you're telling us about
know
ships
sour, bro. I
disappearing.
know
Hey,
sour.
Zach, let's get back to the story. You were telling us about ships disappearing bottom up. Then our good
Yeah.
friend Viking said grab a telescope and have a look after it's gone out of view to see it come back. Now, if you have a look at that video, at the start you see no ships on the horizon. Then, yeah, that's great. Then they zoom in. And look at that, the ship comes back. Now, if you care to watch refraction, we've got that in the video too. If you care to watch longer in the video, you'll see the wavefront being refracted. Oh dear, that video covers quite a few things. Now that's got the yap taken out of you. Your refraction included. Oh dear.
He's so desperate, bro. He's so desperate.
What a horrible day it is for you. So much for getting destroyed.
We're wasting our time. He's just a goat.
Yeah.
You guys are taking this way too seriously, bro. Dude, it's not
Here,
fun.
you just
We know
change
you're LARPing. We know you're shitting.
What, you thought you were going to come in here with those guys that
I already did, bro. And
then take the piss yourself.
I just proved that was correct. That's all you did, bro.
All you've done is have a spurg out because you realised you jumped into the wrong room.
Yeah.
And that's you coping. More fuel for me.
I understand. Yeah, I understand you just want to reframe because you don't like losing. We get it, bro. We get it. I asked if you were ready to rumble, and then you just lied to me, bro. You're
not only did you got rumbled, you got flat smacked, boy. You're out of the bloody ring,
bro.
Yeah, you might want to tag somebody else in because you're down for the count.
I don't like.
Better not tap me in. I ain't going to bat for him.
Do that WWE. You won't do
that. He got smacked proper.
You got smacked down, bro. I did a DDT on you, bro.
You flat smacked yourself. We didn't have to do anything. You've gone and headbutted the turnbuckle yourself.
Ultimately,
turns right around the corner.
Let's just be honest here for a second. You got destroyed. Okay, your footage proves.
In what way have you destroyed us? You put forward a proposition, and we answered it quite comfortably.
No, you showed me a video that shows that I'm correct. That's all you did, bro.
We showed you a video of nothing on the horizon. So right at the start of the video, Zach, you're having a meltdown. Zach, don't melt down on me. I told you you can do better.
When someone speaks to him, yeah.
Don't worry, bro.
That's
They're
what we
idiots in
call
this chat.
fundy muting. So unlike the fundies, I've actually got a proper mute button which works much more efficient. So you made the claim of things disappearing bottom up.
You made the claim.
And then we got the fucking smoke shit retard.
And then let's go back to that one. He sounds like he's going to be more fun. First one's out. Okay, 23. What's today's copium?
NASA said, NASA told me that they went in a rocket, and here's a picture.
It's Smoke. 23, Smoke. Shit, you're up. Tell us about your ball-tard belief.
No, bro, control your cult, bro. You got it. This is your cult. You lead.
Not my cult. I can walk out of here, and I can assure you now there'll be still people measuring the shape of the ground, and they'll still come to the same result.
Bro, you're the same guy who think like all these space agencies are like in it for money, right?
And if you don't,
I couldn't give a shit about space agencies.
Yeah, you do.
No, I don't.
You overly care about them. You talk about them
Why?
every day.
No, I don't.
No, we go outside and measure. Like we actually do our own things,
And
and we come
somehow,
up with measurements that don't add up to the narrative. So we want to know.
oh my
You
God,
know,
guys, a bunch of high school dropouts measured the earth. We should distrust the
Okay,
people
not
who
a high
actually
school
study this
dropout. So this
topic.
is you coping, making up bullshit
This is
stories.
cope?
That is a very poor straw man. So,
Are you smarter than an astrophysicist? Yes or no, Matrix?
Matatrix. At least I can say my own fucking name.
He didn't answer
Holy
the
shit.
question.
So tell
he
me,
can't even read.
You didn't answer the
astrophysicist,
question because it
another
exposed-
pseudoscientist. So why should I listen to your stories about pseudoscientists?
Pseudoscientists? You think astrophysicists study false science?
All right, your
Yes.
task. Jump
Yes.
onto Google, type in definition of pseudoscience.
That's what you guys do.
No,
You
no, that's
created
what
your
you
own
need to
science.
do. Listen, you need to do this so you can understand what pseudoscience is. If I tell you, you're just going to go, that's you talking shit. I need you to look this one up yourself.
Bro.
Bro,
You're
I'm not fucking
delusional,
joking.
bro.
I need you to understand the difference between science and pseudoscience.
You
Go and
gotta
look
be
it up,
joking.
please.
You
No,
gotta
I'm
be
not
learn
joking.
something.
I need you to look up the difference in order for this conversation to continue.
Or else I'm gonna mute you.
No. The reason I need you to look up the difference, if you're claiming that we should have to follow scientists that you perceive are scientists, you need to understand what is a scientist versus what is a pseudoscientist. So until you know the difference, this is not for me, this is for you.
Dog, Matrix, you actually have schizophrenia. Like, actually.
No, I don't have
You don't have to
schizo
be scared.
anything. I'm asking you to look up a definition. That is all.
Why do you think I have to follow your orders, dude?
Because
Like,
you
what's
don't know
wrong
the
with you?
difference. You don't
Of
know the
course I
difference.
do. I have a basic understanding of what pseudoscience and real science is.
Excellent.
Real
So
science is
define
astrophysicists
pseudoscience.
who study science.
Define pseudo
Define.
science.
If you can't properly define this word,
Ah, you're a fucking spastic. This is great. We've had nearly 5 in a row. What is going on? Is this just dumbass Saturday or something?
No music, please.
Who's playing it?
So, 23. What is your definition of pseudoscience? Please.
I'm just so entertained when somebody comes in here, it's young enough to be my son, and then tries to tell me I'm a high school dropout.
yeah, like you guys make claims that are vague or impossible to test. It's
I've
mostly
done the test. I've done the
How
test.
about some projection?
The only claim I've made is I would like to know the definition of pseudoscience. I would like you to get onto Wikipedia or some shit like that, or give us your definition of pseudoscience so we can be talking about the same thing and not speaking past each other. That is the purpose of me requesting that. That's the only claim I've made so far. So please,
I'm
define
defining it right
pseudoscience.
now, and I'm proving to you with the definition using flat earthers to prove
No,
that
no.
you guys are pseudoscientists. So let me finish. Yeah. So you guys make claims that are vague or impossible to test. Your evidence is mostly
Fuck off. I did not ask you to talk about us. I asked you to define pseudoscience. You know what? Fuck you. I'm going to leave you on mute, and then I'm going to go and get it myself, and then post it up here. And I'm going to read it out. And let's see if the clowns that you follow, that you believe in, are scientists or pseudoscientists. This will be fun. Let's see. We need... Where's... start page will do.
You know what,
We
though,
are
Matrix? He was right. Pseudoscience is vague, and that's exactly what the globe is. It's fucking vague. How did they measure the curvature of the Earth? I don't know, 2,000 years ago, but I'm sure somebody else has done it since then. That's so vague.
So what I've typed in, pseudoscience v science. Let's see what it gives me. Pseudoscience. Oh shit, it just jumped down. Not good. Not to be confused with non-science or anti-science, pseudoscience consists of statements, beliefs, or practices that claim to be scientific or factual, but are, and I've got to click on it to read more, claim to be scientific, factual, but are inherently incompatible with the scientific method. Oh, did he run away? Oh. So
No,
this
he's there. He
comes...
Damn. I really wanted him to watch that Michio Kaku video too.
He's still here. He just changed his username.
Ah, right. So he thinks he's clever. Matrix. It's Matrix. Dumbass. Learn to spell.
Matrix.
Fucking idiot. Even Nippo's taking the piss out of you. That is not a good sign, dude. Now, anyways, as we were, pseudoscience is often characterized by contradictory, exaggerated, or unfalsifiable claims, reliance on confirmation bias rather than rigorous attempts at refutation, lack of openness to evaluation by other experts, absence of systematic practices when developing hypotheses, and continued adherence long after the pseudoscientific hypotheses have been experimentally discredited. It's not the same as junk science. So, at the moment, you're telling us about what? People that stare at the sky? So tell us how your scientists that you believe in, young 23, are actually scientists and are not pseudoscientists.
They don't just stare at the sky, bro. They make predictions. They have complete models.
Excellent. So
You're
that's the first thing. So
pseudoscientist, bro.
they're following the scientific method. So they've made an
define flat
observation,
Earth just
and he
now,
decides and he decides he wants to melt through me. Right. So they've made an observation. They've looked at a light in the sky. Let's just pick a random one. The moon. That's a very big light in the sky. So, observation, light in the sky. So, your hypothesis? You're following the scientific method in order to be a scientist instead of a
Oh my
pseudoscientist.
God,
Please continue. And
Oh
no, I'm
my
not going to help you.
Bro, I don't want to talk to you. You keep muting me. You're a dumbass.
Maybe if you spend more time listening and thinking about before you just yap.
Bro, you just said the definition of pseudoscience.
I know I just read it out. I read it out for your convenience. Because what I want you to do now is have a think about the people that you claim are scientists. You seem to believe that the people that are scientists, people in white coats, when in actual fact they are pseudoscientists. For some reason, you're offended by this. I don't care. That's not a me problem. If you don't like it, still not a me problem. I'm just pointing it out to you, dude. If you want to go and have some kind of nervous breakdown because of this, that's on you. Go and see your doctor, whatever you got to do. I don't care. But sitting in here crying about us doing our best to adhere to the scientific method is not going to get you very far.
You're doing nothing. You're doing none of what the actual.
So what have you done?
That's not the claim.
Doctor, he said that we are following pseudoscience. Can he give one example how we are following pseudoscience?
That is a great question, Sasha. Please, Meltdown Child, answer his question.
Bro, you said real science is pseudoscience, bro.
Peter, only one thing. How we are following pseudoscience? We are flat earthers. We are calling
Give us an example of the pseudoscience. One clean, clear example of the pseudoscience that flat earthers follow.
Yeah.
I can explain to you why flat Earth is pseudoscience.
What? No, not why. One clear example of something.
I don't trust government, therefore space isn't a globe. Therefore, the Earth isn't a
Some of the
globe.
flat earthers do. No. That is multiple things. That is what we call
That's
leaps of
pseudoscience.
logic.
That's
No,
your
no.
own belief.
No, that is a fucking straw man and not a very good one. There are some people that are flat earthers that do trust the government. They trust particular components of the government. Some people don't trust any of the government. Whether I trust in the government or not has absolutely no relationship to the shape of the ground. So your straw man has failed. So please try again in providing us an example of us following pseudo-science as per Sasha's request.
Oh my god! Every time I give an answer, I just get mute.
Man, oh my God, and laugh. It's not answer. That has nothing to do with my question.
Yeah, the laser test over water, that's pseudoscience.
Okay, let's step through it.
Let's step through it. No,
Yeah,
it's
that's not an
pseudoscience.
invitation
I'm
for
not
you to
about
have a
do
fuck.
this with.
Let's go through the laser test. What I'm going to do is I'm going to post one in the side chat. I'm just going to pick a random one out of our extensive list of them. Getting fucking crazy just quietly. So, laser test. So, where's my little chart? So, loading. Come on, what's going on? Hard drive's spooling up. That's going to suck.
And tell him that you will not call that science now. What you will speak.
Well, the problem with the laser test, Sasha, is it's just that. It's just a test. It's not
Yeah,
science.
I'm saying. Yeah, you will measure something.
It's an observation and a measurement. So if he's claiming that we believe that is science, that is yet again another straw man. So that's a problem.
Or maybe
Oh, that's
he
not a...
can.
Right up.
Maybe he can say what is. I will be the third person. Let's say that I'm neutral. Can he tell me, not you, why flat earthers are flat earthers? What is the?
No, hey Sasha, what we need to do, don't jump to different subject matter because these guys struggle to stay in line as it is. What we want him to do is point out the pseudoscience in us taking a measurement.
Yeah.
So I'm not claiming this is science. He is on our behalf. So here's a laser test. There's one provided in the side chat. This is the FE Core multi-test. So he can pick whichever one he likes. I'm quite happy with that. Now I'm claiming that this is a measurement. So now that you've got your straw man, tell us how you're going to burn it down.
Can I speak for 2 seconds without being muted or no?
It all depends on what you say. If you're going to lie and straw man... No, hold on. If you're going to lie and make straw man accounts, then you're going to get fucking muted. It's quite simple.
I'm not lying. I'm saying a sentence and you're muting me.
It's because you're talking shit that... Listen, we're not interested in your meta. What we're interested in is fact. Hard, cold measurements, facts, things that you can validate, verify, or prove. Whether via experimentation or citation, I don't care. Sometimes it might be something... Sometimes it might be something as simple as providing a video or a photograph to back up your claim.
Allow me to speak.
Yep, you can speak, just not through people. That's why you get muted.
No, you're just triggered, and that's okay because you trigger people all the time. You trigger real scientists with degrees.
Yeah, that's great. So tell me now how the laser test that I've posted up in the side chat for your convenience is pseudoscience. When I have made... Hold on, I haven't finished. When I have made zero claim of it being science.
Oh my god, he just ran from it. Now it's not a scientific experiment? That's what it is? It's not a scientific experiment, no?
It's not a scientific experiment. It's a fucking laser test.
That's
it's a
exactly
measurement.
why it's pseudoscience.
Oh my god.
Is this guy just fucking stupid or is it me?
I think
Jim, you're pretty sensible at this kind of shit.
I think
Has
it's
anyone
time for you
claimed
to
that that's science?
We never said it was science. We always said it was math.
straight edge, do a measurement, compare the deviation from one end to the other. No, that's just taking a measurement. Maybe you could put it down as an observation. So that is step one. We've observed that laser goes straight. So what you did there, young 23, was created a straw man. Okay? The purpose of a straw man is to create a false or faux account for the specific purpose of breaking it down. You are attacking a false argument. You are not attacking an argument that we've put forward. We are claiming that as a measurement. We are not claiming that as following the scientific method. You are putting that upon us for whatever reason. So how about you try again? What do flat earthers do that is pseudoscience?
The laser experiment.
It's not an experiment. We've told you that. Obviously, your ears are painted on.
So why'd you guys get a bunch of lasers and try to prove the Earth is flat if it's not an experiment?
It's a measurement. You don't experiment shapes. Okay, you don't experiment shapes. You measure.
So what were the measurements from the test?
Which one?
What? From the laser test.
Zero curvature over distance.
Parallel. That's what the measurement was. Parallel.
You're losing your cult, Mattertrix. You're really losing your cult.
Ah, so now the subject matter is me again, as opposed to the ground.
You're the subject matter tricks.
Yeah, you guys.
Oh,
you
fuck
guys,
yeah, thank you.
Look, oh my god, he thinks he won. Anyways, yeah, so basically your argument with the laser
At least
test
he knows how to read.
If the Earth were a globe, I have a bachelor's degree in forensic science. Anyways, if
but
the Earth were a
apparently not
globe,
reading.
which is what you guys say, I'm speaking perfectly, clairvoyantly, and very concisely.
What's his name again?
If this idiot's got a bachelor's degree in forensic science, he would be one of the first people to go out and do a test. Because that's what they do. They test, verify, validate, and prove things to confirm that they are true and correct. Or falsified.
Hey, last time I talked to him, Matrix, he said that he runs his mom and dad's flower shop.
I've
Wait,
got a
who's the
lighter
flat
glove.
earther?
Then we got someone new just piped up. I didn't see what it was. Welcome to whoever it was.
Yo, what's up?
What brings you here today, good sir?
I'm curious about. I just want to hear the discussion.
You just want to hear the discussion? Why not be a part of it? Don't just listen to it, join in.
It's hard to have a discussion with people that don't want to listen.
Yeah, that is true.
So tell me, hold on, let's get further back. Abraxas. So tell me, do you think you live on a ball that's 72% covered in water, spinning, tilting, wobbling, flying through the vacuum of space, or is it planar with topography, also known as flat?
I kind of think the world is round. Not gonna
You
lie.
kind of think it's round. Why do you think it's round? Be honest.
I mean, we look at telescopes like the moon and stuff is round. Like other planets are round.
Excellent. So looking up into the sky at round things, and you've just jumped to the logical conclusion that sky things are round, therefore where I'm standing is round.
I just feel like with our technology for telescopes and stuff, like being able to analyze planets from far away,
Did you look at the Earth with a telescope?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And? Did you point it
What'd you
down?
say? Did you look at the Earth with a telescope?
I just feel like there's no flat planets from what we've seen in outer space.
So there's your problem. What you're trying to do is, when we say flat Earth, do you have this vision of the third rock from the sun suddenly gets plucked out of space and then a pizza gets put in there?
No.
Yeah. So how do you, in totality, God's eye view, how do you see flat Earth? As this like little square flat plane like a chessboard instead of the little globe Earth?
Kind of.
Yeah, that's because you've been indoctrinated. You have been trained to believe that through years of propaganda. That's the shit that they show you on YouTube and all the other dumbass things. So you type into Google flat Earth and you'll get pictures of chessboards on the back of elephants riding turtles and shit like that. It's amazing how we know that.
Or some kind of disc in the space, something like that.
What is your perception of like how the Earth is like structured if it's flat? Like, is it like a circle
It's
or
flat.
like?
It's
But like,
extremities. I don't make a claim to its extremities. I don't know what shape in totality it is.
I see. I see.
Nobody knows.
We might just be one very small component of something that's absolutely massive. I don't know.
Do
It
you
could be
think
lake shape. It could be lake shape.
What about the people that like release like the like YouTubers and stuff that make like balloons and they attach a camera to it and they let it like fly into space?
There's heaps
What's
of
your
those.
opinion on that?
Well, what's interesting about those is if you watch a few of those videos and you do a bit of just basic research and look up on lenses that you can put onto your camera, the different lenses will give you different results, and also the position of the horizon in the actual shot. So if you have just a standard wide angle lens, nothing fancy, and the horizon is below the center line of the lens, it will bend one way, and if it's above the center line of the lens, it will bend the opposite direction.
I see. I see.
So a lot of that comes down to lensing. Now the issue is when you're trying to launch a balloon and attach film or photographic equipment on there, you want to keep the weight as light as possible. Most people use those little GoPro cameras. They're great. I'm not knocking them, but they have a fisheye lens on them, and they distort the crap out of everything. Some people take those off and put other lenses on there, claiming that they're rectilinear, but you can still see the distortion. It's horrible. So
I see.
But that would just bring down an argument of cameras versus lenses versus, yeah, it's still subjective. So there's been heaps of people do the hot air balloon launches. I think one of them got up to about 120,000 feet, and their shot it shows it's flat. But if you watch a few of them, especially where they're bouncing around, and most of the time they do, you'll see the camera pan up and down, tilt up and down. And as it does that, you see the image bend forward, backwards, forward, backwards. If they've manipulated the video, normally what happens is you get this weird sine wave effect at the sides of the image. So if it's concave, for example, and they flatten it out, all of a sudden you'll get these weird ripples at the side of the image. So you can tell if they've been modified. If someone's trying to turn something that's convex into flat or concave into convex, and vice versa. So yeah, there's signs that tell you that it's been manipulated or modified, but that doesn't really prove anything. So let's just use, for example, NASA's photos of the ground. It shows a long distance shot of Earth being a sphere. Fair enough. Shows oceans bent, oceans curved, ground curved, everything. Shows a perfect circle. If that's the case, then we should be able to measure this curvature without even trying. See, at school, we're taught we live on a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles. And if you were taught in metric, what is it, 6731? Someone please jam me if I'm wrong. I never get the metric one right. Anyways, it doesn't matter. You were taught a specific number. Now, based on that number, we should be able to calculate distance to the horizon based upon your elevation straight line distance of viewing. We should be able to calculate drop over distance, so how much drop there should be at specific intervals, based upon how far you can put a straight edge out. Or if you do a laser test, for example, you shoot a laser that goes 20 miles. At 20 miles, perfect. I think it's about 266 feet of drop. At 10 miles, it's about 66 foot. I think it's about a 7-story building at 10 mile. Now, a couple of these lads have got long-range observations that crush that without even trying. I think the record's like 700 mile or 1400 mile or something ridiculous. And then on top of that, we start using things like infrared, and we can see even further because of just how it works. But that's another story altogether. So there's some pretty cool stuff going on. But it just comes down to measuring the ground, bro. There you go. There's one of them now. 255 miles, zero curvature. And if someone posts up, I've probably got it just here somewhere. Close that. If we post up the drop chart, there we go. You can actually look up the chart and see how much drop over those kind of distances. So what is it? 255 mile. What do we got? 200 mile. Holy, in miles, it should be a 5-mile drop. So those hills in the background ain't 5 miles tall. You couldn't even see them at all due to curvature.
Damn.
It's pretty cool stuff when you start looking into it. But most of the time we get kids in here having absolute meltdowns because we don't believe in science and we don't believe in the moon and we don't believe in gravity and all these other stupid things that they want to pin on us. And the only reason they say all this dumb stuff is because of all the TikTok flat earthers and all the stupid propaganda that you've probably seen and read. Instead of just coming in here and asking us directly, hey, what do you think about X? They just come in here and tell us what we think about. It's actually quite entertaining. But anyways, I'm pretty sure you've got a truck ton of questions. Feel free to ask, man. There's plenty of more than capable personnel on the panel.
Do you think there's been previous Big Bangs prior to the one that created the one that we live in today?
How do they even verify, validate, or prove this Big Bang? Unless someone's some kind of ancient time traveler and they were there and witnessed it, how do they even know it happened?
Before the Big Bang, there was the Big Bada Boom.
Look who invented the Big Bang. That is interesting. If you don't know.
Oh, it's a religious, religious doctrine. Go ahead.
Lemaitre. Was it Lemaitre?
There's some Belgian priest.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. It's pseudoscience, man. We were speaking 1 hour about pseudoscience.
Do you guys subscribe to any religion?
Well, there's people of all different religions. It has nothing to do with the shape of the ground. You can believe whatever you like about whatever God, whatever name you want to give them. That's cool. But it has nothing to do with the shape of the ground.
But
what is interesting,
helium.
though, something that I've noticed that's very, very interesting. If you get 100 flat earthers and ask them, do they believe in some kind of creation, 99.9 of them will say yes. You get 100 globers, just your general globers, and ask them, do they believe in creation? 66% of them will say yes. You get 100 anti-FE and ask them if they believe in creation. About 99% will say no.
I see.
It's very interesting when you start looking at the numbers of what people say and just keep track of them. So yeah, so religion doesn't really mean much about the shape of the ground. What you want to believe in your own time, that's cool. This is just about measurement. Measure the ground. Is it curved? Is it straight? You know, that's it.
Doctor, should we look in definition of religion? It will have something with beliefs. And the most biggest religion, if you didn't know, it's called heliocentrism. It's bigger than Christianity, bigger than Islam, bigger than any other religion.
Huh.
Helio, god of the sun.
It was nice
You know,
talking with you guys. I have
you know,
to get to work. I'm
look
sorry.
at other other
Not
gods.
a problem, mate.
Venus,
Pop back in.
Mercury, Jupiter.
Pop back in. Hold up, Sasha. He's just about to go. Yeah, pop back in anytime you want, man. What I will do is I'll send you a link. I'll just copy your ID so you can run away. I'll send you a link to our home server. So if you want to look up data and information, we've got a mad alphabetized list of everything. Go through that in your own time. Check it out. And yeah, so welcome back whenever you want, man. You're pretty chill.
Oh yeah, you're chill too.
Yeah, cheers, bro. I don't often get called that.
This is
Yeah, no, it was a nice conversation.
Holy
cheers,
shit.
man. See ya.
Yeah, Matrix is pretty chill for a Canadian.
For a Canadian, here we go.
I don't think I've ever heard Matrix be called chill in my whole life. That's awesome.
That's the second time.
Oh.
Best part about it, that was recorded too. So you can't say I didn't get.
Yeah, you're right.
So I cannot use Strawman to start argument.
You can, but you probably get called out on it.
Yeah, it depends if the other guy notices or not.
Well, why?
So you can win the debate.
Okay.
So what is the purpose of a straw man? Someone's put forward an argument. It's so you can attack something that's easier. Instead of attacking their argument directly or proving that you've got some knowledge on it, you have to create your own sub-argument, attack that. The whole purpose of the straw man, Sasha, is to burn down an argument. You can't take their argument down, so you've got to create your own one. That's why they do it. They create a straw man account, they burn that, they think they're a hero. Those listening may have picked up on the straw man if they have knowledge in the subject matter, or if you don't have any knowledge in it, you'll just go, yeah, that guy just destroyed that other dude.
But some people doing that unconsciously because some new people they doesn't know that is a strong understanding. They think that we think really like that. That's the problem.
Well, instead of coming in and telling us what we think, why don't they just ask us?
And that's the problem with people. They never do that. They're never coming in the room and asking, "Oh, why you are flat earther? Can you explain me?" What? And then you say, "Look, this is I'm measuring," and then he is building question on that what you said. No, he will build a question on that what he heard somewhere on internet or whatever. Because if you hear so many examples, you speak about the surface, he will move like, "Oh, what about the moon? What do you want now?" When I'm telling you, why you're not listening?
That's not always true, though, Sasha, because I've seen a lot of people, even recently, come in and they're like, why is the Earth flat? Why do you guys think the Earth is flat? And then we start talking about geometry, and then their fucking brain just gets completely lost in the sauce. Like, wait, what? You can use math to figure out the Earth? I thought we were using science. And they can't figure out that they're in a category.
Yeah. But I think they are thinking a lot about a lot of strongmen because it's a lot of them on internet, how to say, and then they hear this in the space, that one, this one, and they are asking all questions about that. They never ask that directly to you. What do you think? Why you are flat? And everything to find out really from the source, and then they coming with a story that they know what is flat earth. That's the problem, but they don't know.
I mean, if your goal is trying to win the debate and your intention on straw manning their position, then I would say it's pretty smart. But if you're unintentionally
No.
doing it and you're just not comprehending the capabilities
That's
of the other side, then
it. All
you're just retarded. Oh,
it all
sorry, go ahead.
depends on what the discussion's about. If you've got the purpose of just winning the argument, then yeah, put forward your straw man. But if you've got the intention of learning something, then and you're putting a straw man forward, no, then you're an idiot.
Oh yeah,
I'd like to
100%.
learn
I agree
something.
with you.
I'd be open to learning. I'm agnostic.
Okay. What will be your
So-
first question when you come in? Let's say you are in.
The broader question is how do you all derive your flat Earth model?
What model?
We
Why
don't
do we
have a
need a
model.
model?
You don't have a model?
Yeah.
Why do
No,
we need a
don't
model?
one.
No.
We don't need one. You know
We are
why?
dealing.
Why is
I'll
that?
tell you why. It's ever so simple because we can go outside and measure reality directly.
That means we are using original. We are not using model.
Let me ask you what Indio used to ask people. If the Earth is a ball, then why don't they use the actual measurements? Why do they need a model?
I would say in terms of the globe model, my argument would be because in order to derive curvature requires tangent lines, which would be the fundamental theorem of calculus. So you would need calculus to derive those measurements.
Wouldn't you need to
Yeah.
generate the tangent
That's
in the first
exactly what we
place?
do.
What's that?
That's
Wouldn't you
exactly
need
what
the-
we do.
Hold up,
Go
hold
ahead.
up, sheepdog. Wouldn't you need the tangent in the first place to measure off of?
Yes, you would. Yeah.
Excellent. That's what our laser tests are.
So yours are tangent lines too?
We
Well,
put
we're
up a
assuming
laser.
it's the Earth.
We're assuming it's a ball. We set the
Mm-hmm.
laser up with the intention of it being a tangent to a curve. So from the tangent point, you then measure out. At specific intervals along that tangent, there should be measurable drop. So at 10 miles, it should be 66 feet. At 20 miles, it should be 266 feet. At 30 miles, it should be 603 feet, something like that. At 40 miles, it should be 1,067 feet.
So then why is it so hard for the globetards to come up with their measurement then? Because it sounds like you guys
That's
already
a
have.
great question. If you can convince them to go and do a laser test, shit, man, you're my new best friend.
There is no one observation with the data showing the curvature presented with any glober in the last 10 years.
Excuse me.
This is what I've been asking for the last 4 years.
That means you have a guy, he have a video, and he said, look, this is the height, this is the distance, and there is a curvature. With all data showing. There is nobody show that in the last 10 years. I know. But I don't know for other people. But in the last 10 years, nobody showed it. You have only pictures from the NASA.
Period.
Well, hot damn. Well, I gotta tell you, Doctor, is it Copiatine? Copiatine?
Dr. Copatine.
Copatine. Dr. Copatine. Sorry, my English. No, you know what? That was a very good explanation. I'm trying to think. Jedi is in here. I'm thinking of the other guy who's not here right now, who's like a leader of the room. Oh, gosh darn it! I wish I knew his name. I'm blanking on it. But anyway, I would talk to not just them, but other individuals in here. When I would ask that same question, I was never given like measurements. It was more of like a, kind of mind tricks as far as like, well, you explain your model
How-to
first.
guide.
But instead, no, but that was good because he was like, all right, cool. Here's a model. This is the laser test. This is the measurements. I mean, you went clearly exemplified the scientific method. I mean, that's all I've been asking for like a year. So I commend you for that. I think that's appreciable.
There's a whole heap of laser tests. If you want us to post them up, we can chuck them in the side chat. You can go through them in your own time if you want, man.
That would, that'd be great if you don't mind. Just at least one.
Stand by.
Something. Yep.
At least one. Okay.
39 past the hour, and I may not be as agnostic as I thought. Wow.
Okay, there's a heap of...
Wow, look at that.
And I'll chuck a few more up. Stand by. Hold on.
Give me the buffet table. I like it.
Yep. And there's one more. There's a PDF. Some people don't download PDFs off of Discord and that. Fair enough if you don't. I'm not going to fight you over it. The PDF that I'm just uploading now, I should say, belongs to the second last thing posted. So there's one Decimal Z, the greatest laser experiment in history, FE Core. That's what the PDF belongs to. It's about 120 pages of all the data that goes with that video.
Perfect. Thank you, sir.
Normally we do it the easy way. We go the other way around and we show people basic cartoons of what we're expecting to see and what we do see. And I'll show you what I normally post up. So when the guys go out to do laser tests, the first image loading now, this is what they expect to see. Straight line laser, curve of the earth underneath it, and the difference between, or the drop. What they do get is, I'll make sure I grab the right one. That one there. When it loads, yeah. What we do get is that. And then normally I'd post up a little drop chart if I haven't done that already. No, I haven't put it in yet. And then I'll chuck in the drop chart so you can see drop over distance and how it's calculated out. If you want to jump onto an Excel formula, Excel sheet and put it in yourself, more than welcome to do so. But yeah, as you can see, drop over distance, how it's worked out. So when you start talking distances of 30 and 40 miles, you're looking at a 600-foot drop, or even at 10 miles is a 66-foot drop. So that's like a 7-story building. So that's a bit out there. But anyways,
can I add something in?
I think our friend's gone. It was Brendan, someone, wasn't it? Yeah, he's gone. He must have slipped out. Now the real question. Will he watch the videos and swallow his pride? Or will he become a full tilt anti-FE refractitard?
It's easier to leave, and as soon as you get cornered, it's just easier to leave and depart and not waste the time watching proof and evidence.
He did say, though, maybe he's a little less agnostic than what he was. So that's cool. Just go, holy.
Now, I wish him the best regardless.
Happy Saturday.
Saturday.
Are we enjoying our usual 24-hour day due to the Earth being a globe?
A Saturn day.
Shabbat shalom.
Saturn day. Saturn's day.
Yeah.
Hurrah.
Myth Ray. Yeah.
Wait, who's here?
This is Talon. Talon wants to talk to. Is Twonger here? I want to see if there's any other Globers. Are there any other Globers here?
Got a bunch of them in there. Nobody wants to speak up though, so.
Oh, Lats, are you here? Or you
cool.
gotta go?
I am.
You're my
I can
favorite
talk
person.
a little bit.
You're my favorite Globe Denier, Lats. I
Well,
think
there's
you're probably
nothing
one of the
really
better.
to deny, so okay, cool.
So I wanted to talk to you about measurements and calculations, and so
Okay.
do you I wonder if we could have a mutual understanding on how we take measurements and we make calculations with those measurements, and
Yeah.
and we get results
Yeah.
based on the accuracy of our calculations and our measurements.
Okay, so how would you know
You
the
have to,
calculations are correct?
so yeah, you have to make sure they're correct. Exactly. And so I was wondering if you just, because with the Great Trig Survey, there's measurements and calculations, and I
Yep.
just wondered why you never put 2 and 2 together and understand that we're taking the measurements and we're making calculations to find out the
Yeah,
most
correct.
accurate, get the most accurate shape.
Yeah, so what's happening with the Great Trig Survey that you're taking these straight line measurements, like line of sight from theodolite to
Angles.
theodolite. Yeah, angles, yeah.
Angular
Those are,
measurements.
yeah, straight
Okay.
lines, yeah. And then you're
So we're
gonna
taking
be
angular measurements, not straight line measurements. Like a straight line measurement would be like with a ruler, and you like measure
you give
like
me the
the
So
length.
definition
if
of an
you're
angle?
taking angles, Talon, if you're taking angles, define angle, please.
Like measuring with a straight line is like using a ruler to measure.
Yeah, that's
length.
great. How are you getting your angle? The last I checked, an angle was the intersection of two straight lines.
Right.
So it's the little
the
angle in
intersection.
between. Yeah, that's
So it's
great.
the
So
space-
two straight lines. So straight lines then, like Latz said. Excellent. Please continue.
The measurement we are using in that instance is the angle. So it's the space between the two lines that intersect.
Straight lines.
The two lines are intersecting.
Two straight lines.
So yeah, they're straight lines.
Excellent.
Oh, finally.
So
Okay.
the angle, but we're not using those lines for the calculation. We're using the angle, but space between the two lines. Do you understand? The angular measurement is not using the straight lines to make calculations. It's using the space between the two lines to get to the angle.
Why you are passing through the straight lines then?
Because you want it to be correct and accurate. And you're using this, and you can't use you can't take a straight line and put it against the earth and get the curvature shape. You have to measure the angles, which is the space between the two lines that you're measuring, that you're running across the surface.
Yeah, the measurements are going to be above the surface. You're going to take these angles, right? Let's say we have 3 theodolites.
And then you get spherical
Theodolite A
access.
to B to C.
So
Then
as you
have a
get
B,
drop
C
over,
to A, C to D to A.
as you drop over the distance, you get spherical access, and so you.
Excellent. Show us the drop over distance. You haven't provided that. You're just assuming it.
Well, Talon, that's going to be from the
No, that's not true.
calculations after we've measured that polygon over the surface of the Earth from theodolite A to B to C, B to C to A, right?
Yeah, that's what they do. They take the theodolite and they measure from point A to point B, and then they take.
Yeah, from theodolite to theodolite. So line of sight, we have angles. We have a triangle over the
They
surface
also
of the
throw,
Earth now.
yeah, so they're going both directions.
Yeah,
They're
correct.
looking both
So,
directions for every line.
So
every
now,
line is perfectly calibrated to get a perfect
okay.
angle between two lines.
Yeah. Okay, so now we have an angle, okay, specifically a triangle over the surface of the Earth.
Sir, so is that angle 180 degrees or is it greater than 180 degrees?
It's going to be 180 because theodolite A can see B and C, B can see A and C can see A and B.
Well, that's only 3 points.
Creating a triangle.
There's
Yes,
thousands,
I
but then there's
understand.
more. But then you go and,
And
do
then B
another.
and
You
C
do
can see
another
D.
triangle. The second
C and D
the
can see
second
B.
triangle is the
E and D
second.
can
Is
see
still the
F.
first.
Yes.
You still need.
You're just measuring a bunch of polygons over the surface of the Earth with a great trigonometric survey. Yes, I understand that.
The right. So like you're not. So yeah, we're looking at the angles of each part of the triangle, but when you actually get the two triangles together, that's what makes the angle that's greater than 180 degrees, and that's where your drop over
Well,
distance is.
that's where the calculation
No, actually,
comes in.
the problem is he's got lats, and he came in here before with this shit.
See, Mac
what they actually reference is a model. They don't reference the ground and say, oh, look, here's drop over distance. What they do after they've taken their measurements, they go back to their already preloaded model and go, oh, look, spherical excess. So what they're doing is they're comparing calculations to a preloaded model. They're not comparing those to the ground. They're comparing them back to a model. And he doesn't seem to comprehend that, or he doesn't want to.
No, it's not back
so
to
he's
a model.
This one is level 2.
The measurements.
Arrogance.
The measurements are not a model.
Yep, the measurements are taken. They are pushed through a calculation. That calculation is then compared to a model.
Right. So
and that's where you get your... Yeah, exactly. You've just agreed with me. Because that's the truth. That's exactly what they do. They compare the calculation to a preloaded model. So the question now for you, Talon, is how do you know the preloaded model is true and correct?
Because it matches the measurement.
Because it matches the measurement. Excellent.
Yeah,
so we've got circular reasoning. Most awesome.
They match. When you take two different things, you take a straight plane.
You've taken a model.
You're
supposed to be measuring reality, Talon, not models.
Christ, you're like not.
He's not going to help you either.
You lose track of like how much information we actually have, and so when you take
this is you sidestepping now. We're not interested in how much information you believe you've lost. We're interested in the direct measurement.
Well,
Number one, they've got their chains and links, and they've measured across the Earth. Got a given distance. They've got their theodolite. They've got an angle measurement. So out of this, they then take it back to the drawing and say, oh, look, our angle measurement is incorrect compared to the model. Why?
What? No, they don't say that at all.
Yes, they fucking do.
Now you're just making things up. I'm afraid that you don't
No,
even know what you're
they
talking
compare the calculations back to a model. You said that yourself. You agreed to that.
Well, that's like, do you not understand what that means? What does that mean to compare to a model?
That means that you don't have Earth measurements. You've got no claim. Your claim of curvature is that of a model. That's it.
When you compare something to real measurements.
Talon, listen carefully. You're comparing your measurements to a model. You're not comparing your measurements to reality.
Well, do you think the model?
The measurements are the reality.
Scale model. Do you think scale
the
models
measurements,
are not real?
Talon, you're missing the point. The direct measurements are reality. True or false?
Direct measurements are, yeah, they're true to reality.
Excellent. Did you get curvature out of those? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Liar.
Yeah, the angles curve over the Earth.
Angles don't curve.
Yeah, they do.
Show it.
Sure they do.
What you're doing is you're taking your little triangle map and you're comparing it to a preconceived or preloaded model. You don't want to accept that. That's your stupid fault.
No, you're just not getting it.
You're not getting it.
No, that's projection.
No. You are projecting your bullshit onto me.
Having
not
the
understanding.
model.
You're trying to measure a model. That's what you're measuring.
No, you're
measuring the ground
Earth.
and you're comparing it to a model.
You calculate with the model.
Exactly. Calculating, not measuring. Good boy, Talon. The sad and twisted part about this, Lats, I don't know if you know this idiot well enough. This is about the 5th time he has brought this same stupid argument in here. Spherical access. The Great Trigonometric Survey across the United States. There was another one across India. Each time, exactly the same shit, bro.
So we're probably like our 20th conversation about this topic.
Every time it's the same. It's like as if he just drops in here and goes, oh shit, new people, I'm going to say the same dumb shit. Einstein's definition of insanity, doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result.
Appealing to Einstein
Talent.
when you don't even take any of his theorems as true.
Ah, now the idiot speaks up. Go away, Zach. Seriously.
That's funny. Zach was posting up in the sideshow that we were all demons. And he comes back in here to hang out with us again, willingly. Like a friggin' weirdo, but whatever.
I was going to go and get myself something to eat, but Talon does my head in. Like, seriously.
Oh, yeah. He's something else, dude. I've told him already that he's saying that when they take the measurements are incorrect. So they have to correct.
No, the direct measurements are correct. The direct measurements are not the issue, mate. The direct measurements are cool. Like, for example, if I measure my table directly, I've measured it directly, I've got a number. Now, they go and generate angles from their theodolites. That's great. They've got an angle measurement. What they're doing is they're creating triangles. This is also awesome. I don't have a problem with it. It's what they're comparing the triangles to. They already have a preloaded model. They already have affirming the consequent that the ground is curved, thus spherical excess. The reason the numbers don't match from the triangles is because we've got a curved surface model. Now, if their model was flat and they put the triangles on there, holy shit, there'd be no spherical excess.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny
It's
because
because
even
of
in
the model.
Even in the document that he posts, it even says this nice little discrete thing at the bottom. It says that they correct for curvature after the measurements are taken.
That's right. Spherical excess.
Yeah.
Can you use
If everything was flat, could you live with that?
Can you use
We
angles
do now.
if surface? Can you use angles if surface is flat?
Can you use what? I'm sorry, that was muffled a little bit.
Can we use angles if surface is flat?
If surface is flat, yes, you cannot take angle measurements off of it. If it's not flat, that's a bit of a problem.
Isn't that common sense?
We got mountains. How's the Earth flat?
Ah, excellent. Someone who wants to play semantics. Let's reword it for you, Blink, just in case you don't understand. When we say flat, we mean that it's planar with topography. So we understand that there's mountains and valleys and that there's waves on the ocean and things like that. We don't say flat
so
as
since
in
you're Australian,
polished.
are you like under the disc?
That's the dumbest shit ever, bro. Try harder.
Oh, that's a real question.
No, it's a real just dumbass.
Are you on the disc or below the disc?
Bro, where did you get disc from?
Yeah, where's this disc coming from? Like, we'll get that out first.
I don't know if it's flat.
So because I've said that it's planar with topography, you've instantly jumped to disc in space.
Yeah, disc with topography.
Yeah, I never said disc with topography. I said planar with topography.
Then what's below it?
Also known as flat. I don't know. The furthest we've ever dug down is 7.8 miles, 7.6 miles, somewhere around there.
I think you have like a limited knowledge of flat things. Like, I mean, you don't know what a cylinder is, a cube, a star, triangle, pyramid. You don't know any of these other shapes. You just think circle immediately.
It could be a bit of like a jagged circle.
It cannot be
Well, this is what I'm saying. Like, you only have knowledge of circles. Like, you've never thought of any other shape.
It could look
be
like
literally anything else.
If we've never seen the edge of the world, there could be like some islands floating away. You never know.
Exactly. So if nobody's ever been to the end of the world, why would you think it's a circle?
Because it's presented on the internet everywhere.
Oh.
What's the internet got to do with this?
You must have been indoctrinated by the globe propaganda to make us look dumb. Well, surprise, surprise.
Is it that strong, man?
No.
You know that disc floating in outer space comes from the globers, right?
He doesn't know that.
I just want to know more.
That is the thing what never ever one flat earthers will claim. Some kind of risk in the space.
Okay. Well, I mean, I guess the first issue I see here is that you do not know that flat and circle are separate things. So I will educate you now as a flat earther. Flat and circle are different things. You're welcome.
You can have square and flat. You can have
Exactly.
some irregular shape. You heard for irregular
Do we know what
shape.
shape this flat mass is?
Do you ever heard for irregular shape? Do you know what is
How
irregular?
are we going to map it out?
You can map out what you've explored. Right? Anything beyond that would be unknown. Like, I can't even claim the Earth would be flat past what we've explored and measured because it's unknown.
Hmm. Okay.
But everywhere that we've explored and measured, it's all flat.
Are you going to explore it?
Am I going to? No.
No. It's sad.
I mean, I've done some exploring, but anymore, currently, as of now, there's no plans, no.
Or I think your backyard counts.
You can try with Amazonia.
I mean, sure, if you're like a newborn, you want to go explore your backyard, well, sure, that's fine. Any other lessons before you head out of here? Oh, did we leave already? Oh, awesome. We got a geometry lesson for free. Look at that. Look how generous we are.
How much of water I need to explore that I find out that it's not curving?
I don't know. They're gonna say all of it. Subliminal to say, have you explored the whole thing?
So I cannot realize if it's not curving on 50 miles, then it's not curving. I need to go 100 miles, 200 miles, 3,000 miles.
It's so funny because you could tell them that we've explored and measured the entire Pacific Ocean, and it measures to be flat.
Hey, well, did you explore the Atlantic Ocean?
I think there are ships going from New York to London. I'm sure.
Let's see. Anybody new? Anybody new? Yo, Sandry, do you have anything else before I unmute Zach? We'll see if he has something smart to say. Nothing? No other Globers want to pipe up? Giving you all the chance to have the floor, anybody? Three, two, one. Okay. All right, Zach. Nope. Oh, what the fuck? I'm on. Oh. What the heck? Oh, he's already. Why can't I unmute him? That's so weird. He's like the only one in here. Oh. Because he has me blocked. That's funny. Okay. I guess he had to cry. Zach, are you done crying?
You're gonna burn in hell when you die
Why?
because you have no self-awareness and you deny Christ.
I don't deny Christ,
On
actually.
top of that, you're a disgusting, self-absorbed, narcissistic, evil, disingenuous piece of trash. You're gonna go to hell when you die. God will slay
So
you when He
you,
comes back.
He's talking about
so
himself
you,
or something, it seems.
Yeah, no one's talking about. Yeah, I'm talking about you, buddy. And
so
Satan,
you,
as the person you serve, the demon you serve, that's
I
exactly the
don't.
type of sophistic rhetoric that you would use.
All
So
right.
when
Well, you
you,
couldn't possibly sound any more like demonic and toxic. So
Yeah, he actually sounds like he's demon possessed.
he sounds like some crazy demon possessed asshole.
Yeah.
All right. Big letdown, as usual, in the politics server with the Globers.
Yeah. He keeps joining in and out, in and out. Willingly hanging out with demons as a Christ believer, I guess, is pretty odd. But all right. Whatever. To each his own.
But if he knows that you will finish there in hell, that means that somehow he has some kind of connection with the God. Because he knows that you will finish in hell.
Well, I hope he gains the discernment one day that it will be bestowed upon him to wake up to God's creation. That guy was freaking weird, though. That's funny because I don't think I really said much to him. He starts just going off. I think Colin's going to be the last one in, then I guess if anybody wants to have a talk with him. That was great trig survey. Any takers? Anybody want to practice? Or no? We're all veterans here. Like he like
Oh,
just
you're
tagged me in
really
the
bad.
side chat. He said, "Lads, oh, and you're an evil bully." What the hell?
You
I
are
didn't even say
evil,
anything.
bro.
What did I
You
even
bully
say to
too much.
him? No, look, I
You
literally
bully
said,
people about being gay.
"This is this
Wrong.
is what I said." I don't bully people about being gay, by the way. But anyway, he was muted. I said, "Hey, is there any other Globers that want to, have a chat? Open it up the floor to you before I unmute Zach." He flips out on me, calls me an evil bully. Like, what the heck? I'm being
But
so
you are
generous
an
and so
evil bully.
nice. Why am I an evil bully? Go ahead. Give me an
Because you're
example of me.
probably bullying him about being gay, which is wrong.
I never said anything about him being gay.
You sure? Y'all always calling somebody a soy boy. Soy boy means gay.
Well, yeah, if they're... No, that doesn't mean gay. It just means that they're
But you
showing
just
feminine
said, yeah,
characteristics.
you
They
was
are
bullying
soy
people that
chuggers. Deal with it.
Yes, I call people soy boys because soy, right, it makes you... well, that term just means that you show feminine traits. Like
which is
whining,
basically you bullying somebody that's
crying.
gay.
No, that's not because they're gay. They're just showing feminine traits. I'm not saying soy boy because they're
And what do
gay.
gay people do? Show feminine traits.
You think all gay people do that? That sounds like you're a bigot.
Obviously, they take a dick up the butt, bruh.
That's very bigoted of you. I don't
All
think
right.
all gay people are the same. You're the one saying that right now. I'm not making that claim. I think they're all
No, it's
individuals.
like
They all do their own
automatic.
thing. So just because somebody claims to be something, then that equals that specific category?
Yeah, I claim to be
No,
black.
that's very bigoted
Which
of you.
means no, I
So you
claim to
think
be.
all black people act the same? So if
No.
one black person eats fried chicken, they all eat fried chicken then?
We all eat chicken.
Okay, so based off your logic, then no, you're contradicting yourself now.
Nah, all black people eat chicken. I guess I put that on everything.
Oh my
All
goodness. I
black
said
people
fried chicken
because that's.
specifically.
Oh
Is
no,
fried
not
chicken
fried
all black people's
chicken.
favorite food? Is watermelon all their favorite fruit? Grape soda is all their favorite drink then? Based off of you.
It's not grape soda, it's a grape drink. Or purple drink.
I'm saying
Grape
that
juice.
each person is an individual, right? Regardless of their skin or sexual orientation or anything like that. I'm not the one that's bigoted here. Okay, you sound very bigoted right now.
No, I don't. You're feminine if you like men, bro. That's how it is. Can't tell me otherwise. Because that's supposed to be the female's position. And if you're in a female's position, you're feminine. Period. Like, that's to say if a guy was to get pregnant. That's a female's position. So automatically, you're you're feminine. Simple as that.
She's right.
Oh, gosh.
She's absolutely right.
Yeah, I know I am. I'm right about everything, especially the globe Earth.
Okay, she's absolutely wrong.
No, I'm absolutely right, actually.
I made a very important discovery today about EPO.
What important discovery? That
I'm
I'm
a very
6'2"?
bigoted person.
I'm a
You're not
what?
6'2".
Yes, I am. I'm literally
Why
6'2".
are you not? Why do
Yes,
you
I am.
lie?
I'm not lying. I'm 6'2".
Why do Glovers like to lie so much? Can you answer me that question?
I don't know, but I'm 6'2", bro. It's okay. Soy boys. Got a soy boy crew.
You can say that, sure, but you can't back it up, can you?
I can't back it up. How you gonna let a
Okay, go
teenager
ahead.
be taller than you? Soy boy, do a growth spurt again, or reincarnate, and maybe you'll become a globe.
For one, just because somebody's taller than you doesn't make you a soy boy. So relax.
You are a soy boy. I'm the alpha. I'm the leader of the pack, bro. I'm the leader of the Glovers, period.
Talon is about to lose his mind right now.
Actually, yeah, unmute my buddy Talon. He hasn't done nothing wrong.
So you think you're smarter than Talon?
Oh yeah, I'm definitely smarter than smarter than Talon. He's a Democrat, bro. Come on now. I'm like
So
Dr. Eggman, bruh. I'm the smartest, I'm the tallest, and I'm the
what do you?
prettiest. Period.
You might be built like Dr. Eggman, but you're not that smart though.
You think you're funny? Nah, you're not funny. Shut up. Nobody laughed at your stupid joke. So
I
you
did.
laugh at your own joke.
You
You're
know,
corny. Don't disrespect the alpha, bruh.
okay, Dr. Eggman. Hold on, I want to post up a GIF in the side chat for anybody that doesn't know who Dr. Eggman is. Hold on.
No, it's my profile picture. That's who Dr. Eggman is. I'm not talking about the animated one.
Just show you guys the real Dr. Eggman.
Yeah, whatever, bruh. Anyways, I'm the
Sick.
alpha and I'm the leader. I'm the one to trust, period. Hold up, let me play my theme music.
No, no music, please.
No, it's real quick. I'm gonna play mine.
Okay, there we go. This is the dude that Epo's built like. Posted him up in the side chat.
Y'all hear this? I'm the one to trust. Together we do whatever it takes. We're in this cycle. Good night, period. I'm the wolf, I'm the alpha, and I'm the leader, period. I'm the winning Omega.
I like how you say all that and you want to say that word corny. Okay.
I'm not corny because I'm actually 6'2", so it doesn't matter. I mog you.
Why do you lie so much?
I literally mog you. Like, what?
All right, you know what? Since we have the bottom here, do you have any other globe proofs you want to show us today? That people aren't bored out of their minds tuning off of YouTube because of the tone of your voice and all that good stuff.
Anyways, the only people that watch our stream is like flat earthers from the Discord server that
Well,
they can just.
don't talk about the streams. Don't talk about the people. Do you have any globe proof that you can show us today?
Oh yeah, period.
Okay, awesome. We can go through it then.
All right,
Yeah,
ready?
it seems like this is just Ippo's social time when she comes here. She doesn't even talk
No,
about
I
this
go in.
subject.
I go in the other chats too, bro. And not special. I haven't been here all day until the afternoon, like around 4 o'clock.
But you never ever talk about the subject when you come in here. You have
Yes,
to
I
be
do. What are you
forced.
talking
You have to
about?
be forced to talk about it.
Actually, no, I don't. So, but okay.
Okay, go ahead. Give us your globe proof. Let's go through it.
I
Before
am
people start ripping their
fat,
hairs
bro.
out.
I think they're already falling
Okay.
out. We don't have to rip them out.
Yeah, I know, because
Period. Ready?
Oh, all right. Go ahead. Go through. Explain to us
You
what's
glitched.
happening here.
All right, ready, y'all? So I'm gonna demonstrate to y'all.
Okay, go ahead.
So basically, I'm doing the lunar eclipse experiment, and basically to show y'all that it
Bro,
casts a circle around the other thing. Period. So that's basically my proof.
okay. Wait. So you
Like,
have a light? Wait. So the light is
hey,
the what?
I'm not done talking. Don't
Wait,
back
you
talking.
said
Okay,
lunar eclipse. I
listen.
need to know what is what. What is the
I'm going to
what is the
tell
sun?
you. I'm going to
Oh,
tell
okay.
you,
Okay. All right.
child.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, ready? So
Okay.
basically, that circle thing that I keep putting there, that's the Earth, and that's the black thing is the moon, and then you see the light, that's the sun. I'm saying that that can only be because it's circular. Like if the Earth was flat and it was like a lunar eclipse, you would see a flat line. Like it wouldn't be um it wouldn't be like a circle, like it wouldn't be circular. And y'all demonstrate that
Okay. Hold on. Can you tell me what a lunar eclipse is?
wait, I got a point. Cause y'all
Okay.
gonna bring
Okay.
up that like that little video thing. With the video, bro, it can only go so far with the pencil because I did it myself. It can only go so far. It's not gonna cast a full circle. It's only gonna cast a line of it. Like it's like I don't know how to explain it, but it's not gonna cast a full circle around something that is like about the same size or that big. Like a pencil is not gonna cast a huge circle around a fucking apple. That's not how it works, bro. If you put
So
that, if you put I'm not done talking. If you put the pencil over the apple, you're gonna see the little curved line of the pencil, and then the rest of it is straight, like from the shadow of the pencil. And I
your
can
premise
demonstrate
is
that too.
wrong. Your
No, it's
premise is
not
wrong to
wrong.
begin with.
How is
Yes, because
how is something thin and straight
your
gonna cast a
premise is
full circle around
wrong.
it?
Your premise is wrong because you think that we think the Earth is a disk. So your whole premise is wrong.
Uh-oh.
No, it's flat. Bro,
Okay.
like what are you talking about? It's laying flat. Like, wait, is it diagonal? Like
We're not a
diagonal?
disk in space, Ippo.
I never
It's not
said
a
you
disk
were a
in space.
distant space. I'm
Then
saying
how
how
would
is the Earth?
how would it make a flat line on the moon then?
Because it's flat, what y'all claiming.
The moon is in our atmosphere. It's in the system that we are in. So there's
It's
no way
literally
for Earth to
stupid.
make a mark on the moon.
It's
We
literally
don't
stupid.
claim it. We don't claim that the
That's
eclipse.
literally stupid. That literally backhands your point because lunar eclipses. Like what?
Okay. April, what is a lunar eclipse?
When the sun casts the light on the earth and the
Okay.
earth casts a shadow on the moon, something like that.
Okay. Can you prove that?
What do you mean can we prove that? It's been documented. It's not something fake. It's what we can see with our own
Okay.
eyes.
So hold on one second. If the Earth measures flat and the sun and the moon are always up above somebody at all times above the flat surface, then it cannot be the Earth that is casting a shadow from the sun onto the
But it
moon.
can.
So if you want to say that it is that, you need to prove that. Prove to us that the sun is,
Literally,
or that the
you
Earth is
see it with
moving.
your own eyes. And not only
If
that, we
the Earth
know
is moving
something
between
moves.
them,
First
you
off,
need to
we
prove
know
that.
the sun is not above us because
Technically,
if
you
it
need
was
to
above
prove
us,
that as
all the
well.
light. We know the sun is not above us. It just looks like that because if the sun was above us and it was circling da da da, it would fly. The light is so big and powerful that everywhere in Earth would be light. Not only that, we know for a fact something moves or something rotates around the Earth. Something rotates or the sun moves. If you want to claim the sun moves or the Earth moves, we know something moves because the sun. We have the North Pole and the South Pole, and the sun goes back to each one. So we know that's circular. Because what the hell are you talking about? The Earth is a globe. We know the sun goes down because of the South or North Pole, which one you want to call it.
What
And
the
that's how it's.
fuck are you talking about? The poles have nothing to do with what the fuck. Oh my goodness
I'm
gracious, yo.
saying people that are at the bottom of the earth, like,
There's no bottom. If the Earth
oh my
measures flat, there's
god,
no
yes
bottom.
it is.
Okay, so then you have to give us the measurements of the Earth being something that there could be a bottom to.
It's a bottom because it's a globe. There's places at the bottom. It's a
Okay,
globe.
then show us that it's a globe.
No,
Prove to us that it's a globe.
just go to the place. Oh my god. Hold up.
Go to the
Let me.
place, but there's a claim that that place is on the bottom. You're not proving to us that it is on the bottom. Do you
What
understand the
is?
difference? It is because why? Why is it
Because
on
the
the
sun
bottom?
moves to the bottom and the sun moves to the top of the globe.
But see, you just keep inserting the word globe there. You're just still not measuring it or showing us that it is that thing that you're saying
Why
that
do
it
I
is.
have to measure it, bro? There's a top and a bottom Earth because we
Because
have
that's
a
a
South and a North Pole.
the Earth
Simple as
being a
that,
globe is a geometric claim. It needs to be measured to be proven to be that thing.
bro. We have a South and a North Pole, bro. There's a bottom, like
Okay, it doesn't matter if there's
the
a
way how
north and
you
south. We
thinking.
could have a
But
west
it
pole. We could
does
have an east
matter
pole.
because,
We could have 30 poles. It doesn't matter.
bro,
If the
we
Earth
have
measures flat,
a
then
bottom and a top.
the Earth is flat with 15 different poles on it. Who cares?
Flats, you're going to have to draw it in crayon. She does not understand. She needs
No, you
visual.
don't understand. Y'all are really fucking special.
We do understand. We've studied the
No,
Earth
you don't.
globe model forever now. Yes, we do.
Because that globe model wouldn't even work. There's a South and a North Pole. That's how we know the sun moves back and forth from the front of the Earth to the back of the Earth.
Well,
Like, oh
Ito,
my god.
it obviously does work because the Earth measures flat. So we've determined that it is flat. And second, independent of the first thing, we have the sun moving. Right? So it doesn't matter what path the sun takes, where it's circling,
Yes,
like
it
what
does.
path the circuit's
Because
taking. It
you
doesn't matter.
claim it's always above us when it's not. Because it goes to the South
Yes,
and it goes to
it's
the North Pole.
always above us. Yes,
No,
that's
it
correct.
isn't. No, it
Because
isn't.
if the Earth measures flat and the sun is always above somewhere on the Earth,
Oh
then the
shit.
Earth could not possibly ever be the cause of a
Wait,
lunar
I'm on the
eclipse.
phone.
Okay,
Wait, sorry, somebody called me.
you're good. You're good. Take your time. It's okay. We're still in dead air right now. Anyway, it's all good.
Right. Like, think of this. Like, they literally believe that the sun, when it's nighttime, is under their feet. That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Well, something's moving. It's either the sun or the earth, and we choose the earth as
Okay.
globers. Makes more sense.
What do you observe?
I observe the
Hmm.
sun moving.
Whoa. Okay.
Yeah. Whoa.
So how did you determine that it was the Earth that's moving then?
Yeah.
Because it wouldn't make sense for the sun to move.
But that's what you see, dummy.
Yeah, that's what you observe.
Okay.
So you're claiming something
It's
other than what you
perspective.
see, right?
It's
So right now I'm
perspective.
seeing a red car. I'm seeing a red car
Oh my
driving
god.
towards me right now. Right? So now you're telling me there's not a car driving towards my face.
No, it's called perspective, bro.
Okay, so explain to me. How do you know that it's the Earth moving? Then?
I don't know. I can't really tell you, but we know
Exactly. We know why.
because
Because
it's moving, bro.
yeah, it's
Something's
moving
moving.
because it's moving.
Yeah, something's
Yeah.
moving.
That's a really bad argument. You can't just say it's
Is
moving
it?
because it's moving. Yes, it's terrible.
Well,
Nothing
we
against you,
know
but the
if we
argument is
want to
still
go
stuck.
with y'all logic, I'll say the sun is moving. Yeah, the sun is moving, period. Whoa. And it's
Yeah,
moving at
that's
the
what we
bottom
observe.
too. It's
No,
moving at the
okay, so, okay,
bottom too.
perfect. So we have established that the sun is moving independently, right? So now we have that separate, and now you're claiming separately that the Earth has a bottom.
It does.
So okay, so go ahead and prove that.
Because people see the sun at the bottom.
See, you're just saying that there's a bottom because there's a bottom.
Yeah. Like what?
Okay, so we need you to
Like
prove
how
that
am
there's
I
a bottom. You
supposed
can't
to
just say there's a
explain
bottom because there's a bottom.
how am I supposed to explain that to you? I just told you. We have
Because you
a
can
north
measure the
and a
curvature.
south pole, bro. We have a north and a south pole, correct? I'm saying it wouldn't make even sense on a flat earth model because the sun moves around or whatever y'all it orbits the earth, bro. It wouldn't make sense.
Okay, then you need to prove that.
What do you mean prove that? Just go to the north or south pole, bro.
Well, it doesn't matter where you are on the Earth. You need to prove that it is a
Uh,
bottom or a top or a side.
the north and the south pole. I just told you that.
Okay, but they are claiming that it is on a top or a bottom.
So where do you think the North Pole is? Both the
Somewhere on
North
the Earth.
Pole. I mean, both the
Somewhere on the
poles.
Earth.
Hippo, do you know how you just keep telling Lats to go to the North Pole to confirm what you're saying? Have you been there to confirm what you're saying? Yes or
No,
no?
but other people been there.
Excellent. There's not. You don't need to say any more. So why are you instructing someone to do something that you have not done?
Y'all do that all the time. Like what?
You just said you haven't been there to confirm it. So how do you know that it's true then if you haven't done it or been there?
Because other people did it.
Who?
I don't know, some scientists, bro.
Well, if other people have done it, you'd be able to point who done it. So
Alright, bro, let me
this
look
is
that
your
up.
homework now. So this is how it works, Hippo. I don't know if you understand this or not. When you make claims in the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel, right? When you make claims, you've got to back them up. We don't care if it's scientific experimentation, if it's citation, video footage, photography. You need to back your claims up if you're going to make them, all right? We don't care what claims you make, whether there's $20 Armani shoes or some shit down at the local shopping centre. Just back your claims up, yeah? Yeah?
Yeah, I heard you did.
Cool. So we're not worried about you saying random weird stuff. That's not an issue. The issue is getting people to back up their claims. Alright? So if you want to tell us all about the North Pole and what happens in particular, get some video footage, get some photographs, get some kind of experimentation, citation, anything that backs up what you're saying. Alright? Yeah.
Okay, period.
Cool.
My bad, folks. That was the
There's literally no logic left in their brains anymore. It's
there
unreal.
is. You're just like stupid, bro.
Oh my
Just
goodness
like
gracious.
I'm just like stupid, bro.
Okay, so explain to me while I'm going to go do my research on getting my proof. Explain to me how a north and a south pole will work on a disc. I mean, not a disc, but flat Earth, bro.
They're
And
just
Earth is measured flat.
locations. Yeah, and they're just locations on Earth, Hippo. That
Where
doesn't
at,
matter.
bruh?
They could be anywhere. It doesn't matter. They're
No.
just locations. You have
Where
a
at?
specific, I don't know, you have a specific coordinate system in your head that you think is the only way it works. And that's not reality.
Okay, bro. So where they at? Like I said.
Look, Ippo, there's a place in the north called the magnetic North Pole. That's where the compasses point to. Why does that require the Earth to be a globe?
I don't know. I think I gotta
Okay,
look at
so
it.
think about this, right? You can have just say you have a table or a desk or something, and you put a magnet down on the desk. Okay, and you get a compass out. Now the compass is going to point to wherever you put that magnet. That doesn't mean that your desk needs to be a globe. Right? It's just a magnetic attractor, right? It's just where the compass needle is going to point to. So there's a place that drifts, right? It's drifting a little bit. It's in the ocean actually. It's called the magnetic North Pole.
Yeah, I'm there right now.
And that's where the compasses point to. Doesn't mean that the Earth has to be a globe.
Thank you,
Are you
DJ.
in a game right now? Oh.
You're much better at teaching than I am.
Nah, it still doesn't make sense, bro.
I don't think you
Because
both got it yet.
if you
Right,
were
but
if you were at the either south or north, you would just fall off because that would be the edge.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Sheesh.
Like you can't explain to me like how north and south poles work. Where are they located? Are they on the far?
Okay, stop,
west,
stop,
the
stop,
far-
stop. Ippo, you're describing the North and South Pole as if they are motor vehicles. How do they work? They are just locations. It's like Matrix's house is here. How does that work? Well, I bought a fucking house and that's where I live. It's just a location. That's it.
Where are they located?